Earthland, X769 October. In this vast world of magic and monsters, 4 great continents sat like the 4 cardinal points on a compass. Each was filled with its own wonders and dangers. But only one of them held a boy with this kind of magic. On the western continent of Ishgar, 17 nations divided the land. Most were larger than the small eastern kingdom of Fiori, which jutted into the sea like a crooked finger. Size, however, meant nothing. In magic, and in magic power technology, Fiori stood at the top. Its cities shone brighter, its guilds roared louder, and its power drew jealousy from every other nation. Right now, Fiori was busy cutting out the rot in its own magic community. Laws were being rewritten, guilds clashed in small wars, and lives were changed with a signature and a stamp. None of that mattered to the 8-year-old boy sitting up in bed in a hidden village tucked behind the Phoenix Mountains. A heavy blanket was pulled over his head, warding off the winter chill and, more importantly, hiding what he was doing. A thick book of basic magic techniques rested in his lap. Breathing exercises, how to sense the magic inside your body. Simple runes and the meanings of common magical terms. He'd read it before, many times, and still, he kept reading, kept practicing. As he turned the page, something new caught his eye, a mental exercise to help mages feel the magic around them more clearly. He hunched forward and narrowed his eyes, feeding a bit more magic into his light source. In his left hand floated a tiny, slow-spinning galaxy, a black void sprinkled with countless stars. To anyone else, it would look like overwhelming power. In truth, it was only a soul projection, an external image of the soul within. Most people never bothered to learn it. It was considered useless, a flashy way of showing your innate magic type. Fire mages projected flames. Lightning mages projected sparks, and so on. For him, though, this was easier than trying to explain what his magic was. Because even after 5 years, he still wasn't sure. He glanced at the diagram, then closed his hand, crushing the little galaxy. When he opened it again, a small golden sphere of light hovered above his palm. Simple, clear, and far better for reading tiny diagrams. The most basic application of light magic. Light was a branch attached to his own magic, so learning as if he were a regular light mage made sense. It certainly helped that he'd been born to a novice light mage. So I'll put my hands together like this, he whispered, running pale fingers over the page as he studied the drawings. Okay, focus on the magic container. Deep breaths. He sucked in a breath and straightened his back. The light sphere drifted in front of him while he pressed his hands together, as if praying. The book floated up as well, tilting slightly so he could see the picture and check his posture. That was another part of his magic, gravity. Far rarer than light. Rare enough that his parents had to hunt down books about it and save them for his birthdays. His magic, the strange blend of powers he'd awakened with, had been given a simple name: cosmic. It was the only word that captured the feeling in his soul when it first roared to life. Light and gravity alone were nothing new. Other mages had mastered those. Some had even combined them. But the extra effects his magic carried, and the ridiculous amount of magic energy inside his tiny body, were something else entirely. According to his parents, most spells cost a fraction of what his did. His magic devoured energy. Now I count backward and breathe, he murmured, closing his eyes. The book and the light sphere hovered quietly with him under the blanket. He counted down from 10. By the time he reached 1, he could feel magic flowing out of his inner container and through his body. He knew it wasn't actually stored in any organ or limb, but the visualization helped. He pictured it leaving his heart, moving up to his shoulders, sliding down his arms, and gathering in his hands. As it reached his clasped palms, a tingling sensation spread through his skin. Magic jumped from one hand to the other, leaving his body and re-entering it in a loop. His eyes snapped open. He pulled his hands apart and snatched the book out of the air. I messed up somewhere, he muttered. It was supposed to reach my palms and turn around, not bounce back into me. How'd I even pull it in? He let the book float again and started over. The result was the same. This is so weird, he thought. I couldn't absorb Dad's magic at all, but I can do this with my own. It's kind of tingly, though. Minutes slipped by before he noticed how drained he felt. Half his magic reserves had quietly vanished. A wave of mental fatigue hit him, and his vision wobbled. Why am I getting tired? It's my own magic. He focused inward and flinched. Oh, the magic I pulled and didn't go back into the container. It's just stuck somewhere else? That's dumb. Doesn't it know where it's supposed to go? He tried one more time, determined to push the returning magic back into his container. If he succeeded, he'd create a self-loop, magic leaving, returning, and feeding his capacity like a muscle in constant training. If it worked that way, he'd found a cheat to grow stronger endlessly. Unfortunately, his magic would never function like that. But the 8-year-old had no way of knowing, so he threw himself into it with the same obsession he gave to every new spell. He'd barely been at it for another minute when the door swung open. The blanket was ripped off his head before he could react. His messy room was suddenly exposed, shelves of books stacked crookedly, a few toys in one corner, and several rocks of different sizes arranged for practice. In the doorway stood his father, a tall, lanky man with pale skin and black hair, staring at him with a tired, annoyed expression. The room was dim, lit only by the small light sphere in the man's hand, identical to the one floating in front of the boy. Together, they brightened the room. The boy stared up with wide eyes, scrambling for an excuse. "I was asleep before you came in," he blurted out. "The door woke me up." A terrible lie. His father sighed, glanced at the floating book, then back at his son. His eyes narrowed. "Sorry," the boy tried. "Oberon, it's midnight. Go to bed," his father said flatly, taking the book out of the air. "But bed. Now." He turned and left, closing the door behind him. Oberon let out a long breath and flopped backward onto the mattress. Now that the blanket was gone, his whole appearance was visible. He wore green and white pajamas, his thin frame matching the pale complexion of a child raised in a snow-capped mountain village. His face was still soft and boyish, with dark brows and stormy gray eyes. But his hair drew all the attention. Short and spiky, black as a starless void, with thin white strands scattered through it like stars in the night sky. His parents always joked that he'd fallen from the heavens and brought a piece of the sky with him. And years later, when Oberon stood at the very peak of this world, no one would dare say they were wrong. Oberon padded down the hallway, already dressed, thick pants tucked into his boots, and a heavy winter coat over his shirt. For this village, that wasn't winter gear. It was just normal clothing. The sun was only starting to creep over the horizon when he stepped into the living room and found his father poking at the fireplace. The man wore similar snow gear, an axe propped against the wall beside him. "Morning, Dad," Oberon mumbled, rubbing his eyes as a yawn slipped out. "That's what you get for staying up all night reading," his father said, standing and swinging the axe onto his shoulder. "Be glad it's not a school day. This winter's worse than usual. So let's restock the firewood before it gets nastier, all right?" "Yeah, sure." Oberon yawned again and followed him outside. From their front door, the whole village spread out below them. Their house sat at the highest point of the plateau, looking down over the cluster of buildings like a watchtower. The village itself was built on the flattened top of a mountain, as if some giant sword had sliced the peak clean off. A few dozen houses, a small inn, and a single line of train tracks cut past the edge. The trains here weren't for people. They were for ore, hauling away the iron mine from the mountain. Across from the village entrance, a reinforced mine shaft tunneled into the rock, protected by magic so it wouldn't collapse while the miners carved out the wealth inside. Oberon took a deep breath of the freezing air and watched his breath fog in front of him. Father and son stood for a moment, quietly admiring the sunrise, before heading down toward the tree line. Most houses in the village ran on lacrima, magic storing crystals used for heating, plumbing, and a dozen other conveniences. Oberon's father preferred to treat them as backup rather than the first line of defense in winter. Once heavy snow came, the train tracks could be buried or broken, cutting the village off from supplies for weeks. That usually happened at the coldest part of the season, when trudging through the forest for firewood was nearly impossible. As they stepped into the trees, Oberon's father raised a hand, and formed a light sphere to brighten the path. Oberon copied him, the soft glow pushing back the shadows. Trying to ignore the bite of the cold, Oberon spoke up. "The book you got me. There was only one new thing in it." "Oh," his father asked. "Anything useful?" "Not sure yet. Kinda. Maybe. I don't know." His father chuckled. "If anyone here can figure it out, it's you. Finished all the others already. MHM. Can I get one on gravity magic next?" His father paused, eyeing the nearby trees as he searched for the right one. "Sorry, kiddo. Those books are a bit pricier, and since I'm stationed out here, I don't have the same access someone of my rank would normally have." "Oh." Oberon's disappointment was obvious, but his father added as he led them toward a new patch of trees, "I'll call my superior in the capital and see what I can do, all right?" Oberon's face lit up, and his light sphere flared so bright it almost blinded them before dimming again. "Thanks, Dad. Don't worry about it. It's probably my fault you ended up with that crazy magic instead of just my light magic anyway." He laughed. "Guess my genes are too talented. Then how come your magic is so weak?" His father choked on his own breath. "Hey, I'm not weak. I'm a rune knight, you know. You're just abnormal. It's not normal to be that strong." "Yeah, that's what everyone says," Oberon muttered, staring down at the snow. His father stopped and turned to him. "Is that why you keep asking to quit school? Are the other kids giving you trouble?" "No, I lied badly." "Oberon, are the other kids making fun of you?" Oberon sighed and met his father's worried gaze. "They don't really make fun of me. They're scared of me. None of them have magic, so they act like I'm some kind of monster. They don't want me playing with them because they think I'll cheat or hurt them. If I stay home and read, it's basically the same. And Mom could teach me anyway. She handles all the mind paperwork, so she's smart. I can already read, write, and count. What else do I need school for?" His father sighed and ruffled his hair. "You know, when I became a rune knight, it was only because I had magic and was born here. Sending someone to train me a bit and station me in my own village was just the easy solution. Nobody else here had magic, so they were jealous. People said I just got lucky. They were right. But over time, we got along. Now we're all friends. So when I grow up, they'll be nice to me too?" Oberon asked. "What I mean is that people need time to adjust. In a village where you and I are the only mages, of course you seem strange. If we lived somewhere like Crocus, nobody would bat an eye at our magic. Did you ever want to leave?" Oberon asked quietly. "Oh, all the time," his father answered as they resumed their search. "But if I left, no one would be here to protect them if something went wrong. And your mom was here. That was reason enough to stay. What if I want to leave?" Oberon pressed. "I hope you mean in a few years," his father said. "At least wait until you're 16, okay?" "Yeah, promise." Oberon exhaled. "I won't leave until I'm 16. Good. Honestly, I'd like it if you left one day. I don't want you or your sister to be like your mom and me, knowing only this little village. It's peaceful, but the world is bigger than this and your magic. Well, it deserves a wider stage." "Yeah," Oberon shouted. His light sphere exploded in brightness again before settling. "I'll join a guild and find a powerful teacher." His father laughed. "Sounds exactly like something I would have done. Any guild in mind?" I don't really know any." Gifted with magic, not with planning, his dad teased. "That's what happens when you dream big at 8 years old." "Which guild would you have joined?" Oberon asked. His father thought for a moment. "With my light magic, I probably would have gone to Magnolia and joined Fairy Tale." "Fairy Tale?" Oberon frowned. "Never heard of them." "That's because they're not a top guild. If you care about rankings, Phantom Lord is the obvious pick. That name sounds way cooler. Fairy Tale is kind of lame. Don't say that in front of them. They're a loud bunch," his father warned. "But if they're in a top guild, why would you pick them?" "That's simple. Their master is Makarov Dreyer." "Who?" "The guild master of Fairy Tale," his father explained. "He's one of the 10 wizard saints. There are only 10 in Ishgar, the strongest mages on the entire continent. Since Fiori is the strongest country here, that makes him one of the strongest wizards in the eastern quarter of the world." Whoa. Oberon's eyes went wide, his view of the world stretching outward. "He sounds amazing. Is he really a saint? Did he come down from the heavens?" His father chuckled. It's just a title. They protect Fiore and Ishgar like saints, so the name fits. So he's not actually from heaven. Oberon genuinely sounded disappointed. No, his father said, but you could say he's the closest. He uses light magic, the closest thing to holy magic, and he's the greatest light mage alive. Maybe ever. So he could teach us awesome spells. Oberon's light sphere flared again before dimming. Tons of them. I hear he's a good man too. We should go see him. Calm down. I can't just abandon the village. But your birthday's in a few months. Maybe I can twist a friend's arm to cover my shift for a week, and we can all take a trip to Magnolia. Yes, yes, yes. Oberon yelled, his light blazing so bright it lit up the forest. Oberon. Sorry. He quickly cut the spell. I got excited. It's fine as long as it's not the gravity magic again, his father muttered. I'm going to owe someone big time for that favor, he thought, then smiled to himself as he watched his son practically bouncing behind him. But a family trip will be nice. And both kids are finally old enough to handle a journey across Fiore. All right, this one looks good, his father said at last, stopping in front of a tree that seemed perfectly ordinary to Oberon. He assumed it was some mysterious grown-up sense. Ready? His father asked. Ready. Oberon raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A magic circle bloomed in front of his palm. A slice of the night sky, black and dotted with swirling stars, like a miniature galaxy. Then it vanished. The tree didn't move, but Oberon knew its weight had changed. His father stepped forward, axe in hand, and dropped into a low stance. Flow through me and bless me with your strength. Regulus, he chanted. A golden magic circle bloomed beneath his feet, light rushing up through his arms and into the axe. With a single swing, he cut straight through nearly 60 centimeters of thick trunk. The 30-foot tree, now severed from its base, didn't fall. The old man let the spell fade and the light receded. He swung the axe back on his shoulder, walked up to the tree, shook it until anything living inside scrambled out, then started dragging it behind them as casually as if it were weightless. You know, I really wish we'd had you sooner, he said. You say that every time we do this, Oberon replied. Yeah, well, having a son who can make trees weigh nothing is incredibly convenient. That's years of not wading through snow with a log on my back. You should have just learned gravity magic, Oberon said. His father sighed. Life's not that simple, kid. Anyway, let's get back. Your mom needs to get to work, and I have to pick up the supply shipment coming in today. That's today. Oberon's sphere flashed, though he quickly dimmed it again. Yes, and yes, they're bringing chocolate. Chocolate. So, his father asked with a grin, would you like more chocolate or magic? Magic, Oberon answered without a pause. Really? I've seen your grandmother feed you chocolate until you threw up. Yeah, but magic lets me fly, Oberon said. You can't fly, his dad pointed out. Not yet, but I will. His father thought it over and smiled. With your kind of magic, I suppose that makes sense. Hey, son, can you promise me something? Huh? What? Promise me you'll never stop dreaming big. Don't settle. Don't get stuck here like your mom and me, okay? Sure. But why? Because the world is huge, his father said quietly. It'd be a shame if you only ever flew over this little village. Something smells good, like sausages. Oberon asks as they approach their house. His dad sniffs the air and nods in agreement. Well, I guess that settles it. All right, let's check on the girls and get breakfast. We can deal with cutting this up later. With that, he rests the tree down in their backyard and follows his son inside. We're back, Oberon announces as they enter, taking off his snow-covered boots at the door and wearing his slippers. Did you knock the snow off your boots before you came in? Is the first thing his mom asks as he follows his nose into the kitchen. She shakes her head and is about to speak when his dad enters. I did it for him, his day says. Now, let's just enjoy the food. Oberon's mom was a plain-looking woman with long brown hair, a slender face, and a pair of glasses. She was already wearing her coat atop her usual work clothes while setting the table. At the table was his little sister, 6 years old, only 2 years younger than him. She was too busy eating to care for any conversation at the moment. As he and his dad take their seats, his mom quickly sets out their food and takes the chance to ruffle his hair. "So what new spell kept you awake all night, huh?" she asks. "You probably would still be practicing if your dad didn't have to get some water and notice you." "Not a new spell, just some new exercise to focus." "So weird how that's something you wizards actually have to practice." "I've never seen your dad meditate." His dad fake coughs. "Well, in my defense, I've never really put my back into practicing magic. Not like I've ever had a reason to. I had you head over heels for me without even showing off any magic." His mom rolls her eyes at that. Yeah, but I married the only mage in our village, so who really won?" "Both of us," his dad says. "And why are you already dressed for work?" "Did you eat?" "Yeah, I had something to eat earlier." She takes a seat for a moment. "Apparently, there's a problem with managing the warehouse, so I need to go sort that out before they bring up any more iron from the mine today. I'm just waiting for my mom to get here, so she can watch the kids. I guess it can't be helped." "Is your mom getting here soon?" "I need to head down to the mine before anyone else goes in." "It's kind of my only job," his dad says. Oberon cuts off his mom. "I'm old enough to take care of myself, you know. I don't need grandma to watch me." "The fact that you think that means you certainly aren't old enough to take care of yourself," his dad says. "Plus, she's mostly here for your little sister, so don't take it personally. If your magic was childcare, I'd consider it," his mom says. "But nope, you burn things, blow things up, and shake things apart, so that's not happening for a few years." Oberon grumbles and just continues eating. A few minutes later, there's a knock on the door, and a familiar voice calls out from the hallway before entering the kitchen. And in walks an old woman, as if she were an aged-up version of his mom with gray hair. "So this is how I get you to stop practicing magic all the time," his grandma says as she passes by and ruffles his hair, moving to sit beside his mom. "Just put food in front of you." "Normally it doesn't work," his mom says. "The trick is to cook things he needs both hands to eat." Oberon swallows his food and looks up at his grandma. "Eventually, I won't need to move to use my magic." "Well, until then I'll make you all kinds of things that need your hands for. It's nice to see you being all cute for a change, like your sister." "I'm not cute," his sister says before going back to eating. All the adults snicker at that. "Well, this is nice, but I need to head to the warehouse because apparently they can't stack boxes without me there to tell them what goes where." His mom grumbles as she gets up, giving his dad and sister a kiss before moving to him. He leans away, and she grabs his head and gives him a kiss on the cheek. "No big spells in the house," she yells back while leaving the room. "I know, Mom," he yells out before the front door closes. Then he sighs and deflates. "So, what do you kids want for lunch today?" his grandma asks. Moments later, his dad gets up and leaves the table, so caught up in their breakfast conversation that he was actually a bit late. His job wasn't all that important until something went wrong. Then having a mage on standby was very important. And for that reason, being near the mine to constantly check the enchantments preventing tunnel collapses was very useful, even if he'd not once had to actually do anything. At least that was until Oberon, who was now done with breakfast and reading at the kitchen table, ignoring his grandma entertaining his little sister, felt a surge of primal fear. His head snapped down, sensing it through the table, through the earth below them, and deep within the mines. Even with this much material between them, he could sense it, as if he were holding it in his hand. His head then snapped up toward where the entrance to the mine was, where the administration office for the village was, where his mom was. Without thinking, he gets up from the table and rushes toward the door, all while his grandma and little sister were still recovering from the surprise. Because the sensation he felt was so powerful that even non-wizards felt it, and they still felt it as a constant pressure in the air. As he's rushing out the door, he feels hands pick him up and put him back into the house. "Oh no, you stay here," his dad says. Oberon turns around to see the man in his white and green Rune Knight uniform. But instead of the traditionally thin robes, he had a thick set of pants and a coat, along with much sturdier boots. "But no," his dad cuts him off. "You stay here while I go check, and if anything bad comes this way, use your magic to protect your sister. Stay here," his dad says before rushing off. Oberon just watches helplessly as the man leaves, sprinting off toward danger. And eventually his grandma has to come and close the door and bring him back into the kitchen. "Your dad trained for this. He'll be fine, and he'll bring her back too," she reassures him. His sister cries quietly, sensing the magic pouring out of whatever was causing it like a constant but low stream. Nothing compared to the first overwhelming wave of magic. But as a mage, while Oberon should feel it much more intensely, he couldn't sense any magic at all. No matter how much he focused over the years, he was always blind to magic. But the primal fear still racked his body, especially knowing his parents were there with it. All he could do was sit at the table and stare down at his new book, unable to focus enough to read a single word. Eventually, his sister cries herself to sleep, and his grandma shakes him out of his trance. He looks up at the concerned woman. It's been half an hour and they haven't come back, and there isn't a ruckus in the village. That means it's probably just some old magic sword or something they dug up. Nothing to worry about. Just go practice your magic for now, all right? Yeah, all right. And for the first time since ever, he didn't sound excited to go practice his magic and ignore everyone else in the world. Walking into the backyard, he once again had his boots and coat on, but all he could do for a while was stare out at the ocean in the distance. They were at the westernmost mountain range in Fiore, so if his eyes were good enough and if the world was flat, he knew he'd be able to see all the way to the western continent, all the way to Alicatasia, all the way to Alvarez. But instead, all he saw was the edge of this plateau and the vast ocean ahead. While some unknown force was constantly grating against his senses, gnawing at the back of his mind from within his village. Taking a deep breath, he furrows his brows and grabs his dad's axe. Intent on distracting himself, he walks up to the tree they'd cut down earlier and gets to work. Focusing on his own magic, doing his very best to ignore the foreign magic, he draws upon the light element. Regulus was all he said, and unlike his dad, who always had to do the full chant, his magic circle appeared below his feet. A collection of runes appearing as if the cosmos painted them. Then the axe glows golden as the magic circle disappears. Piece by piece, he gets to work cutting up the tree. First, by tripping the branches, then making my smaller logs. And after a few minutes, he deactivates the magic. He looks at the 30 logs that he has to split multiple times and decides to try something new. Standing one upright using his gravity magic, with a wave of his hand, he easily manipulates it atop the large stone slab they had in their backyard. Then he takes a deep breath and focuses on his gravity magic. A magic circle appears below his feet, seemingly identical to the previous one. And as he brings the axe down onto the log, it glows brightly for just a moment. The axe accelerates quickly toward the wood and slams into it, but the sudden increase in weight threw him off. It clunkily hit the wood and bounced to the side. Trying it a second, this time instead of making the axe itself heavier, he closed his eyes and focused, condensing the magic energy toward the edge of the blade, forming a thin coat along the edge. That would probably break the blade, but if I do this... He removes the gravity magic from the edge of the blade itself and forms a thin thread hovering a millimeter above it. It was invisible, but he knew it was there. He could feel it ripping magic energy away from him by the second. So instead of admiring it, he moved the axe and instantly felt the energy cost increase with every movement as it remains the same distance from the blade. It almost appeared attached. "I can't keep this up much longer," he says before quickly bringing the axe down and easily cleave through the tough wood. The gravity magic doesn't cut. Instead, it rips and pushes apart anything it touches, which is exactly why the axe also got buried handle deep into the stone slab below the wood. Oh no! He lets go of the handle, and the axe doesn't even move, taking a step back and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Taking deep breaths, he looks at the damage. "Okay, I can fix this. Yeah, just take the axe out." Using his gravity magic, he makes the axe lighter so he can more easily remove it. Then he grabs onto the axe and pulls with all his might, only for it to be pulled out and for him to fall back. Lying on his back, he spots the axe soaring into the sky, with no gravity to bring it back down. The consequence of him losing his grip after making it near weightless. "Okay, this is a serious problem," he says, then smiles deviously. "For anyone else." He raises his hand to the sky, and the axe instantly stops flying away, freezing where it is before slowly descending. And by the time it's all the way back to him, he's on his feet dusting off the snow. Seeing it hovering beside him, he grabs it out of the air and cancels his magic. Okay, cool new trick, but I need to figure exactly what I just did. Oberon was sleeping on the couch, having almost finished the new book. His training earlier today completely exhausted his mind and magic. After getting cleaned up, he tried to get some reading done, but immediately fell asleep. And hours later, his parents walked in as the sun was setting to see Oberon on the couch, his grandma on a chair nearby, and his sister sitting on the floor playing with some toys. As the door closes behind them, he immediately gets up, not able to get any deep rest with the magic energy still permeating the village and gnawing at his senses. Dad, he sits up and looks at his parents. What was the magic coming from earlier? His grandmother also looks at them expectantly while his sister just continues playing. Both his parents make their way toward the couch, and he moves aside for them to sit beside him. His dad picks up his sister and seats her in his lap. Don't tell anyone what I'm about to say, all right? His dad says. He and his grandma nod along. Well, today one worker discovered a dragon lacrima. His grandmother chokes on nothing at the reveal while he just looks at his dad in wonder, not knowing what that even is. Dragon lacrima? Oberon asks. Those really exist? His grandmother asks. Apparently so, his dad says. I've been on the village communication lacrima with the Magic Council all day, and they've all but confirmed it. A few squads of rune knights from the capital have already left and should be here before lunch tomorrow to secure it. What's a dragon lacrima? Oberon asks again. Does it give you wings? Or maybe it lets you breathe fire, does it? Well, according to what the people from the council said, it's like the heart of a dragon condensed into a tiny little crystal, his dad says. It's super dangerous. Obviously, you can sense all the magic energy that thing is giving off. Well, you probably couldn't, but everyone else could. I had to seal it behind a few layers of enchantments way at the bottom of the mine, so everyone feels safe. But even from way down there, we can still feel it. Apparently, someone has to have some kind of magic procedure done on them to implant it inside them. Then they get some kind of lost dragon magic. Pretty cool, right? That sounds awesome. Oberon sits up excitedly. You can breathe fire and get wings and turn big and... Settle down now. It's not the fire-breathing kind of dragon, his mom says. It's not. No, this is a rock dragon lacrima. Rocks are heavy. Can they fly? How would we know? Dragons have been extinct for hundreds of years, his dad says. But considering we're still feeling the magical energy from it even this far away, you'd probably be so huge flying doesn't matter. More importantly, his grandma says, will the government finally be giving our village some attention? And perhaps a reward? Yes, they will, his mom says. The reward for turning in something like this instead of running away with it is massive. The village will be able to brave at least a decade of winters with no problem. Good. If they weren't going to reward you, then it probably would have been better to let this one eat it. She gestures to Oberon. I don't think it works like that, Mom, his mother says. Eating a rock sounds gross, Oberon says. And my magic is cooler than some stupid rock dragon. Just today I split the big rock in the backyard in tea. He slaps his hands over his mouth. You did what? His dad asks. Nothing. His mom just sighs and pinches her brow. Well, at least it's not fire magic. Probably would have had to rebuild the house a dozen times by now. I'm not that bad. I never practiced the big magic things inside, he says proudly. That's true, his dad says. And that's why I asked for some magic manuals as part of the reward. Figure we could cut down the waiting a bit. What do you think? Yes. Oberon leaps out of his seat and begins pacing back and forth, counting on his fingers. So many types of magic to choose from. But how many can I even learn? Is there a limit? But what about my magic? I still need a Master Cosmic. But his mom reaches out and grabs his shoulders, forcing him to focus on them. Settle down, sweetie. We requested gravity and light magic, but the reward won't be prepared until they take the lacrima back to the capital and the council verifies it. We'll ask them for a list of options if that'll help. Oberon just silently nods, stunned and amazed by what he's hearing. All right, now that the good news is out of the way, let's celebrate, his dad says. So who wants cake? And so to celebrate their good fortune, the Alcuin family had an early dessert before a very special dinner. Later that night, while everyone was asleep, Oberon was pacing back and forth in his room. There were books open all over his bed. He had 2 sheets of paper already filled out with every magic he could think of, remember reading about in these books, or hearing about from the adults around him. But the list was too long. Even he knew it was too much to ask for. So he decided he'd pick 5. He'd pick 5 magics to ask for, and hopefully he'd get the manuals. They had already accounted for gravity and light magic, leaving 3 more. All right, he picks up the lists and schemes them once more, then sighs and puts them back down, going back to pacing. So I don't need flight since I already have gravity magic. I'll be able to fly eventually once my control is more natural. Fire is cool, but Mom wouldn't like that, so she probably won't let me get it. Ice? Nah, that's lame. Lightning? That's pretty cool, but aside from hurting people, that doesn't let me do much. Unless I can transform into a lightning bolt, that'd be pretty cool. After that would be probably solid script magic. Writing out effects and making them real could let me copy all different kinds of magic. Or maybe something to see the future. No, they never give me that, if it even exists. He continues, pacing back and forth, constantly reviewing the list repeatedly. Transformation magic could be fun. Then I get to fly and breath underwater. Actually, it's like a bunch of different magics in one. I can become a bird, or a fish, or a mole and dig. Maybe I'll even be able to transform into a dragon. So, it's like I got the dragon lacrima too. He looks over his lists, then takes a new page to make his final requests. All right, gravity, light, and transformation magic. That leaves 2 more, for if gravity and light don't count, so I should pick more in case. He writes those choices down on a fresh page, then continues pacing for a while. Healing magic would be nice. That way, when anyone gets hurt, we don't have to wait weeks for help to get to us up here. But healing magic is lost magic. It hasn't existed for centuries. If they had that, they'd only keep it for if the king stubs his toe. He paces about for a while longer, then snaps his fingers as a thought occurs. I don't actually need light magic to be on the list, and I can learn a bunch of other magics too if I just get some kind of message magic. That way I could talk to my parents all the time, and they'll let me leave and go join a guild sooner. Or even better, teleportation magic. If I can instantly go to Magnolia and back, then they won't have any problems with that. At least if I go just to learn magics. They probably still don't want me going on missions till I'm older. So lame. He crumples up the paper and makes a new list with teleportation and message magic at the top. Right? And after that would be, He paces about even more, but can't think of anything. With many choices available, he had to select which dream he wanted to come true. Even as the sun began rising on the horizon, he kept pacing back and forth, lost in his own world. I wonder if some kind of magic that lets you copy other magics exists. If they have that, I should ask for it, even if they probably wouldn't give me something like that. And thus, copy magic gets added to his wish list. But that one won't really help me until I get out of this village. But after I get out, it'll be better than the others since I can just learn those a lot easier. He stops pacing and thinks hard about these decisions. More interesting and cool magics now by making the others a higher priority, or get copy magic and have it essentially be useless for the years until he meets a wizard that isn't his dad. A truly impossible choice for his 8-year-old brain to handle, even more so while sleep-deprived. But luckily, his dad opening the door interrupted it. Then taking one glance at the state of his bed with the books and papers and the dark bags under Oberon's eyes. And the man gives an exasperated sigh. Did you stay up all night thinking about what magic manuals to ask for? Oh no. The man sighs once again. The reward won't be final until the council gets the dragon lacrima and inspects it, so you've at least got a week to decide. I know, but just new magics. I know, but not getting killed by your mom for staying up all night should also be very exciting. His dad sees him look fearful at the reminder. Well, you won't be able to focus anyway, so just stay home today. No school, all right? Yes, but get some sleep. No more thinking about magic. Deal. Deal. Oberon says excitedly and immediately begins cleaning up. Good. I still need to take your sister to the school. I'll come check on you at around lunchtime, but then the other rune knights should be gone with the lacrima, After that, I'll come here and tell you how it went. All right, Dad. I'll get some sleep. Oberon says as he crawls into bed, already feeling his eyes closing as he gets comfortable. Good. I'll see you in a few hours, buddy. Fiore, Monday, June 20th, X769, the day the ants realized exactly where they stand in the grand scheme of this world. Oberon Alcon was sleeping heavily in his bed. His exhaustion from a night of overthinking led to a peaceful sleep, even with the dragon Lacrima in the mines gnawing at his senses. The entire village by now had already gotten used to the magic energy seeping out of the mines, which were closed for the day. But he could only feel a sense of primal fear. So everyone had simply gathered around in small groups to catch up and socialize. Only the small school in the village was active as usual, with Oberon's sister enjoying classes and playing with her friends in a way he never did. Oberon's mom was at the administration building close to the mine entrance, a massive spiraling hole leading into the mountain, enchanted to keep the rain, or in this case, snow, out of the mines. Looking out of her second-story office, she could see her husband waiting at the train platform for the other Rune Knights, arms crossed and impatiently tapping his foot. She couldn't help but smile, even as she looked across the village to her home, perched above the others. Back in his room, however, Oberon's eyes shot awake as a sickening feeling struck him. He rolled out of bed and fell to the floor with a scream, pure terror racking his being. His father felt the same thing, and his mother saw it. The man she loved turned around, magic circle below his feet as both his hands glow golden, ready to strike at something. Then even the non-mages felt it, a wave of pure magic and primal dread like they couldn't imagine. And then they heard it, a mighty roar that they felt could split the heavens. Everyone in the village covered their ears. Oberon, who was on his way to the door of his room, collapsed and curled into a ball, covered in sweat and covering his ears. His father felt the same, but pushed through it and was the only person with the willpower and determination to move. By the time the roar subsided, Oberon was at his front door. It was close enough for them to hear the wings, and then the screaming began. Oberon tripped over his own feet as the entire mountain shook. The windows of his home and every building in the village shattered, foundations cracked under the trembling of a terrified mountain. A feral growl echoed through the village and into their very hearts. Before he knew it, Oberon was crying, feeling crippled by the unimaginable depth of terror ahead of him, like a malevolent spirit, as if beyond the door was death itself. But there was also life, his life, everyone and everything he loved. So despite the trembling in his bones, the tears in his eyes, and the fear gripping his heart, he gets up, rushes forward on shaky legs, pushes open the door, and bears witness to the one true, absolute power of this world. To a king descended to Fiore, to his unfortunate village, to a gargantuan black dragon, adorned with blue markings, standing in the middle of the village. 40m-130 feet, tall at the shoulders while down on all fours. Wings spread, imposing his shadow over the village, looking around as if hunting his prey, but all the humans here could tell from his disinterested gaze. He didn't care about them. They were unworthy of being his prey. Acnologia sniffed the air a few times, all while fear froze the humans. Oberon crumpled to his knees. The realization crushed him. The building the dragon landed on, the administration building, his mom's office, it was entirely gone. Moments later, the dragon turned away from them and toward the mine, and prepared to flap its massive wings. Oberon, he hears his father's voice. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a blur of golden light darting through the village, through the screaming masses that were running around frantically. His father was holding his sister and rushing toward him, with her cradled in his arms, crying. The man was crying too. He didn't have any serious training. He was just a convenience, so no real Rune Knights would have to be stationed here. But now his legs were glowing with golden light as he runs as fast as his terrified body will take him. Not a Rune Knight or a warrior of any kind, just a terrified man trying to save his children. Oberon's fear petrified him. He only realized what was happening when it was too late. Foom! Acnologia's wings beat against the air. The winds crash against the houses and people harder than any hurricane. Hundreds of voices overpowered by raging wings and shattered homes. Oberon's father turned around just in time to cast Light Shield, pouring every ounce of his magic energy and life force into it. But it wasn't enough, and the dome easily shattered. Oberon, who was much farther away, at the furthest point from the dragon, was cursed to witness it all. To witness his father's life and magic shatter as if it were nothing. To watch the winds and debris tear his father and sister apart and scatter them as red mist, making them impossible to identify among the other villagers. Shield! Oberon screams out, a second too late, barely placing enough magic energy into his spherical gravity magic before the winds reach him and slam him through his family home. Before his eyes, an explosion blows the entire building apart. Then rubble soars heavenward before raining down on his shield. Oberon, even while crying, pushes more energy into the shield and blasts the rubble off of him. Then he sees it, and the truth sinks in. Acnologia did all of that, but none of it was because they were there. The dragon simply wanted to fly, so he beat his wings. And now he was flying above the mine, taking in a deep breath and gathering more magic power than Oberon knew could exist. The lacrima, Oberon mutters, his spirit dying along with any hope of surviving. It didn't even notice us. It just wanted to destroy the lacrima. We were nothing. The dragon adjusts itself in the air, turning its back to Oberon, and the glow of its magical breath attack becomes visible even from where he is. Looking back, he sees the mountain below him, the edge of the plateau only a few hundred meters away. And before he can muster the courage to get up and run, boom! A condensation of magical energy so intense that world-breaking was unfit to call it such. That sounded small, almost peaceful in comparison. Then there was only a ringing in his ear, his senses drowned in stimuli. In a fraction of a moment he had, Oberon poured everything he had into his magic, into his full magic. Beneath him, a large magic circle appeared, almost as large as his house, spinning like a galaxy, as if a picture of the cosmos were mapped onto the earth. Cosmic shield, he cries out with his entire being. The dome shield forms, and he feels pain racking his body instantly. For the first time in his life, he runs out of magic energy. For all of his supposed talent and luck and might and magic, he wasn't even a big enough ant to warrant a single glance from the dragon. It would be another 5 hours before he awoke. And eventually, Oberon opened his eyes to the evening sun, feeling more pain than he'd ever felt before in his body. He tries to get up, only to cry out when he moves his arms. They'd been thrusted forward to maintain his shield, the shield that the backdraft of the dragon's roar shattered. Looking at his sides, his arms were bruised, battered, and broken, bleeding from many minor cuts as well. He only had one eye open, the other covered in his dried blood and sealed shut for now. Most of his clothes were completely gone, and by the time he sits up, arms hanging limp at his sides, his legs were begging him not to stand. But from here, he was numb to the pain. His mind, body, and spirit were so broken that there weren't any more tears to shed. There weren't any more emotions to get out. There was no more hope to lose. So the 8-year-old boy simply got up, arms hanging at his sides, and looked around. Only a few meters behind him was the drop-off down the mountain, and ahead of him was where his village once was. So, like any shock child, he walks toward home. He walks and walks and walks, bare feet in the snow and stone as fresh powder falls. The evening became more cool after the dragon's magic warped the atmosphere. He could still taste dragon's presence in the air, overwhelming his other senses, making it difficult to focus and entirely impossible to even think of using magic. And eventually, he reached it, home. He found himself at a sheer cliff, a dozen meters ahead of where his village was. Looking down, he could see all the way to the base of the mountain and the flatlands in the valley below. Half the small mountain was simply gone, and there was nothing to show of what once was. All but one survivor, who fell to his knees at the realization. And for hours he looks down into the abyss and considered it, here at the edge. All it would take is to lean forward, let gravity do the rest, and he'd see his family again. It would be so easy, almost too easy. He, the one survivor, not because of anything virtuous, but because he was so weak that the dragon didn't even notice him, didn't think he was worth killing. Because the force of that breath attack being released and the magic that came with it was enough to completely overwhelm him, knocking him hundreds of meters away before the actual attack even hit. Because he was just an ant, and nobody cares about every ant they stepped on. And with that thought, he abandoned it all, and at 8 years old, Oberon Alquan decided life wasn't worth living, closed his eyes, and leaned forward into the abyss, just wanting to see his family one last time. Feeling gravity embrace him and pull him forward, Oberon let go, and for a moment was happy and hopeful again, until a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, laying him flat on his back. "Hey kid, are you okay? Can you talk? What happened here?" He opens his eyes to see a worried Rune Knight kneeling beside him, already preparing some bandages as others gathered around. "Stay with me. Stay awake," the man says as Oberon feels hands all over his body and the sensation of warm water flowing over him. And so he decided. Fate took everything he loved and everything he was. Fate wouldn't let him die. So this was a new beginning, and he knew exactly what it was meant to be used on. His cracked voice came out as a trembling whisper. "That's right, keep talking," the Rune Knight says, getting closer to encourage the child. "Stay awake and tell me what you need. Come on, you can do this." Oberon takes a deep, painful breath. The man gets closer, nodding along, expecting some delirious nonsense, but anything that kept the child alive was good. "Makarov, Dreyer," and with those words, the last of Oberon's energy was spent, and his vision went black once more. Fiori Era, the city of law, as the most magically dominant nation in all of Ishgard, the East Continent Fiori branch of the Magic Council, which oversees the mages and guilds of the entire continent, is a sight to behold. It is a castle atop a large hill placed in the middle of the city. The city was tiny, only housing officials and military personnel, and the castle was the headquarters for the Magic Council itself. But the most eye-catching aspect of this city was the massive rings of runes slowly rotating around the hill in the middle of the city. There is also a steep chasm separating the protrusion from the surrounding city, with only a few bridges to close the gap. Those runes hovering about allow the council to look in on major events happening all across Ishgard, via connecting to other similar structures strategically located around the continent. Although someone explained its limitations 2 days ago, when Oberon first arrived, the sight remained incredible. So incredible that even now, at noon, he sat in bed looking through the hospital window at it. He had a book titled The Guild Laws of Ishgard in his hand, and a bag on the chair beside his bed. The room was rather private, with him being the only occupant, and through the small sliver of frosted glass on the door, he could see the shadows cast by the Rune Knights stationed outside to protect him. He'd spent the past few days going over every detail of what he remembered, which, sadly, was everything. In all the horrific detail he could imagine. He sighs and flops back onto his bed, laying there looking up at the ceiling, fed up of waiting. But that was all he could do now. With a wave of his hand, the book hovers above the bed, closing itself, and he hops out of bed. His bare feet touch the cool tile floor as he walks over to the duffel bag the Rune Knight captain had given him. A gift from the Magic Council to him, the only survivor of this natural disaster, since that's what they consider it. But at least he wasn't stuck in a hospital gown. He was wearing a pair of blue shorts and a matching t-shirt, bandages on his arms and legs, and a minor bruise on his face, but he was otherwise perfectly normal. He walks over and opens his bag, and with a hand gesture, the book slowly floats over to him, and he grabs it out of the air and puts it in the bag. Then he reaches in and takes out a notepad and pencil and tosses them onto the bed. He stops for a moment, looking at the bag, then takes a deep breath and reaches in, taking out a small leather-bound book with his name on the cover. Opening it, he sees memories of his family, now only pictures, Nothing had survived the attack, aside from him. But the Rune Knights needed more than just words, so they scanned his memories. Only his recent memories were available, as even that magic has limits. They printed hundreds of pictures to see the entirety of his past 5 days. But they didn't need the pictures of his family, so one man gave them to him in this book. A gift he'd be eternally thankful for. Opening it for a moment, he sees the pictures from a few days ago, from the last family breakfast they had with everyone there. And as the tears form, he closes the book, feeling shame and guilt for being the only one here to carry on these memories. He squeezes his eyes shut, and the tears stain his cheek for a moment before he wipes them away with his bandages. "Sorry," he says in a quiet, defeated voice, then puts the book back into his bag. With another wave of his hand, a magic circle appears below him, like a slowly spinning galaxy below his feet. It glowed bright white for a moment before disappearing, and he takes a step forward, pushing off the ground ever so slightly. And the lowered gravity of his body enables a soft landing on his bed. With a mental command, he cancels the magic. Then, with a wave of his hand, the notepad and pencil float in front of him. "I guess flying is the most obvious," Oberon says as he writes. Writing his wish list, not a list of magics he wishes to learn, but a list of all the things he wishes he could have done when it attacked. Thinking about it for a moment, he can't help but admit, "I guess flying away with everyone should be number one on this list, huh?" After a few minutes of deep thought, a knock on the door interrupted Oberon. "May I come in?" An unfamiliar voice asked from the other side. But looking at the door, Oberon doesn't see a third shadow through the glass. "Yes," he says. The door opens, and in walks a man standing just under 3 feet 8-112 cm tall. Short and old, with gray hair at the sides of his head and making up his bushy mustache, a kind look in his eyes. But Oberon's eyes widened at the sight of the white and gold robes, the crest on the left breast pocket, the fairy tale emblem, and the metal pin beside it, the wizard saint symbol. 2 things he'd recently read about in his brief stay here. Oberon immediately tries to get out of bed to greet the man properly, but the man stops him. "No need to get up," he says while closing the door, then walks over to the starstruck boy. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." "Honor, yes. Pleasure? I doubt it, considering what brought us here." The man walks over to the bed and holds onto the side, try to pull himself up. Seeing him about to struggle, Oberon raises his hand and a magic circle appears below the man, who freezes for a moment to observe the galaxy that appeared beneath him. Then he easily climbs up and sits beside Oberon's legs, using the lowered gravity. "How interesting, but we can discuss that later," he says. "I am Makarov Dreyer, and I heard you've been asking for me. Now, what might your name be?" "Oh, I'm Oberon." "Oberon Alquan, sir." Makarov chuckles at that. "Oberon. Already choosing a wizard alias. Huh. And quite the ambitious one. My parents named me that," Oberon says with a straight face, and Makarov immediately stops laughing. "Mom liked to play with a character named Oberon. He was king of the fairies. I'm familiar with it, since I'm the guild master of fairy tale, after all. Thank you for coming to see me, sir. No need to be so formal with me, young man. And as for me coming to see you, well, if there's a child in need, there isn't any distance I won't go to help. Especially one as interesting as you," Makarov says, while clearly staring at Oberon's hair. He squints slightly, not detecting even the faintest hint of magic energy in the strange hair, then realizes it has a similar appearance to his magic circle, which appears like a galaxy, but his hair is like the night sky. "It's because of my magic," Oberon says, already expecting this question. "I awakened my magic when I was 3, and my hair hasn't been normal ever since." "Well, that certainly explains why I sense nothing familiar about your magic. Actually, I can't sense it at all. Quite interesting. But before we get to talking about all of that, how are you feeling?" "What do you mean?" "Come now, young man. You've been through more in these past few days than most people experience in their lifetime. The misfortune that fell upon you to experience a disaster like that, and to be the only survivor on top of that. I know your heart is still hurting, even if you try to push it down. Those emotions will still be there, because you're a mage, aren't you?" Magic is not only a talent that only 10% of the world can use. It results from the energy inside of us and the energy in the world around us being synchronized by our focus. But while the energy outside of us is ether nano, which permeates the atmosphere and every living thing in this world, the energy inside of us is our life force, our willpower, our emotions, and our feelings, tempered by experience and harnessed by focus. Being a wizard means you feel all these things more than regular people. And if my minor understanding of you is correct, you will feel these things more than most wizards. So tell me, how do you feel? Oberon's eyes tear up as Makarov's words resonate with him, bringing up all those things he's been trying not to think about. I miss them. The dams burst, and his tears flow, bawling his eyes out as he cries, held close by Makarov, who gently pats his back as the boy sobs loudly. 8 years old and forced to live with such a memory. Why must the world insist on being this uncaring to the children within it? Makarov thinks as he lets Oberon get all out. After a few minutes, Oberon wipes his tears and sits back with puffy eyes, looking at Makarov, who had a wet spot on the shoulder of his wizard's saint robe. Sorry, Oberon says. It's all right, child. Makarov waves his hand at the spot, and it immediately dries up. I'm just sorry that such a disaster had to befall you. You have my deepest condolences. Oberon frowns at that. Why does everyone call it that? What do you mean? Everyone calls it a disaster, but it's a dragon with a name. Acnologia, that's what the Run Knights told me. Makarov sighs, because my boy, natural disasters are things that no man can do anything about, that we must simply accept as a fact of life. And Acnologia, the king of dragons, is such a thing. There isn't a wizard in this world who can so much as sway him, much less stop him. Oberon narrows his eyes at that. Dad said the wizard saints are the strongest. Yes, we are, which is why when one says these words, listen. Oberon deflates at that. After a brief pause, Makarov asks about his greatest fear for Oberon. Do you intend to hunt Acnologia? No. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. The Rune Knights said it's impossible since he's only seen about once a decade, and it's all over the world. I see. So it was a decision of logic, not desire. I want to be strong, Oberon says, looking much more serious. That's my desire. I want that. The next time it shows up to take everything away from me. If it comes back to destroy my life, I can protect everything I care about. I won't just be helpless and weak, never again. So you wish for the power to protect, not for revenge. Makarov smiles and nods. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Now we can save all the magic talk for when we're back in my office. Why? Oberon looks saddened by that, since the wizard he most wanted to meet was right here, sitting beside him. Well, more than most, this city has eyes. Makarov gestures to the Magic Council building through the window. Oberon looks confused for a moment, then catches on. Oh, you don't trust the creepy old guys that ask me the questions. ACH. Makarov almost falls off the bed. When I say people are listening, that doesn't mean you should insult them. Sorry, Oberon whispers. Are they listening right now? He waves his hand. Can they see this? Makarov gives him an exasperated look. I don't know, but let's save the magic talk until we're at least out of this city. Your doctor said you only need 2 more days before the bandages can come off. Then we'll leave. I'll miss the Fantasia parade, but that's unavoidable, although I hope Laxus will understand. Then let's leave now, Oberon says. We can't. The dragon roughed you up. But look, Oberon reaches out and grabs Makarov's shoulders, then points to the bruise on his own face. He then closes his eyes and puts his fists together as if he were praying, and Makarov sees the bruise slowly fade. The purple bruise was now just a small red spot as the boy began sweating. Then he takes a deep breath and smiles at Makarov. Neat trick, right? It's all I've been doing in here. I probably have no more cuts and stuff under here. He gestures to the bandages. Makarov is frozen in both amazement and horror for quite a while, mind racing at what he just witnessed. A child, speaking so casually about a lost magic he'd somehow used. Healing magic was extinct, yet here it was. Eyes wide, Makarov stiffly hopped off the bed. All right, I prefer you not use magic until we get to Fairy Tale. I'll go tell the doctors we're leaving right now. Waking up after his brief nap on the train, Makarov sits up and rubs his eyes. He opens them to see Oberon still reading the Guild Laws book. They had a compartment to themselves, and while Makarov enjoyed the time to relax on the journey back to Magnolia, Oberon was determined to read his new book multiple times. I guess some Gale Force reading glasses would be a wonderful gift for you, right? Makarov says. What? They're glasses that use magic, so you can read faster. There are different types. Some can even let you read 8 times faster. Wow, yeah, those would be great. Makarov quirks a brow at the boy, then looks out at the midday sun, knowing they'd arrive any minute now. When we were walking through Era, you looked amazed, but there wasn't anything special there. Heck, that place is tiny compared to Magnolia, and Magnolia is an ant compared to the capital, Crocus. And now you don't know about common magic items. Before the attack, I never left the village, Oberon says casually, still reading and underlining some parts of the book. My entire life was up there. Now it's gone. Well, the world just got a lot bigger for you. Be sure to take your time and soak it all in. I plan to while I'm mastering my magic. Makarov looks out the window to see some familiar mountains, knowing they were minutes away. Why are you studying that book so much? Makarov asks. Oberon looks at him as if he was a moron. It's a book about the laws guilds have to follow. I thought you'd be happy I'm studying it, aren't you? Makarov laughs at the idea. The only thing you need to follow is your heart, to add love and happiness to the world. That's what Fairy Tale members do. While they support each other as one big family, of course. Oberon goes back to reading the book. But if I get arrested, I can't practice magic, so I'll keep reading. TSH, next time I won't bother saying anything cool then. Makarov pouts. The kid has a sharp mind and is very direct. That's good for a wizard, and even more so for a student. You just need some time to lighten up a bit. As expected, after the week he's had. Minutes later, they exit the train onto the platform of Magnolia Station. Makarov is walking beside Oberon, who is slightly taller than him, and carrying a bag over his shoulder. The moment they step out of the train station, Oberon freezes. The vastness of Magnolia almost overloaded his brain. All his life in a small mountain village, and now he was standing here looking out at an entire city. Buildings and roads all about, rivers cutting through the city and bridges running over them. It was much larger than Era, and they even had what looked to him like a massive church in the middle of it. Do you see that building down there at the very end of the city? Makarov points into the distance. Not really, Oberon says. Well, over there is where our guild hall is, and behind it is a massive lake. We're the only guild in Magnolia, so most of the jobs from this part of Southeast Fiore comes to us. Phantom is in the northeast, so they get some. I heard about them. They're the top guild in Ishgard. Makarov leads them through the city. Well, with how hard they press the matter of becoming stronger and constantly recruiting or swallowing up entire smaller guilds, it'd be a surprise if they weren't on top. If Dad didn't tell me about you, I probably would have ended up there. No, you probably would have ended up at the Bureau of Magical Research, which is why I didn't want you talking about your magic while we were in Era. They would have tried to make you into a living weapon. Really, Oberon sounded horrified. Sadly, as much good as magic can do, in the hands of monsters, it can be a horrific tool. It only amplifies all that we are, after all. Good becomes heroic, bad becomes heinous. As they continue walking through the city, Oberon is amazed by the large buildings and notices many citizens respectfully greeting them. Well, Makarov, he was simply there, so they included him too. So how long does it take you to walk to the guild? Oberon asks. Are you asking because I'm short? Oh, well, for your information, I could grow into a giant and get there in one step if I wanted to. Oh yeah, the Rune Knights guarding my hospital room called you the Giant of Fairy Tale. I thought it was a joke after I saw you. So that's real? It's my most famous magic, Giant. Makarov raises a hand, magically enlarging his fist to the size of a carriage before shrinking it. Wow, can you teach me that? It's not quite that simple to learn. Anyone who wishes to learn it would first have to master light magic, so your body can properly regulate the positive energy it demands to be flowing through you. Okay, so after I master light magic, got it, he says so casually it actually makes Makarov chuckle. It's not quite so simple, young man. The level of mastery I'm speaking of requires light magic to be your core magic, the one you awaken naturally when your magic first blooms. Oh, but it was... Makarov instantly stops walking, then turns to Oberon. I thought you were some kind of gravity and, well, you know, the other thing. Well, yeah, but it's all the same magic for me. Makarov looks genuinely confused at that, then just turns and continues walking. More questions that shall be answered when we get to my office. As they're on the last stretch to the guild hall, a gorgeous and busty woman, seemingly in her mid-30s, spots Makarov walking her way and waves excitedly at him. Hey, Maki, I haven't seen you in a while. You should come over tonight. I'll even make your favorite, she says while walking up. Sorry, my dear, but I have to make sure this young man has everything he needs and is taken care of. He gestures to Oberon. But I will visit as soon as I can, he finishes with a wink. Ah, you're always looking out for them. How sweet. She leans down and ruffles Oberon's hair, much to his annoyance. All right, well, you know where to find me. As if I'd forget you, Makarov says as they continue walking. Was that your wife? Oberon asks, oblivious to what he had just witnessed. No. Oh, friend. Something like that. Best friend. Makarov sees the guild at the end of his long street and contemplates what he should do as they keep walking. How old are you again? 8. Same as Laxus. Well then, you're old enough to join a guild, so you're old enough to know. Know what? Well, you see, when you become a powerful and famous wizard, beautiful women will enjoy your company, and spending time with you will make them happy. And it is a man's duty to make as many women happy as possible. Oberon thinks about it for a moment. Wait, that's stupid. If I'm famous, people will keep annoying me for pictures and stuff like they did to you back in Era. I don't want that. Seriously, that's the only thing you took away from that. Makarov gave him a slightly concerned look. Yeah, it was so annoying stopping so you could talk to everyone who recognized you. That sucks. Well, I'm sorry spending time with me is such a bother, Makarov sighs. But for your information, I wasn't always like this. Up until I became guild master, I was only known by name. There were no pictures of me for people to recognize. But becoming guild master, then wizard saint ruined that. Now, I always have to look out for Chimera Lacrima. So you can be strong without people annoying you? Yes, and I'd recommend it. In fact, that's what Guild Arts does, and he's our ace. Ace. It means the strongest wizard in a guild, aside from the master. Since I can't go on jobs, I don't really count. They climb the steps to the guild hall, and Oberon sees the 3-story structure resting at the edge of Magnolia. A few other buildings were around it, but there was a noticeable gap between the guild hall and its neighbors, as if done on purpose. Wow, Oberon says as he sees the fairy tale emblem hanging proudly on the front of this building. Yes, this sight never gets old, Makarov says as he walks up to the door, leaving Oberon a few feet back, still taking in the building and emblem. Welcome to Fairy Tale, your new hoe. The door suddenly flies open, and a blue-haired young man crashes into Makarov, sending the little man tumbling along with him all the way back to Oberon. Wow, was all Oberon could say, standing outside the massive 2-story guild hall, stars in his eyes and mouth agape. While Makarov was on the floor beneath the young man with blue hair, who was currently unconscious. The man was thrown against the massive double doors hard enough to open them and send him rocketing into Makarov, leaving Oberon with a view of the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. There was a massive open room filled with tables and benches. He could barely see a large bar with a fairy tale emblem hanging proudly above it. There was a woman at the bar, pleading to a red-haired man who was more concerned with his drink than the chaos happening behind him. Behind him, in the middle of the room, there were tables and benches being thrown and shattered. There was a man transformed into a tiger fighting a man with 2 orange fireballs floating beside him. Toward the back of the room was a young man, no older than 20, who was casually brawling with a larger man. Then he takes a deep drag of his cigarette and exhales through his nose. Oberon's eyes widen even more as the smoke becomes larger clouds and forms a few smoke clones of the man in all the chaos. Taking a few steps forward, he has a wide grin on his face as he stands on the edge of the doorway. He suddenly hears music, and following his ears, he then sees a man playing a drum that's glowing. The sound of an entire band playing different instruments echoes out from his one drum as colorful magical music notes float through the air. As the music barely gets started, a stream of water suddenly hit the man, released from the palms of another man across the guild hall. Oberon sees a blue magic circle releasing the water and focuses on it, for the first time seeing a magic circle that wasn't his or his dad's. Just like his dad, it appeared like a ring of runes, matching the color of the magic it releases. The magic user rolls across the floor as his drum disappears in a flash of dull green light. The man rolls to his feet and forms a magic circle in front of him. Then a green guitar appears in his hands. With one hard strum of the strings, a wave of sound echoes across the guild hall, stopping all the fighting as everyone glares at him. The man's expression changes from joy as he sees everyone covering their ears, too scared as they all turn to look at him with magic at the ready. Oh, wait! The man raises his hands in surrender before he gets dogpiled and beaten up. Then the chaos only grows. During the chaos, Oberon sees a man walking around with a canvas, and with a few strokes, he paints a fully functioning cannon. Oberon quirks a brow, only to see it fire a cannonball from the canvas that materializes and soars through the air. With another puff of his cigarette, the smoke magic user makes a large hand that catches the cannonball and tosses it back at the man. In the time it takes to hit him, the man makes another few strokes on his canvas, and to Oberon's amazement, a solid brick wall appears between the man and the cannonball. The brick wall shatters but stops the attack, and both picked magic creations disappear in a shimmer of blue magic. Enough! Makarov's voice silences the entire guild hall and causes everyone to freeze. Hearing the voice sounding much louder than he could have imagined, and coming from high above him, Oberon looks back to see Makarov standing 5'15" tall and holding the blue-haired man that slammed into him with one hand. Wow! Oberon mutters as he takes a step to the side, watching Makarov enter the guild hall, seeing some mages sweating already. Fairy tales, giant, it's real. You brats! Makarov yells. The Fantasia parade is tomorrow, and you idiots are fighting. You're supposed to be rehearsing like your life depends on it. Sorry, master. Most of them yell in response. Get to work. Now. They all begin scrambling about as Makarov tosses the unconscious man over to a group which easily catches him. Damn brats, making us look bad in front of our new member. Oberon keeps his eyes on Makarov and is even more amazed as this time he sees the man shrink back to his regular height of 112 centimeters 3 feet 8 . Sorry about that, child. My children tend to get a bit rowdy when I'm not here. Follow me, Makarov says as he walks through the guild. Around the hall, Oberon sees a few people using magic to repair the damage they'd done moments ago, as well as make sure everyone is all right. Suddenly, they were all acting as if nothing at all happened. Oberon sees a man using would make magic, creating a magic circle on the floor, which then causes the wooden floor to grow into new furniture. The water magic user waves his hand and collects his water, holding it in a sphere for the fire magic user to evaporate. More magic than he'd ever seen before, and thrown around so casually. Let's go get you officially signed up, child, Makarov says as he leads Oberon into the guild. How many wizards are in this guild? Oberon asks as he walks behind the man, still looking around at all the magic being used. Right now, you'll be number 62, Makarov says. We aren't exactly that popular, nor are we concerned with that. Fairy tale is where mages who follow their heart to lead them down the path of magic gather. As they walk through the hall, Makarov stops at the bar, looking up at the red-haired man who was still sitting there and enjoying his beer, much to the annoyance of the barmaid. You know, you could have stopped the fighting, Makarov says. I was asking him, but he's too busy being a drunk, the bartender says in a huff. Hey now, No need to be mean, the man says before turning to Makarov. Oberon could now see his red hair and scruffy matching beard. He was only 30 and didn't look like much, but Oberon knows better than to judge a wizard by their appearance, especially considering he'd already met Makarov. The man shrugs and takes another sip of his drink. The kids have a little brawl. That's the usual. And if that kid is joining, then the first impression might as well be an honest one, he gestures to Oberon. Makarov sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Honestly, it's probably for the best you didn't get involved. Them brawling I can handle, but you accidentally using your magic in here is another story entirely. Just finish your drink and meet us in my office. Sure thing, master, he says as Makarov is already walking away. He watches Makarov and the newcomer ascend the stairs toward the back of the room and enter the master's office. Then his eyes trail the banister on the second floor, seeing some watermarks up there from the fighting. Honestly, you guys should be able to control your magic by now, he mutters and turns back to the bar. You want to talk? The bartender rolls her eyes, using telekinesis magic to clean a few dishes simultaneously. 30 years old and still destroy everything you bump into. Hey, it's not my fault. That's just how my magic works, he shrugs. Excuses, excuses. Shouldn't you be following the master to his office by now? In one go, he finishes his mug of beer and slides it over to her. You can add it to my tab. I know the routine, Gildarts, the woman says while she cleans the mug as he walks away. While that was happening, Oberon followed Makarov into his office, which appeared surprisingly formal, considering the grand welcome they received. There were bookshelves consuming the walls on either side, a large and well-made wooden desk at the end of the room with 3 windows behind it. Through the windows was a view of the massive lake behind the guild hall, stretching further than the eye could see. There were also 2 couches facing each other, with a coffee table between them. Sorry about that mess of a welcome, Makarov says as he walks over to one of the couches, patting the spot beside him. They had a lot of different magic, Oberon says as he takes a seat beside Makarov. Does everyone here have magic? Most, Makarov says. That cute bar girl I hired didn't have it first, but I taught her some basic telekinesis to make her job easier. We have another one, but she's part of the 90% of people that aren't capable of magic. She mostly works the afternoons behind the bar. So you don't need magic to join a magic guild? No, there are roles aside from being a wizard after all, just like any business. That is what guilds technically are, just a place for like-minded people to find work. But here at Fairy Tale, we aspire to be a place where people with no one to turn to can find hope and family. And learn magic, Oberon says. Well, occasionally I teach some magic, but it's not really an advertised service. Okay, but can you There's a gentle knock on the door before it's slowly pushed open. Hey, master, you wanted me here? Gildarts asks as he enters. Gildarts, this is Oberon, our newest member, or at least a soon-to-be member. Welcome to the family, kid, Gildarts says as he stumbles over to the couch opposite them. As he sits down, Oberon can see his clothes look a bit worn out and discolored, and he had a bandage just barely visible through the neckline of his shirt. Nice to meet you, Oberon says. Don't mind Gildarts being like this. He got back from a job just this morning and probably hasn't stopped drinking since, Makarov says. He's actually our strongest mage, the ace of Fairy Tale. Oberon looks genuinely surprised at that, giving the man a second look. Really? Him? Hey. Gildarts looks insulted. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you just look, you know. Oberon gestures to all of him. Makarov immediately begins laughing. Couldn't have said it better myself, but appearances can be deceiving. Did I get called in here just so you two can make fun of me? No, nothing that trivial, Makarov says as he opens his hand, palm facing up. In his hand, a small golden magic circle forms with the Fairy Tale emblem in the middle. It then rises quickly, and a stamp appears in his hand. Gildarts leans back and notices Oberon's eyes go wide at the use of such relatively trivial magic, but says nothing. Now, where would you like your guild mark, Oberon, and what color? Already, Oberon asks. Don't you want to know my magic first? Actually, it's more important that we do this first. If your magic is half as special as I believe, then this way, The Magic Council will at least hesitate to take you away and make you into some kind of child soldier, because they know I will never allow them to harm my precious children. Oh, okay. Oberon looks down at the stamp. What does it do? Well, it connects you to the other guild members in spirit. Mostly, it also identifies you to the clients you'll be working for and allows you to accept jobs. Does it hurt? Not at all. Where should I put it? Somewhere easily visible, Gildart says. Mine is right here. He lifts his shirt to show the guild emblem on his right pectoral in simple black. It lets me show it off if needed, but also lets me hide it since I really don't like people always bothering me when I'm out. Mine is in the middle of my chest, Makarov says. Not really by choice. The first master put it there after she named me as a baby. Oberon thinks about it for a moment. Well, being famous sounds lame, but taking off my shirt all the time sounds annoying. I guess right here, he points to the inside of his right forearm. All right, what color? Black. With no hesitation, Makarov gently presses the stamp onto his skin, leaving the fairy tale emblem behind. Well, my boy, welcome to fairy tale. Well, my boy, welcome to fairy tale. Oberon's guild mark punctuates Makarov's words, glowing golden for a moment before returning to solid black. Makarov doesn't react, while Gildart stares with wide eyes, having seen dozens of these moments before, and never witnessing that happen to anyone. Cool. Oberon is still mesmerized by it, and pokes the mark. I can't feel it. That's so it's more comfortable for you. Now, about your magic. Makarov gestures to the open space between them and his desk at the end of the large office. Oh, yeah, I can show you. Oberon eagerly hops off the couch and walks over to the open space. Turning to both of them, he takes a deep breath and focuses. Gildart gets ready to react with his magic if necessary, and Oberon notices this. What's wrong, he asks. Gildart is just being cautious, Makarov says. He has crash magic. It lets him disassemble anything, including magic, so if your magic appears a bit too dangerous, he can simply shut it down. Oh, my magic isn't really that kind, Oberon says as he brings his hands closer together, holding them out in front of him. Makarov recognizes the stance and is even more intrigued. Then suddenly the illusion of a small galaxy, slowly spinning, appears between his hands. Well, that's a first, Gildart says as he raises one hand, casually using the same technique. Except his magic appears as a ball of magic energy constantly breaking apart into cubes before pulling itself back together. Who taught you that little trick? My dad. When I was a baby, he couldn't figure out what my magic was, so projecting it like this should have made it easier, but it only became more confusing, Makarov says while looking at the tiny galaxy illusion. And what's the name of your magic? Cosmic, Oberon says. I see. In the hospital, you were able to move small objects with a mere hand gesture. I assume that's part of it. Oberon nods eagerly. That's the gravity manipulation. So you've got gravity magic, Gildart says. Hard to learn and train, but powerful and versatile. And light. Oberon shuts down the projection of his true magic. The magic first awakened in his soul and creates a light sphere. Gildart shuts off his own projection and glances over at Makarov. 2 magics at 8 years old. You found another Yuha master. No, this is all just my one magic, Oberon says, confusing both of them. What do you mean? Makarov asks. Well, cosmic, it lets me do a few things. Take your time and explain. We're listening, Gildart says. Okay, well, you know how some wizards are holder types, which means they use magic items instead of their own magic. We have a few of those, Gildart says. Right, and some are caster types, people who release magic into the world to cause things to happen. The most common type of professional wizard, Makarov says. But from the way you're speaking, are you about to say you're an ability type? Yeah. Makarov tries to wrap his mind around it, as does Gildart's. Ability types are the most rare form of wizards. People who channel magic with their body as if it were a natural part of themselves. Even transformation magic is considered a caster type because its use is active, but ability type implies it's always active naturally, like a dragon slayer's abilities. How does that even work? Gildarts was still skeptical. Not calling you a liar, but it's a bit hard to believe. Well, it's hard to explain, but Oberon looks down at his hands and thinks hard for an explanation. It's like my body is part of the cosmos, and I can generate my own gravity and light as if I'm a celestial body. The closer I am, the easier it is for me, and the stronger my magic, like an actual planet's gravity. Learning gravity magic and light magic was useful to help me control it, and let me split them apart, but when I use them together it takes way more magic power, so it's better to just use them separately. Perhaps a demonstration would be better. Makarov gestures to the coffee table. Would you mind lifting this with your gravity magic? Sure. Oberon raises a hand, and with ease, the table rises into the air. He holds it in place and looks between the older mages expectantly. I don't sense any magic energy around it, Makarov says, which means instead of generating a spell onto the table, he's just channeling his internal magic power to alter the surrounding gravity, Gildart says. Definitely an ability type. But I have seen you use magic circles before, like when you helped me onto the bed in the hospital, Makarov says. Yeah, they come out if I'm trying to be careful or I'm not familiar with something. Dad said eventually I'll be so good I won't need them. Makarov nods. That's true, they're like training wheels. However, some spells which require runes or certain scripts to be written cannot function without them, no matter how familiar you are with them. Most mages never stop using them, Gildart says. But speaking of magic circles, what's yours? Oh, it's weird, but it's like this. Oberon raises his hands and faces his palm forward, creating a magic circle in his palm. It appeared like a galaxy slowly rotating, with no script around it. Just like in the hospital, Makarov says. I'm so jealous, Gildart says. I got regular red ones. In response, Makarov causally and without moving a muscle manifests his bright golden magic circle between the three of them. Large as a dinner plate, glowing golden, with 5 concentric rings of runes that Oberon couldn't read. And in the very middle was the fairy tale emblem. Why is the guild symbol there? Oberon asks. Because that's where my heart belongs, of course, and this is what a magic circle normally looks like when used for a more advanced spell. You see, each layer of runes focuses and amplifies the power of the magic flowing through it, increasing the effect much more. So even if you're familiar with a spell, you should never completely discount the effect taking all the basic steps can bring you, even if it could take a bit more time. Understand, Master Makarov, Oberon nods. Good. Makarov dispels the magic circle, as does Oberon. Now, about your healing magic? Gildarts almost falls out of his seat at that revelation. Healing magic? No wonder you were worried about the council coming for him. You're telling me this kid has that lost magic? Possibly, Makarov says, but I doubt it's as simple as us stumbling upon the first person in 400 years to have healing magic. Oberon chuckles nervously. That's something I only figured out in the hospital. It feels like I focus my magic energy on myself, and it heals my injuries, or at least bruises, but it costs me magic energy and makes me tired. Plus, I don't think I can use it on other people, sorry. Incredible. Gildarts was staring at the boy in a whole new light now. You really can heal yourself. Damn, what I wouldn't give to get rid of some aches that last job gave me. Which is why that aspect of your magic will be kept between the three of us, Makarov says. Use it only when necessary, or when it won't be noticed, understand? Healing magic has been lost for centuries. If people learned about you being able to use it, then who knows what chaos it could cause. Yes, Master, Oberon says. Finally someone in this guild with actual manners. Perhaps you can even teach the others around here a thing or two about that, Makarov laughs. Oberon isn't quite sure what to make of that, so he just stands there awkwardly before asking. So when will you teach me magic? As soon as tomorrow morning. This afternoon I'll be helping with the final preparations for the parade tomorrow. Oh, okay. Oberon seems a bit disappointed at that. Is there anything I can do until then? Well, you could make friend around the guild, or practice on your own if you'd like, but if you're going to practice, use the field behind the building. Okay, now, come take a seat so we can at least know what magics you can learn. Makarov pats the seat beside him. Gildarts raises a brow at that, seeing Makarov's excitement at the idea. You haven't done this since I joined up. Really think the kid has what it takes? Well, if he's half as talented as you, he'll have an affinity for at least a few different magics, Makarov says as he waves his hand, and a large book flies out of the shelves and into his lap. And if he can actually use what he has between his ears, unlike you, he might be able to learn some of them. Ouch, Gildart says. Not like I needed those other magics. Crash magic is enough. We don't all need to have 10 different magics like you after all. You have 10 magics? Oberon was almost shaking in excitement. Well, more than that actually, Makarov says boastfully. Being the master for this long means I often help people explore and learn their own magic, and learning it beside them is the easiest way to do that. Also helps that he was born with an affinity for like 7 of them, Gildart says. Yes, that helps the process, but it still requires a lot of work. Affinity? Oberon asks. That's what this grimoire is for. Makarov pats the enormous book on his lap. It was blue and purple, with the symbol of the Magic Council on the cover. When you use some of your own magic energy in this book, it will add your true magic and any other magic you know into the logs of the Magic Council. But luckily, as a wizard saint, I can prevent it from adding your information to their copy. It will also reveal any magic affinities you have. A magic affinity makes it easier or harder to learn certain types of magic. For example, my most prominent 2 are for giant and light magic, so those were extremely easy for me to learn. But just as most mages actually have no affinities in either direction, I learned wind magic at a normal rate. Aside from the fact that I was already an experienced wizard who knew how to channel magic power most efficiently. Then there's my extremely negative affinity of darkness magic, which makes it so that with a lifetime of study, I doubt I'd be able to ever learn a single high-level darkness magic spell. And it would take 100 times more magic energy than using light magic for me. Okay, I get it. So if it's good I should learn the magic, and bad it takes way more time and magic energy? Pretty much, Makarov says. Even with a negative affinity, most magic aren't impossible to learn. Some you must be born with, however, like celestial spirit magic. What's that? It lets you summon people from another world to fight for you, Gildart says. That's the simple version. I hope I get that. Oberon says. Okay, how do I do it? Just focus some of your magic energy into the book, and it'll do the rest. Without hesitation, Oberon reaches out and touches the cover of the book and immediately pours some magic energy into it. They all then sit back and watch as the grimoire floats out of Makarov's lap via his telekinesis magic and hovers between the 3 of them. It shines bright white for a moment before opening, projecting some runes into the air that Oberon couldn't read. What's it say? Gildart asks. You can't read it either? Oberon asks. Nope, I'm more the punching monsters type of wizard. It's also written in Gil script, a mostly dead language, Makarov says. These books are rather old, after all. I only have one since I'm a wizard saint. More and more runes appear in bright blue, and Makarov takes his time to read them all. Well, as I suspected, cosmic is a new magic, and you're the first to have it. So learning about it should be fun. He continues reading for a bit. You're talented when it comes to cosmic, gravity, and light, Makarov says. That's it. Oberon frowns at that. Sadly, that's it. You don't have any other positive affinities. 3 is still pretty good. Gildart tries to comfort him. Most mages just learn the first magic they bump into. They don't even have a true magic like us. If you're even lucky enough to be born with magic, Makarov waves his hand and the next set of runes appears, this time in bright red, and the list just kept going and 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 going, until there were almost 300 items on it. Oberon was looking at it with teary eyes, while both Makarov and Gildart were slack-jawed and horrified. As the list finally stops, Oberon has tears flowing down his cheeks. Do I have a celestial spirit magic? Makarov scans the list. I see it as neutral, so you do. But for most other things, your affinity for them is far into the negative. Sheesh, Gildart shakes his head. Having an affinity in either direction is rare. But being this bad at hundreds of magics, that's actually impressive. Oberon just starts crying more as Makarov shoots Gildarts an angry look. Sorry. It was a compliment, I swear. Besides, your true magic is awesome enough. This doesn't mean you can't still explore different magics. Just these few hundred will be a bit more difficult. Yeah, Gildart says. Just because you've got less than 0 talent doesn't mean it's impossible. For most of them at least. It just means they'll cost way more magic than anyone else would need for them, and take a lot more time to cast, and Makarov casually extends his hand across to Gildarts and smacks him on the head. That's enough out of you. Oberon just starts crying even harder, and Makarov pulls him into a hug. This isn't the end of the world, child. You have a neutral affinity with some magics I'm familiar with. That means for the things you can learn, you've got the best teacher in the world. Really? Oberon pulls away and wipes his tears. Of course, and your light magic affinity is just as good as mine. But unlike me, you'll have a living person teaching you. So before you know it, you'll be far ahead of me. Oberon smiles at that. Then he sniffles a bit. Acnologia won't be able to hurt me again. Gildarts freezes at that. And as Makarov pulls Oberon into another hug and he shoots Gildarts a look. We'll talk later. He telepathically speaks to Gildarts. And Gildarts just nods along in response. After a few moments, Oberon stops crying and they break the hug. All right, now head down to the bar and get some lunch. Until you finish your first job, you can eat at the guild all you want, and I'll talk to someone about letting you stay with them, because in Fairy Tale, we take care of each other. Okay, can I go practice magic after? Sure, I'll be here rehearsing for the parade tomorrow, and figuring out what I should teach you first. Makarov sees Oberon actually smile as he says that. Okay, I'll go eat. Just try not to break anything with your magic, Makarov says as the boy walks to the door. I won't. And with that, Oberon leaves the room. Makarov waves his hand, and the grimoire floats down into the empty seat beside him, still open as he has to note Oberon's talents, or lack of talents in this case. Otherwise, he could waste time teaching the boy magic he'd never be able to get the most out of. But right now, he had a much more serious discussion to deal with. And he and Gildarts were finally alone to have it. So, Acnologia? Gildarts asks the moment the door closes behind Oberon. He wasn't worried about eavesdropping at all, since the entire second floor and other restricted areas were enchanted to prevent that. Yes, you heard correctly, Makarov says. He's no longer in Fiore. At least we believe that. But the kid saw him and lived? More like was so insignificant he went unnoticed. It takes a lot for that thing to notice anyone. So what did it notice to land in Fiore? The mountain village the boy grew up in had a deep iron mine. Less than a week ago, they uncovered an earth dragon lacrima. Somehow. And that attracted him? It was releasing more magic energy than any weave uncovered before. Apparently, Acnologia didn't like that. And within a day, he descended onto the village. Only Oberon is what remains of it. Really? Are you sure the council isn't lying? The boy gave them access to his memories of that day, and I used my authority as wizard saint to view them. That's how it happened. All right, so at least we don't have to worry about it hunting the kid. But how did you get involved? His father told him I'm the best light magic user in Ishgard, and he's consumed by a fear of Acnologia descending upon him and taking everything he loves away again. So he wants to become strong enough to stop that. Quite the task. In fact, that's an impossible task, but that thing only shows up like what? Maybe once a decade, if so much. I'm just thankful he doesn't care to commit his life to hunting it. That can only end in death after all. Well, that explains why he's here. Now what? Gildarts asks. The kid is clearly in love with magic. How much are you going to teach him? Everything, Makarov says. Gildarts gives him a skeptical look. Everything? As in, everything, Makarov says. His true magic is from the new era of magic. It's never existed before. And not to speak ill of the dead, but his father was barely a mage. From what he's told me, and that I pieced together, the boy is mostly self-taught through the books his family could get. He surpassed his father long ago. Now, he has a proper teacher and access to far more magic education. Not to mention his control of his magic power is arguably the most impressive I've ever seen. aside from possibly Master Prect. Really? Gildarts asks. Think about it for a moment. Wizards are almost always oozing out magic energy. But when he was here, even when you were focused on him, could you sense any? Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. Oh, you're right. It was as if he didn't have any. But then he started using magic, and I could feel it, and it was a lot. Yes, for a regular wizard, the amount of magic energy he has would certainly be incredible, and that's considering fully grown adults, but his magic costs a lot of magic energy. I noticed Gildart says if he had any other type of magic, he'd be decades ahead of anyone else with it. But Cosmic takes at least 3 or 4 times the average magic energy cost of other magics. The cost of having such a unique talent. Then there's also the fact that most magics are simply beyond his reach. He could train his entire life, and I doubt he'd be able to make one massive fireball spell. At least his true magic is versatile. That should make up for it, right? It will. The boy still has much healing to do in his heart, as anyone would after the experience he's lived through. But his thirst for knowledge and love of magic is a shining light I haven't seen so brightly in quite a while. I'm sure it will guide him into the future. Light magic, Gildarts mutters. Extremely common to learn, but with his affinity, he could be a real monster. And he has an incredible teacher, Makarov gloats. His gravity magic is also quite a fearsome talent. Difficult to learn or master, certainly hard to find. What about Cosmic? Gildarts asks. What happens when he mixes them? He said he's not sure yet, Makarov says. The cost is so great that he hasn't practiced it as much as he'd like. But thus far, he's been able to create much more powerful shields that look like the night sky, according to him at least. Sounds like it just takes his gravity and light to the next level. Makes sense considering how his magic is structured. Gildarts rubs his chin. What do you plan to teach him first? Regulus? A simple beginner spell like that should be easy to start with. That was actually the only spell his father knew, so the boy already knows it well. I'm going to give him my light magic journal and the radiance formula. Gildarts almost chokes on nothing at that. Seriously? You're just going to hand over 2 of our guild treasures just like that? Look, Master, I trust and respect you completely, but please remember that he's a kid. We don't know where his path will take him. Handing someone with his potential, that kind of magic, if he strays, it could be bad, very bad. I understand. And if he becomes half the wizard we expect him to be, there wouldn't be many people capable of stopping him. But we believe in him to become a brilliant light for fairy tale, and maybe even for the world. Gildarts asks. Then he recalls the strange glow Oberon's guild mark did when he received it, something he'd never seen before. Wait, when the guild mark glowed, was that her? Makarov waves his hand over the table, and on it a magic circle appears, golden with 1 layer of runes, and the fairy tale emblem in the middle. It rises, and 3 white and gold grimoires appear on the table in a bright flash. The first had the fairy tale emblem on the cover, but it had a strange, detailed, arrowhead-like shape around it, and the tail of the emblem was also much longer. The second also had the fairy tale emblem on the cover, but with wings on either side of it. And the final one had the fairy tale emblem wrapped in another detailed design, almost forming a full circle. And all the books glowed for a moment before becoming dull. I see. Gildarts looks at the books with apprehension. Well, if she trusts him, that's good enough for me. Yes, I too was skeptical when I first met him. But when we were speaking, the guild mark on my chest radiated a certain warmth. Then when he spoke of what he'd like me to teach him, her book did the same in my spatial storage. Gildarts leans back and looks at the book. She barely knows the kid, but already wants you to eventually teach him Fairy Tale's 3 sacred, ultra-level spells. This can't be real. You sound almost jealous, Makarov teases. Maybe it's because he's a child with incredible magic energy control and light magic talent, while you're a clumsy wizard who destroys things just by walking around. Look, I'm just saying, would have been nice if at least one of these glowed for me. Gildart shrugs. But it was for the best anyway. Learning complicated magic like that was never my thing. All I need are my fists. Makarov sighs. Quit your whining. You're our only S-class wizard. Hell, In the past 13 years since you became S-Class, she hasn't allowed anyone else to pass the trial. You're clearly on her good side. I know. Gildarts then realizes something and gives a devious grin. Hey, when this kid becomes S-Class, then I won't have to do all the tough jobs we get requested for, right? That will be at least a few years. He's only 8 right now. If he's half as talented as you and she thinks, won't be more than 5 years, Gildarts shrugs. Gives my old bones a much-needed break. Makarov waves his hands, and the 3 books disappear in a golden flash. Finally having a second S-Class would be nice, he says. I've always taken pride in disregarding the world opinion of my guild and its children, but I understand this isn't possible for everyone. You don't like the spotlight, and apparently, Oberon is much the same way. But us having a second S-Class means more clients will send us better jobs, and will be recognized more, which will boost morale around here. Yeah, Gildarts says. We fairy tale wizards don't really care about what people think of us. Hell, we don't ever care about what the council thinks of us, but that doesn't mean we don't want to hear people cheering for us, right? Makarov deflates into his seat and picks up the open grimoire, displaying Oberon's talents. I don't know if I should be excited or worried that the new era is unfolding right before my eyes. Hopeful, always be hopeful. Laxus is a good kid. Oberon seems nice enough, naive but well-intentioned. Between the two of them, Fairy Tale will be in good hands. I hope so, because I'm already 63. If I have to keep shielding these brats from the council, my heart will explode. Gildarts chuckles at that. Just promise me you'll last until one of them is ready to take over. Being a guild master is like my worst nightmare. Makarov can't help but laugh. Times aren't so desperate I'd leave them in your hands yet. Hey, Makarov only laughs harder, then stops as he reads something sad in Oberon's talents. Damn it, what's wrong? On the train ride here, he talks about how he'd love to have teleportation magic. But from the looks of this, that won't really be a viable option for him. Damn, that's a useful one too, Gildarts says. What's your plan for his other magics? He seems like he wants to learn a lot. Decided what you'll teach him first. Well, magics that normally don't consume much magic energy or focus are better. So utility magic makes sense? His cosmic should be more than enough combat power on its own. And from the looks of his magic affinities, that seems to be the only actual option. Poor boy can't even efficiently use fire magic. Yeah, but he has cosmic. Seems like a more than fair trade. Yes, well, the first master certainly thinks so. Stepping out of Makarov's office, Oberon suddenly felt a strange feeling overcome him. A worry lifted, now having a true master to teach him magic and the weight of all new expectations. Of not disappointing everyone, of not failing himself, of making his family proud. The burden to become stronger than any human could be, to stand against even Acnologia. Taking a deep breath, he relaxes his shoulders and walks to the stairs, taking in the view from on the second floor. During their short meeting, everyone in the main hall had somehow become a perfectly synchronized team, working to put together costumes and magic performance routines. Oberon smiles at the sight, giggling to himself as he sees some of the mages fail to perfectly coordinate their magic, leaving them covered in smog. Looking around a bit, he then locks in on the bar, with the same woman quietly organizing some bottles on the shelves. Lunchtime, Oberon says as he reaches up to his shoulder to secure his bag, only to realize he forgot it inside Makarov's office. The pictures, he turned around to go back to the office, but stops himself. I probably shouldn't interrupt them. I'll get it after. Walking down the stairs, Oberon quickly gets to the bar and hops up on one of the stools, his arms just barely reaching the counter. Hi, Master said I can get lunch here, he says to get the woman's attention. She turns around, dropping one of the bottles of liquor, but it simply floats up to the shelf she was placing it on. Oh hey cutie, you're the new recruit, right? She asks, walking up to him and leaning on the counter. So what's your name? The woman followed her usual habit of leaning forward on the counter, part of her routine to act flirty with all her admirers in the guild to get extra tips. They'd usually be all over her right about now if everyone wasn't so busy. She had short dark purple hair and a flower crown on her head, wearing a green bralette to show off her ample chest and a matching green skirt. I'm Oberon. Oberon. Huh. Guess that makes you the king around here. You can call me Enno. It's a pleasure to meet you, miss. Enno is genuinely surprised at this. Huh. Someone around here with manners. You're already my favorite. Then her eyes lock onto his strange hair. Your hair, is it like actual hair? Why wouldn't it be? Well, it looks like a night sky. And without thinking, she reaches out and ruffles his hair. Wow, weird. Oberon already had a bored and slightly annoyed look on his face. Can I get lunch now? Oh, sorry. She quickly withdraws her hand and looks apologetic. Anything you want? I'll make it, since this is your first meal as a member of Fairy Tale. Oberon thinks for a moment. Eggs and pancakes. Bacon. No, thank you, Oberon says. But could it have extra cheese? She gives him a strange look, then shrugs. All right, just give me a few minutes, Your Majesty. She steps through the door behind the counter as Oberon leans on the counter. So everyone's going to make jokes about my name? Great, he mutters. A few minutes later, and Oberon is enjoying his meal with a mug of orange juice, and Enno is standing nearby, looking at all the preparations for tomorrow. So, you excited to see the Fantasia Parade tomorrow? Enno asks. What's that? Have you never heard of the Magnolia Harvest Festival? It always ends with the Fantasia Parade, and Fairy Tale always puts on a great show. I never left my village until a few days ago, sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. This year you joined the guild at the perfect time. The parade is tomorrow. It'll be great. A magic parade? Oberon asks. Well, Fairy Tale is a guild of wizards, so we use our magic to put on a show, Enno says. Plus, we give the town a lot of headaches, so it's kind of important that we make them like us. Oh yeah, Master said you all are always breaking things. Yeah, pretty much. So what's your magic? And with that simple question, the guild hall becomes completely silent. As wizards, it's natural that they be curious about any newcomer's magic. So everyone present stopped what they were doing to listen in. Oh, my magic is called Cosmic, Oberon says as he takes another bite. They all look a bit confused, and Enno sees a few people signaling her to keep asking questions. What does that do, she asks. Oberon swallows his food and takes a sip of juice before answering. Well, as an ability type, makes my body act like a cosmic body, like a planet or a moon. Stars too, I guess. I can control and generate light and gravity, and I've got a good affinity for light magic and gravity magic. He says it's part of the new era of magic, whatever that means. Everyone is left frozen as he casually goes back to eating his lunch. That's a lot. Enno says, not sure how to react. Yeah, he says I have a lot of magic power, Oberon casually mentions, not understanding what she meant. But it sucks that I won't be able to learn things like fire magic. That would have been cool. Well, from the sounds of it, I'm sure you'll be fine, she says, while she and everyone hearing this were both amazed and horrified by their newest member. Cosmic seems like it'll be enough, at least for a long time. Yeah, I guess, Oberon says as he casually raises his hand, palm facing the ceiling, and makes a magic circle. The slowly spinning galaxy image appears, and their eyes go wide. Maybe I can figure out how to teleport someday. You think that's possible? He asks innocently, closing his hand to cancel the magic circle. The woman just stares at him in wonder. Well, with magic anything is possible, or at least most things. All right, brats, listen up. Makarov's voice has everyone looking to the second floor railing where he was standing. Behind him, Gildarts was stepping out of the office and closing the door behind him. We got a new member. As of today, Oberon is a fairy tale wizard. Everyone cheers at that, already beginning to get rowdy. But no partying. Makarov kills their excitement immediately. We'll save the celebrating until tomorrow. I need all of you focused on the Fantasia Parade right now, understand? Yes, sir, most of the guild says in response. Good, now get back to work. With that, everyone scurries back to what they were doing, and Makarov jumps all the way from the end of the guild hall on the second floor, does a flip in midair, and lands on the bar stool beside Oberon, as if it was nothing. Wow. Oh, that was nothing, kid. You should have seen my back when I was young and didn't have creaky bones, Makarov laughs. Like 100 years ago. Oberon asks, completely serious. Gildarts and Inno then chuckle as Makarov groans. I'm not that old. But since magic power and life force are connected, I could easily live to 150. If these brats would stop stressing me out so damn much, he grumbles. So the more powerful I get, the longer I'll live? Oberon asks. It's not quite that simple, Gildarts says. But having more magic energy certainly helps. Not running a guild of destructive troublemakers would also help, Makarov says. With this bunch, I'll be lucky to see 100. Once you don't leave me to deal with them, Gildarts says. Anyway, enough with such dreary things. How did you enjoy your lunch, Oberon? Makarov asks. It was good. Well, the menu here is quite long, but if you ask for things that aren't on it, within reason, of course, you can usually get it. And if there is something special you like, tell me, and I can order it through the guild for you. We get cheaper prices since we're an official guild. Plus, everyone wants to be on the good side of a wizard saint. Like chocolate. Oberon asks. Well, we usually have some chocolate here. Is that something you particularly like? Makarov asks. I've had it a few times, but we didn't get much in the village. Once a month we'd get supplies when Iron or was leaving the mines. Sounds isolated, Inno says. Did you leave the village to study magic? Gildarts and Makarov give her a harsh look, and she immediately regrets asking that question. But Oberon doesn't think much of it. No, Acnologia destroyed the village and piece of the mountain. Inno just looks at him, confused and speechless, and some of the nearby wizards stop to listen in. As if sensing her confusion, he takes it upon himself to explain. Oh, Acnologia is a black dragon. He's the king of them or something. Not sure how anyone could let him be their king. Inno looks at Makarov and Gildarts, who just sadly nod along. I see, she says. Well, I hope you feel comfortable here in Fairy Tale. Now, speaking of learning magic, Makarov says, quickly changing the topic. Since today, I'll be rehearsing for my part in the parade. Gildarts here volunteered to make sure you know the basics of magic. I did, Gildarts asks, then sees the look Makarov shot him. Yes, I did. We simply need to make sure you have the proper foundation before I begin official lessons after the Fantasia parade. But you're a talented young man. I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah, hopefully it makes up for me being a horrible teacher, Gildarts says. But since it's only sensory and meditative exercises, we should be fine. Anything more than that is beyond me. Until you need a sparring partner. Does being a wizard mean I have to fight a lot? I've never actually fought before. Oberon says shyly. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Makarov says. But oftentimes the best way to improve your magic is to cast yourself against fellow wizards or beasts. For some it is the fastest way to improve, while for others, books and learning work better. But you should always at least know how to defend yourself, Gildarts says. With talent like yours, it'd be a waste not to have you in the fight, not to mention your dream. You can't defend yourself and the people you care about if Acnologia shows up again, if you don't know how to fight, right? They could almost see and hear the gears turning in Oberon's mind. For all his ambition and potential, he was still just an 8-year-old child and clearly needed proper guidance. Yeah, I should learn to fight, and you said that dragon is stronger than any wizard, right, Master? I did, Makarov says. Then I need to be stronger than any wizard too. Gildarts laughs at that and ruffles Oberon's hair. With an attitude like that and the talent you've got, keep growing, kid. Hopefully, one day you'll take over as the ace of Fairy Tale, then I'll have a bit more freedom to go on longer jobs. Hell, at least become S-class, so I don't always have to be shackled to this place. Gildarts laughs even more as Oberon pushes his hand away. Having big dreams is important, Makarov says. But you must also have the tenacity and heart to keep chasing them, knowing that you'll continue to stumble and fall along the way. That is what makes the greatest wizards, the ability to accept that they aren't perfect and will make mistakes, but swallowing their pride and marching forward anyway. Oberon barely reacts to Makarov's words before turning to Gildarts. Can we go do magic now? As they walk toward the back door of the guild, Makarov looks at them and sighs. Mavis, please, don't let this one be another troublemaker. You must like him for a reason, and I do trust you, but my heart can't take raising another monster like Gildarts. Walking into the field behind the guild, a large green lawn greets Oberon. 30m-100 feet. Ahead of him is a steep drop-off, and 100m-300 feet. Below that is the water of the lake. Wow, Oberon says. I know, right? View never gets old. Gildarts takes a deep breath of the fresh air and walks toward the edge. Oberon follows a few steps behind him. Gildarts stops with his toes just over the edge, squinting as he looks at the lake, the midday sun causing the water to glisten in a soothing manner. Still can't see the other shore from here, Gildarts says. He then points to the small mountains surrounding the lake on all sides. Those mountains have nice game in them, if you ever want to try hunting. Personally, I'm more of the fishing type myself. How about you? Gildarts looks down at his side, but doesn't see Oberon there, then looks back a few meters to see the boy standing away from the edge. Scared of heights? Gildarts chuckles. It's a cliff. Why aren't you scared? Can you fly? No, but I figured you could. Gravity magic after all. Oberon pouts. I don't have that yet. It's still too shaky. Oh, well, it'll happen in time, kid. Don't sweat it. But some jobs you'll be going on will need you to traverse some dangerous trails, like cliff sides. Gildarts spreads his arms wide. The world is too vast and beautiful to let fear stop you from exploring it. Let fear guide you to stay alive, but don't let it become a cage that stops you from walking the path you want, understand? Oberon slowly walks up, and Gildarts feels a small hand grabbing a fistful of his shirt. Already a natural, Gildarts ruffles his hair. So, ready to learn some magic? Always. Moments later, Gildarts is sitting at the edge of the lake, legs crossed. His simple, battered long pants and t-shirt were gently moving along with the wind, and his shoulder-length hair was loose and flowing along with it. With his eyes closed and hands clasped, he focuses his thoughts. Beside him, Oberon was in the same pose, wearing his simply long pants and t-shirt provided by the Rune Knights. His hair moved with the wind as he tried to clear his mind, slowing his breathing and awaiting instructions. Now that we're properly relaxed, shift your focus from your internal magic energy to the magic energy of the world around you. The ether nano in the air which we wizards absorb and convert into magic energy. Feel it enter your body and your magic container. Feel it in the air and in the surrounding earth. Let guide your thoughts and lift your spirit. This is the first step to reaching the summit of magic. Oberon feels the magic energy in his body. He feels the wind on his face and moving his hair. He clears his mind and relaxes his senses, opening himself up to magic energy, to the ether nano in the air. And after 5 minutes, all I feel is wind, Oberon says. I said all I feel is wind. Opening one eye, he looks up at Gildarts, only to see the man slouching forward toward the edge of the cliff, completely asleep. Hey, Oberon shakes Gildarts' shoulder. Huh, what? Gildarts is startled awake, then remembers what happened. Oh, sorry, guess I was meditating so hard I got too relaxed. He laughs it off. I said I can't sense any magic, just wind. This didn't work when I did it with Dad, either. Oberon pouts. Really, none at all? Gildarts was skeptical at best. I figured you'd be a natural at this, since your magic control is so insane. Even now, I'm looking right at you, but can't sense any magic energy from you. That's a first, but so is a wizard not being able to sense magic energy. The news clearly saddened Oberon, but he mustered up the courage to ask, is it that bad? Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. Being a wizard who can't sense magic energy is like being a blind guy in a boxing ring. Oh, Oberon frowns. It's not completely impossible, but we wizards use our natural ability to sense magic energy like a sixth sense of sorts, especially in fights. It lets us react to spells and other magics faster than normal people. Most wizards don't even think about it because they're just able to do it the moment they learn magic, but it's vital to our survival. So it's like I can't hear instead of being blind. Sort of. Wait. Oberon's eyes widen. I sense the dragon lacrima. So it's not impossible, just difficult. Gildarts scratches his chin. That doesn't really say much because at that point, even regular people can feel the magic energy. Those things just give off way too much of the stuff. But the energy of a dragon is also different, so what you felt could have just as easily been primal fear. Oh, all right, let's try something, Gildart says. I'll start releasing magic energy, and you just tell me when you start to sense it, all right? Taking a deep breath, Oberon closes his eyes and focuses his senses once more. All right, kid, let's see how bad your senses really are. Gildart thinks as he releases magic energy. The surrounding air moves quicker, and his hair flows haphazardly. Still no reaction, huh? Gildart glances over at the guild hall, hesitant, but increases his output even more. The air around him is pushed aside, as if it feared his magic energy. Oberon gently rocks backward before stabilizing himself as the wind crashes into his face. Still nothing? Seriously? All right. Gildart furrows his brows as he puts his back into it, and the magic energy he's releasing now becomes visible. Glowing white light radiates off of him and raises upward, as if reaching for the skies. The wind holds his hair up, and he focuses in on Oberon's expression, trying to see any discomfort. But all he sees is the boy being slightly annoyed by the wind along with the now rumbling ground beneath them. Seriously, kid, you can't be this bad at sensing magic energy. How the hell do you plan to survive as a wizard? Taking it one step further, his body releases so much magic energy that a thin pillar of white light envelopes him, and he maintains it for a few seconds before the surrounding ground begins to crack and shake apart. All right, Gildart stops releasing his magic energy. Oberon opens his eyes. I felt a lot of wind and shaking at least, he says in a hopeful voice. If I kept going, the entire town would have felt that part of it. But did you seriously not feel the magic energy I was releasing? Sorry, he looks saddened by the question, shoulders slumped and gaze falling to the lake ahead of them. Honestly, kid, I'm not much of a teacher, Gildart admits. I was born with a lot of magic energy and some destructive magic. And even now, sometimes it goes haywire when I'm not paying attention. Sensing magic energy is like breathing for me. So, I don't know what to tell ya. Maybe if you did more. I can't release any more within the city. That would upset a lot of people, Gildart says. Besides, I released more than most wizards have. Hell, that was more than most S-class wizards have. Just makes me wonder what kind of power was in that lacrima, if he sensed it. He likely sensed more than just magic energy from it, Makarov says. They both turn to see him walking over to them. The back door of the guild open with a few people peeking out. Makarov was wearing a green and yellow costume of sorts, with a silly hat to match. Quite a strange look for a wizard saint. So, is that why you interrupted our rehearsal with that release of magic energy? He asks Gildart. Sorry, master, but the kid couldn't sense any of my magic energy. Looks like the cost of his perfect control is being blind to it, Gildart says sadly. Makarov sighs. Well, that is quite a tragedy, but it doesn't make his dream of reaching the summit of magic impossible. He'll simply have to work harder than everyone else, and more importantly, be more careful than everyone else. I will, Oberon says. Well, I suppose it's not the worst thing, Gildart says. Never having it is better than learning to rely on that sense, than losing it. This way he can build up his habits and style of magic naturally while already factoring this into it. It could work. It certainly will take much effort to overcome, but all the best things in the world take hard work to achieve, Makarov says. Mom used to say that too, Oberon adds. A wise woman, I'm sure. Now I'll let you two get back to training. I got to perfect my moves for tomorrow. With that, Makarov turns around and saunters back into the guild hall. His clothes were weird, Oberon mutters. Gildart laughs quietly. Yeah, the whole Fantasia Parade stuff is a bit too flashy for me too. That's why I never join. Plus, being famous sucks, at least from my experience. I think it would too. How bad was it? Well, the more famous you are for being a powerful wizard, the more people want to kill you so they can get famous. Plus, you've got people always hounding you to teach them or to give them some pictures and interviews. It's all just so annoying, Gildart's eyes. Was there anything good about it? Well, you get higher paying jobs, and the women are a lot nicer to you. Plus, a lot of weaker mages just won't fight you if they know who you are. But I generally avoid pointless fights anyway, so that last one isn't really a problem for me. But how do I get the good stuff and not the bad stuff? Well, Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. What worked for me is just don't let anyone take pictures of you. Keeps it simple and lets you get your name out there. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, you need to live long enough to become someone people actually care about. Right? Then I'll be stronger than you. Then stronger than everyone. Even Acnologia, Oberon says excitedly. Gildarts just shakes his head. This kid seriously only gets excited about magic. Probably the best trait to have in an aspiring wizard, once he doesn't take it too far. All right, let's get the next step of your training complete. You ready? Always. So, ready for some real magic? Gildarts asks with a wide grin. Yeah. Then let's see what you've got, kid. He hops to his feet and takes a fighting stance, still at the edge of the cliff. Oh, wait. I can't really fight yet. Oberon gets up and backs away. Plus, aren't you really strong? I'm not going to fight back. I just need you to hit me with your best attacks. Put all your power into it, all right? No holding back. But what if? Look, you couldn't hurt me even if I really wanted you to. Your magic is just not strong enough. Gildarts takes a more relaxed stance. I'm not just a regular wizard. I'm S-class. That means I'm beyond the conventional expectations of power and skill. At least in this guild, that's what it means. Wow. Oberon looks at him with stars in his eyes. So no need to hold back. All right, hit me with your best shots. Start with light magic. Yes, sir. Oberon takes a few steps back and puts himself into a basic fighting stance, copying Gildarts. All right. Master can sort out the combat basics when the real lessons start. For now, let's just see what that magic of yours can do. All right, get ready. Oberon closes his eyes for a moment, and Gildarts can finally feel his magic energy swelling. He narrows his eyes as a spiraling galaxy appears beside Oberon's right hand. Then it glows golden and leaves his hand radiating golden light. Regulus? So he knows the basics of light magic. Strange magic circle, but he didn't need to chant, at least not bad. Regulus. So what do you think? Oberon asks while showing off his glowing right hand. Looks like you've got a handle on basic light magic. It's a start. No chanting needed is nice. Plus, I could sense you intentionally slowing down the process to put more magic energy into the magic circle. So, I'm guessing you can do it a lot faster and without the magic circle, right? Oberon stared at him with a slack jaw, hands still glowing. You could tell all that by just watching me do the spell? How? Experience, and I can sense magic energy, unlike some people. Gildarts snickers. Oberon sighs. Jerk. Just giving you the motivation to hit me. Yeah, well, you're right, but if I'm putting Regulus on weapons or objects, I need to do it slowly like this. That's normal. Now hit me. Get ready. Oberon yells as he runs forward, right hand cocked back to deliver his hardest punch. Regulus is all about channeling light magic through your body, in melee attacks or to shoot from range. Gildarts thinks as he sees Oberon rushing him. The kid is smart enough to know melee attacks take less magic energy and is using that to start. Oberon launches his punch right into Gildarts' open palm. Crack! Oberon's fingers crack against Gildarts' unmoving and unbothered palm. Oberon yells as he leaps back, holding his aching hand. What are you, metal? Sorry about that. Gildarts nervously rubs the back of his head. I can only do so much to soften the impact. But hey, you've got a strong right for a kid. Oberon takes a few deep breaths as the pain in his hand simmers down. Thanks. I've never actually hit a person with that before. Usually I just use it to help Dad cut firewood and things like that. Was that your strongest melee attack? I've got one that I just came up with, so until I figure out how that one works, yeah. Is it gravity magic? Yeah, it's weird. I think. It's like I make a gravity shield, but I make it tiny like a blade and keep it on the edge of the axe. It lets me cut through the tree and the rock under it in one go. Gildarts scratches his chin. Sounds like you just narrowed the effective area to increase the pressure applied, while also keeping the gravity zone, or whatever you call it, at the edge of the weapon. That's not an easy application of gravity magic, at least from my limited understanding. Oh, so I made it act like a needle instead of a hammer, right? Yeah, pretty much. But as far as I know, gravity magic isn't efficient at that. Maybe yours is different, so who knows? Gildart shrugs. But gravity magic is normally used to devastate massive areas at once. But since your magic itself is so weird, it would probably be better to swap the roles sometimes. Do you get what I'm saying? Not really. Gildart sighs and takes a moment to compose his thoughts. Okay, think about it like this. You're a planet, right? That's how your magic works. Well, more like a star since you generate light and gravity, right? Yeah, well, you said it yourself. The closer you are to people, the stronger the magic is, so why not lean into that? I mean, this isn't something you wouldn't have figured out within a few lessons with Master Makarov anyway, but gravity magic is a hammer and light magic is a sword or needle. You've got enough magic power and affinity to take that to the extremes. Gildarts makes a fist with his right hand. Just make your fist feel like a planet, and slam it into the enemy's face. Oberon's face nearly splits with a massive grin that forms. You're right. If I swap them, it'll be a lot more efficient. You're a genius. Haha. No way, kid. Gildarts waves off the compliment. The only genius here is Master Makarov. Besides, this is just something you would have figured out if you had an actual sparring partner before. I'm sure by your first proper fight you would have realized this. But the strength of a guild is having other people around you. And those people can teach you things so you don't have to live through every painful lesson on your own. Well, thank you for helping me skip ahead. Any more advice? Not until I see more, but regarding what I said, it's best to learn your own unique applications of your magic, as well as the more conventional versions, ever if you rarely use them. Understanding them can save your life. Oh yeah, I plan to learn everything I can about them. That's the spirit. Now try crushing me with some gravity magic. Show me what a living planet can do. You're on. Oberon backs up to his previous spot and raises both hands, palms facing down. Gildarts sees another strange magic circle swirl to life below the boy. This one spreads out farther and farther until the galaxy image with 2m-6 feet wide. Then it releases a bright white glow and disappears. Collapse. Gildarts raises a brow and suddenly feels his clothes being pulled down tight against his skin. Looking down, he sees the grass around his feet completely flattened, being crushed into the soft dirt. He could see the dirt shifting around as it quickly became more compressed. Been a while since I felt gravity magic, he casually mutters, not at all bothered by the force applied to his body. Looking at Oberon, he sees the boy's eyes narrowed and focused, a drop of sweat already running down his forehead, more magic energy being used by the second as he puts more and more power into his gravity magic. As if nothing was happening, Gildarts reaches down and takes a pebble that was being pulled into the dirt and lifts it up. He inspects it slightly, then holds it out and drops it. Crack! The pebble rockets down, instantly hitting the compacted dirt and shattering, the few fragments of it not even bouncing and scattering, simply being held in place and pulled into the dirt as well. All right, kid, not bad. Definitely enough to kill a normal person a few times over. Gildarts feels the gravity go back to normal below him. Thanks. Oberon wipes his brow, his forehead already drenched in sweat. He'd used most of his magic power in that attack, and Gildarts didn't even feel it, showing a glimpse of how powerful wizards can really be. Gildarts sees Oberon breathing heavily and simply resumes the meditation pose from earlier. Now that you're almost out of magic power, let's meditate again. Again, Oberon asks, but was already moving back into his spot, sitting beside Gildarts. This time, it's not about sensing energy. It's about clearing your mind and making yourself a conduit for the ether nano in the atmosphere. You see, we wizards aren't limited by the natural absorption rate of ether nano, at least not those with magic energy control like you. In my case, I can't do this for crap, but Master is a pro at it. You see, when you clear your mind, you allow ether nano to enter without restriction. It lets you replenish your magic container ever faster than normal. And for people with large containers like Master Makarov, that's very important since otherwise, It could take a long time to naturally replenish. He's also able to keep his magic energy signature under control, unlike many mages. You see, on average, every mage leaks about the same amount of magic energy relative to their overall capacity, but if your control is good enough to lower that, you can appear weaker while being more efficient. Master Makarov can do that, but his capacity is so huge that he can't really hide it either way. But somehow you can stop leaking magic energy entirely, which is super freaky. That means you'll also refill faster since you aren't leaking out while filling up the container. Get it? Oberon thinks for a moment. Yeah, it's like everyone else is filling a bottle that has a leak at the bottom, but mine has no leak, and Master Makarov's has a smaller leak. But his bottle is so big that people think it's a regular-sized leak, right? Wow. That's actually a pretty good example. MHM. But you forgot one part. You see, clearing your mind and removing the natural resistances your body has for absorbing ether nano is what I'm about to help you learn. This way, you don't really make the hole that the ether nano is supposed to enter through bigger, but it's more like you remove things that would block it up and make it splash everywhere. Well, like getting a bigger funnel, so I waste less, right? Exactly. Glad you're getting it, Gildart says. Honestly, this is something I tried for years to do, but I've always been strong. Part of that is reaching my higher heights is easier for me, but on the downside, by the time I got a fairy tale, I had so many bad habits. I had completely skipped the basics, and it kind of ruined my magic education. Add that to my inability, even at this age, to properly control my magic, and things like this are simply beyond me. Yeah, but you were born super strong, right? So nobody would notice. Nobody noticed until Master Makarov found me, pointed out every flaw in my use of magic, then let me join Fairy Tale, so he could teach me to control it. And now you're even stronger. Yup, and I didn't even have magic he'd trained before, so imagine how good someone with a high affinity for light magic would be. Oh crap, don't tell me we've got two of them now. I hope not. Another destructive klutz like Gildarts is no good for my heart, Makarov says as he shakes his head. Master Makarov was currently walking out of the back door, now changed out of his costume and back into some more casual clothes. The full moon was slowly climbing into the sky, illuminating the lake, and a cool breeze was blowing against his mustache. The young man beside him, who crashed into him when he returned to the guild hall today, was average height and sporting a head of short, spiky, blue hair. He was also wearing some casual clothes and a necklace with an iron S as the pendant. They were both walking out of the guild hall after a day of rehearsing and building parade floats, now strolling toward their pair of sleeping monsters. Literally, both Gildarts and Oberon were asleep on the grass beside a small wood fire. The kid seems a bit closed off for Fairy Tale, don't you think, Master? The man asks, trying to be quiet. He'll warm up to how rowdy we are, Makarov says. But you must also remember he recently lost everything he's known for the past 8 years, and anyone along with it. He's using magic as a distraction, but the scars and pain are there. He only needs time. After a few moments, they silently approached the sleeping duo. Standing above them, they can hear Gildarts snoring, and looking at Oberon, they see some dirt and holes in his clothes already. Inspecting the surroundings, Makarov sees a tree stump at the edge of the clearing, with the rest of the tree scattered about as perfectly sliced cubes. Well, at least Gildarts didn't destroy more than that with his magic. Makarov thinks, so, should I get some cold water? The other man chuckles. No need. Makarov raises a hand and snaps his finger. Aided by some subtle wind, magic the snap echoes through the clearing. Oberon wakes up, completely confused, trying to figure out what's going on. Gildarts immediately throws a punch at nothing as he wakes up, sending a small gust of wind across the clearing. Then both the dazed mages notice their guests. Oh, hey, Master, what's up? Gildarts asks, as Oberon is still rubbing his eyes. Well, rehearsals are done. Everyone is about to go home to get some rest for tomorrow, Makarov said. Damn, guess our nap got out of hand, Gildarts says as he presses against the ground to get up. Sitting only a meter from him, Oberon then observed what they had all subtly mentioned. The most ridiculous and clumsy lack of magic energy control he'd ever seen, especially from such a powerful wizard. As Gildarts pushes off the ground, the earth below him glows. "Crap," he mutters. Makarov leaps backwards, clearing a dozen meters. As he does so, both his hands and arms grow, stretching out to more giant proportions, and grab Oberon and the other man with ease, moving them away with him. The ground below Gildarts immediately breaks into perfectly cut cubes, and unfortunately, they were at the campfire rather close to the cliffside. "You could have grabbed me too," they hear Gildart scream as he and the rocks fall into the lake below. "Gildarts!" Oberon yells out, watching in horror. "He'll be fine," Makarov says as he puts them both down on their feet. "It'll take more than a little fall to kill that knucklehead. Now, tell me how your lessons went." Oberon was still staring at the cliffside until Makarov reaches out and shakes his arm. "Like I said, he'll be fine. If a fall like that could kill him, then he wouldn't be S-class, especially since it's in the water. Plus, Gildarts is stronger than regular S-class people either way. Nothing to worry about, kid," the other man shrugs. "I'm a cow, by the way. Nice to meet you," Oberon says, still looking apprehensively at the cliffside. "Well, if you say he'll be okay, I guess." "Yes, now, how did the lessons go?" Makarov asks. "Well, I still can't really sense magic energy at all. But at least I made a bigger funnel." "A what?" Makarov asks. "The thing with removing all the thoughts in your brain that don't let you take in as much magic energy as you should. I'm starting to figure out, but it gives me a headache." Makarov looks at him for a moment, puzzled, unsure of how to react. Then he smiles. "Well now, it normally at least takes a week or two before someone gets it the first time, if they get it at all. Took this brat 2 years," he gestures to Macau. "Hey," Makarov ignores the man. "But you're clearly a talented little monster, and at 8 years old you're already less of a hazard to be around than Gildarts. That's a good sign. Although to be fair, most children break fewer things than him." "Ain't that the truth?" Macau grimaces. "You aren't supposed to use that technique while doing anything else, so it's fine that it's mentally taxing. It's meant to help you recover overnight or between periods of heavy magic energy use while on missions. But with your personality, you'll probably use it more for recovering between training sessions. You see, since it requires you to focus on the flowing magic energy within the body, it makes many wizards vulnerable to sneak attacks, so it's best to use it only when you know you're safe or with an ally who can protect you. This goes double for you. Since you can't sense magic sneaking up on you will be incredibly easy compared to, well, literally anyone else. Your reaction to magic will also be slower in fights, since many wizards subconsciously prepare for attacks and threats the moment they sense them. But you'll have to either see, hear, or feel them directly before your brain braces for the attack." Macau winces. "That's definitely a nightmare for me. I've had so many times where the only reason I got out of the way was because I sensed an attack coming. Makes me wonder if you should even go on any missions. I'm sure Oberon can figure out a way to compensate for such a severe disadvantage. Finding another way to predict or detect attacks isn't impossible, at least for someone with his level of magic energy control. I'm sure we'll all be impressed by how he overcomes this." Oberon frowns and looks down at his hands. Sensing magic without being able to sense magic. Problems for later, Makarov says. "Now, tomorrow I'm sure you'll be excited to come practice magic here. So return to the guild first thing in the morning, and I'll give you your lessons for tomorrow. I always open the building at 8 a.m. "Okay." Oberon excitedly nods along. "Right, and as for where you'll be sleeping tonight, my apartment isn't exactly big or hospitable since I literally only use it for sleeping. So," Makarov gestures to Macau. "Macau will let you stay at his place." "Yup." It takes a few seconds for Macau to process what he just heard. "Wait, what?" "No, I was going to have some girls over later tonight." Makarov gives him a harsh glare, scaring the man into reconsidering his words. "I mean, of course, I'm happy to have our rookie in my place." "You don't have to do that if you don't want to," Oberon says sweetly. "The Rune Knights gave me some money so I can find a place, at least for tonight." "Nah, it's fine, kid," Macau says. "You're part of Fairy Tale now, so it's the least I could do." As they continue chatting for a bit, The sound of stone breaking calls their attention to the cliffside. Then they see Gildarts climbing over the edge by digging his fingers into the rock and pulling himself up. He was soaked and clearly annoyed. "You could have at least stopped my fall, master," he says while trudging over to them, hugging himself and shivering. As he joins the group, without a word, Macau snaps his fingers and a purple flame appears in his hand. It then extends like a rope and floats around Gildarts. It makes a few loops around him, hovering just close enough to warm him up and dry him off. "Ah, thanks, Macau." Gildarts releases a comfortable sigh. "If you can't control your own magic, you deserve to suffer some consequences. As a wizard, that's how things should be. Just be happy you didn't destroy anything important this time." "Yes, master," Gildarts says before looking over at Oberon, seeing the boy's eyes wide as he stares at Macau's line of fire. "It's called Purple Flare. Pretty cool, right? I don't remember seeing this in the fight earlier," Oberon says. "That's because I was knocked out," Macau reminds him. "I slammed into Master Makarov at the door. Remember?" "Oh yeah. How does it work?" "Well, it's like any other fire magic in the sense that it can burn and make explosions. Granted, it's a bit less powerful, but more than makes up for it in versatility," Macau says. "What do you mean?" Oberon asks. "Well," Macau looks at Gildarts, seeing the man is all dried up now. With a mental command, the flame retracts into his hand, then extends again like a rope and hovers in front of Oberon. "Touch it." Go on," Makarov says. "This is an important lesson. That fire hurts, and I shouldn't touch it. I already learned that. I'm 8, not stupid. I meant a magic lesson." "Oh." Oberon immediately pokes the flame, but instead of being burnt, it feels like a gentle and comfortable warmth. He then grabs it with his entire hand and squeezes, and the fire moves like water in the way it reacts to him. "Wow, so it's not normal fire?" "It is," Macau says as he retracts it, but keeps a flame in his palm. "But fire magic doesn't have to be all destructive and harmful. You see, magic is us using internal energy we metabolize from the atmosphere and environment around us to create a change in the world around us. Creating something like fire with magic isn't the same as rubbing sticks together to make a fire. We get to determine the properties of what we make. Of course, not all magic can do this, but since fire is the closest to raw magic energy, well, maybe lightning is, but either way, it takes fewer steps to make fire, which is why fire magic is so common and easy to learn. All I do is change the properties when I'm creating Purple Flame. This magic was originally intended to be a flame that could change shape like you just saw, allowing the use to attack from different angles. But by being able to also make it not burn things, I can also use it to grab onto things or people. See, if you equate magic fire to natural fire, you limit yourself to only destroying things. As wizards, we don't create fire. We just make an imitation that may be stronger or weaker, but just like we can change the strength, we can change the other properties. This goes for most types of magic that imitate nature, but sadly, most people are a bit too simple-minded to think outside of the norm like that. But you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone normal at Fairy Tale. Macau begins laughing. "Well said, Macau." Makarov compliments him, seeing Oberon staring at the man in wonder. "MHM, now enough with the magic lessons for today." Gildarts stretches his arms. "Macau, how about you? Let me go hit the town. See what beautiful ladies came to visit for the parade tomorrow, huh? I'll meet you at our usual spot, after I get the kid to my place." He gestures to Oberon. "Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow, your majesty." Gildarts ruffles Oberon's hair, much to his annoyance. Oberon cutely pushes away Gildarts' hand. "Okay, good night. Rest well, child," Makarov says. "All right, let's go." Macau gestures for Oberon to follow him. "We'll have to stop and get you some food since my place doesn't have anything." "What kind of food do you like?" Macau and Oberon quickly leave the backyard, leaving Makarov and Gildarts staring out the lake. "So, what do you think?" Makarov asks. "You spent a day with him, anything? You mean aside from him basically having a disability? You seriously gonna let him go on missions like that?" Gildarts asks. "It's not impossible to overcome. He'll just have to move slower and more deliberately. I still don't like it. A mage that can't sense magic energy might as well be a blind soldier. Well, a deaf soldier. Anything else about it? Gildart sighs. You should know the rest by now. His magic energy control is even more insane than being unable to sense it. And what did you mean by what he sensed from the dragon lacrima wasn't exactly magic energy? Dragon lacrima are supposedly a piece of a dragon's being refined for human use. In the same way magic can carry emotions, they have been said to awaken primal fear and other sensations in people around them. It would make sense that he felt that instead of actual magic energy. I guess right, damn. His control is still even weirder, a mage with the ability to stop any magic energy from leaking out. Have you ever heard of someone like that before? No, Makarov says, rather simply and without hesitation. His unique magic. Did you learn anything about it? How powerful is he right now? Not really sure with that second question since, well, it's hard to judge the strength of regular people against your own, Makarov sighs. I'll just test it when the lessons start. But I noticed one thing. The kid never used cosmic, at least to my knowledge. Well, he said it simply enhances and mixes light and gravity magic. Right, that gives a fair idea of what it can do. Yeah, hit hard. I recall him mentioning it takes a lot more magic energy to use that, so breaking it into light magic and gravity magic is just more efficient. I mentioned, well, I can study him closer after the parade, then properly plan his lessons accordingly. And how's the other kid we have running around the guild going to take that? Gildarts asks, You think Laxus will be jealous? Well, a kid his age with better control of his magic suddenly shows up and is getting personal lessons from his grandfather while having a light magic affinity. I see your point, but I've also been teaching Laxus for the past few months. But just to be safe, I'll explain Oberon's situation tonight. Hopefully they'll be friends. Laxus doesn't have anyone else even close to his age in the guild, after all. Or maybe they'll hate each other and fight all the time. Don't even joke about that, the headaches that would cause me. I'd rather not imagine it. So is your house close to the guild hall? Oberon asks as he follows Macau inside. Kind of. It's on the main street, so you just follow the road and you get back here. Should be impossible to get lost. As they enter, Oberon sees most of the people already gone. A few of them are packing their things and finishing their drinks. Behind the bar, Eno is wiping down the counter, upon which sits his bag, containing everything he owns. Don't forget your bag, she calls out to him. How'd you like your first day as a member of Fairy Tale? He and Macau walk over to the bar, and he slings the bag over his shoulder. It was fun. I learned some magic stuff, and you'll learn a lot more when the master has time to teach you, Macau says. But right now, if I go get food before I take you over to my place. There are a lot of food stalls set up in the park for the festival, so we'll find something nice there. Actually, I already packed him a dinner box. Eno points to Oberon's bag. And I even put in some chocolate for dessert. She playfully winks at him. Thank you. He nods politely, giving her a small smile. Don't suppose you made anything for me to take home? Maybe with extra love? Macau asks. Eno just gives him an annoyed look. Why would I ever do that? You can pay for your food like everyone else. I'll always so mean. Also, what do you mean Oberon will stay with you? Oh, well, I figured the kid needed a place to stay until he can stand on his own feet. So I volunteered to let him crash at my place. And keep an eye on him, Macau lies. Eno's gaze softens. I didn't know you care about anything but drinking and skirt chasing. Macau feints offense perfectly. Wouldn't be much of a man if I saw a kid in need and didn't at least do this much to help out. Eno smiles. Well, this side of you is much cuter, but it's getting late, so get the little guy home safe, all right? Now that's a quest I can handle, Macau says as he leads Oberon out of the guild hall. As they exit the building, closing the large double doors behind them, Macau stops and takes a deep breath. Meanwhile, Magnolia mesmerizes Oberon once more. The small city was more beautiful than ever. The stars in the sky were bright despite all the lights of the buildings. Cobblestone streets lit up with colorful lights and decorations for the Harvest Festival, and the cathedral standing like a monolith in the middle of the city was brightly colored with dancing spheres of light floating around it. The guild hall was at the end of the main street, which cuts straight down the city for a few blocks before it winds, and on it, He could see a few of the food stalls Macau mentioned already set up. Narrowing his eyes, he sees East Magnolia Park in the distance, with a few lights being shown toward the sky from it. But that was all he could see from this far away. Holy crap, you're a lifesaver, kid. Thanks for not blowing it for me back there. Why were you lying to her? Oberon asks. And is the city always like this for the festival? Yeah, it's kind of the main thing. Well, this and the Cherry Blossom Festival. But this year the harvest was extra big and a lot faster too. All thanks to one of Master Makarov's friends passing by. He used a spell to make plants grow. Not really a spell. More like him being around just makes it happen passively. His name is Warrod Sequin. Apparently, he's known Gramps since he was a baby. He's a wizard saint too, and a founder of Fairy Tale. Whoa, Oberon's jaw nearly dropped. So Fairy Tale has 2 wizard saints. Oh no, don't think the Magic Council would ever allow that. Warrod left way before Gramps even became master. He's an independent mage now. Macau starts walking, and Oberon follows beside him. So why did you lie to Enno? Well, she's a beautiful lady, right? Macau asks as they descend the stairs to enter the main section of Magnolia. Well, the lie made her a bit happier, so that was good. You see, if it's harmless, then as a man we should lie a bit to keep women happy. This is something you'll have to learn when you become rich and famous. But I don't want to be famous. Sounds annoying. Oberon frowns. I just want to learn magic, not talk to people and stuff like that. Well, that makes one of us, Macau says as they walk past a few crowds. Some locals give him a polite wave as he continues chatting with Oberon, pointing out some great restaurants, none of which really interest the boy. And this is the official Magnolia Magic Shop. We've only got the one since the city only has one guild, but it's pretty big for a city this size. Macau says as he points to a 3-story building that was lit up by some floating spheres of all different colors. So they sell magic? Not exactly. They mostly sell certain items that let you use magic. You'll rarely find grimoires containing instructions to properly learn magic in places like this. And if you do, it's either a simple magic that you could just go pay a guild to teach you in half the time, or a super overpriced book. They continue walking. But they have useful items, right? Oh, definitely. I recommend you take a look at what they have before you go on a mission. Give yourself an idea of how you can reward yourself after the mission. Maybe they'll have a movie lacrima you like. Movie lacrima? It's basically a moving picture with people performing a play with sound. Sounds lame. Who would ever waste time on something stupid like that? Macau nervously laughs, recalling all the jewels he spent on movie lacrimas. Yeah, I know, right? Eventually, as they're only a few dozen meters from Macau's apartment, something catches Oberon's eye. Wow, what's that? He pointed a magicycle. Something that's relatively new to Ishgar, a magic energy-powered bicycle that can reach much higher speeds. This one was sleek and red, with a man leaning against it chatting up some women. As Macau is about to explain, the man leaning against the magicycle waves at them, then calls them over. Oberon walks toward the man before Macau can even finish speaking. If magic distracts you this easily, Gramps might need to invest in a leash, Macau mutters as he follows behind him. Approaching the bike, Oberon's mouth almost started watering. He had no idea of how it worked, but he knew one thing. I want one. Like what you see, kid? The man asks, playfully, and the woman beside him just stood by to observe the interaction. Uh-huh. Oberon nods stupidly. Does it go fast? Oh yeah, it can even go faster than the trains we've got, the man says. But with this baby, I can just go anywhere I want, no train tracks needed. Oberon walks around it, and the man looks over at the woman, then stands properly, gesturing to the seat. Hop on, see how it feels. Really? Sure, it's perfectly safe while it's off, the man says. A moment later, and Oberon was sitting on a magicycle. He could barely reach the handlebars. And just in front of the seat was a large gray lacrima, dull and empty. You'll be able to reach them when you're old enough to ride. Hell, if the place wasn't so crowded I'd take you for a ride right now, the man laughs. Macau was now also observing the bike and the way the woman was looking at the owner and contemplating getting one. How does it work? Oberon asks. Well, this is called a SE plug, The man unclips a device from the side of the seat. It was a line leading to where the lacrima was in the chassis, with the end of it clearly meant to be worn like a watch. You put this on your wrist and use magic energy to power it. Pretty simple. You twist the handle to control the speed, but the faster you go, the more magic energy it drains from you. The lacrima doesn't store energy either, so it needs a mage actively feeding it energy to work. Mage? Oberon's head snaps to the man. What kind of magic do you have? Well, that's a super direct way to ask. Kind of makes me respect it. I use water make magic. Like all maker magics, it lets me create and shape things. Mine just happens to be water. As he's explaining, he flicks his wrist, and a rose made of water appears above his palm. He carefully hands it to the woman beside him, who is skeptical at first, but when she holds it, she realizes it's solid, and gives him a warm smile. That's so cool. How much does this cost? Macau asks, now truly tempted to get one. Would make traveling on jobs easier on my feet. Well, I work at the company that sells them, engineering, but this one would run you about 3 million joules after the mods I made to it. Oberon just kept smiling, completely oblivious to how much money that was. While Macau felt his wallet cry and his newest dream of picking up women by showing off his magicycle shattered. Well, for the convenience it makes sense, Macau says, trying to act like he was considering it. I'm gonna buy one, Oberon says with full confidence. You a mage? The man asks. Uh-huh. I joined Fairy Tale today. The man focuses on Oberon, even narrowing his eyes as he inspects him. Really? Can't sense any magic energy from you. He's one of those prodigy types, Macau says. Kid has perfect control over it. The man looks interested for a moment, then shrugs. Well, if I knew you were a mage, I would have offered earlier. He leans forward and flips a switch on the bike so it can't actually drive, then offers Oberon the SE plug. Go ahead and start it up, see how it feels. Really? Sure, it's not like you can accidentally drive off now, but just don't overdo it, all right? Okay. Oberon eagerly puts the SE plug on his wrist and tightens it. He closes his eyes and focuses on his magic energy, and for the first time feels something other than his spells gnawing at it, as if there was a small fly buzzing around him, trying to draw out his magic energy. Then he just relaxes and gives in. Vroom! The engine roars to life as the lacrima powering it glows brighter than the man had ever seen. The entire street of crowds chattering and enjoying the pre-festival night turns as the rumbling echoes through the street. The man immediately leans forward and unclips the say plug, confusing Oberon. Sorry, did I do something bad? He asked the man. No, nothing like that, kid. I just didn't expect you to push that kind of magic energy into it. You see any more and you could have blown the regulator or cracked the lacrima, but it's all right because I stopped it before that. I'm sorry about that, Macau says, bowing politely. His magic lessons only started today. It was more of my fault, really, the man says as Macau stands up normally. I should have explained that when using a magic vehicle, you just let the SE plug draw out magic energy at its own rate instead of actively force feeding it magic energy. But by the time he's old enough to afford one, that'll be fixed. Right, well, we'll stop bothering you now. And I need to get him home so he can rest, Macau says as Oberon gets off the bike. Wasn't a bother at all. As they're walking away, Macau looks down at Oberon and smiles. You know, you'll be a pretty good wizard, but you're already a great wingman. What's a wingman? You'll understand when you're older. Oberon breathes out, emptying his lungs and clearing his mind. It was morning in Magnolia, and he was sitting with his legs crossed on Macau's couch. The apartment was tiny, only one bedroom. In fact, it was so small that he could hear Macau snoring, still recovering from his night out with Gildarts. But Oberon didn't really care. All he needed was a couch to sleep on. Feeling his magic container filled up once more, he opens his eyes and gets ready for the day. Taking a quick shower and throwing on a pair of black shorts, matching sandals, and a blue t-shirt. He brushes his teeth and looks at the clocks, seeing it's already 8 a.m. Master should be at the guild already, he mutters quietly. Looking at himself in the mirror, he can already see his skin slightly less pale after spending all day in the sun. A strange change after a lifetime on a snow-capped mountain. Then he looks at the guild mark on his inner right forearm, still there. So it wasn't just a dream. That's mean I get some kind of magic lesson from Master Makarov today, he yells excitedly, then slaps a hand over his mouth and listens. But doesn't hear Mikau respond. I should go before I wake him up. He looks at his bag on the couch before he leaves and decides it can stay here. Fairy Tale seems like they fight a lot, so I should leave the pictures here in case they damage it. He wisely decides before leaving the apartment. Stepping outside, he enters the alleyway beside the building. This apartment was on the second floor, but the entrance was a set of stairs in the alleyway. Oberon quickly descends the stairs and is immediately on the main street of Magnolia. He looks around, seeing the cafe, which operates below the apartment, already open and serving a few customers. Opposite them is a flower shop, and the man who owns it was using a water lacrima, a crystal which stores magic and can be activated for later use dash. The lacrima was the size of an apple, and from it, water was gently being sprinkled onto the plants at the storefront. He can't help but smile at that sight. For years he's heard about how abundant big cities in Fiore are with magic, either via mages or lacrima, and now he was seeing it. No, he was part of it because he's a fairy tale wizard. He takes another look around and sees one customer in the cafe reading a book, and on his face was a pair of simple glasses with wings extending out from the frame as part of the design. The glasses were glowing, and a screen was being projected between the man and the book, taking the words from the page in and quickly feeding it into the glasses. Every second or two the man would turn the page. Gale Force reading glasses, Oberon mutters. Master said I could use those to read grimoires faster. With that, he walks through the street toward the guild, making small observations while taking careful steps down the cobblestone street, not to bump into the few people that are already up after a night of partying. Okay, so I need to get some of those glasses, especially since Master said he has books for me to study. He begins counting on his fingers. But first I need to find the best way to practice my magic. Then I also need to make money, but for that I need to go on jobs. I guess I'll ask about those and how they work when Master thinks I'm ready for them. Okay, so first practice magic, then do jobs to get money, then buy those glasses to learn faster. Then I can learn smaller magics that might make the jobs earlier. Like that magic Master uses to make stuff appear in his hand. I think he called it requip. I'll ask about that sometime. Sucks that I can't learn teleporting. That would have made things super easy. But I guess that's everything. And eventually I'll buy my own magicycle. Then I can go places where there aren't any trains. At least I won't have to walk. He stops for a moment, then facepalms. I'm so stupid, Gildart said. With my magic, I should be able to fly. He continues walking, thinking it over. But maybe the magicycle takes less magic energy, but flying lets me move quickly since I can just go over mountains and stuff and water. But magicycle seems so cool. But flying is also super cool. Wait, I can't go around flying everywhere because then people would always be around me asking me stuff. So a magicycle would definitely attract less attention than a flying man. With that, he jumps through enough mental hoops to justify his decision. Then it's decided, I'll buy a magicycle. Now I just need 2 million jewel, or was it 3 million? As he rounds the corner and is on the final approach to the guild, he then realizes something. But I don't even know how much money 1 jewel is. I never had to use money back home. Well, I guess when it's time to take a job, I'll find out. He pushed the thought aside, then sees something interesting. The last stretch leading to the raised area of Magnolia, where the guild sat, was almost entirely deserted. Oberon spots the top of the guild hall in the distance, directly ahead of him, and decides to do something daring. Something he would have gotten into trouble for back home. Master said that wizards live and breathe magic, so I guess it would make sense for me to use it more often, and it'll help training too. Yeah, so I should try it. With that, he crouches down into a sprinter's stance, placing his fingers on the ground. He closed his eyes, focused, and a magic circle appeared below him. It glowed for a moment before disappearing. Rise! He takes the most powerful and massive leap his 8-year-old body could muster. And suddenly he was nearly 100 m-330 feet, forward and 3 stories above the floor. Whoa! he yells as he begins to spin and tumble through the air, almost immediately losing his stability as his feet leave the ground. Weightlessness is going to take some practice, he yells in a panic. Focusing his mind and body, he tries to keep his eyes locked onto the guild hall and eventually realizes he's still quickly approaching it. He then floats higher, above the rooftops of nearby buildings, the very buildings that were protecting him from the strong morning winds in Magnolia. Whoosh! He instantly loses sight of the guild hall as a strong breeze knocks him higher into the air. Caught in the wind, he spun and flipped, screaming at the top of his lungs. But before he knew it, he was hundreds of meters above the city and nobody could hear him. "Cancel!" he screams out, stopping his magic in an instant. And for a moment, there is actual calm, until the wind rushes past his face as the ground begins suddenly approaching. "H!" he screams, trying and failing over and over to focus his mind and call upon his magic. And only in the last few dozen meters does the magic circle appear below his falling body, slowing his momentum rapidly. He sees the rooftop of a building close to the guild hall below him and can only brace for the impact, blocking his face with his arms and hoping for the best. Crash! The sound of shingles shattering and a child screaming echoes through the street. Fairy Tale Guild Hall, 8:15 a.m. Sitting on the bar counter, Makarov was the only one in the entire building. He was having a cup of coffee and reading this week's issue of Sorcerer Weekly, a famous magazine detailing all the latest magic-related news, gossip, trends, or items up for sale in Ishgar. Taking a sip of his coffee, he enjoys the peace and quiet only these mornings can provide. Looks like the Magic Council is seriously considering banning assassination-type requests from official guilds. Well, it's about damn time. And they're keeping an eye on the number of incidents involving charm magic. It doesn't work if the target knows it's being used, but I'm sure a lot of its victims would rather it be banned entirely. Removing a person's free will is a horrific thing to do. Knock, knock, knock. His head snaps to look at the main doors, knowing none of his brats would ever knock so politely. "Come in," Makarov yells. The door slowly opens to reveal a middle-aged man with a tired look on his face, and beside him is Oberon, covered in cuts and bruises, with a buster lip and some swelling on his face. What happened to him? Makarov immediately rushes over to inspect the boy. The man steps aside and folds his arms. "I wanted to take him to the hospital, but he refused, said he just needed time to heal it himself, or something." "Yes, he will be fine," Makarov says rather casually, surprising the man. "Now, what happened to him?" "He crashed into my roof," the man says. "What?" "Sorry," Oberon mutters. "I tried to jump far. The wind took me too high up, then I got scared." "Sorry, master." Makarov sighs and shakes his head. The man frowns. "Honestly, Mr. Makarov, the mayor is always on his last nerve with Fairy Tale. The day of the festival isn't the time to be causing a commotion. I know, and I truly do apologize for this. Oberon is just new, and a child gifted with talent and magic can be a bit. No need to explain," the man says. "Obviously, I won't be reporting this or anything. Heck, I live close to the guild because you guys keep the dark guilds away, but I'd appreciate you sending someone to fix my roof." "Thank you, and I'll have someone there immediately. Just glad the kid is all right. Enjoy the festival, and I can't wait to see the parade later," the man says as he leaves the guild hall. As the man closes the door, only Makarov and Oberon remain. He sees how ashamed the boy is, some dried tears already on his cheeks, blood, cuts, and bruises everywhere. And he laughs, a deep and true laugh. "So your first try of flying ended like this, huh?" Makarov laughs some more. "Well, at least you can't get any worse. So how about we get the real lesson started?" "Well now, this may be the first time I've been jealous of one of my children," Makarov thinks while observing Oberon. He was sitting at a table, enjoying his coffee, and across from him, Oberon was meditating in his seat, eyes closed. But he was circulating his magic energy and focusing it on himself, causing his injuries to heal at a visible rate. After nearly 10 minutes, all the scrapes, cuts, bruises, and swelling were gone. He was back to normal, as if nothing had happened. Burning magic energy and stamina in exchange for health, A remarkable talent, Makarov thinks. All done, Oberon says, a tinge of exhaustion in his voice. You've improved since we met. Thus is the effect of being around wizards. Your first set of improvements will be fast, then they slow down with time. MHM, the meditation techniques really help. Yes, well, this rate of improvement isn't entirely abnormal when you first begin proper lessons, Makarov says. In fact, the easiest way to accomplish your goal is to keep your training consistent over the years. Really? That's it. MHM. You see, most wizards train a lot at the start. Then they start doing jobs and focus more on working than training themselves. It's quite common, and in most guilds, S-class mages aren't that different from the other members in talent. They just happen to focus more on deliberate self-improvement. So, if I just keep training, I'll be stronger than everyone else? Well, talent is also a factor. Diversity in skills is usually what separates wizards at the very top of the world. You won't be able to have that at all. But your unique magic should be enough if you simply outwork everyone else. Well, I plan to do that anyway, but there are some magics I want you to show me. We'll discuss additional magics after your first job, but before you even take on that, we must teach you the basics of magic to begin with. Okay, how do we start? Well, first I need you to understand the situation you're in, Makarov says in a serious tone. Situation? Yes, your inability to sense magic energy. It's not a simple issue like I made it out to be, but I wanted to give you some time to see that you can make progress on the path of magic before telling you. A mage, or in fact, a person or living thing that cannot sense magic, especially with how much guild arts released and you couldn't sense, has never existed before. It is akin to a swordsman being blinded on the battlefield. Understand me? For a wizard, this is a tragic disability that would make most retire out of fear for their own life. But you're fortunate enough that this isn't anything new to you. Therefore, you don't have the habits us normal wizards have. You see, before you go on any job, I need you to understand how careful you have to be. Wizards subconsciously lean on our sense of magic energy to guide some of our actions. For this reason, if you were to clash fists or swords with another wizard, you'd be at a serious disadvantage. Because while they can't normally sense your magic energy, in combat, you'll surely be using your magic which allows them to sense you. And if they can sense you, their body will react faster than you can hope to. This sense is what makes it easier for us to react to surprise attacks and point-blank spells being launched at us. Over time, it melds with our regular instincts and simply heightens all of them, which makes us even more capable in all ways. These are things your disability will never let you experience, unless you somehow figure out how to sense magic energy. Oh, Oberon looked like he had the wind knocked out of him. But this doesn't mean your dream is impossible, my boy. It simply means you must be more careful while working harder than anyone else. You have a great true magic, and a combination of incredible offense and defense magic to support it. So, starting off, we'll be focusing on keeping you out of sword range, and light magic is great at that. Oberon's face lit up with the brightest smile Makarov has seen him have in days. Now, let's go to the backyard. We've only got a few minutes before my other brats get here, and I need to prep for the parade. Moments later, they're outside, with Makarov still sipping on his coffee while watching Oberon. All right, now just do a Regulus, but a ranged attack. Let's see it, Makarov says. What? I've never done that before, Oberon says while looking out at the lake. I only do the punches and enhancing weapons. Yes, well, I don't want you too close to any enemies until you're strong enough to really handle yourself. So do the ranged attack. Ow! He looks over at Makarov. The man shrugs. Just imagine the magic shooting forward from your fist or something. He sips his coffee. Aren't you a wizard saint famous for light magic? Don't you have more instructions than that? No. Oberon gets annoyed and huffs, focusing on the lake ahead of him. Taking a deep breath and clearing his mind, he closes his eyes and brings his hands together as if praying. His magic circle appears below his feet, glows bright white for a moment, then disappears. Off to the side, Makarov observes him carefully, noticing nothing happened after the magic circle disappeared or glowed. I see. Since his magic is an ability type, the magic circle doesn't have to appear where the spell is going to be on his body. It simply means that he is channeling magic through his body. But when he does smaller things like making a book float with gravity magic, he doesn't need it because that's more familiar to him. Eventually, he'll be able to use all of his skills and abilities with no signs to observers that he's using magic at all, thanks to his ability to appear as if he has no magic energy at all. An opponent that cannot be sensed dangerous. And Makarov's theory is proved when Oberon's right fist began glowing with golden light. Focusing on the fist, Makarov senses no magic energy from it, even though he could clearly see it. So it's just as Gildarts said, only when a magic circle is visible can his magic energy be sensed. Well, I'm sure he'll figure out a way to make his magic energy detectable or invisible at will with practice. Regulus! Oberon yells as he pulls back his fist before punching forward. And a beam of light the width of his fist shoots forward for 20 m-60 feet, before it dissipates into the atmosphere. Oberon takes a few heavy breaths, shaking his head as his brain cools down from focusing that hard. I did it, he says in disbelief. Even Dad couldn't do that, because it takes months or years of proper training and teaching for that to be achieved, Makarov says as he walks up to the boy, standing beside him. Really? Yes. When you learn more about magic and look back on this moment, you'll understand. You see, ranged light magic is fairly common, but Regulus is not. And the ranged attacks from Regulus aren't standard at all. They're a modified version of the melee attacks in their most true form. The precise and delicate considerations that must be made often make it easier to learn a ranged light magic spell than to use Regulus at range. It demands that you control the concentration and buildup of magic energy and eventually light magic in one area of your body, preventing it from mixing with the rest of your magic energy so it doesn't go out of control. That could simply cause it to fade away or hurt the user, which nobody wants. You also have to make it with enough magic energy that it will get the job done, while not being enough to cause too much of a draw on your magic energy to one part of your body, as that could leave the rest of you too vulnerable to attacks. And then there is actually launching the attack, expelling light magic that was never initially meant to be expelled. Quite tricky. Without precise control, it would simply scatter in every direction like the light from a candle, hitting the user and target alike, but too dispersed to do any serious damage. On the other hand, if you actually manage to condense the light magic and launch it forward, you have to make it dense enough that the raw ether nano in the atmosphere doesn't disperse it into raw magic while it's traveling toward your target, otherwise it won't reach them. And at the end of all those steps, you could just miss, which means it was all for nothing. If you knew all of that, why didn't you tell me? Oberon asks, because sometimes knowing all the steps overcomplicates the process. For magic, oftentimes, instinct is all you need to be successful and find your path. Look at what you just did. With no complex instruction, you launched a ranged Regulus attack. Quite impressive. Your talent with light magic, along with your instincts, can make you quite the fearsome wizard in the future. But there was also another reason for me testing you like this. Oh yeah, and what's that? Let's go to my office, I'll show you. Sitting on the couch in Makarov's office, Oberon waits patiently while the man enters the attached storage room to get something. Looking around at the two walls filled from top to bottom and side to side with books, he reads some of their covers. They weren't entirely filled with books about magic. There were also books about laws and politics, some about the history of the nations of Ishgard. He even noticed a few books detailing the lives of some great mages. But all the books that were seemingly about magic had spines covered in text from a language he couldn't read. Wait, that looks like the language from a mean book that told me I suck at a lot of magics. What was it, Gil? Something like that. Found them, Makarov announces as he steps back into the main office, closing the other door behind him. In his arms were 3 massive grimoires, books containing spells or magic text dash. Each book was 15 centimeters -6 in thick, 38 centimeters -15 in long, and 20 centimeters -8 in wide. And he was carrying 3 of them. Makarov walks over and carefully rests them on the coffee table before hopping up on the couch opposite Oberon. With a wave of his hand, he makes the 3 books float apart so the boy could get a proper look at them. One was light purple, with a diagram of what looked like a planet with a small moon beside it on the cover. But the words were clear: advanced gravity magic. Oberon's eyes widened at that. Then he went to the next. It was gold and silver colored with a sun on the cover, advanced light magic. But then he got to the third one, which was gold and white, but had the fairy tale emblem at the front. And instead of the title, it simply had 3, meaning third, on it. What's that one? He points at the third one. We'll get to that. Let me explain the other 2 first, Makarov says. Okay, Master. Well, if I'm being honest, that little test earlier with Regulus was to see exactly how much attention I need to give you as a student, and thankfully, the answer was not much. This doesn't mean I won't be teaching you, but daily lessons won't be necessary after this first week. I'll give you everything you need to learn the contents of these books on your own, and I'll be here if you ever need guidance. So I'm getting these books? Oberon couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. If you agree to follow the rules that come with them. Rules? Yes, because I know you're excited to learn new types of magics. But because of your disability, it's too dangerous for you to be spreading your focus that much right now. I want you entirely focused on your inherent magic. And if I do that, I can get these books. Well, Fairy Tale is lending them to you, but yes, Makarov says. And if you can hold off on learning new magics, you'll get to use this one. He gestures to the third book. What's that? That, my boy, is my personal magic journal, a tradition I started as the 3rd guild master of Fairy Tale. I had hoped to give it to my son, but that is no longer an option, sadly. And then I wanted to pass it to my grandson Laxus, but he's only interested in lightning magic. But it details my journey during my time learning all of my magics, many of which you will actually be able to learn since you don't have negative affinities with them. Well, Oberon's mouth was almost watering at the thought of reading that book. MHM, but you won't be getting that one for a while. How long, Master? Well, it's quite simple, really. Don't train any magics outside of light magic, gravity magic, and cosmic until you become S-class. After nearly an hour of Master Makarov giving Oberon a guideline of what spells he should focus on to begin his training, he got a quick breakfast at the guild hall bar and rushed into the backyard, eager to get to work and to get away from the loud Fantasia parade preparations. Now Oberon was in the backyard, eating a chocolate bar while reading the light magic and gravity magic grimoires. He has his legs crossed while sitting on the ground, both books floating in front of him. Occasionally, he'd read a few lines from the open grimoires, then glance down at the large and empty book in his possession. The cover was blank, as was the spine. A simple blue book, the same size as the journal Master Makarov showed him earlier, but this one was blank. Another gift from the Master to detail his own journey to the summit of magic. It also serves as an easy way for Master Makarov to check up on his progress. Reading a few lines from each book, he takes a few notes into his mostly empty journal. I see. So the problem was me trying to mix them instead of simply manifesting it as a separate entity entirely. Oberon mutters as he stops writing to reread a page from each grimoire. Oberon carefully reread the spells he was trying to learn, then sighs and lets go of his journal. It and the pen he was using float in place as he leans back and lay on the soft grass behind him. Closing his eyes, he focuses on his magic energy, recalling the instructions for the spells. Collect my magic energy, expel it outward while giving it shape and structure. Manifest my intent. To boost the efficiency, I need to make the structure more intricate at a microscopic level. Or just add more magic energy. Yeah, that'll probably work for now. Well, I guess I could ask Master about the structure part. He'd probably know how to do that. But for now, maybe I should just use the magic energy method. Building a thicker wall until I can somehow build a better wall. Oberon holds his head. Why does magic have to take so long to learn? He screams out, then sighs and spreads out on the floor. Why does learning structured magic have to be this hard? The way I did it before was so much faster and easier, and wasteful and less efficient and unfocused. He opens his eyes to see Makarov floating above him, just a meter off the floor, and would take at least 5 times as long to get to a useful stage for a powerful wizard, Makarov says. By now, Oberon sits up, staring at the floating wizard with wide eyes. You're flying. Ah, so your eyes do work? Makarov chuckles. I wanted to see if you could detect my approach without hearing my footsteps. With that, he drops to the floor, standing before the boy. Why? Because if you decided to lay down like that on a mission, well, if I were an enemy wizard, you'd be dead. Oh, right? Oberon frowns. Which is why you have me learning light barrier and gravity barrier first, I know. Makarov walks beside him and drops down to sit in the grass, observing the 3 floating books. You aren't going to ask me to teach you flight magic? If I learn that, you won't give me your magic journal, Oberon says. MHM. Makarov gestures to the 3 floating books. Such fine control of small objects, yet you can't properly fly. Why is that? I don't like heights, Oberon says plainly. Really? Makarov twirls his mustache. The Magic Council told me that the Rune Knight stopped you from throwing yourself off the mountain. You didn't seem scared of heights then. Oberon stiffens up. They told you about that? Well, they showed me a memory lacrima from the soldier, Makarov says. I can't blame you, or speak for what you felt. I'm sure in that situation, having lost as much as you did, most people would welcome the edge of a mountain like that. But life is a gift, and to endure is to win. We only fail when we give up, so part of me is glad you're now scared of heights again. And I obviously hope you never experience turmoil like that again. They both sit quietly for a moment, enjoying the view of the lake. I didn't think there was anything else in the world for me, Oberon says. I thought that was it. MHM, and has that changed? I certainly hope so. Yeah. Oberon furrows his brows. I never want to feel like that again. I want that when I'm around, nobody important to me will be taken away, not even if Acnologia shows up again. That's an excellent dream to have, and it will temper your ambition. What? Well, Makarov takes a moment to gather his thoughts. To reach the summit of magic, you must have a selfish desire to become your greatest self. To surpass your greatest self, to surpass everyone. But that desire and ambition can be easily corrupted and lead you down the path of dark magic and evil. Having people you wish to protect tempers that desire with a spark of good, while not simply making yourself a tool to serve others. Because you would make them cry if you turn evil, Oberon says. Exactly. That would be a very sad thing for everyone. They enjoy a peaceful moment watching the lake until Makarov gestures to the floating books. You know, you can't fight a dragon if you can't fly. Otherwise, they'd simply go into the sky and use their breath attacks on you. You don't have to rub it in. Oberon folds his arms. Hey, I can't sense magic energy and you're afraid of heights. No wizard girls are going to like you at this rate. Makarov erupts in a hearty laugh. Good. That gives me more time to learn magic. Oberon looks away from him. You say that now, but in 5 years when puberty hits, it'll be a whole other story. Makarov continues laughing. You're right. Oberon was adamant he'd never be interested in girls. He was very, very wrong. So, how has magic training been going? Have you memorized the steps yet? Makarov asks. Oh, I did the spells already, but making the cosmic version is pretty tough. Oberon says casually, ignoring Makarov's shocked expression as he continues rambling. I used to just go with the flow and make the barriers, but now that I actually have to apply a structure, it's harder. I can feel that it's already stronger than what I was doing, but it's just so annoying because my magic still wants to do it how I've been doing it for years. Also, there was something about adding a structure to the barrier when forming the magic. It had a diagram in it, but I still haven't wrapped my mind around that. But that's for just the light barrier, obviously. For the gravity barrier, all I need to learn is how to regulate it at and position it exactly where I want it. Since it isn't a physical construct like the light barrier, it's harder to position because I can't see it and the ground and air don't react unless the magic starts pushing the ground away. But I also need to figure out how to properly gauge the range and expand or shrink it without wasting magic energy. So I'm trying to... Enough! Makarov puts a hand over Oberon's mouth. While I appreciate your enthusiasm for learning magic, let's take things one step at a time, please. Oberon just stiffly nods as he removes his hand. Okay, right. So you're telling me you've already done both the spells? Well, my versions, but yes. This boy might be the most problematic of all my brats, Makarov thinks as he gets up. All right, show me. Okay. Oberon hops to his feet and waves his hand. Both grimoires and the journal float over to Makarov, and he holds them in his arms. Makarov watches as Oberon carefully stands, spreading out his feet and thrusting his hands forward. Closing his eyes, he focuses, and Makarov can sense his magic energy for the longest he's ever sensed it. Because the magic circle at Oberon's feet stays the entire time the spell is being cast. Even as a circular light barrier appears in front of him, glowing with golden light and very transparent. Makarov's eyes widen in elation and absolute horror as he makes a few more realizations. On one hand, I've lucked into some kind of monstrously talented wizard, and Mavis like him, so maybe he'll be S-class. But if he's anything like my other brats, or worse, Gildarts, I won't be able to afford the damage he causes. Oberon maintains the light barrier for a few seconds before dropping it and taking a few deep breaths. And how does the gravity barrier look? Makarov asks, keeping a stoic facade the entire time. Just 1 second, Oberon says as he repeats the process, but this time nothing appears in front of his hands. It's invisible, but I promise it's there, he says with some obvious strain in his voice. Makarov points toward where the barrier would be with one finger and fires an ice crystal from his finger at it. The pebble-sized crystal shatters against seemingly nothing before Oberon drops the spell. As he takes a few deep breaths, Makarov collects his thoughts. Those spells were supposed to take at least 2 to 3 days each, but he learned the basics of them in a few hours. It's not unheard of considering his affinity, but still, at this rate, and factoring his current magic energy capacity. If he continues training this aggressively, it won't be much more than a decade before he overtakes Gildarts. So what do you think? Oberon asks as Makarov gets up and walks over, leaving the books on the grass. Fairy tale grimoires were all enchanted to resist water, fire, dust, and dirt, so they'd be fine. Makarov walks over and thinks for a moment before casually snapping his finger. A perfect circle of solid golden light appears before them. Whoa! Oberon immediately touches it, noticing it's much more magically dense than his. Well, I'm a master of light magic. What did you expect? Makarov gloats. Yeah, well, you've had 100 years to practice. I'm not that old. Makarov rolls his eyes. The problem I detected in your spell is that of layering. You see, my spell is much more magically dense, meaning I put more magic energy into it, but I also structure my spell in my mind much differently. You see, when we create constructs, even the ones made of energy, if you want them to be as sturdy as possible, you have to envision them from the smallest level. Imagine building blocks stacking onto each other to form your shield, or if you want the most durable kind, try hexagons or triangles stacking onto each other. Spheres work too, but just don't smash the magic energy together as if pouring it into a mold, because that will be less efficient and weaker. That's what most people do. As for the gravity magic, well, I'm not able to use that, but as you learn more of light magic, you can transfer many of the lessons into gravity magic. Usually, this wouldn't be the case, but since you divided cosmic to get light magic and gravity magic, it should be fine. Make the light spells into cosmic spells, then reverse those back into gravity magic. So, it would be like you're teaching me gravity magic at the same level. I get it, that's really smart. Well, I am your master for a reason. Makarov cancels his spell. Now, show me the cosmic edition of this spell. What would you call it? Cosmic shield? Cosmic barrier? Well, the book had the spell as light barrier and gravity barrier, but they seem more like a shield, right? Barriers sounds like they protect me from all sides. Makarov shrugs. It's your magic, call it whatever you want. But if you want to make ridiculously long and stupid names, just ask Gildarts for advice on that. Why would I ever need that? I'm the only person that would know the names. Not necessarily, Makarov says. Speaking the name of a spell often helps wizards focus their magic energy, and some people just like to be dramatic. But personally, I prefer to strike first and talk afterward. That makes more sense to me, too. I do recommend speaking the name if your magic is destructive, however, at least when you're fighting with allies. It gives them precious time to avoid it. but so will the enemy. Yes, but hurting an enemy is never worth hurting a friend. Remember that. I will. Good. Now on with the Cosmic Edition. I want to see this. Okay. Oberon excitedly takes the same stance, focusing his energy, then feels a hand on his side. Don't mind me, just studying the flow of magic energy in your body, to maybe fix that efficiency issue you mentioned earlier. Oh, okay. Oberon gets back to the spell. As the magic circle appears, Makarov immediately feels his own hand begin to subconsciously expel magic energy in response to what Oberon is releasing. What the hell? Makarov's eyes open in surprise at this, before he immediately reins in his magic energy. He then sees Oberon manifesting a circular barrier in front of him, only a meter wide, but he could already feel the structure of this spell was much more complex than the others. He implemented my lesson immediately, I see. Perhaps the gods gave him that magic energy, sensing disability and a negative affinity with so many magics, to make up for this freakish talent and the absurd amount of raw magic energy. I can feel Cosmic taking more than the combined total of his other magics. Granted, it's a more refined version of the spell that would take a bit more magic energy, but this consumption is absurd. Nobody else his age would have this much magic energy. Maybe Laxus if he pushed the limits of his lacrima. Makarov sees the spell complete, and he almost gets lost in the beauty of it, as if part of the cosmos appeared in front of them, a wonder that was truly mesmerizing, void black and seemingly filled with stars shining in the distance. They even shone in more than one color, not simply black and white, as if it were a vision into space. If I didn't know better, I'd think that's a portal to a sea of stars, Makarov says in genuine wonder and amazement. He then steps away from Oberon, who immediately drops the spell. Phew, not bad, right? Oberon asks. Well, it's a lot better than that. Makarov walks to the edge of the cliff, which has since been repaired after Gildarts's blunder. Oberon follows a few steps behind him. Makarov stands at the edge and looks back. No need to fear the edge, my boy. With your master here, you won't slip and fall in. Besides, it's water down there. You can just swim to the shore. I can't swim, Oberon says as he slowly approaches the edge. Really? I live on a snow-covered mountain. Why would I be able to swim? Good point. I suppose I didn't think of that, Makarov admits as Oberon stands beside him, and he feels the boy tightly grip his shoulder. Now, regarding your magic, don't let this go to your head, but I had actually hoped you wouldn't be learning quite this fast. Gives me more time to prepare you to survive wizard jobs. What do you mean? Well, I expected this kind of progress, for you to be able to manifest all 3 versions of the spell after maybe a week or 2, not 5 hours, Makarov sighs. It seems I've been blessed with by far my most talented student yet. Not to mention the amount of raw magic energy you have is quite worrying. Sorry, nothing to be sorry for. This is great news. I simply underestimated your innate affinity for these magics. I guess I'm pretty good at this, huh? That's quite the understatement. Just don't go around destroying things like the other brats. If you did that with your magic, my heart would really explode. I'll be extra careful, promise. Good. And regarding your raw magic energy, it seems different. Ow! Well, when I was sensing you earlier, it began drawing out my own magic energy, but not to absorb. It was more like my magic saw it as some kind of threat and reactively leaked out to counter it. Quite troublesome if you didn't have some terrifyingly good control of it. I'll be extra careful with it. Oh, and maybe I'll be able to focus even that bit of magic energy into my spells, so I'd waste even less. Good idea. Other mages can't finally control their magic energy like that, so we always waste a bit, but you should be able to manage that feat. For a few minutes, Oberon and Master Makarov went back and forth, with him explaining the next steps to refining the spellcasting process. And the boy just got more excited as the explanation went on. And far behind them, through one of the windows of the guild hall, a young boy only a few months older than Oberon, blonde, with a lightning bolt-shaped scar over his right eye, watched his grandfather talking to the newest guild member. Why is he spending so much time with this new kid? Laxus wonders as he narrows his eyes at them. Meanwhile, Makarov had finished explaining the next steps Oberon had to take. Ah, well, I should get back to rehearsals now. You should get something to eat from the bar soon. Inno will be busy with rehearsals before long. Oh, I'll just try the spells a few more times then. Good. Now, swimming or flying? I wonder what you'll learn first. Makarov rubs his chin and closes his eyes, deep in deliberation. What do you mean? Well, one way to find out. Before Oberon could realize what happened, he was pushed off the cliff by an enlarged hand. As if time slowed, he quickly realized what happened, looking down to see the lake 100 feet below him, and suddenly it was rapidly approaching. Ah! Makarov looks over the edge with a mischievous smile on his lips, enjoying the scream of Oberon as he fell like a brick toward the lake below, flailing and panicking while appearing smaller and smaller to Makarov. Any second now, he mutters, waiting for Oberon to stop falling and simply fly back up. Yeah, any second now. Oberon gets smaller and smaller as he closes in on the water. Splash. Makarov winces as Oberon slams into the water. Well, at least it wasn't a belly flop, Makarov says, as he watches the boy splash and flail while trying to swim. Well, he's got a lot of energy in him, he says after nearly 30 seconds of watching him flail around. I'm sure he'll figure it out. A few seconds later, the screaming stops, and Oberon sinks beneath the water. A few more seconds, and he'll be fine. Makarov continues waiting until 15 seconds pass. Damn, guess I went from underestimating him to overestimating him. Might as well fish him. Makarov freezes as he suddenly realizes. His plan to simply reach down using Giant on his hand and grab him wouldn't work, because he couldn't see him as expected, but also, I forgot I can't sense this brat, he screams out. I have to jump in there and use a search spell on him, but that won't work either. I'll just have to figure it out on the fly. Makarov's thoughts are interrupted as he's about to step off the cliff. Below him, the water suddenly separates out, forming a large sphere 10m-30 feet wide. Also, he could see Oberon standing on a rocky lake bed. Then Oberon immediately leaps upward and rockets up to the edge of the cliff before slowing down. His face had a large red mark from where he hit the water, and he was drenched. But there was no doubt about it. You can fly, Makarov mutters as Oberon floats over to the grass and crumples to the floor, harshly dropping his spell. Gah! Oberon immediately begins throwing up water onto the grass before collapsing onto his side, taking painful, desperate breaths. Watching the disheveled boy on the ground, Makarov nods. Exactly as I thought. All you needed was a little push. I never doubted you, he lies. WWY? Oberon asks between breaths, still laying on the floor. Because fear is an excellent tool to keep you alive, but you cannot let yourself be a slave to it. Allow it to keep you safe, but do not be afraid to test your own limits. This is a difficult balance to find, but when you understand it, you will begin growing at an unbelievable rate. Oberon just continues breathing heavily, eyes watering and lungs still burning. Well, I'm sure you'll be back on your feet in no time. Makarov awkwardly fake coughs into his hand. You're an even bigger freak than I thought when it comes to learning magic, so I'll leave you to practice for now. Just be sure to come in for some food before the bar closes. It won't be open till the parade ends. Oberon groans as he gets up. Continue proper training, and you'll be ahead of everyone else in no time. Wizards don't particularly enjoy structured training like this. It conflicts with the nature of magic to be free and wild, and thus conflicts with our nature. But as humans, we excel when undergoing directed training for our skills and abilities. This is why most wizards only take jobs and are completely fine with the training and experience that brings. But if they were to simply dedicate themselves more, they would be quite powerful. This simple difference alone stops many wizards from being great. So continue on the path you're walking, and with your talent, you'll be at the top in no time. And with that, Makarov takes the moment to walk away, acting all calm while his mind was racing. That could have gone very badly. I need to remember that I won't be able to sense this boy to pull him out of trouble. Because, of course, I get the only wizard with that disability. I just need to be more mindful of that in the future. And if he manages to prosper despite that disability, he'll grow into a monstrous wizard. He did so well with only his father's training. While I'm sure the man did his absolute best, from what I understand, his training was less than basic. But the boy takes like a fish to water to more proper training, and he seems to quite enjoy it. After a few minutes, Oberon gets up, only to sit back down, then lay on the grass. All right, so I can fly. He closes his eyes and enjoys the evening sun, helping him warm up and dry off after a short swim. And I can swim, sort of. But did he really have to teach me like that? Old man is crazy. Taking a deep breath, he still feels his lungs burning, but clears his mind and focuses on his magic container. When he learned the magic container method of viewing magic energy, the mental image of a bowl or cup being formed to visualize the magic energy that permeates every cell in the body. He never thought such a fundamental aspect of his view of magic would change so drastically. Now he saw it as a bottle, with a small opening beneath a rushing waterfall. When he meditates like this, the opening has a funnel placed in it to catch more of the water, and unlike every one other wizard, his bottle didn't have any cracks or leaks. It was perfectly sealed, aside from the one necessary opening at the top, and he could already feel his magic container getting bigger by the day. This is the benefit of having structured lessons and spells to learn. Before I was going by instinct since Dad couldn't really teach me this kind of stuff. Master Makarov said I've already got the instinctual foundation set, and I am familiar with flowing magic energy through me. Now I just need to stack his lessons on top of everything I learned, and I'll be far ahead of most wizards in a matter of months. I should also focus more on this technique, since I could do it mostly anywhere that's quiet, and every time I drain my magic container fully, then refill it, I expand it. Even if I can't sense that improvement in how much magic energy I can hold, it'll add up eventually. I also have to consider that I won't be able to properly use Cosmic until I have a lot more magic energy, since the requirement for any of the spells I'll learn will be more than double if I use it with Cosmic instead of my light or gravity magic. Yeah, I should only use Cosmic for the big moments, otherwise I'll run out of magic energy and get seriously hurt. I also have to get used to flying. Trains run across a lot of Fiori, but if I take jobs I'll have days, if not weeks of walking sometimes. Until I get a Magicycle, I'll have to fly or walk everywhere, and fly should be better. I had better write all of this in my journal before I forget, and I need to write all the advice Master gave me on the light and gravity shield spells earlier today. Oberon quickly sits up. The soreness across his body and red mark across his face were now completely gone. He'd healed them while meditating. Reaching out, he calls his journal and pen toward him and quickly begins writing everything he can. I wonder if there's a magic item that will write notes for me. That'd be pretty cool, he says aloud. And I need to buy some of those glasses. Well, not yet. When I finish a few jobs, I'll buy them. And right now, I only have these 2 books to read. I wonder how much they cost. Actually, I need to figure out how long it'll take me to buy a Magicycle. Are kids even allowed to buy those? How much do wizard jobs pay? Ack, he groans loudly. I've still got so much stuff to figure out. Ugh, I'll just focus on improving my magic for now. Yeah, because that'll make everything else easier. As he continues writing, he sits with his legs crossed, his shirt was off and floating beside him to sun-dry. And Oberon himself was floating a meter above the ground. The focus of keeping himself in the air was gnawing away at him, but this was all part of his training. Finally, done, he says while closing his journal. The first day, and I already filled 2 pages. No way the master fit all his notes into that one book. He must have a lot more than one, or gone through all of them and put the most important things in that one book. Yeah, that must be it. Eventually, Oberon is once again meditating, this time while trying to keep himself floating above the ground. Only 30 centimeters - 1 feet. High this time, since he'd lost focus and dropped a few times already. His hands were in front of him, as if praying, but instead of open palms meeting at his chest, it was 2 fists at his core. He could feel the energy flowing through his body and the gravity trying to pull him in every direction. Then he could feel it the point of equilibrium he'd been searching for, where he no longer had to actively focus on his flying or meditation, where he could simply let go of the reins and let his body and instincts take over. Another few hours of this, and he'd be that much closer to have flight perfectly controlled. Too bad he didn't even get another minute of this state. Grandpa told me I shouldn't ask about this. Oberon's eyes snap open as an annoyed expression settles on his face. He cranes his neck around to see a boy around his age and height. Wild, spiky blonde hair, a lightning bolt scar over his left eyes, both of which were bright blue. Wearing a yellow t-shirt with that fairy tale emblem on it in black, and a pair of matching shorts. But what was the dragon like? Krakom. A single yellow lightning bolt is shot into the lake behind the guild hall, disturbing the water slightly before immediately dissipating. And high above, at the edge of the cliff, two young boys are standing at the edge watching the result. Well, one was standing, the other was floating with his legs crossed. So did you choose lightning magic because of that scar, or was it a coincidence? Oberon asks. Laxus gives him an annoyed look. It's just a coincidence, I guess. Why does everyone always think it's because of my magic? Because you shoot lightning and have a lightning bolt scar over your right eye? Oberon shrugs. Oh yeah, well, does your hair look all weird like that because of your magic? Obviously. Oberon says, as if it were common sense. My magic looks like the night sky, and my hair matches. That's not a coincidence. Laxus folds his arms and looks away. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, so what cool spells do you know anyway? Well, I've been learning light and gravity shields. Oh, and I can shoot a beam of light. My grandpa does that light beam thing all the time. Anything else? Oberon thinks for a moment. Well, those are the only flashy ones. Gravity magic can't really be seen, but I could make you float, sort of. That sounds awesome, do it. Laxus smiles brightly. All right, just stay still. Oberon stops floating to stand on the grass and raises his hands toward Laxus. His magic circle appears below his feet for a moment before disappearing. Then Laxus suddenly feels himself rising off the ground. Laxus groans and gets a sour look on his face, as if he was about to throw up. Sorry. Oberon immediately sets him back down. Did I shake you too much? No. Laxus takes a few deep breaths. Motion sickness, that's all. A wizard with motion sickness? Then how will you take the trains? I hate taking the trains, but I guess I'll have to deal with it. Laxus says as he gets back up. Can you do that thing where you turn into a bolt of lightning and fly around? Oberon asks as he quickly creates a magic circle and begins floating once again. Well, I'm not supposed to do that yet. Grandpa is still teaching me some other stuff first, but I tried a few times. Do it. Oberon immediately gets excited at the thought of this. Come on, I've always heard about this and wanted to see it. You'll be great. Laxus looks at the guild hall on the other side of the field for a moment, then makes up his mind. All right, just this once. Yeah. Laxus closes his eyes and focuses on his magic, and a magic circle of yellow runes appears below his feet. Yellow lightning sparks around him as he pushes off the ground and shoots forward. He travels all of 1 meter before transforming into a bolt of lightning. Then before he could clear another meter, he reverts and tumbles onto the floor. He ends his roll face first in the grass. Ha ha! Oberon immediately starts laughing, so hard that he loses focus and finds himself face first in the grass as well. And he immediately hears Laxus laughing at him. I'm still not used to flying, Oberon says as he gets up, dusting himself off. Yeah, well, lightning transformation is super high level, so I'm far from getting it down too, Laxus says as he gets up. How long have you been a member of Fairy Tale? Oberon asks. Did Master Makarov have you join as a baby like him? I wish. He made me wait till I turned 6, so only 2 years. But I only recently started to really use magic. That's still so cool, getting to learn all kinds of magic and stuff from your grandpa, Oberon says with a serene look on his face. Nah, it's super lame, Laxus says. He's always trying to get me to read books and stuff. He won't even let me go on any jobs yet. It sucks. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Oberon says with a thoughtful look. I guess I just think it's cool cause before Acnologia, we didn't really have much of this kind of magic. I mean, Dad tried to teach me everything he could, but I can tell he wasn't a good teacher just from how Master talks about him. He never says anything bad, but it's like I have to relearn everything the proper way now. I just figured it'd be cool to learn magic with your family, like you know? Laxus sighs. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty lucky. It just really sucks always being called Makarov's grandson and things like that. It's all I've ever been. I think it's pretty cool having a grandpa that's one of the strongest wizards in Ishgar. In the world, actually, Oberon says. Both my grandpas worked in the iron mine. Yeah, that sounds pretty lame, Laxus says. Hey, sorry, I didn't mean anything bad by it. I swear. He raises his hands in surrender. Yeah, whatever. Oberon rolls his eyes. Grandpa says you came to Fairy Tale to train with him. That's why he's spending so much time with you. Is that true? Oberon gives Laxus a strange look. Yeah, why else would he be spending so much time with me? He's the best at light magic, and I want to be stronger than any wizard ever. Stronger than Grandpa? That's impossible. No, it's not. He even said I could do it. Oberon argues. No way, he's invincible. Then I'll be more invincible. That's not a thing. I'll make it a thing. They both glare at each other for a moment, and the tension in the air rises until they both just humph and look away toward the lake. Why do you even want to be so strong anyway? For bigger jobs. Laxus asks, why are you so nosy? Hey, I'm trying to be nice. Didn't anyone tell you to respect your elders? I'm like 3 months older than you. That doesn't count. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Just tell me why you want to be so strong already. Because of acnologia, Oberon yells, and Laxus's eyes widen. You want to hunt a dragon? No, but Master and Guildarts say there isn't a wizard stronger than it. So I just need to become stronger than any wizard, right? Then, if it ever shows up again, I won't lose anything or anyone, right? Laxus glances over at Oberon, seeing how serious he was, then shakes his head. You're such a weirdo. You actually want to fight that thing. Don't you know only dragon slayers can kill dragons? Dragon slayer? How do you become a dragon slayer before killing a dragon? That's so stupid. Laxus cuts himself off, not wanting to say too much. Forget it. But you can't even sense magic. You're fighting with such a big handicap. How will you even deal with that so you can get strong enough to fight a dragon? Well, I haven't really figured that part out yet, but I will. Laxus thinks about it for a while, then nods in agreement. Being the strongest sounds pretty fun, and people will stop calling me Makarov's grandson. Okay, I'll do that. What? Hey, how am I supposed to be the strongest if you're the strongest? That's not how it works. Well, I don't know, I just need to be stronger than Grandpa, Laxus says. Anyway, I need to go finish rehearsing for tonight. See ya after the parade. Yeah, good luck, Oberon says as Laxus walks away. As Laxus is leaving, Oberon closes his eyes and continues meditation. Honestly, I expected Master Makarov's grandson to be some super, muscly, mega powerful wizard kid, or a super tiny one, maybe bald too. But that kid seemed normal, more normal than most of the people in this guild, at least. But no way am I going to let him get ahead of me. Oberon walks to the edge of the cliff and looks out at the lake, taking a few deep breaths as an idea forms in his mind. With much hesitation, he jumps over the edge, taking the 100m drop to the lake below. I was fine before, so I should be fine, he thinks while falling, then realizes. No, I will be fine. Magic demands confidence, just like Master Makarov said. As he sees the water approaching, he focuses his gravity magic through his body and quickly slows his fall. Slowed to where he stopped just above the surface of the calm water, leaning forward and looking down to see his reflection staring up at him. With a joyful smile, he takes a step forward, walking on the surface of the water. Making myself lighter than water is good. Now I just need to keep this up while I practice everything else. He looks up at the cliff high above and lets out a deep exhale. 1 week ago, I was just another kid trapped in a mountain village. Now I'm a fairy tale wizard, and one day, I'll be the strongest in the guild. Come on, hit harder, Guildarts yells as he blocks a few more punches from Oberon. What do you think I'm trying to do? Oberon asks as he leaps backward, clearing 10m-33 feet, with ease thanks to his gravity magic. Oberon takes a deep breath, feeling the wind blowing against him, moving his hair, swaying the grass around them. Then he coats his right arm in a layer of gravity magic and leaps toward Gildarts once again. Gildarts raises his hand and easily stops the attack with the back of his hand. Then in one smooth motion, he taps Oberon on the shoulder, sending him rolling in the grass. While rolling, Oberon makes himself lighter to control his tumble and skates across the grass for a few feet before ending up on his feet, crouched low. He immediately rushes back in, this time punching forward long before reaching Gildarts, and a beam of light almost instantly fires from his fist toward the older wizard. Gildarts casually swats it out of the air, shattering the magic, and allowing Oberon to close the distance between them. Oberon punches upward at the man, coating his arm in gravity magic once again, this time punching Gildarts in the chest, still not hard enough for the man to even notice. Gildarts looks down at him curiously. What did you do differently that time? Did you feel that one? Oberon asks as he steps back. Not really, but it was harder than all the others. What did you do differently? Oberon focuses on his magic and recreates the effect. I finally got the hang of it and managed to only coat my fist instead of my entire arm, so it was more intense. Gildart strokes the stubble on his face. Well, that does make sense. Concentrated magic is generally more powerful, but the problem is your plan was to coat your arm in gravity magic like armor, but that you can hit people with. Yeah, Oberon says, but I guess if I get a good opening, I can lower my shield and raise my striking power, balancing offense and defense, right? Yeah, but fights between wizards can be chaotic, so your original plan of keeping a shield up at all times during fights to compensate for being unable to sense magic was safer. Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. Guess the answer is just to get strong enough that you won't have to alternate between offense and defense. Your answer is always to get stronger, Oberon says. Gildart shrugs. Always worked for me. Why are you so strong anyway? It's like you're made of steel or something. Ability-type wizards like us circulate magic through our body to use it. For some people, years of that can make you pretty tough. Gildarts looks down at Oberon, then narrows his eyes at the boy. You know, with gravity magic, you'll probably be pretty tough even without using your magic, so don't worry about it so much. It'll happen naturally. None of the books I read mention that stuff. Not surprising, ability-type wizards that can actually do this aren't very common. So the impression that wizards are frail but can cast powerful explosive spells is still a bit common, especially since for most wizards, all their training is mental. So nobody will expect punching you to be like hitting a steel wall. The higher level you go, the more common people with incredible physical power are. Gildart shrugs. When you get to hunting dark mages, you'll understand what I mean. Or just watch some of the fights around the guild. Gildarts, Macau calls out as he approaches the training duo. He's wearing a sparkly blue tux with tassels, much to their amusement. Quit laughing, both of you. This is for the Fantasia parade. Macau grumbles as Oberon and Gildarts barely manage to stop laughing. Anyway, we'll be heading out to get into positions soon. Oh, it's that late already. Gildarts looks at the sun that's almost touching the horizon. Guess we should head out too before the shop closes. What shop? Oberon asks. Oh right, Gildarts facepalms. Master asked me to take you to the magic shop before we head over to Macau's place to watch the parade. Let's get going before it closes. I finally get to go to magic shop. This is going to be awesome. Oberon quickly gathers his books from nearby and packs them into his bag. Hey, can you fly us both over there? Gildarts asks. Even if I wasn't so tired after training, controlling multiple people at once is too hard, Oberon says. All right, just make us light enough to jump really far, Gildarts says. Oh yeah, I can do that. Then hang on. Gildarts grabs Oberon and holds him under his arm like luggage. Wait, why are you holding me like... Gildarts immediately jumps toward the town, and with the aid of gravity magic, he easily clears half of Magnolia. Seriously, not even screaming, you're no fun, Gildarts grumbles as they soar through the air. I've been flying all day. Falling isn't scary anymore, Oberon says as he looks at the city below. Wow, way more lights than yesterday. Yeah, the parade is a pretty big deal, and lots of people save their big trick till the last minute. Jadart says as they gently land on a rooftop, thanks to some gravity magic. He sets down Oberon and walks to the edge of the building, casually walking off. Oberon leaps off, easily using his magic to soften the two-story drop into the alleyway. Is that what Macau meant when he said they were going to get ready, so that when the parade starts nobody knows what they have prepared? Pretty much, Fairy Tail always goes all out with the Fantasia parade. Will Master Makarov be upset if I don't join the parade next year? Oberon asks while they walk through the main street. Every few steps someone calls out to Gildarts, politely greeting him, and a fair amount of people look nervous at the idea of having him near their homes or businesses. He won't really be mad about something like that, but you and I will be the only people not playing a part in it, Gildart says. So everyone else likes dressing up like weirdos and doing magic tricks? Nah, but the parade get a lot of press. Reporters from all over come see it. So it's a good opportunity for the lesser-known fairy tale wizards to get noticed. Then clients might request them personally for a job. So it's for the attention, which makes them more money. Oberon sees Gildarts pointing at the magic shop Macau's showed him yesterday. I guess that makes sense, but S-class mages like you don't need it, so you can skip it. Pretty much, Gildarts says as they enter the shop. Hey Gran, are you here? He calls out loudly as they both enter. Just give me a moment, dear. A gentle voice calls out from the other side of the room. Oberon looks around at all the shelves, filled with glass cases that had glowing runes on them, preventing people from simply grabbing something off the shelf. Although he's sure someone like Gildarts or Master Makarov could easily smash the runes, most people probably can't. As they walk up to the counter, Oberon lags behind slightly, looking at all the items in the glass cases. Wands, rings, and all sorts of other items that store magic spells. That way even regular people can have access to spells. Not to mention the hundreds of different lacrima crystals that store magic energy dash on display around the shop. I don't see any magic grimoires here, Oberon mutters. Because the more pricey items are in the reinforced storage room, an old woman says as she walks over to them, then moves to stand behind the counter. If you have a request, you can always tell me what you want. If I have it, I'll bring it out, and if I don't, I can special order it from another magic shop or specialized craftsman, but that will cost you more than just going there yourself. Good to see you're still kicking, Gran. Will you be closing up soon to go watch the parade? Gildarts asks. Oh yes, my son spent quite a while building the parade float for our shop. I wouldn't miss it for the world, the woman says. So, I assume Makarov sent you here for the special cards, yes? Yeah, they're for this kid here. Gildarts nods toward Oberon. Master Makarov thinks he's worth the investment, and I'm inclined to agree. Well, if it's enough to have you acting responsible for a change, he must be, the woman says before walking into the back room, leaving them at the counter. Tisich, I'm usually responsible, Gildarts grumbles. Cards? Oberon asks. Some special car magic items. I'll show you how to use them when we get to Macau's place. Gildart says as the shopkeeper returns with a small wooden case. Here they are, 4 cards and 2 cases to hold them, she says while placing the wooden case on the counter. Makarov is lucky I've got a friend who makes these. Otherwise, he would have been waiting weeks for more. We really appreciate it, Gran. Gildarts makes a small bow. I hope you enjoy the parade. I always do, dear, she says before walking off. All right, let's get out of here. Gildarts moves to grab the case, only to look at his hand and take a step back. You know what? How about you carry that instead? How did you survive this long while being so clumsy with your magic? Oberon asks as he carefully picks up the case. Why do you think I'm so tough? Gildarts asks as they leave the store and head over to Macau's apartment. 10 minutes later, did you see where Macau stashes his beer? Gildarts asks while walking through Macau's small kitchen, searching the cabinets. No, maybe in his room, Oberon says while sitting on the couch, carefully opening the wooden case. He opens it to see 4 black playing cards with 2 card sleeves, one black with a white fairy tale emblem, while the other is yellow with a black fairy tale emblem. Oberon carefully picks up one of the cards, inspecting it, appreciating how smooth it is. I don't think it's metal, but it's tough, Oberon mutters. It's a special kind of wyvern scale, Gildarts says, leaning over the back of the couch. Oberon looks back to see the man holding a large glass of ice, and pouring rum from a small bottle into it. Found something better than beer, Gildart says as he walks around and sits beside Oberon. So, what can you tell me about those cards? Well, they're heavier than playing cards, slightly thicker, and harder too since they aren't plastic. Is there anything else? Try passing some magic into one, but save 2 of them for Laxus, Gildart says. Sure. Oberon takes one of the cards and gently pushes some magic energy into it. The card glows white for a moment as on the face of it a white fairy tale emblem appears. The back remains unchanged. Are you kidding me? You aren't even trying to be subtle anymore. First Master, Gildart thinks as he sips his drink. Oberon also notices the fairy tale mark on his inner forearm glow for just a moment before returning to its normal black state. What was that? He asks while poking the mark. I thought this was just like magic paint. For most guilds, yes, but in fairy tale the guild mark is special. It connects our hearts. Don't think anything of it. Gildart expertly speaks his half-truth. Okay, so what does this do? Oberon holds up the card. Well, card magic is among the most versatile and common of all magics. Even for holder-type magics, Gildart says. But instead of storing spells for combat, these are for storage of items, like those super priceless books Master Makarov loaned you. Oh, so he gave me these to protect the books? Oberon asks. Yeah, these are pretty expensive, so usually only nobles have them. Makes traveling with all their silly luggage easier. 2 for you, and 2 for Laxus. Laxus? Does he have some awesome books too? Nah, Master Makarov just didn't want him to feel left out. Can't have his grandson getting jealous after all, Gildart says as he refills his glass. Those cards can't store living things and have limited space, so use them wisely. They also can't be used by anyone but whoever imprinted their magic energy into it, so you can't loan them out. But what if something happens to me and the books are trapped in there? The master can crack them open if needed, and I'm sure he has some way to track those books, but enough talk, try it out. Finally, some new magic, Oberon says as he takes the black and white card sleeve and touches the card with it. Flowing his magic energy into it, the card glows for a moment before the face changes, showing the card sleeve like a picture on it. Just remember you can't store anything that's too magical inside them, Gildart says, but Oberon is too busy constantly taking the card sleeve in and out of storage to listen. After activating the second card, Oberon takes out his books and places them in it, then puts both cards in the sleeve and shoves it into his pocket. Wow, this is way better than a backpack, Oberon says. Must be nice, Gildart grumbles. Do me a favor and give those to Laxus when you see him tomorrow. I don't want to accidentally break them. Sure thing, H. The sound of fireworks going off interrupts them, startling Oberon. What was that? Fireworks means the Fantasia parade is starting. Let's head up to the roof to get a good view. Moments later, wow, Oberon's eyes go wide to soak in all the colors of the parade as the different floats go through the main street. Is it always like this? Every year, Gildart says with a broad smile on his face. People come from all over the country to see it, and it's always a great show to bring kids to. After a few marching bands pass by, and Oberon can hear his own voice again, he sees children waving fairy tale flags in the crowd. Do you have any kids? Oberon asks Gildarts. Nah, being S-class means you're away for months or years at a time. Not something my ex-wife appreciated, and I'm sure if I had kids they'd hate it too, Gildart says with obvious sadness in his voice. Oh, but if you want that, then why not quit? Gildart downs his drink and begins refilling his glass. You know, when I was younger I considered that, Gildart says. When I first met Cornelia, that's my ex-wife. But every time I completed an S-class job, or worse, one of those S-class emergency requests. What's that? Could be anything really. A volcano about to explode, villages collapsing. Usually it's wild monsters or demons destroying towns or cities. Gildart's eyes. Hundreds of people, if not a lot more, can die if there isn't anyone there to handle these requests. Is that what S-class wizards do? Nah, not all of them, but some guilds like Fairy Tale submit a list of wizards for that kind of thing. And I'm the only one in our guild on that list, Gildart says. I've saved hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people by now. If I quit, who would save them? Other wizards would, right? That's the thing. There aren't many wizards as powerful as me. There aren't enough of us, Gildart says. So Cornelia and I decided that it would be pretty selfish to stay home instead of helping people. Gildarts feels the mood become more tense, even as Oberon continues watching the parade. So he ruffles the boy's hair and gives a hearty laugh. But this is way better. The world is too big to be tied down to one place. Too many adventures out there waiting for brave men like us, don't you think? Oberon smiles. Yeah, especially when you've spent all your life in one village until now. Exactly. In a world full of adventure, beautiful places, and incredible women, you owe it to yourself as a man to explore it all. Gildarts downs his drink and pours the last of the bottle into his glass. Look, it's Fairy Tale. Oberon points down at the floats as his guild mates finally pass by them. The guild has a lot more people than I realized. Almost 80 people, Gildarts says. Pretty incredible, right? Yeah. Oberon goes silent as he takes in all the color and lights. The magic's being used to entertain the crowd, dancing and singing. Along with the parade floats his guildmates built. And eventually, on the last parade float of Fairy Tale section, at the very top of what looks like a giant yellow and pink cake, Master Makarov and Laxus were performing a show with their magic, ending with Laxus creating a fairy tale emblem out of lightning above the float. Then lifting his right hand high, index finger pointing at the sky, and thumb facing outward. And a moment later, all the fairy tale wizards do the same pose. Oberon looks on, confused, only for Gildarts to nudge him. He then looks over to see Gildarts standing on the roof, doing the same pose. It's a fairy tale thing. Means that even if we can't see each other, we're always looking out for each other, no matter what. Oberon smiles and immediately copies Gildarts. Being in a wizard guild is really awesome. Damn right about that, Gildarts says. As the final fairy tale parade float passes by, Laxus and Oberon look directly at each other, and an understanding is silently made that this guild, it's theirs, and they won't let anyone ruin it. Hey, Master, guess what I got? Macau yells as he enters the guild, a bag at his side and a large glass jug in his hand. Ugh! Master Makarov's eyes widen as he looks up from the letter he'd been reading, while sitting on the bar counter. The Rose Garden Special Brew. Oh yeah. Got the last jug as a bonus for being extra speedy with that job, Macau says as he walks over to the bar. The entire guild cheers as Inno takes the jug and begins filling mugs. So, Master, what's with the letter? Macau asks as he takes a relaxing sip of the rum. An old friend asked for help. I'm contemplating who I should send, Makarov says as he takes a sip of his drink, enjoying the smooth and delicious flavor. If it's a friend of Fairy Tale, then they deserve our absolute best, Wakaba says as he walks up for Inno to fill his glass. But since Gildarts won't be back for a few months, let me and Macau handle it. No, I have another matter I need the two of you to deal with. For this one, I'll send the kids. It's about time they start doing jobs anyway, Makarov says. Are you sure, Master? Inno asks, leaning seductively against the bar. Lax is sure, but Oberon has only been here for 2 weeks. At least send us with them. We'll just hang back and watch, Macau says. We can't let the kid get hurt on his first job. Yeah, Wakaba agrees. That won't be necessary. This is a simple job, Makarov says. Something has been bothering the animals on his farm, and he wants help to scare it off. They can handle that. Huh. Well, if you're sure, Wakaba says. Where are the kids anyway? Macau asks. Same place they always are. Inno points to the side door, which leads to the training field beside the guild hall. A few moments later, drinks in hand, Master Makarov, Macau, and Wakaba walk through the door to the training field. As they step through the doors, the sparking of electricity reaches their ears. A moment later, Wakaba and Macau squint as dazzling golden light flashes through the area. Adjusting to the new light, they see Laxus and Oberon standing across from each other, and between them, a steady stream of yellow lightning magic clashes with a continuous beam of golden light magic. Wow. Macau looks at them in amazement. I was only gone for 4 days. What the hell have you been feeding these kids, Master? Yeah, they're definitely not normal, huh, buddy? Wakaba asks. Really makes me think about how long it'll take them to get ahead of us. Makarov laughs, a joyous and proud laugh. Laxus is my beloved grandson, part of the fairy tale legacy, and Oberon is one of the most talented mages I have ever met, the sole survivor of Acnologia attacking his village. Exactly what about that gave you the idea that they be normal? As the two magics collide, Laxus smiles deviously at Oberon. You know, I could do this all day. Lightning is power, and I've got a lot of lightning. Oberon smiles right back at him. Yeah, but lightning is all you've got. While keeping both hands forward and directing the beam of light at Laxus, he slides his left foot across the grass. And a horizontal pull of gravity, matching this motion, pulls Laxus to the side, taking his footing and concentration with it. CRA. Before Laxus could understand what just happened, Oberon surged forward using gravity magic and punched at his stomach before Laxus even hit the ground. Laxus sees the punch at the last moment and becomes a bolt of yellow lightning, arcing around Oberon and into the grass behind him. Too close, Laxus says, catching his breath as he's kneeling on the grass. As he's ready to get up, he sees his shadow on the ground, and another shadow becoming larger, swallowing it. Laxus rolls to the side and feels the ground just barely tremble as Oberon lands in his previous position. He gets to his feet and sees Oberon's feet almost an inch into the dirt, his weight increased via gravity magic. Laxus coats his fist with lightning magic and rushes forward, delivering a flurry of strikes, only for Oberon to thrust his hands forward and form a gravity barrier, preventing Laxus from getting past the invisible wall. Seeing this, Laxus stops punching, removing the electricity from his hands, and presses them against the gravity barrier. Your shields are annoying, Laxus says as he pushes harder against the barrier. Oberon smiles, and Laxus responds by firing a bolt of lightning from his palm directly at him. Oberon sees the magic circle form in Laxus's palm and immediately pushes him backward, dropping the gravity barrier and instead raising a light barrier. If my gravity magic was strong enough to affect energy and magic, I wouldn't have to keep swapping like this, Oberon thinks, annoyed with constantly having to alternate to defend against physical attacks and lightning attacks. He creates the golden square of light magic and feels the bolt crashing against it. The bolt continues for a few seconds. On the other side of the barrier, Laxus smiles. You're not the only one that learns fast, he thinks before stomping his foot on the ground. A surge of lightning ripples through the dirt around him, snaking its way under the light barrier and reaching Oberon's feet. Arg! Oberon yells as his light barrier falls. Laxus immediately rushes forward and lands a punch to his face, sending him tumbling backward in the grass. Oberon steadies himself while laying on the ground and looks up to see Laxus almost a dozen meters in the air, stomping down with a foot covered in lightning. Oberon pushes off the ground and flies to meet Laxus in the air, surprising the boy. Don't take to the sky. Oberon lands 3 punches to Laxus's body after dodging his lightning magic-infused kick. If you can't fly, Oberon punches Laxus in the face, then spins and kicks him in the side, sending him tumbling into the grass below. During the exchange, Laxus landed 3 blows on Oberon, but without proper leverage, their damage was nothing against the layer of gravity magic shrouding Oberon's body. Laxus quickly gets up and puts his hands together, then aims at Oberon. While standing in the air, Oberon aims his hands at Laxus, ready for another clash. But this time Laxus rapidly fires much smaller bolts of yellow lightning, each of which bends and curves in unique arcs, moving toward Oberon. Oberon's eyes widen in surprise as he tries, and fails to rapid-fire bolts of light magic to destroy them, feeling one of the bolts crash into his side before another hits his leg. All these angles, he's so annoying, he thinks I can't defend with my shield, but you're not the only one that's been training on your own, Oberon thinks as he closes his eyes for just a moment. Then a sphere of light magic forms around him, defending him from all the bolts crashing into it. Hey, Laxus yells out. Since when can you do that? Since yesterday. Oberon yells, and he charges toward him with the shield still in full effect. Laxus sees this and gathers most of his remaining magic energy into his right hand, ready to punch through the bubble. Seeing this, Oberon reaches forward and touches the bubble, reshaping the magic energy and cloaking his right hand in what once was the light magic sphere. Makarov's eyes widen, not expecting him to have reached that far into his studies already. Oberon's light magic covered fist clashes with Laxus's lightning magic fist to cause a small shockwave through the training area, even slightly rattling the guild hall. When the bright light of their clash stops, just a moment later, Makarov, Wakaba, and Mikhail see Laxus lying on the ground, barely conscious, while Oberon is standing over him, smiling. Your mistake was jumping into the air against someone who can fly, when you can't, Oberon says as he massages his right hand, still feeling tingly, as if Laxus lightning is still dancing on his skin. I wanted to try that stomp you did earlier, Laxus says as he takes Oberon's hand, accepting his friend's help in getting up. Guess I'll learn to fly before I do that again. Your lightning transformation is getting better, Oberon says as he helps steady his dizzy, swaying friend. And what was that thing you did with curving the lightning? Figured it could help me get around your light barrier. Didn't know you could make a bubble, cheater. Hey, I've got to make up for the fact that I can't sense magic by having awesome defenses, otherwise I'm dead, Oberon says as they make their way to the Guildhall side entrance, where the three men are waiting. Hey, Gramps, what's up? Laxus asks. When did Macau get back? Just a few minutes ago, Macau says. But more importantly, when the heck did you two start fighting like that? A few days ago, Laxus says. Having a punching bag makes training a lot easier. Oberon gives him an annoyed look. You know, if I let go of you right now, you'd probably fall over, right? No, I wouldn't, Laxus says. Oberon immediately stops, holding him up, and they all see Laxus begin to lean too far backward and fail to catch himself. Oberon grabs him before he falls. See, you two will certainly become powerful wizards in the future. But for now, let's go to my office. There is something I must discuss with you both, Makarov says as he turns around and heads inside. Both the boys look at each other, confused. You aren't in trouble, Macau says. It's the good kind of surprise, just go see what he wants. Meet us by the bar when you're done. I'll go tell Enno to get your usual after-training food ready, Wakaba says, ruffling Oberon's hair before he and Macau leave. Do you think it's for a mission? Laxus asks. I'm hoping it's more cool magics, like those cards, or maybe more awesome books. Laxus rolls his eyes. You're such a nerd. Oberon immediately lets go of him, and this time he watches his friend fall to the floor. What's going on, Gramps? Laxus asks as they walk into Master Makarov's office. Oberon is one step behind him as they move to sit on the couch opposite the man. Only good news, my boys. Today, you become real guild wizards, Makarov proudly announces. You're letting me take a job? Laxus asks. Yes, but before we get to that, Makarov looks at Oberon. How long have you been able to manipulate the magic formula for light barrier after casting the spell? I figured it out while studying last night. Why? Makarov strokes his chin as he stares at Oberon, wishing now more than ever that he could properly sense the boy's magic energy. You've surpassed my already great expectations. Keep this up, and you may very well reach the summit of magic, Makarov says. We'll discuss this more after you've grown some more. Thank you, Master, Oberon says. Now can you tell us about the other thing? Laxus asks. Yes, it's quite simple, really. Makarov takes out the letter. An old friend of mine has a farm 2 towns over. In Telonia, well, just outside the town, really. And something has killed one of his cows and eaten it. He wants it gone. How you two get it to leave is up to you, so long as it isn't his problem anymore. That seems easy enough, Oberon says. Is that far? You should be able to get there before lunch, Makarov says, noticing Laxus isn't reacting. In fact, why don't you head down to the bar and have Enno prepare some lunches for you two? Searching the forest could take a while on this job. I need to talk to Laxus. Okay, I'll be downstairs, Oberon says as he leaves the room. I thought you said we were ready to become real guild wizards, Laxus says, frowning at his grandfather. Yes, and guild wizards take jobs from the guild, which is what you're doing. Yeah, but you're sending both of us Laxus looks away. If you think I'm not ready, just say that. Makarov sighs. I'm not sending you together because of you, Laxus. Laxus looks at his grandfather, surprised. You're not. I'm sending you with Oberon to help him. The boy has only ever been in his mountain village before he woke up in Era, at which point I brought him here. He's not used to traveling like we are, and will need someone to look out for him. Oh, so you're sending me to make sure he's all right? Yes. And it's not because you think I need help. To scare off a wolf or two, Makarov laughs. You're a dragon slayer. What could a pair of wolves do to you? Hearing that, Laxus smiles. Yeah, you're right. Of course I am, but Laxus. Makarov takes a more serious tone. Both of you shall become exceptional wizards. I expect you both to surpass me, and hopefully I'll be alive to see it. But only one of you is expected to be guild master. Only you are being trained for that heavy burden. Is it still something you want? Laxus thinks about it for a moment, and a serious, determined expression forms on his face. Yes, I want to protect Fairy Tail. Makarov smiles. Protect Fairy Tail, huh? Well, that's part of it. But you'll have powerful wizards like Oberon and Guildarts at your side. With those two, I doubt Fairy Tail will rely on its master for strength. Laxus looks a bit confused. So I don't have to be strong? Oh no, you must be strong to earn the respect of the greater wizard community. But what is more important is being a great teacher, a great leader. You must be strong, wise, firm, and gentle all at once. It is a far more difficult task than simply being a powerful wizard. And this job is your first step toward that. It is really? Yes, even after so little time I can already tell, the bond you and Oberon share is strong. You push each other to get better and help each other along the way. If that bond goes unbroken, nothing can stop you. If you wish to be guild master, having someone like that at your side will be all but essential. So while he must simply become stronger for his goal, you, my beloved grandson, must become powerful and a man, a leader worthy of admiration from people just as powerful. Can you do that? Laxus goes silent for a while, recalling the hundreds of wizards he's seen pay their respects to Makarov Dreyer, wizard saint, guild master of Fairy Tail. And he feels like the shadow is a mountain that he can never summit. I don't know, he says in a scared, shaky voice, staring down at his lap. Makarvo smiles and walks over to hug his grandson. That's the only correct answer, he says while hugging Laxus. We do not decide if we are worth following. The people we wish to protect decide for us. That is one of the most important lessons a guild master must learn. Laxus smiles. Yeah, Grandpa, you're right. I'll be sure to look out for him, I promise. I know you will. That is how I raise you after all. That is how Fairy Tail works, by caring for each other. Makarov smiles, proud of his grandson. Now, how about you go get ready for your first official job? Laxus's eyes widen. My first real job, he mutters in disbelief. I'm going on a real wizard job. Makarov laughs with his grandson, celebrating his first real step toward becoming guildmaster. 1 hour later, 9 a.m. Are you sure you kids have everything? Macau asks as Laxus and Oberon finish packing their bags. We're ready, Oberon says before storing his bag and his second card, the first carrying his books. Seeing Laxus do the same thing, Wakaba can't help but nod. Damn, that's useful. Hey, master, how much did you pay for one of those? Can you get me the same deal? They look at the man sitting on the bar counter drinking his beer, and he simply shrugs. I called in a favor the maker owed me. They normally cost a couple million each, but that's if you don't want the security and tracking features those have. Wakaba rubs the back of his head. Well, nothing wrong with my old reliable travel pack anyway. I couldn't agree more, Macau says. Maybe when I make it to S-Class, I'll save up for 1 or 2 of those. How do you become S-Class anyway? Oberon asks. Oh, Macau begins explaining only to be interrupted by Master Makarov. Laxus can explain how the promotion process works on the train, which you'll miss if you don't head out now, Makarov says. All right, see you later, Grandpa, Laxus says. We'll be back soon, Oberon says as he follows Laxus out the door. Makarov, Macau, Wakaba, and Inna watch them leave with smiles on their faces. So, anyone else feeling old right now? Macau asks. Always, Makarov says. But watching new wizards start their journey can certainly have that effect on you. Man, I tell ya, Wakaba takes out his pipe and begins smoking. Everyone in Fairy Tale is capable, but those two, they're special. It's like I can just tell they'll change the world, and I can't help but just be happy that I get to see it. Macau nods and drinks his beer. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hey, Master, now that it's just us, how talented do you think those kids really are anyway? What exactly are you asking? Makarov asks, as Enno refills his mug. Those cards, teaching the new kid your own light magic. And Gildarts got drunk and started talking about how he can't wait for him to become S-Class too. So, how bright is our future? Enno and Wakaba look at Macau, then focus on Makarov, who is staring down into his mug, gently swirling the alcohol around as he thinks, trying to find a way to quantify instinctual feelings to more common mages. Well, I do believe that everyone in Fairy Tale is special, each with a unique purpose and desire. Makarov looks around the guild hall at the dozens of wizards, going about their own business. But if I had to put a number to it, I'd say, when comparing to the entire world and not the wonderfully talented mages we have here, you and Wakaba are better than most in the world. Wizards like you are 1 in 100, capable, and with enough hard work you can certainly grow much stronger. Macau and Wakaba smile and clink their mugs together. Gildarts, however, Makarov rubs his chin. His innate power and magic are great, but he lacks the aptitude to learn and implement a wide variety of magics, which greatly holds him back from all he could have been. Mages like him are 1 in, maybe 1 in 10,000. Macau chokes on his beer for a moment. Seriously? If you ever saw him go all out, you'd understand. Makarov chuckles. What about you? Oh, me? Makarov smiles. Well, not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm not a wizard saint for nothing. I spent my life making myself into what I believe to be the perfect image of a wizard, well-versed in dozens of magics, capable of learning more, knowledgeable, and powerful. Even in my old age, I'd really make Gildarts work to get past me, and that's assuming he even could. And thanks to my hard work and aptitude, I was able to learn magics that I don't believe any wizard can stand against. Those 3 spells, Macau says quietly. Makarov nods. Yeah, I'd imagine learning even one of those could take some people an entire lifetime. Gildarts said he never bothered to try learning them. That brute is no good at delicate applications of magic, which means half of what makes magic wonderful is forever out of his reach, Makarov says. So, all things considered, I'd likely put myself at about maybe 1 in 50,000. My gods, Enno mutters. Are all wizards saints that powerful? Oh no, my dear, we aren't all created equal, Makarov says. Wizard saints must be powerful, but we also have to command respect in the greater magic community. Some of them only have, or are simply only capable of using one magic, unlike myself. And one of them doesn't even have any combat spells. So, does that mean you're the strongest of them? Wakaba asks. If I fight for myself alone, for selfish reasons, then no, I'd say I'm 5th. But if you fought for Fairy Tale, Macau says, so you could use those spells. Then, so long as I was able to cast the spell, 1-on-1 I'd win. Wakaba whistles, amazed. Makes me even move curious about seeing them now, especially since the Magic Council calls them the ultimate spells, if even they call them that it must be serious. Most of the world thinks they are no more than a children's story, Makarov says, looking around the guild to see everyone still going about their business. I'd rather it remain that way, which is why unless Fairy Tale is in danger, they will never be used. That's for the best, yeah, Macau says. So, what about the kids? Oh, that's quite easy really, Makarov says. Laxus doesn't have my aptitude for light magic, but he more than makes up for it with lightning, and everything else he has is much like me. However, he has more magic energy than I did when I was his age, much more in fact. Macau and Wakaba share a somber look, which confuses Enno, but Makarov quickly moves the conversation along before she asks them anything. I'd say Laxus is 1 in 100,000, as expected of my dear grandson. Makarov laughs wildly, drawing some attention from others in the guild hall before they go back to their conversations. So, the kids are that good, huh? Wakaba can't help but smile. Guess we're in good hands, Hamikao. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to pull our own weight. Someone has to set an example, after all. I figured Master Makarov and Gildarts had that part covered, but I guess you're right. Wakaba takes a big puff of his pipe. Well, I said Laxus is 1 in 100,000, at least according to my estimates, which means even in guilds that attract exceptional wizards, he will stand out. But Oberon is an entirely different matter. Wakaba and Mikau look at Makarov with wide eyes. You're saying he's even more rare? Makarov takes a big gulp of his beer, then laughs. How the heck would I know? Kid is so much a freak, I've never even heard of anyone like him. If anything, he's closer to the first master than me, and she's only one of 2 wizards to exist at that level before. Makarov feels a warmth coming from the fairy tale emblem on his chest, looking down slightly into his shirt to see it glowing. Is that why you're so fond of this boy Mavis? Because he reminds you of yourself? Or does he remind you of Zerif? Makarov ponders as he continues drinking. Will you be all right to ride the train? Oberon asks as he follows Laxus to find some empty seats on the train. Both boys were dressed and had their cards in their pockets, while Laxus already had his headphones around his neck, connected to a small device attached to his belt. Music helps, Laxus says as they find a set of empty seats. He takes a seat on one side, while Oberon sits opposite him. Right, just if you decide to throw up, do it away from me, like out the window. I'll try to remember that, Laxus says as he opens the small device attached to his belt and selects which data lacrima he wants to play music from. Oberon sits by the window and looks at the few people on the train station platform. We barely got here in time. If we finish fast enough, we should be able to get the last train back to Magnolia. That's the plan, Laxus says as the train starts moving, and he immediately puts his headphones on. Hey, I know you want to talk about the magic stuff Gramps asked me to explain to you, but I really can't when this thing is moving. It's fine. Oberon takes out one of his cards and withdraws a grimoire from it. This ride is just an hour away, so I'll get some studying done. TCH nerd, Laxus mutters as his motion sickness takes full effect. After a few minutes, Laxus lays across his seat, doing his best to suppress the feeling of his stomach constantly flipping, while Oberon is busy writing in his journal. Oberon reads the light magic grimoire, glancing between it and his personal journal. Master Makarov seemed impressed that I altered the structure of the light barrier earlier. That must mean I'm doing something right, but why was that so impressive? Oberon wonders, almost losing himself in thought before looking around the train car, seeing it's empty. Oberon makes a small, translucent sphere of light magic in his hand, like an empty glass ball. He looks at it, pondering the orb. Light Barrier is a basic light magic spell. It's the first step in the light magic construct line of spells. But why is changing it such a big deal? He waves his, and trying to get the orb to change shape, and nothing happens. Oberon's eyes wide. Recreating the effect isn't easy, but I did it on a whim earlier. He dispels the magic and delves back into the journals. Eventually, Oberon has 3 of Makarov's light magic grimoires hovering in front of him as he takes notes in his own journal. So, the basic spell formation process is ether nano in the atmosphere is absorbed by mages. Then the energy within the body and energy of the natural world are synchronized, which allows mages to focus the ether nano, which has already been metabolized into magic energy within them, into spells. Spells are guided by the soul, structured by the mind, and regulated by emotions. Mages with deeper feelings, bonds, can use their emotions to regulate their magic. So magic is limited by the instinctual barriers existing within all living things, but extreme emotions can temporarily push past them. Oberon pinches the bridge of his nose, trying to organize his thoughts. Okay, so that means magic energy plus focus or visualization. X emotional state equals magic. He writes the formula in his book. But since magic isn't actually placed into writing by the natural world, then what we call runes are simply a way for our minds to more easily understand and pass on our understanding of magic itself. So runes exist to skip steps. Okay, I'm getting this now. Oberon studies diligently, eventually coming to a conclusion. So he was impressed because I cast a spell within a spell. Oberon thinks. Light Barrier's formula is meant to be solid and immutable, but I was able to change the formula after casting it, without having to dispel it. Oberon creates another small light barrier in his hands, this time visualizing the formula as a complex mathematical equation. Then he visualizes the variables of the formula changing, and the light barrier in his hand becomes a small rod, the size of a pencil. Wow. Oberon twirls it around his fingers. So if I have a proper understanding of magic and I can map out the formula, then I should be able to use or solve them, but this formula still needs a lot of work. Oberon waves his hand, and over 100 lines of complex math, runes, and symbols appear as golden light, hanging in the air. This doesn't even apply to gravity magic in its current form. It needs a lot of work, he sighs, and dispels the light magic. Oberon packs away some of his books and leans back in his seat, looking out the window, enjoying the view of the landscape, changing as the train rushes over the land. To think I almost spent my entire life on one little mountain. Oberon smiles as he appreciates how large the world is. While looking at the landscape, he casually creates the light barrier sphere in his hand, then transforms it into the rod, and while twirling it with his fingers, he constantly changes the shape. Not even looking at it, only focused on the formula in his mind. I can do this now, after spending over an hour working on it, but I never would have discovered it without fighting Laxus. He glances at Laxus, who is lying on the seat opposite him. Some wizards can only discover their true potential in battle. He recalls Gildart's words. So in battle, or more accurately, in times of high stress, high emotions, if one remains focused, we can make magic bloom. Are you done muttering to yourself? Laxus asks as he sits up. We're arriving at the station now. How do you know that? Oberon asks as Laxus takes off his headphones and stores them in his magic card. I just do, Laxus says as Oberon packs away his books. A moment later, the train's announcement system activates. All passengers, we will be arriving at the Omnibus station within 3 minutes. Please be ready to disembark if this is your stop. The announcement repeats itself a few more times as both boys are sitting, waiting to leave the train. The moment the train stops, Laxus rushes onto the train station platform, happy to have his feet on solid ground once more. Thanks for not making a mess in there, Oberon says, jokingly, as he walks beside Laxus. Now, where are we going? I've been to the place before, Laxus says. It's a farm at the eastern edge of town. Shouldn't take us more than 20 minutes to walk there. Laxus looks to his side, seeing Oberon looking around in amazement at the town. Much like Magnolia, but much more densely packed. Are you even paying attention? You farm into town, right? Laxus rolls his eyes. Just don't get separated from me, and we'll be fine. And if we do get separated, just fly above the town and head to the train station. I'll meet you there. Got it, Oberon says. So, does this town have a magic shop? Nah, this place doesn't even have a guild. They barely ever need wizards here, since a lot of Fiori grain comes from around here. So the Royal Knights patrol a lot. So dark guilds stay away, huh? Sound like a nice place to live. If a painfully boring life is what you want, Laxus says. But at least it means all the job requests they have come to Fairy Tale. So a new guild won't move in because it has to compete with Fairy Tale, right? Well, it's a bit more than that, Laxus says. Yeah, guilds compete for the same jobs a lot, which is why you rarely have towns with more than one guild, unless it's a big place. But guilds also have to pay up to the town that's hosting them. Why would a guild pay the town? Don't guilds protect people from dark guilds? Yeah, but guilds also invite the town or city they're in to become a war zone. They attack each other all the time, and the townspeople suffer a lot when that happens. That's why the Magic Council Ishgard branch is considering banning inter-guild conflicts like that, in exchange for removing the part about paying the towns. That sounds fair. Oberon nods as he follows Laxus toward the edge of town. Yeah, to you, but lots of guilds hate each other and are just looking for an excuse to fight, plus the council has been adding a lot of laws lately, so adding one this big will piss off a lot of people. You know a lot about this politics stuff? That's pretty cool, Oberon says. So, does Fairy Tale have any enemies out there? Yeah, well, my grandpa is a wizard saint and a guild master, so I kind of have to know this stuff, Laxus says. And as for enemies, probably Phantom Lord. They have way more members than us, and their guild master is a wizard saint just like Gramps. They've hated Fairy Tale since before Grandpa was even born. All right, that reminds me, I wanted to ask about that when we got off the train. The wizard rank stuff Master Makarov mentioned. He said you'd explain. Oh, yeah, that stuff is pretty simple, honestly. There are a few ranks, and they each come with some nice benefits, depending on how you want to use it. Unaffiliated mages are people who use magic but don't belong to a guild of any type. This is just a guy watering his plants with a water magic ring, or a lady using telekinesis to reach something on a high shelf. Usually that kind of thing. But it can also apply to some strong people too, because not all strong mages belong to a guild. So like me before I joined Fairy Tale. Exactly, but when you joined you became a guild wizard. Being part of an official guild means you have to follow the laws of the Magic Council and the local laws of the country you're operating in, which is currently Fiori. And when we take jobs in other countries, we obey their laws. Okay, that makes sense. Ishgard is a pretty huge continent after all. But Fiori is the strongest country with the best wizards on it, so I doubt I'll be leaving here much. I figured you'd want to see all of Ishgard. I'm only interested in where the magic is. Oberon shrugs. What's next? Well, dark wizards and dark guilds are like us, but they aren't connected to the Magic Council or local governments. They can use forbidden magics and take jobs that are illegal, like international war contracts. That's basically like if someone hired Fairy Tale to destroy a neighboring country. But assassination jobs are legal, right? Yeah, once the target isn't a politician, noble, or working for the Magic Council, Laxus says. But Gramps says they'll be outlawing those kinds of contracts soon. Won't matter to us either way since Fairy Tale doesn't take those jobs. Well, that's a relief. Oberon says in obvious disgust. Using magic just to kill people, something must be wrong with those people. Definitely, Laxus says. But yeah, above the regular wizards are the S-class wizards and guild masters, like Guildarts and Master Makarov. Yeah, but it's a bit more complicated. See, the guild master runs the guild and isn't eligible for taking on official jobs. That's why the strongest wizard eligible for official jobs is called the ace of the guild. For us, that's Guildarts. So Master Makarov can't go on jobs. Otherwise, he'd be the master and ace. Yep, my grandpa is just awesome like that, Laxus says. But not every guild has S-class wizards, which isn't just about power. See, S-class wizards get access to S-class jobs. They're super dangerous, but pay a lot. Gramps, let me see some of the completed ones Guildarts did before. They looked awesome. Really, S-class jobs, huh? I didn't see any of those on the job board. That's because they're on the second floor job board, which is off limits for regular members aside from going to Grandpa's office. But only S-class wizards can take those. And the guild master gets to select who is S-class and sends the Magic Council their name to inform them when the promotion happens. This doesn't really do anything, but let the Magic Council keep track of how strong the guilds are, and keep an eye out for talented wizards. Becoming S-class is mostly to help the guild itself by attracting more work. Then why does Fairy Tale only have one S-class wizards? That's because Fairy Tale is pretty famous for having stronger S-class wizards than any other guild. To join the guild, all you need to do is basically ask Grandpa, and he'll let you in, but he's a lot harder on people wanting to be S-class. A few of our members who failed the S-class promotion trial before moved to other guilds and became their aces, so we've got a reputation for having a lot higher standards than other guilds. No wonder Guildarts is so strong, Oberon says. And S-class wizards probably get more access to information about magics, right? Oh, definitely. And a lot of important wizards will be more willing to talk to you. But for most people, it's just about the money and fame, Laxus shrugs. Guildarts mostly uses the fame to get jobs in countries that are hard to get into. He likes to travel after all. Yeah, he told me he wants to see as much of the world as possible, Oberon says. Anyway, above S-class jobs are special jobs called quests. There are things above S-class, huh? Must be really damn hard. Oh yeah, Laxus says as they leave the outer wall of the town and walk through farmlands. The first is called a decade quest. That's basically a hard job that hasn't been completed even after it's been posted for 10 years. What the hell kind of job is that? Doesn't it cost money to post a job in a guild? What kind of job is that hard? And who can afford to even post if? Gildarts did one a few months ago, actually. A kingdom wanted a demon that took over one of their castles gone. So he went over there and killed it, but he didn't get paid since he destroyed most of the castle accidentally. What a waste of time, Oberon says. Yeah, but above those are the century quests, or the 100-year quests, Laxus says. My God, what the hell is that even about? Honestly, I have no idea, Laxus says. Fairy Tale wasn't actually that famous until a few years ago. Gildarts was the first person to even finish a 100-year quest. The news brought a lot of jobs and new people to the guild. He really didn't say what it was about. No, but the client notified the council and guilds that he's the one who finished it. All we know is that it was in Inca. That's almost the other side of the continent. Oberon rubs the back of his head. What the hell could go unfinished for 100 years? I don't know, but Gramp says there are more 100-year quests than we'd think. But they're so dangerous and scary that the people who request them are usually kingdoms and governments, so they don't want the public to know, and if they ever announce it, then that's not until they're completed. Like if the castle was built on top of some giant monster and they've been trying to find someone to kill it, Oberon imagines it clearly, a dragon locked in the basement of a castle. Yeah, that makes sense. Did they make him sign a magic contract so he can't tell anyone about it? Yeah, Laxus says. When Gildarts finished that quest, they actually considered making him a wizard saint. But there can't be two wizard saints in the same guild. Why not? Oberon asks. Because that would cause too much power to be on one side, Laxus says. Wizard saints like my grandpa aren't just powerful. They're respected figures because of their strength, and they're also willing to work with the Magic Council to maintain the balance of the magical world. But the title also means whatever guild they're a part will get a lot more attention, jobs, and recruits. Not to mention if the Magic Council needs the Wizard Saint to vote on something, having two members of the same guild in the vote can mess things up. So they made a rule that a guild can't have two, So Master Makarov would have had to step down as Wizard Saint. Well, Gildarts hated the idea of working so closely with the Magic Council and not being able to go on his adventures. So that was never really going to happen, Laxus says. But it's not really a rule or law, just a kind of understanding they all have, since a wizard saint or the Magic Council has to recommend someone to be a wizard saint, and nobody will want their competition to get a second wizard saint in their ranks. I see. Oberon thinks over everything he just learned, then smiles. Okay, I've made a decision. Laxus glances over at him and his goofy smile. What decision? I'm going to complete a 100-year quest, Oberon says, confidently. You just decided that? Just like that? Yup, Oberon says. My plan was to become a wizard saint, but even if I do become super strong, the only way that will happen is if I take Master Makarov's spot, and I don't think he'll be retiring anytime soon. So the best way to get access to the information and people they have is to simply be acknowledged as someone on their level. The alternative would be asking Master Makarov to get information and arrange meetings for me. But that can only take me so far since I doubt they let him bring certain super top-secret advanced magic grimoires to the guild. And he's under a magic contract that will let them know if he blabs about confidential things, Laxus says. Oh yeah, how does that work anyway? Body link magic. If you break the contract, they will know and it will be void, Laxus says casually. Some of the really powerful dark guilds make contract with members that if you betray the guild, you instantly die, or maybe just get sick, stuff like that. Remind me never to break one of those, Oberon says as they turn and begin walking down the long walkway to a large farmhouse. Well, I'm sure after you break the first one, you won't repeat that mistake, Laxus says as they approach, and he knocks on the door. Mr. Boyd, it's Laxus Dreyer of Fairy Tale. We're here to help you. It happened right around here. Mr. Boyd, an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard, guides Laxus and Oberon through his farm, carefully using his cane to move along the dirt path. Did you see anything? Laxus asks, looking around at all the animals, noticing how tired and haggard they appeared. All I heard was the cows making noise. Then my son came out to find this mess. The man points to a pen with a broken fence and a pool of blood in the middle of it. How often does this happen? Laxus asks, walking over to the broken fence, seeing a small trail of blood that quickly fades. It started a few nights ago, Mr. Boyd says. It took one of my goats to start with. We assumed it was a wolf or something, figure it must be injured or starving to come this close to town. Nothing we couldn't handle. But quickly killing and moving an entire cow means it's bigger than a wolf, Oberon says as he looks to the forest at the edge of the property. Which is why the other farmers asked me to call Maki. Figured since we're friends he'd send someone over quickly. Which he did, Mr. Boyd says. This is pretty interesting. It doesn't match up with anything confirmed to be in this area, Oberon says. Wolves wouldn't come this close to people. Forest Vulcans are stupid and loud, so you'd know if it was one of them. Must be something else. Yes, that's what I assumed as well, Mr. Boyd says as he and Oberon discuss ideas of what the culprit could be. While they do that, Laxus walks to the broken fence and spots some gashes in the ground, along with some strange purple dirt. Purple blood, maybe, Laxus thinks, looking back at Oberon and Mr. Boyd, seeing that they're totally distracted. Taking his chance, he quickly touches it with his fingers and brings a piece of the stained dirt to his nose, inhaling deeply to memorize the scent. Closing his eyes and focusing, he takes a few more deep breaths, picking up a scent trail. I have a lead, Laxus says, surprising both of them. We should go. If it attacks at night, then it may be sleeping during the day. That'd make this a lot easier. Just to be careful, Mr. Boyd says. If you discover that it's something dangerous, just come back, and I'll call Maki for some reinforcements, all right? All right, we'll be going now, Oberon says. As Mr. Boyd wishes them good luck, Oberon follows Laxus into the forest, walking a step behind him as Laxus can actually sense magic. Looking around, Oberon didn't see anything special about the forest. He couldn't even see a clear trail to follow or track. And yet, Laxus walked with confidence, as if he knew exactly where he was going. What trail are we following? Oberon asks. It's hard to explain, but I can feel that this is the way, Laxus says. Guess that makes sense. It must be nice to be able to sense magic, Oberon says as they continue walking. Lightning wizards are actually extra sensitive to magic. Makes hitting us or ambushing us pretty hard, but I'm not that good yet. I didn't even know that. Guess I'll move it a bit higher on my list of magics to learn, Oberon says. What do you mean higher? It wasn't number one. Nope. Requip is number one. Being able to store and withdraw items at will is just too convenient. Kind of weird how you can learn Requip, but not teleportation. Aren't they like the same thing? It's because teleportation is sort of like an invasive magic. Magic that requires the magic energy of the user to connect to the magic energy of the world or other people, Oberon explains. That's why Master Makarov's telepathy doesn't work on me. I guess being some kind of freaky mutant has its perks. When Gramps yells his thoughts into my head, it makes my brain hurt, Laxus says. But that's only when he's mad. Did he used to do that a lot? Yeah, before I learned to be more careful with my magic, Laxus says as they continue walking. Eventually, after almost an hour of walking, Laxus raises his hand, signaling Oberon to be silent. Oberon immediately gets more focused, ready for a fight as he follows Laxus. I can hear it eating, Laxus says as they carefully walk through the forest. Let's get some height. He gestures to the trees above. Oberon makes them both lighter, allowing them to lean into the trees above, and they move from branch to branch for a few more minutes. How did you hear it from this far? Oberon asks quietly as they come to a stop in front of a small clearing, with a small cave at the end of it. Oberon looks at the cave, focusing on it, but can't see or hear anything. Yet Laxus is confident in his senses. What is it? I don't know, but it's eating hungrily, Laxus says. And I hear snarling, bones cracking. It must be eating the bones too. So definitely not a wolf. And how can you even hear anything? Dunno, I just can, Laxus says. We should wait up here to see what it is. Then we'll know if we can handle it ourselves. What if there are more than one? It's only one, Laxus says, confidently, only picking up one scent. Okay, so now what? We just wait. Laxus sits on the branch, hidden behind a screen of leaves. Most of being a wizard is traveling and waiting. You ride a train for a few days, go fight one person, then spend a few more days traveling back. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oberon sits beside him. After an hour of waiting, Laxus is still diligently watching the exit to the cave, still hearing the sounds of ravenous eating. And on the branch beside him, Oberon is studying from a magic grimoire. You should be focused on the mission, not on your books, Laxus says. You're plenty focused for both of us. Besides, I'm not using any magic, just reading. Laxus raises a hand, and Oberon is immediately on alert. It stopped eating, get ready. Oberon stores his book back into his magic card and turns to look at the cave through the leaves. That wasn't in the books about this region, Oberon says as an 8-foot-tall lizard man steps out of the cave. Its body had a few newly healed wounds across the chest and face, and was clearly malnourished, blood around its mouth from its recent meal. Lizard man, Laxus says. It doesn't look healthy, but they're naturally strong, really strong, and the scales have a natural defense magic. We should go get backup. Oberon sees the lizard man walking about the clearing before it walks into the forest, in the direction of the small stream beyond the tree line. It must be thirsty, gives us a few minutes to make a plan, Oberon says. Plan? We need to go call Grandpa. Lizard men are stronger than Vulcans. Yeah, if it was healthy, which it isn't, Oberon says. We can take it. It's too dangerous, Laxus argues, still keeping his voice down. We can do it. Pushing our limits is the best way to grow. And besides, do you really want to tell Master Makarov that you couldn't handle the first job he gave you? Laxus sees the determination in his friend's eyes and looks away. Fine, but if it's too strong, we need to run away. Obviously, I don't plan to die, Oberon says. Now let's get ready to ambush it as soon as it gets back. No, I got a better idea. How strong is your gravity magic? Depends, what do you have in mind? A few minutes later, the lizard man walks into the clearing, water dripping from its mouth as it stomps through the field. Just go inside, Laxus mutters as he eyes it through the leaves. The moment the lizard man enters the small cave, Laxus snaps his fingers. Using his lightning magic, a crack of thunder echoes through the area, and Oberon immediately leaps onto the rock formation the cave is in, only the size of a train car. Now get crushed, Oberon yells as he slams both his palms down onto the rock formation, increasing the gravity of it many times over. The grass around the rocks is instantly flattened as the dirt is compressed. The rocks themselves begin sinking into the dirt below, causing small cracks that spread through the clearing. The desperate shrieks of the lizard man echo out from within the cave, and Oberon increases the intensity of his gravity magic. Oberon screams out. Just get crushed already, he screams as the cave collapses onto the lizard man. As the entire thing collapses, Oberon leaps away to the edge of the clearing and wipes the sweat from his brow. Okay, that took a bit more effort than I expected, he says as Laxus lands beside him. But at least it worked. Yeah, well, it's not over yet, Laxus says. He's under there, and he's pissed. As if on cue, the lizard man pushes the boulders off of his body and digs his way out of the pile, staring at both the young wizards. Yeah, this'll be fun, Oberon says as he raises his right hand, pointing his index and middle finger at the lizard man. Well, at least it's not boring. Lightning magic crackles around Laxus's hand as he gathers it into a sphere. The lizard man sees this, and his green body shimmers for a moment, using magic to raise his defenses as he rushes in, releasing a blood-curdling scream at both wizards. Blow his head off, Laxus says as both he and Oberon fire, light magic and lightning magic slamming into the lizard man, who only stumbles as the magic shatters against his body. And he hastens his mad dash toward the young wizards. And across the clearing, the lizard man was also staring in shock, almost as shocked as the boys were that the monster was still alive and conscious, rising to its feet to kill them. Oberon, move, Laxus yells, and his friend immediately leaps to the side. Laxus takes a wide stance and inhales deeply as he condenses his magic energy within his body, staring at the monster directly across the clearing from him. Dragon Slayer magic. A yellow magic circle, clearly different from his lightning magic circle, appears in front of his mouth. Lightning Dragon. The crackling lightning on his body subsides as his power is focused entirely on this spell. Roar. Laxus unleashes a 1-foot-wide beam of lightning directly at the lizard man. The sound of crackling lightning and booming thunder echoes through the surrounding forest as a blindingly bright light shines in the clearing. At the side, Oberon simply stares with wide eyes at the aftermath. The lizard man was completely electrocuted and charred, its corpse lying on the ground in a patch of scorched earth. Wow, was all Oberon could say, still processing what he saw and, more importantly, what he heard. Yeah, I think that should do it, Laxus says as he drops to one knee, barely awake after that attack. After a minute to catch their breaths, Oberon sits beside Laxus against a tree, still looking at the corpse. So, why didn't you tell me you're a dragon slayer? Laxus sighed and closed his eyes, knowing this question was coming, and that his grandpa would yell at him for using that magic. Nobody is supposed to know. It's a lost magic, hasn't been seen in centuries, Laxus says. Then, how'd you learn it? Laxus turns away from him. Some stuff happened, and now I have this weird lacrima in me, all right? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. It's fine, Oberon says before he laughs quietly. Honestly, this is pretty cool. Who better to help me protect us from Acnologia than a dragon slayer? Laxus looks over at him, surprised. You aren't freaked out by this? I mean, I'm not really normal anymore, you know. Powerful wizards are rarely ever normal. Besides, normal is boring. I'd much rather have you as a friend than some boring person. Laxus looks at him oddly for a moment, then laughs. You're such a weirdo. You want to talk, Dragon Boy? I hate you so much, Laxus says as he glares at Oberon. Laxus was in his seat on the train, his arm and shoulder wrapped in bandages, along with part of his midsection, a jacket thrown over his body as he struggled to stay awake. And across from him, Oberon, who was originally hurt more than him, was perfectly healed and sitting with a book in his lap. Not my fault you don't heal fast. Guess being part lizard didn't come with that, huh? I do heal fast, but you sat and meditated for a few minutes, and all your wounds healed. That's unfair, Laxus says. It looks easy, but it takes a big mental strain on me. Not to mention the amount of magic energy I use, it's pretty intense. Laxus looks away, seeing the last passengers boarding the train. PSH, for normal people, doubt a freak like you even felt the loss of magic energy. I did, Oberon says as Laxus takes out his headphones. I'd say the bigger freak is the guy who tracked a lizard man from a drop of blood. Now that's creepy in your hearing. I can also see in the dark, Laxus says. And when I focus, illusion magic has a harder time tricking me, since all my senses are amplified. That makes sense. Oberon looks around, only seeing a few people in this train car before he whispers quietly. It was too quiet for even someone sitting beside him to hear, but Laxus heard it clearly. What about wings and claws, maybe a tail? Laxus shakes his head. Gramps says it's impossible for me to get that kind of stuff. I just get the basic senses and some of the magic, nothing more. That's kind of disappointing, Oberon says, still whispering. But I guess that's good. Acnologia attacked my village for some kind of super powerful dragon lacrima. If you went full dragon, he'd probably come find you too. Gramps said the readings from that lacrima was different, way different from the one I got, as if it was still alive, with its power a couple times stronger than mine. That's... Oberon stops as they start moving, and Laxus immediately plays his music and leans back in his seat, using all of his focus not to throw up. Never mind. 1 hour later. Get ready. I heard the conductor say we're a few minutes away, Laxus says, getting Oberon to stop writing for a moment. Damn, you're like a hunting dog, Oberon says. Well, dragons were apex predators. You mean they are apex predators? Doubt Acnologia has to be careful of where he goes, Oberon says. Laxus doesn't respond. Instead, he takes out a communication lacrima, a softball-sized lacrima crystal in the shape of a translucent blue crystal ball dash. He focuses some magic energy into it, and Master Makarov's image appears, with some of the guild members moving about behind him. Are you at the station already? Yeah, Gramps. We'll see you at Porla Susika's place. All right, I'll head over there now, Makarov says as the call stops. How much does that thing cost anyway? Oberon asks as Laxus stores the communication lacrima away. Not as much as you'd think, but the problem is storing it. Wizards usually don't carry anything fragile on them, because jobs usually involve fighting. Or people like Gildarts exist who sometimes break anything they touch. Well, we got our cards. I think it's a good investment, Oberon says. Definitely, this one belongs to the guild anyway. So I was already thinking about getting a personal communication lacrima, Laxus says as the train stops, and he rushes to get onto solid ground. Okay, which way to the healer? Poor Yusuka. Yeah, and she's not really a healer like with magic, Laxus says as he begins leading Oberon through Magnolia. More like she specializes in treating things caused by magic. She mixes ingredients to make potions and stuff, that kind of thing. Ah, so she's a magic medicine woman. That makes more sense since Master Makarov said healing magic was lost centuries ago. Oh, one thing, she's kind of cranky, Laxus says. She can't be that bad. She is, Laxus says as he speeds up. 10 minutes later, the duo are walking through the forest just outside of Magnolia to a part of the forest with a clearly used dirt path. Large trees, almost a dozen meters wide, were all around them, with enough space between them for wind to move through the woods and for them to walk comfortably. Oberon enjoyed the fresh air after spending so much of his time in the guild hall studying lately, and eventually they came across a tree with a door and windows and stone stairs leading up to it. She hollowed out a tree to make her house. Oberon asks, Gramps made it for her. She doesn't actually use magic, Laxus says as he goes up to the door and knocks. So she works with wizards, but doesn't use magic. Weird, Oberon says as Master Makarov opens the door. Glad to see you boys are in one piece. Come in, he says while leading them into the house. Oberon sees medical books and instruments neatly packed in every corner of the house, taking in everything as he walks through to the living room behind Laxus and Master Makarov. All right, which one of these idiots is up first? Poor Yusuka says, drawing Oberon's eyes to her. He sees the tall, elderly woman, wrinkled face and pink hair, wearing a simple green top and dark burgundy skirt, sipping her tea in a rocking chair. Laxus is still a bit hurt. I'm fine, Oberon says. It's a pleasure to meet you, by the way. I'm Oberon. I don't care. And no, it's not a pleasure. She sets down her tea and glares at him. As for your health, we'll see about that after I'm done with this one. She grabs Laxus by the ear and pulls him into the next room. Oberon and Master Makarov just stand there awkwardly as she drags the boy away. Then Oberon looks at the set of curtains they disappear behind, then to Master Makarov, then back to the curtains, then back to Master Makarov. No, she's not his grandmother, Makarov says as he leads Oberon to the couch. That's not what I was thinking. Oberon lies. That's what everyone thinks at first, and anytime someone asks it pisses her off, and we never hear the end of it. So don't ask. Got it, Oberon says as he sits beside Master Makarov. So, how did the mission go? Oberon immediately gets excited as he animatedly tells Master Makarov everything. The man's face goes from intrigued to surprised to very, very surprised when he explains that they fought a lizard man, and not a regular lizard man, but the leader of a clutch. But don't worry, it was already pretty beat up. It had some scars from a recent fight or something, Oberon quickly says as the man glares at him. Plus we agreed that if it got too dangerous we'd run away and call you for backup. Makarov stares at him for a few moments, then relaxes. Good. Too many wizards foolishly throw away their lives over silly things such as pride. I'm glad the two of you have more sense than to do something stupid like that. Yeah, I'm learning about magic so I can protect the people I care about. That means I have to live for them, right? Exactly. And so long as you're fighting for others, you will continue to grow, for there is no greater reason to fight than to protect the ones we love. Makarov ruffles Oberon's hair. Oh, and on the way there I figured out something. While we were on the train, Oberon says before realizing how loud he got, and quickly lowering his volume. Oh, and what's that? This. Oberon makes the light sphere construct in his hand. You focus on the light barrier? Nope. Watch. Oberon moves his fingers, and it transforms into the rod, then a stick figure man that walks on his palm, then a cube that hovers above his hand. Makarov's eyes widen in surprise. How did you manage this on your own? Well, None of the books you gave me had anything about light constructs, so I used the light barrier spell as the foundation, since it's solid. Then I wrote this. He projects the magic formula into the air, dozens of lines of runes and math. Incredible, Makarov mutters. Yeah, then I used that as a basis for this. And now after I cast the spell, I mentally change the magic formula and cast it onto itself again. But it's not very efficient like this since I'd rather be able to recycle the magic energy, Oberon says with a sigh. Maybe after a few more days, I'll figure that out. My boy, you're a real freak of nature, Makarov says, still staring at the magic formula in amazement. To extrapolate all of this from the most basic of light magic spells. It took me years to do this while studying spells at the Summit of Light Magic, and even with access to fairy law, I still needed help from Master Prek to create the Radiance formula. What's the Radiance formula? Oberon asks. It is something I plan to teach you after you'd become S-Class, however, since you would clearly create your own long before that. I suppose I should explain it to you tomorrow. That way you won't repeat the mistakes I made and waste years slamming your head into a wall. Oberon looks at Master Makarov with stars in his eyes. Yet again, you're the best teacher ever. Are you two done yelling in here? Poor Lyusica asks as she and Laxus leave the medical room. She hands Makarov a small packet of pills. Make sure he takes one of those after every meal. That will deal with the infection. Is he fine otherwise? Makarov asks. Dragons heal fast. He won't be out of commission for long. Poor Lyusica says as she walks over to Oberon and takes out a syringe, which instantly makes him nervous. What did you get slashed by the claws? Oberon points to his arm, not taking his eyes off of the needle. Hold still. Poor Lyusica moves to insert the needle, only for Oberon to instinctively fly off the couch away from her. That's the complete opposite of what I said. Makarov enlarges his hand and grabs Oberon, then stretches his other hand and gently flicks him on the side of the head, knocking him out. Stupidly powerful and still afraid of needles. Seriously? Poor Lyusica asks as she takes some blood from Oberon. He is still a child. Yeah, Laxus chuckles. And I'm definitely going to make fun of him for this. You're just like your grandfather, poor Lyusica says as she heads back into her medical room. Thanks. That was not a compliment, she yells from beyond the curtains. After a few minutes, Oberon wakes up on the couch beside Master Makarov, with Laxus in a single seat across from them. Ugh, what happened? You tried to fly away from the needle, so I knocked you out, Makarov says, causing Laxus to laugh. You didn't have to knock me out. I can handle a little needle, Oberon lies. Well, I'd rather not risk your gravity magic, making her house into a blender. She already charges me enough as it is, Makarov sighs. Anyway, I believe the three of us have something important to talk about. Laxus immediately looks away. Sorry, Grandpa. Makarov sighs. I'm not upset or disappointed, Laxus, he says, surprising both the boys. If anything, it's good that this happened around one of the few people you consider a friend, and who can keep it a secret, yes? Definitely, Oberon says. Having a friend with dragon-killing magic is perfect for if Acnologia shows up again. And about the lacrima, Makarov says, but his voice falls silent. It's a bit complicated. You don't have to tell me that stuff. I really don't care. Oberon shrugs. I don't care about how he's got it, but he has it now. That's all that really matters to me. Makarov isn't surprised by this in the least. As usual, he's not nosy about people's private business unless it concerns his magic lessons. Oh, how I wish more of my children were like him. Would give me a lot less headaches. Grandpa, you're crying, Laxus points out. Oh, I am. Makarov wipes his cheek, now feeling the tears. I must just be so happy that at least one of my brats won't be a troublemaker. Thanks. Oberon isn't sure how to respond, and looks to Laxus only to get a shrug. So, who else knows about Dragon Boy? While Makarov wipes the tears from his face, Laxus answers, just the three of us, poor Lyusica, Guildarts, and my dad. Laxus says, Your dad, is he in the guild? Oberon asks. Yeah, he's a wizard too. Laxus says, My son, Ivan. Master Makarov's voice gets surprisingly serious for a moment. He's away on a very important job request for a certain king. He won't be back for maybe another few years, he lies. Wow, your dad sounds pretty cool, Oberon says. Of course he is, he's my dad. Laxus boasts with a broad smile that lights up the room. Do you humans ever shut up? Poor Liusica asks as she walks back into the room. But it seems that of all the damned humans in this world, you are the most tolerable existence, which isn't saying much, she says to Oberon. Me? Yes, you, because your self-healing magic cleared any potential infection. It may even work on poisons, but don't test that willingly, poor Liusica says. All I know is of all the people in this world, you have the least amount of reasons to ever knock on my door. Now get out, both of you. I need to talk money with this old fossil. But aren't you? Oberon's words die in his throat as she glares at him. We'll see you back at the guild, Master Makarov. Go freshen up before you head back there, Makarov says as both boys leave the home. Poor Liusica immediately takes her seat and passes her cup of tea over to Makarov, who gently touches a finger to the cup, heating it up for her. Thank you, she says, drinking her tea. They sit in silence for a few minutes before Makarov relaxes. Laxus is far enough away now. He can't hear us. Good, she says. The dragon lacrima in him is still stable. If anything, it's more stable now than ever. It bonded to him perfectly. Good then. And should I expect anything unusual otherwise? Medically, no. But he is part dragon now, so I can't speak on that aspect of him, poor Liusica says. Maybe go see a vet? That's not funny. I was serious, she says. Honestly, Makarov, it seems that the dragon likes him. From what I can tell, everything should be smooth sailing from now on, at least in regards to his health. Oddly enough, that's not the part I'm most concerned about. I trust you to handle the medical side of things perfectly, Makarov sighs. The question is, how do I handle the other part? By being honest, she says. How long do you expect that crap about his dad being on an important mission to last? The moment he becomes S-class, he'll start asking hard questions, and that's assuming he doesn't get impatient in a few years, months, maybe even weeks. I just don't know how I'm supposed to tell him, Makarov groans. How do I tell my grandson that I expelled my own son, his father, from the guild? By first explaining that his father used sleep magic to non-consensually perform a dragon lacrima implant on him, with a less than 1 in 10,000 chance of him living, and completely destroy his image of his father. Ivan did that himself, she says. Besides, now that Laxus is able to take on jobs, what's stopping Ivan from making contact while he's away from Magnolia? That's why I'll be specially picking what jobs Laxus can take solo. I don't want him going too far, and from what I know, Ivan isn't in Southeast Fury, Makarov says. And what about the other boy? Another headache, but maybe a welcomed one, Makarov says. Mavis loves that little genius, and now I'm starting to see why. Because his name is Oberon, and she always wanted to find a real fairy, and see if it had a tail. Because he makes everyone around him feel stupid, just like she did, Makarov says. At least when it comes to magic. If I try to limit him to jobs in any one region, he'll notice. But he's smart enough and will grow fast enough to handle himself. And if Ivan reaches out to him, Makarov's brows furrow at the thought. Ivan knows better than to interfere with my children. That will be enough of a reason for me to actively hunt him down and have him thrown in jail. Family and the responsibilities of a guild master. All so complicated. I'm glad I'm mostly retired from fairy tale, poor Liusica says. You should come back, officially, especially if it means you charge us less. You rowdy animals are too bothersome to deal with every day, she says. And about Oberon, how much does Mavis like him? When I put the guild mark on him, it glowed, Makarov says. She's not very subtle now, is she? That's a first, poor Liusica says. Does that mean you'll teach them to him? Makarov falls into deep contemplation for a moment, as poor Liusica pours herself some more tea. The books, they all glowed when I first considered it. So she wants him to eventually learn them, but I don't believe my normal criteria will work for him. Why not? She asks, retaking her seat in the rocking chair. Becoming S-class, being trusted to protect the light of fairy tale. Does that not make him trusted enough to hold the 3 great fairy spells? The problem is not trusting him in that regard. The issue is how young he'll be when he gets them, Makarov says. Poor Lyusica raises a brow at this. What do you mean? The S-Class promotion trials are 2 months, and I don't foresee anyone passing them. But next year I already plan to include Oberon in the lineup. And you don't think anyone competing against him will be able to beat him, she says. Then just don't let him compete until you think he's old enough. This is the best compromise I can do, because if it were up to her, Makarov lifts his shirt to show the large and currently glowing fairy tale emblem on his chest. He'll be competing this year, but I'm going against her wishes to give him more time to grow and mature before burdening him with such responsibility. Poor Lyusica smiles as her friend looks exhausted just from thinking about all of this. You'd better hope that one isn't another Guildarts. I don't think Fairy Tale can afford the fines he'll rack up, she says with a gentle laugh as her friend groans. In the blue morning sky above Magnolia, only a few clouds hover lazily above the city, and above one of those small clouds, Oberon floats with his legs crossed. Wearing a simple blue t-shirt and pair of shorts, his bare feet almost touch the cloud as he focuses on the book in his hands. He turns it a few times, going back and forth through the pages, studying the design carefully. So I basically have to find the angle and focus it to a single point, then expand it again. This is going to take some practice. Oberon mutters as he passes a hand through his hair. After a few more minutes of studying the diagrams, Oberon sets the book down in his lap and brings his hands together. Focusing on his magic energy, he forms a sphere of light in his hands, then changes its shape into a cylinder. Now, step 2. He stretches the cylinder and makes both ends translucent while the curved wall becomes opaque. Now for the actual hard part. He raises the cylinder to his face and looks through one end of it, then carefully focuses his light magic to adjust the angle of the lens on the far side. Need the focusing lens, he creates a third lens in the middle of the hollow cylinder and immediately looks through it. Fuck. Oberon and his book begin falling through the sky as the construct he made breaks apart. Before falling into the cloud, he catches himself, covering his dazed right eye. He closes his left eye for a moment, then relaxes. Okay, so I didn't blind my left eye, but I need to be more careful. Attempt number 2, Oberon says as he recreates the construct. After almost a half hour of work, he finally gets the angle right on all 3 lenses. Yes, he holds the construct and does a spin above the clouds. About a telescope. Okay, now to study the structure as it is now, so I can recreate it more easily, he says as he begins taking notes of the exact angle of the lenses. After carefully taking notes on his new toy, Oberon looks through it some more, seeing the far shore of the Magnolia Lake behind the Guildhall. Oberon laughs so much that he almost loses focus and dispels the telescope. He moves his focus slightly, aiming the lens toward the lake, seeing a small boat with a man fishing, enjoying the morning on the water by himself. Okay, time to see if I can take this to the next level, Oberon says as he gets familiar with the structure of his telescope. Oberon focuses his light magic and brings the telescope to hover in front of him, then touches the opaque curved wall containing the lenses, making it disappear. Now, with the 3 lenses exposed to light from all sides, it couldn't work. So Oberon focuses his light magic between the lenses. The space between the lenses glows, and Oberon looks through the lenses to see that the device is working once again. And now, he places one hand on each of the outer lenses and sandwiches all 3 of them together, melding them into one large lens. Moving his hands away, he allows the larger lens to float in front of him, now the size of a beach ball to compensate for the change in structure. He holds it gently and aims it at the man fishing on the lake, seeing him just as clearly as with the previous construct. Okay, but I seriously need to play more with natural light to get this to a smaller size, he says while moving the massive lens to look at the town below him. I probably look like an idiot with this huge lens, or a creep that's spying on people. After saying that out loud, Oberon decides not to look at people in town with his telescopic lens. That's what I'll call it. He decides while looking at the forest instead. Oberon looks around for another half hour while constantly trying to improve his new spell, slowly but surely mastering the telescopic lens, making it smaller and adjusting the distance in small increments. Eventually, Oberon turns his gaze toward the roads leading out of Magnolia, seeing a few interesting things. Those Rune Knights look like they're in a rush to board the train, huh? He looks around and doesn't see anything interesting for a while practicing his new spell, eventually spotting an interesting-looking wagon being pulled by two horses. He focuses the lens slightly more, trying to see why they've stopped at the side of the dirt road. He sees an old man repairing a wagon wheel, while a younger man with a sword and some basic armor stands guard beside him. Eventually, the old man finishes repairing the wheel, and the young man struggles to lift the wagon into place for him to place it onto the axle. Crosses his legs, as if sitting in the air, and watches with curiosity. "Please just use magic to lift it. Show me something interesting," he mutters while spying on the people. After a few more minutes, Oberon just gets more and more disappointed as the man fails to lift the wagon and sits down to rest. Oberon just gives a disappointed sigh and flies down to the duo. He quickly arrives above the pair at the otherwise deserted road, observing them silently. "How is your back feeling? Did your wound open up?" "No, Dad. It's fine. I just need a minute before I try again. Don't worry," the younger man says. "Hi." Oberon waves, casually, as both men look up at him, staring, frozen. The old man tries his best to quickly stand as the younger one steps in front of him, putting himself between Oberon and his father, drawing his longsword. The longsword immediately erupts into flames, drawing Oberon's attention to it. "Cool sword. So are you a holder magic user?" Oberon asks while floating about in the air, not putting much thought into how this looks to the duo. "Can you take him?" The old man whispers behind his son. "Let's just try to survive. This kid seems strong," the man responds through gritted teeth. "Is the sword your only type of magic?" Oberon asks. The man looks at Oberon nervously. "Yes, actually, it is, and I see you use flight magic. Quite amazing," he says, trying to flatter Oberon. "Oh, no, I don't have that type of magic. This is gravity magic," Oberon says casually, still looking at the flaming sword. "Can I try out your magic sword? How does it work?" After hearing gravity magic, the man and his father instinctively took a step back from the obviously very dangerous child. Sure." The man deactivates the sword, extinguishing the flames. As he does so, it floats out of his hand and over to Oberon. "Do I just put magic energy into it to bring out the flames?" "Uh-huh." The man nods nervously. "Cool." Oberon immediately activates the flames, and just for a moment, the man gets a sense of his magic energy and how vast it is. From the moment he connects to the magic weapon, he has to constantly feed it magic energy. Some of his energy leaks out, allowing others to finally sense it. "Oh fuck," the man and his father thought simultaneously, watching Oberon dance around in the air playing with the fire sword. "Oh, that reminds me." Oberon turns to them and points at the wagon, then flicks his fingers upward. "There, I made the wagon lighter, so you can change the wheel. You should hurry. I have to get to the guild soon." The man and his father look at each other, and they quickly begin working to change the wheel. The old man works on the wheel while his son keeps his eyes on Oberon, hand ready to throw the daggers held at the back of his belt. After a few minutes, the wheel is locked back into place, and the old man wipes the sweat from his brow. "All right, the wheel is fixed, so we'll be heading off now," the younger man says. "All right, don't forget this," Oberon says as he gently floats the sword back down to the man, who cautiously takes it. "So, we can go." Oberon looks at the man, a bit unsure why he's asking him. "Are you two selling magic items?" "Oh no," the old man says. "We sell incense and special fragrances, quite popular with the Blue Pegasus Guild. Are you perhaps interested in a sample?" "Are they magic?" "Noted. Well, good luck on your trip to Harjan." Oberon cuts him off. "And if you ever get bored of that cool sword, you can always send it to the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Tell them it's for Oberon. They'll get it to me by." And with that, Oberon soars back into the sky to continue his work. Both the men look at each other and release a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. "That kid can't be normal, right?" the man asks his father. "I'm just glad it wasn't some rogue wizard trying to rob us. Be sure to remember his name, Oberon." "Yeah, let's get out of here. We've still got a few 100 kilometers until Harjan." 1 hour later, Wakaba, Macau, and Master Makarov are laughing to the point of tears as Oberon just floats around the guild hall, trying to make sense of this. But that doesn't make any sense, Oberon says, causing more of the guild hall to erupt into laughter. Why would they even think I'm robbing them? I just wanted to check out the magic sword. I was helping them. Wakaba laughs so hard that he falls off his chair, causing people to laugh even harder as Oberon gets more embarrassed. Macau is the first to catch his breath, wiping the tears from his eyes. Kid, you can't just fly over to people and start talking to them. To people like you, magic is something to be curious about, but to regular people or people with very little magic at all, powerful wizards suddenly appearing from the sky while their wagon is broken down on a deserted road is probably close to the top of their list of nightmares. Ugh, I was just practicing my flying. Oberon moans as he spins upside down above everyone, yet his clothes and hair remain as if he were standing on the ground. We can see that you're getting quite good at it, Master Makarov says as the guild hall calms down. Now everyone is either at home or recovering from the party they had last night to celebrate Laxus and Oberon's first job, while some of the less alcohol-inclined individuals were scattered about eating breakfast before heading out for the day. Thanks. I was up above the clouds practicing a spell earlier. Want to see it? Oberon asks excitedly. We'll explode? Wakaba asks. No. I'm still working on light magic to make things explode, but check this out. Oberon puts his hands together, still upside down in the air, and as he separates his hands, a lens as wide as his head forms between them. He moves his hands away, allowing it to float on its own. Pretty cool, right? They all stare at him, not sure what they're looking at. I call it telescopic lens. It's a telescope. Oh, half the guild hall nods along. So, does it actually work? Macau asks. Yeah, I used the book you got me to design it. Pretty awesome, right? That is quite impressive, Master Makarov says. Most wizards can destroy things, but very few can use magic for such delicate work. You're most impressive, my boy, as always. As he's explaining the spell to Master Makarov and Wakaba, Macau walks over to the bar to refresh his drink. So, you got him a book about telescopes? Eno asks as she pours him another drink. Well, the kid's pretty excited about eventually getting a celestial spirit, but the master made him promise to focus on cosmic until he becomes S-class, Macau said. I figured letting him learn a bit about the stars would help him sate his curiosity. Oh, I didn't know you were such a softie. She gently touches his arm before moving the counter to deal with another customer. Macau turns to look back at Oberon, who is now teaching Master Makarov the spell, both wizards forming telescopes between their hands. Kid, you're one hell of a wizard, but I think your true calling is being a wingman, Macau thinks as he steals a glance at Eno, who is smiling at him. Master Makarov giggles as he uses his new spell, telescopic lens, to spy one of the barmaid's breasts jiggling as she walks about the guild hall. With the morning crowd gone, Makarov was sitting on the bar, enjoying his beer and playing with the new spell. He'd already made the spell many times more effective than Oberon, effortlessly surpassing the boy due to his expertise, shrinking it down to the size of a monocle and hovering it in front of his right eye. I got it, Oberon yells beside him, snapping him out of his perverted daze. Makarov looks at Oberon, seeing the boy staring proudly at a monocle, much like his, if only a little bigger, floating in front of him. Took you long enough. I was starting to think lunchtime would meet us here and you'd still be working on that, Makarov says before drinking his beer. Hey, I made a new spell. I think I've done pretty good. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Oberon frowns as he dispels the telescopic lens spell. Then with a wave of his hand, he makes it appear again. Well done, Makarov says, seeing that Oberon can now comfortably shrink the spell to a more subtle size. So, ready to learn something new? Always, Oberon says excitedly, and Makarov equips a book into his hand. Similar to the others, this grimoire was white and gold, but instead of the fairy tale emblem at the front, there were runes. Are you sure we should do this here? Oberon asks, gesturing to the half-filled guild hall. Oh, I don't mind if more of my children learn this, assuming the rocks in their heads can understand it. Hey, Wakaba yells as he walks over. We aren't that dumb. I'm sure whatever this cool new magic is, I can learn it. If he's learning it, then I'm learning it too, Macau says. Can't have him showing me up. Oh, what kind of magic is it? Ino asks as she walks over to them, still on the other side of the counter. At this point, almost a dozen other people were observing quietly, not wanting to pass up the chance to learn some advanced magic from a wizard saint directly. Oberon floats off his seat at the bar and into the air, withdrawing his journal from his cards, ready to take notes. This magic is one of the advanced forms of light magic. It is able to supplement and empower light magic spells, with a few notable exceptions, at least to my knowledge. Makarov says as he waves his hand, a massive magic formula of runes appears in the air, made of glowing golden light. It also adds a holy element component to the spells, so you'll hit demons even harder. Wow, Wakaba mutters as he takes a puff of his pipe. That's a lot to remember. So if you learn this, you can power up all your light magic? Oh no, this is for the basic light barrier spell, Makarov says. The Radiance formula is more like an alphabet of 100 characters. Each of these has a different effect and can be applied differently or together to change their effectiveness. But essentially, the more you add to a spell, the stronger the spell. Quite simple, really. Fairy Tail's second guild master, Master Prect, helped me get over the final hurdles when creating it. He was also able to create another version that focused on fire and shade magic, called the Amaterasu formula. But to apply it, you need to either chant the rune, create them with the light magic before casting the spell, or use special hand gestures, then cast the spell to apply them, Makarov says. So they take longer to cast, huh? Macau rubs his chin. Can you show us? Of course. Makarov waves his hand, and a square light barrier appears in front of him, the size of a dinner plate. This is the standard light barrier. I've given this enough energy to stop, let's say, a punch from a regular person, so it's quite fragile. Wakaba taps it with the back of his hand, easily shattering the spell. Now this is the same spell, with the same amount of magic energy, but enhanced with Radiance Formula 20, which means I've placed 20 runes within it. Makarov focuses for a moment, then waves his hand, and light barrier of the same shape and size appears, glowing with a brighter golden light. Wakaba casually taps it with roughly the same power, and this time, it only has a small crack as a result. Wow, Macau says. So do you normally reinforce all your light magic with that? I never even noticed. Well, I did create this Radiance formula, so you won't notice when I use it, but when I first began, it would look like this. Makarov dispels the light barrier, then reaches out with his hand. A golden magic circle with the fairy tale emblem appears in his palm. Then 20 runes appear one after the next. Then they merge to create the light barrier spell. Takes quite a bit longer when you're now learning, but so long as you can understand the Radiance formula, master the spells enough to manipulate them like this, and apply it in the midst of battle, this will be a great help to you. Okay, I see. Wakaba rubs his chin as he reads the runes. Okay, yeah, I recognize some of these, but I think I'll need to study up a bit, or a lot, before I can make sense of all of that. He gestures to the many lines of runes in the air. Hey, Master Makarov. Oberon calls their attention to him, floating above taking notes. Can you show me the order you applied those runes to the light barrier? It was like this. Makarov waves his hands, and the symbols appear in the air. Oberon delves back into his notes for a moment as Macau speaks up. Hey, Master, can these work for my purple flare magic? Macau asks. It would be nice to put some more punch into my flames. Not that I've had a problem with power before. He glances at Ino for a moment, seeing that she was already back to cleaning the bar. Makarov grunts. Clearly you can't appreciate the genius it took to create this if you're asking that so casually. No, this is only applicable to light magic. More and more guild members gather around to ask questions, and suddenly Makarov feels like he's transported back to when Macau and Wakaba, along with many others, had just joined, when he had a gaggle of kids to teach magic to. After a few minutes of explaining the theory to them, Makarov sees most of them have lost hope of ever being able to understand this. Rest assured, this isn't something that's needed to reach the top of this world, he says. In fact, most mages use magic based purely on their instinct and feelings. This sort of technique is for the very few who want to maximize their efficiency. Even among the wizard saints, most operate purple based on instinct and feeling in regards to mastering their magics. Many of the guild members smile after hearing that, and Makarov continues to encourage them. Magic is a power that comes from within. So long as you understand yourself and what you treasure most, so long as you always stand up to defend what, or who, you love, you will continue growing. That's what makes fairy tales so great. This guild is all about protecting and helping each other because, like all humans, we are all weak, even me. No, especially me. That is why I need all of you at my side. My precious children, Makarov says. Many of the guild members thank him and still try to understand the runes, to no avail, no matter how long they try. It is simply beyond them. And how is my most recent addition to the family faring? Makarov asks, looking up at Oberon. All eyes move up to Oberon, who is now floating cross-legged, upside down, yet his hair and clothes remain unbothered as he ponders his notes. This doesn't really make much sense to me. Honestly, Oberon says, surprising everyone. So even Oberon has some human limits. Wakaba says, getting a chuckle for some other guild members. Is the problem the implementation of the runes themselves? Makarov asks. No, I already figured out how to cast it, Oberon says, silencing the crowd as he floats down to them. But I can't understand the benefit of the method you used. Makarov raises a brow at this. Care to explain? He dispels the images he had floating for everyone to see. Oh, sure. Oberon waves his hand, and a complex magic equation fills the air, dozens of lines of math, magic script, and runes. So this is my magic equation for light barrier, Oberon says. Yes, quite impressive, Makarov says. I never thought to make a magic equation for individual spells. That part I've always simply done by feel, the same with the implementation of the Radiance Formula runes. I create a magic formula for all my spells, at least for the light magic spells. I plan to study them and apply what I learn in my other magics, but that's years away, he sighs. But anyway, these are the runes you showed me. Oberon waves his hands, and the 20 runes appear, separate from the magic formula. Yes, that's them, Makarov confirms. What's the problem exactly? This. Oberon uses both hands to control the runes in magic formula, making gaps in the formula to accommodate the 20 runes. So this is Radiance Formation 20, Light Barrier, Oberon says. The runes are in the exact part of the process they need to be added at for them to be most efficient. Are you sure? Makarov asks. In response, Oberon waves his hand and creates a small light barrier square, just as Makarov did earlier, with the same golden glow. Makarov elongates his arm with his giant magic and taps it a few times. You incorporated the holy element quite well, but your balance still needs some work, but still, being able to cast this from purely studying the theory alone is... Makarov tries to think of how to describe it, but settles for just looking over at Oberon. Are you sure you're human? What else would I be? Oberon asks. Makarov just shrugs. Okay, so you can cast it now, the problem? Right, I couldn't figure out why you did it like this. He gestures to the Radiance Formula 20, light barrier equation in the air. Instead of like this. Using both his hands, he breaks the equation into two parts, each with half the new runes in them, and sets them side by side with a large X between them. How interesting. Makarov rubs his chin, and everyone else in the guild hall is completely lost. Yeah, if you perform a spell like this, as two equations being cast simultaneously against each other, the effect will compound into one another and get a more potent result, Oberon says. But I figured since you weren't doing this, it must not be applicable universally to light magic, so I had to ask before I developed some bad habits at the start of my training. Well, the reason Master Prect and I didn't use this method is actually quite simple, Makarov says. We didn't think of it, mostly because, well, it's impossible. It is, Oberon asks, but this is how I use Cosmic Barrier in all my cosmic magic spells. Everyone just looks at him with great concern after hearing that. Yeah, I figured that was how you came to this conclusion, Makarov says. And you are likely the only being to exist with such a capability. After all, you're the only one who can completely close your magic container to the outside world that demands a level of control that has always been theorized, but never realized. I see. Oberon looks at the formula more closely, then focuses inwardly on his magic container for a moment. Yeah, because you'd have to cast 2 spells internally before realizing it in the outside world. But since everyone else has a leak in their container, they can't do that. At least not that we know of. But that's how my cosmic naturally works, so I'm used to it. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, I think I get it too, Wakaba says. So Oberon is a superhuman wizard, and I've got to work my butt off to get to S-Class before he starts competing in the trials. Macau and most of the people gathered around laugh and agree with Wakaba. Well, that's nothing we didn't already know, Makarov says. Well, all I heard is Fairy Tale is heading to the top of the world. Macau yells, getting a cheer from the crowd. Just don't forget about us when you're a big shot. Got that, kid? Oberon laughs as he dispels the light magic formula. How can I forget you? My name literally means King of the Fairies. Azalea Town. Stepping off the train at the Azalea Town train station, Oberon is wearing a blue jacket with a green shirt beneath and a pair of blue pants. He has a small pouch at his back beneath the jacket, attached to his belt, and a simple watch on his left wrist. He walks through the train station, following the signs into the main street of the town, almost twice the size of Magnolia, and quite similar in style. I'm early, he says after checking his watch. Seeing that it was 9 a.m., he just barely caught the 7 a.m. train, the first train to leave Magnolia Station. He walks through the town following the signs, eventually asking some of the townspeople for directions, and is directed to a certain section of the main street. That must be the place, he says as he reads the sign 2 buildings away. The Shimmering Chimney, weird name. As he gets to the 2-story building, he tries to walk in, only for the man sitting on a stool at the entrance to step in his way. The man was very tall and brawny, looking down at Oberon, more confused than threatening. No kids allowed. Come back when you're 16. The man points to a sign on the building to reinforce his point. But I'm a wizard. I'm meeting my client for a job. He said to meet him here. Oberon says, You a guild wizard? Nice try, kid. The man scoffs and moves to sit back down. Look, Oberon raises the right sleeve of his jacket, showing the man the black Fairy Tale emblem on his inner forearm. See, they're waiting for me inside. The man raises a brow at this, then scrutinizes Oberon for a moment. What's your name? Oberon Alquan, he says. The man gives him a weird look. You're in Fairy Tale, and your name is Oberon? Really? Oberon sighs. Yeah, everyone thinks it's funny. Wait here, the man says. Seriously, wait here? I'll go ask if anyone is expecting you. Thank you, sir, Oberon says as the man enters the building. Oberon waits for a few minutes, getting some odd looks from people passing by, awkwardly tapping his foot as he looks around, taking in the new sights. Okay, your client is inside, the man says, snapping Oberon out of his distracted state. Are they coming out, or side entrance? The man nods to the alleyway on the left side of the building. Thank you, Oberon says before he walks off toward the alley. As he's walking through the alley, a door at the side of the building opens, and a beautiful woman in a tight-fitting white button-up shirt and black pencil skirt waves for him to follow her. Follow me, and don't stray, she says while leading him through a kitchen area, where he sees many beautiful women dressed exactly like her taking food out to the main area. She leads him through a few side doors and up some stairs, and they quickly arrive at one of the private rooms, at which point she opens the door for him to enter. What would you like to drink? She asks him. A lemonade? I'll bring it up right away, she says before ushering him into the room and closing the door behind him. He enters to see 2 men sitting at a table with a box of cigars in front of them and an ashtray with 2 half-smoked cigars crushed into it. Wow, you really are a kid, one of the men says as they both get up. He was slender and plain-looking, while the other man was more muscular and slightly taller. I'm Rahul. This is my friend Wayne. Oberon shakes both their hands. I'm Oberon Alquan, of Fairy Tale, he says as the man gestures for him to take a seat across from them. I hope you don't think me rude, but I assumed the wizard that got approved for this job would be a bit, older. The more muscular man, Wayne, speaks up. We know better than to judge wizards by appearance, especially considering your guildmaster is Makarov Dreyer, a wizard saint who is even shorter than you. It was just a bit of a surprise considering the nature of this job. It's okay, I understand, but don't worry, I've been dealing with magic creatures, regular dangerous animals, bandits, and even a few mages for a while now. Really? Rahul looks at him curiously. How long? 5 weeks. How long have you been a guild wizard? Wayne asks. I joined Fairy Tale 6 weeks ago, Oberon says. How old are you exactly? Rahul asks. 8 years and 10 months. I'll be 9 in January. Oberon says excitedly. But I can handle this, and if you don't trust me, trust my guild master. He wouldn't send me here if he didn't think I could handle it. Both men look at each other and shrug. He's right. So let's get down to business, Rahul says. So what do I need to know? Oberon asks. First things first, Rahul takes out a carefully rolled up sheet of paper and slides it over to Oberon. Standard confidentiality contract. Right? Oberon says as he opens it and takes out a pen. He reads the contract and then signs it. Wait, something is wrong, Wayne says, glaring at Oberon. What did you just do? Me. Both Oberon and Rahul are confused. You signed the contract, but your magic somehow didn't connect. Oh, sorry about that. Oberon says, my magic is a bit weird about invasive magics, like the body link magic of contracts like this, but I did sign it. Wayne looks at Rahul, who just nods. With a wave of his hand, Wayne commands the contract to duplicate itself, taking one copy and leaving the other with Oberon. I suggest you never break your word. Otherwise, doing business may become extremely difficult for you, Wayne says. If magic contracts don't work, people need some measure of assurance. Yeah, that's what Master Makarov said too, Oberon says. All right, now that we've got that sorted, let's get down to business. Wayne raises his hand, nodding toward the door, and seconds later the same woman knocks, enters, places a tall glass of lemonade in front of Oberon, then leaves. Okay, now we can talk, Wayne says. Right, the reason I hired you is quite simple, just as the job request form said. It's a simple capture and retrieval mission, Rahul says. My family specializes in making magic weapons. Cool, Oberon says, eyes shining at the thought of that. Oh, it is, Rahul says. But the thing is, we make both magic guns and magic swords, but magic guns have never been in demand by wizards. The simple reason is magic guns use a lacrima crystal within to convert the magic energy of the user into a shot of magic energy that can either explode, punch, or pierce upon impact with the target. But the amount of energy even the most basic magic gun uses makes them difficult to sell, especially when magic swords are much more efficient in terms of magic energy and can be much more versatile in their enchantments. That's why we decided to double down on the advantage magic guns have over the standard magic sword, which simply converts magic energy into slashing power. What advantage is that? Range, Rahul says, which is why we created a magic sniper rifle. People with guns magic can create special bullets with different effects, but people who simply use magic guns as is don't have that option, so giving them more range is better. So with this in mind, we created a longer-range, high-powered rifle. It can punch a hole through rock at 800 m-2600 feet dashed. A magic weapon doing that without anything but regular magic energy being poured into it does sound nice, Oberon says. So, did someone steal it? Rahul sighs. The person we hired to test it out for us. He places a picture on the table. A voluptuous Caucasian woman with short brown hair and light brown eyes. She stole what we believe to be the final model. Okay, so I need to retrieve her and the gun. Got it, Oberon says. What can you tell me about her? She's dangerous. Very dangerous, Wayne says. She's a top member of the Solo Hound Mercenary Guild. She was the best choice since wizards don't often take super long-term contracts like the one we needed. Plus, she's pretty famous in our community for being good with magic guns. She's dangerous at all ranges, especially with this weapon. With the previous models, she was able to fire over 30 shots to max range without them diffusing into the atmosphere, even with the amount of magic energy each one requires. She also has her own magics. Guns magic lets her craft her spells into bullets and fire them for minor effect. Sticky webs, elemental shots, mud, that kind of thing. One of the two advanced forms of requip, hers is called the gunner. Like regular requip, it lets her store and withdraw items from a personal pocket dimension. But the gunner lets her do that a lot faster. Not to mention, she can also swap items directly and into her hands at that, merging the previous two steps and allowing her not to lose any momentum in battle. And just like Requip, the swordsman, it creates a magic imprint of the item the first time she stores it. So when it goes back to her pocket dimension, she can choose to let her magic energy slowly repair it over time. Luckily, she's only limited to magic guns, just like the swordsman is only limited to melee weapons. So she's a walking arsenal of guns, Oberon says. She has one more magic, Wayne says. Some kind of magic that adds a homing effect to her shots, so once she spots you, it's over. Now I hope you understand why we were a bit apprehensive about sending a child for this mission, Rahul says. I understand, but I'll complete it either way, Oberon says. So where is she? I can lead you to her, Wayne says. She's not too far from this village in the forest. When she broke her magic contract with the company, it activated a tracking feature that allows us to find her anywhere she goes, and she has no idea we can find her. Oberon drinks some of his lemonade, then shrugs. Okay, let's go. If we finish this fast enough, I'll get back in time to check out the magic shop in this town before heading back to the guild. Meet me at the Royal Knight Station when you're done. They will be questioning her for us, Rahul says, earning a nod from Wayne as he gets up. Oberon quickly finishes his lemonade and gets up. All right, we'll be back in a little while. Thank you for the drink, Oberon says before following Wayne out of the room and back out through the alleyway. What a strange little boy, Rahul mutters. But if he can get this mess sorted out, then what does it matter if he's a child or an adult? So, do you have any cool magic, or will I be doing all the fighting? Oberon asks as he walks side by side through the forest, being led by Wayne. My magics are all about creating and enforcing contracts, Wayne says. After you subdue her, my binding magic will temporarily disrupt and seal her magic energy until we get to the Royal Knights, where they'll place cuffs on her that have the same effect. That sounds cool, Oberon says as he casually walks through the forest, taking in the sights and enjoying the fresh air. Wayne raises a hand, and Oberon instantly stops. She's close, less than a mile, directly ahead. Wayne says, tell me if she starts moving, Oberon says as he begins walking ahead of Wayne. After a few more minutes, Oberon speaks in a low voice. How far away from the city are we? About 12 miles, Wayne says. Why? Just thinking, there isn't anything in this forest, at least not on the map. So why would she even be out here? Her guild said she cut all ties with them, so I assumed she was here to meet new friends, Wayne says as they get closer. 800 meters dash 2,600 feet dash. We're almost at her range stop. Oberon glances over at Wayne, seeing the man looking slightly confused. She's moving higher, Wayne says. How high up? Just a few stories, but she got up there fast. Get some cover. I'll go take a look, Oberon says as, to Wayne's surprise, he quickly flies into the canopy of the forest, poking his head out through the leaves to see a large hill ahead of them in a massive clearing. Shit, Wayne asks as Oberon drops back to the floor. She took the high ground in the middle of an open field. She must have known we were coming. Wayne looks around for a moment. There must have been alarm lacrima or something around here. I was so confident in getting the jump on her that I rushed us right past them. It's fine. This just means we'll have to stay behind cover as we approach, Oberon says. Their pace slows to a crawl as they carefully move from one tree or boulder to the next for the next 100 meters until they can see the start of the massive clearing. With their backs to trees, Oberon signals to Wayne to stay put, as with a wave of his hand he creates the telescopic lens, the size of a monocle between his fingers. He spins around and barely leans out from behind the tree, focusing on the top of the hill, over 400-1,300 feet from the edge of the tree line. He barely gets a glimpse of the woman, wearing a pair of long brown pants and a white top as she lays in the grass, rifle set on a tripod, and aiming their way, looking down the scope with one eye, in his direction. Oberon sees her playfully wave before a blinding yellow flash fills his vision. Oberon winces as the sudden light blinds his eye. Wah! Wayne doesn't even have time to finish his question as Oberon throws both hands forward and creates a square light barrier. In the next moment, a beam of light, as wide as Oberon's head, slams into his light barrier, shattering it as the attack creates an explosion on impact. Boom! The explosion kicks up dirt and rocks, shakes the trees, and causes such a shockwave that Wayne is thrown off his feet and sent rolling in the dirt. Arg! He holds his aching shoulder as he struggles to get up, looking back to see Oberon gone, then looking toward the hill to see another shot coming directly toward his face. His eyes widen, body paralyzed with fear. But at the last moment, a light barrier forms to protect him, and a shot explodes against it, cracking the light barrier instead of shattering it like the previous one. "Are you okay?" Oberon asks, causing Wayne to look over at him. His clothes were slightly singed and dusted with dirt, but the boy still stood with his hands out, generating the light barrier in front of them both. "I'll be fine," Wayne says as he gets up. "Incoming," Oberon yells as 2 more shots are fired at them. He grits his teeth and pours more magic energy into the light barrier. Yet the power of these 2 shots forces him to slide back a few feet as they explode against his spell. "Wow," Wayne mutters. "We need to move. Get ready," Oberon says as she fires a 3rd shot. This time, however, when the shot slams into his light barrier, it curves around it, heading directly toward Wayne's head. "No!" Oberon yells as he forces the light barrier to bend, twist, and expand, barely intercepting this attack as the explosion shatters his spell. They're both sent rolling, still in line of sight with her rifle, which Oberon quickly notices. He quickly gets up on one knee and raises his fist. Light flash. He releases a massive amount of bright golden light from his fist. "Ah shit!" The woman yells as she winces, seeing stars in her vision. Without much delay, she changes to aim down the scope with her other eye, only to see both her targets gone. "Come on, just poke your head out," she says, all while keeping her rifle in the same direction. Meanwhile, at the other side of those trees, Wayne is sitting with his back against the bark, holding his dislocated shoulder. "Hey kid, I think we should retreat," he says, glancing over at Oberon, who was standing with his back to a tree a few meters away, eyes closed, thinking over everything. "Just give me a moment to think," Oberon says. "How hurt are you?" "My shoulder is dislocated." "You won't bleed out then, so just stay right there until I'm done." Wayne closes his eyes, trying not to focus on the throbbing pain racking his body. "You guild wizards are crazy," he mutters. Oberon considered everything he just saw. "At this range, I can hit her, but my shots won't have enough power by the time they get to her. Plus, she'll definitely get to fire first, since I'm the one who has to leave cover and then find her before casting a spell. But I definitely have more shots than her if she keeps using that rifle." He glances over at Wayne. A battle of stamina is no good with him here. One stray shot, and he dies. I need to keep her focused on me, but she was focused on him earlier, probably because she knows he's the tracker. Oberon brings his fist together in front of his chest, focusing his magic energy to heal the bruises across his body. She can't curve her shots if she doesn't know where they need to go beforehand, and it seems like she can only make a shot curve once. Otherwise, it would have just curved a second time to hit Wayne in the head. Plus, if she could curve the shot without seeing her target to lock onto it, then we'd already be dead as she'd curve it around the trees. Oberon glances at Wayne, then a tree a bit deeper into the forest from them. He sees a large rock behind the tree, and using his gravity magic, he moves it to completely hide it behind the tree. And a moment later, a shot of light magic is fired toward the tree, curving around it and slamming into the rock, pulverizing it. "Okay, so my analysis was right, and now I know she's in the exact same spot," he thinks while taking a few deep breaths, preparing himself. Looking over to Wayne, he sees the man looking at him. "No matter what happens, don't leave cover. Her main target is you for now. I need to close the distance and end this before she gets a lucky shot onto you," Oberon says. "Don't have to tell me twice," Wayne says. Taking one more deep breath, Oberon rushes out from behind the tree, moving toward the clearing while raising a hand to fire at the woman. He releases 8 shots of light magic directly at her, spreading them out slightly so she can't hit multiple with one blast from the rifle. This should make her use multiple shots and drain her magic energy a lot faster. In response, she smiles and fires one shot from the rifle directly at him. This shot moves much faster than his, reaching him before his shots are even halfway to her. Oberon raises his hands and creates a light barrier around himself to block the impact, noticing that this time it was meant to pierce, not explode. And through his light barrier, he uses his telescopic lens to see her equip a magic pistol into her left hand and fire a single shot at his attacks. Her single light bullet splits into either bullets and easily cancels his attacks, causing them to explode into bright flashes of light. Oberon gets behind a boulder for cover before the flashes dissipate, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. She dealt with that like it was nothing, he thinks. She was a top mercenary guild member before this, so of course at range, she outclasses me in all ways. That means this only ends if I get up close. Oberon sits behind a rock for 2 minutes, racking his brain to think of a plan, only for one insane idea to form in his mind. He looks down at his hands, flexing his fingers and flowing light magic across his skin. Well, the lizard man used an innate defense enchantment to dissipate magic energy that hit his body, so maybe I can do that, he thinks before closing his eyes and taking a meditative pose. Oberon focuses on the air around him, feeling the wind moving across his skin, then circulates his magic energy through his body and across his skin. After a few minutes, his opponent becomes impatient, firing at trees and rocks he could be hiding behind, tearing up this small section of the forest with different spells. Eventually, she fires a fire magic bullet into the trees, setting them ablaze to flush out Oberon and Wayne. But even then, he simply meditates on his magic energy, tuning out everything else in the world. I'm already held apart from the world, he thinks. I can't sense magic. Lots of people think I'm handicapped or some kind of freak because of it, like there's an invisible wall between me and everyone else in the world. Like I can never really hold hands with them because my magic can't properly connect with them. Oberon opens his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow, seeing the trees around him burning. But he simply looks down at his hands and smiles. Now that invisible wall is real, he mutters, feeling cosmic hovering just above his skin. An all-encompassing armor, invisible and impossible to sense. He places his hand on the ground, and it stops 2 inches above the grass, while forming a handprint on the grass below it. Okay, it needs a lot of work, but this'll work for now, Oberon says before taking a deep breath. While in his armor, he doesn't have access to air, as his cosmic pushes even that away. So the moment he fully formed the armor around his body, he rushed out from behind a boulder and charged the clearing. He's lost his mind. The woman chuckles as she fires at him the rifle. A dense blast of light magic energy rushes toward him. Oberon barely steps to the side, out of its path. But the blast curves at the last moment, slamming into his right shoulder. Hung! He sent rolling through the clearing, tumbling before getting into a crouch and skidding on the grass, then immediately continues rushing the hill. Her eyes widen in surprise, not seeing any visible damage on the boy. What the hell? This must be some trick, she snarls before firing again. This time he braces himself, reaching forward with his right hand, fingers flattened like a blade to meet the attack directly. Ah, he screams, feeling the bones in his fingers crack and the skin on his right hand get seared by the shot. The shot pushes him back a few feet, but he stays on his feet and immediately rushes forward again. The woman's brows furrow as she grits her teeth, firing multiple shots at him. With each shot, his cosmic armor becomes slightly better, more refined. Not in the efficiency of it, but in the amount of magic energy he can consciously push into it. Eventually, he crosses hundreds of meters, taking over a dozen shots while sprinting at her, and on the 13th shot, he's close enough to see her breathing unsteady. She was tired. Firing shot after shot into this juggernaut was mentally and physically exhausting, and now that he was less than 30 m-100 feet away, she used her magic to swap the rifle for a revolver. Leaping backward, she fans the hammer, firing 6 shots directly at him. Oberon sees them coming and allows them all to shatter against his cosmic armor, not even flinching, now fully confident in his new spell. The woman sees this and panics, swapping the revolver for a magic hunting rifle and taking aim directly at his face. Even with him barely 15 m-50 feet, Away, she keeps her aim stead and fires directly toward his eyes. And to her horror, Oberon doesn't even blink, instead reaching up and grabbing the shot out of the air, so it doesn't obscure his vision when hitting his cosmic armor. This sends a pang of fear through her as the boy reaches close enough to leap forward, fist reared to punch her in the face with everything he had. "No!" she screams and falls backward. As she's falling, Oberon descends onto her, and at the last moment, she requips, drawing the rifle and holding it sloppily, and with the barrel less than an arm's length from his chest, she fires. "Ah!" Oberon's blood-curdling scream echoes through the clearing as he's knocked a dozen meters away. "Ah!" The woman screams as well. The sloppily directed energy she used causes the gun to twist her fingers, breaking her index finger on her right hand as it flies off behind her. They both lay on the ground, and after almost 2 minutes the woman gets up, clutching her injured right hand as she stumbles over to look at the boy. She sees him on the floor, eyes closed, and on his chest is a basketball-sized circle where the skin is missing, a bloody indication that his cosmic armor had failed, and the shot reached his skin, peeling all of his skin and some of the flesh below it away. "That should have punched a hole right through you. What are you even made of?" she mutters while requiping the pistol in her left hand, swaying as she tries to gather enough energy for one shot. NGH. As she prepares to fire, she winces, stumbling as her magic energy is already so low that she's barely conscious. And this small sound is enough for Oberon's eyes to snap open. Her eyes go wide as her gaze meets his, and before she can pull the trigger, a wave of gravity magic pushes her hand to the side, causing her to miss. Oberon suddenly rises off the floor, levitating toward her and punching her in the face, breaking her nose before following through with the punch until he slams her skull into the ground behind her. The woman groans in pain as she blacks out, with Oberon's fist still on her head as he crouches on the grass beside her. "Oh my God," Oberon says as he sees all the blood dripping from his chest into the grass beneath him. "I really need to work on that new spell," he mutters before laying on his back beside the woman, gathering up his energy to heal and finish this job. Sitting cross-legged in the grass atop the hill, Oberon focuses his magic energy through his body, feeling the painful sting of the wind touching the open wound on his chest as he tries to heal it. "Will you be all right to walk back?" Oberon asks, eyes still closed. A few meters away, Wayne was standing with his arm in a crude sling. His other hand was outstretched and releasing a glowing purple rope from its palm, which had the now unconscious mercenary woman tightly wrapped in it. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Wayne asks as he looks over at Oberon, seeing the large wound on his chest healing at a visible rate. "What the hell? I thought that magic was lost." "It is," Oberon says. "This isn't healing magic, just a little trick I can do for myself. Sorry, it doesn't work on others. Even if it did, I doubt you have the energy for it." Wayne says as he notices Oberon's wound is only healed to the point of being fleshy and pink, the upper layers of skin still missing. "Are you ready to go?" "Yeah, let's get out of here." Oberon zips up his jacket to cover his chest, only to wince as the fabric touches his new and hypersensitive skin. "Yeah, I need a nap, so let's go meet up with Rahul." 2 hours later, sitting in a fine restaurant after getting cleaned up, Oberon is enjoying a simple meal of rice, roasted duck, and vegetables. Across from him, Rahul is enjoying a drink and his own meal, observing the boy carefully. "You know, you're certainly the perfect kind of person to work for us," Rahul says. "You're all about the job. No nonsense, fast and efficient work. We certainly pay much better than Wizard Guild jobs. How about it?" "Sorry, but Master Makarov is the best at light magic, so I need to keep learning from him," Oberon says. "Plus, they've been really nice to me at Fairy Tale. I can't just leave." "I see, loyalty. I can respect that," Rahul says. "But I hope you understand. I simply had to ask. It would be a betrayal to our company if I didn't." "That's okay," Oberon says as he continues eating. "So, about your payment, would you prefer I hand it to you in cash right now?" Rahul asks, "Or I can send it to the guild's bank account. Then they can take their cut and give you the rest." "Send it to the guild, please," Oberon says. I don't like going to the bank, so that's always easier, even if it takes a few days to get into my account. Rahul sits back and observes Oberon for a moment. You really don't care about anything but magic, huh? Is that so strange? I am a wizard after all, Oberon says as he finishes his food. Rahul laughs. Kid, there's a lot more to life than being a wizard. Oberon looks at him as if he just said the most stupid thing ever, and Rahul only laughs harder. Well, I should get going. Thank you for the meal, Oberon says as he gets up from the table. It was my pleasure, Rahul says. I'll keep your name in mind if I ever need a wizard. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day. You too, kid, Rahul says as Oberon leaves the restaurant. Oberon checks his watch, seeing that it's almost 5 p.m., and rushes through the main street to the small magic shop in this city. Getting to the shop, Oberon quickly enters, looking around to see a similar setup to the magic shop in Magnolia, with enchanted magic cases protecting the items on display. Oberon looks around the small shop for a moment, not seeing anything particularly interesting, only a few lacrimas for regular people to use, allowing them to accomplish simple tasks like watering plants or having a light source. Eventually, Oberon makes his way over to the counter where a man was leaning forward reading a magazine. Hi, Oberon says. Well, hello there. Did you see something you like on display? The man asks, gesturing to the cases Oberon seemed most curious about. Not really, but I'm looking for 3 specific items, Oberon says. The man pushes his magazine aside and gives Oberon his full attention. All right, what are you looking for? Well, the first would be Gale Force reading glasses, Oberon says. Oh, which version do you want? There are multiple versions? Yes, and they each cost a different price, the man says. The standard version lets you read twice as fast. Above that are the X18, X32, X64, and if you head over to one of the big cities like Crocus, you may be able to get a X120 version. They each require the same minimal magic energy to be used, but the enchantments set them apart. I see. Is that the only difference? Oberon asks. That's the only one. The man gestures to the glass case behind him, higher up on the wall where the classes and their prices are. Okay, I'll take the X64 version, Oberon says. Can I try it out? After you pay for it, sure, the man says. Oberon quickly pays for it, feeling a large dent in his wallet as he does so before the man hands him over. He eyes the glasses curiously, a pair of thick, elongated lacrima glass lenses held in thick black frames with small wings at the side, marked X64 on the left side. Here, try this. The man slides his magazine over to Oberon, who looks at it after putting on the glasses. He pours just a drop of his magic energy into it. The man immediately takes a step back, sensing the unexpected and absurd amount of magic energy within Oberon, only now realizing that until now, he hadn't been able to sense the boy's magic energy at all. The enchantment on the glasses activates, and a magic circle appears between the glasses and the magazine, projecting light onto the magazine and making copies of the words float into the magic circle as the pages flip on their own. All right, that's enough, the man says as the store begins to tremble. Oberon immediately stops, allowing the man to relax. If you've got that much magic energy but can't control it, then I recommend you be extra careful with magic items and where you use them. You could break the item if you keep going like that, or break whatever unfortunate store you happen to be in. Oh, sorry. Oberon bashfully rubs the back of his head. What's your name anyway? The man asks as he fishes behind the counter for something. Oberon. I'm a wizard from Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale, that rowdy bunch. Well, I suppose that makes sense. The man places a glasses case on the counter. On the house, since you bought the most expensive version I have. Now, what were the other items you wanted? Oh, right. Do you have any celestial spirit keys? He asked while placing the glasses in the case and pocketing it. Sorry, kid. Those things are super rare, so we don't really get them in small cities, the man says. Honestly, you'd have better luck going to auctions. But from what I figure, most of those keys are more like collector's items, since celestial spirits mages are so rare most of them have gone decades without being used. I see. Oberon sighs, disappointed. I was hoping to stockpile some until Master Makarov allowed me to learn that magic, but I guess I'll have to keep looking. Maybe I can help you with the last item. Right. A communication lacrima, Oberon says. Easy. The man quickly retrieves a communication lacrima, identical to the ones belonging to the guild. But if you're a wizard, taking these on missions can be costly. These things are super fragile. Also, I don't recommend using it until you can control your magic energy better, otherwise you'll break it. I see. Well, I'll keep it safe until then, Oberon says as he pays for the communication lacrima. Is there anything else you have that might be useful for a wizard? The man thinks for a second. I've got lots, but most people tend to overlook the simple things like this. He takes out a ring with a small blue lacrima crystal as the face of it. A magic ring? Yeah, but it can't do anything useful in combat. This was made from a leftover fragment of a water lacrima. Pour some magic energy into it, and you get a little drinking fountain, which means you'll never go thirsty on longer jobs. Oh, that's pretty useful, Oberon says. Yeah, I'll buy that too. After leaving the magic shop, he rushes over to the train station and barely gets onto the train in time. He easily finds a set of empty seats and takes out his card, retrieves his journal, and stores his new items within the card. As the train begins pulling away from the station, Oberon begins writing the events of this mission into his journal, after which he takes out his magic journal, in which he records his exploration of his magics. Here he spends the entire train ride to Magnolia studying and trying to better understand his new spell, Cosmic Armor. As he's writing, he looks outside to see the sun setting and relaxes for a moment, wincing slightly as the fabric of his jacket touches the sensitive flesh of his chest. It'll be winter in this region soon, so I should get a new jacket. Oberon sighs and stores his items away, realizing his brain is simply too tired for any more studying. 6 weeks, and everything is so different now. Never would have guessed. So he watches the sunset in the distance while returning to his new home. Knock, knock, knock. Oberon groans as he rolls over, pulling the blanket over his head. Knock, knock, knock. What? He rolls over, still under the blanket, and yells toward the door. You gonna let me in, or do I have to stand in this hallway all morning? Gildarts asks. Oberon sighs and lazily sits up in bed, moving the blanket to see his very, very tiny apartment. Barely enough space for a single bed, a trunk for all of his clothes, and a chair which currently had a stack of books he was studying last night. Beside the bed is a door leading to a cramped bathroom, and at the foot of his bed is another door to the hallway. With a wave of his hand, the door unlocks and opens, revealing Gildarts standing behind it wearing his usual outfit. Morning, Gildarts says as he takes 2 steps forward and is already at the foot of the bed. Yeah. Oberon stretches as he gets out of bed and stumbles into the bathroom. As he gets ready, Gildarts sits on the bed, looking around at the dilapidated walls of the building, seeing the paint mostly stripped and chipped away, not to mention the nail holes from where previous residents likely hung pictures or other items. He leans forward and opens the trunk, seeing it half filled with clothes, then looks at the stacks of books and takes one from the top. Adventure Journal? Gildarts mutters while reading the cover, allowing curiosity to guide him as he begins reading it. After a few minutes, Gildarts hears the shower stop, and Oberon walks out in a towel and glares at him. With just a look to Adventure Journal floats out of his hand and neatly returns to the stack of books. What? Gildarts asks as Oberon fishes through the trunk for some clothes. Don't want me reading your diary? Adventure Journal, and I don't want you touching any of my things, Oberon says as he takes the clothes and walks back into the bathroom. You break everything you touch, remember? As the door closes, Gildarts looks down at his hand and scoffs. Barely even touched it, he mutters. A few minutes later, Oberon steps out of the bathroom wearing a pair of black shorts and a light blue t-shirt. So, what are you doing here, waking me up at? He looks at the clock on the wall. 9 in the morning, seriously? So, clearly you're not a morning person, Gildarts says as Oberon packs his books back into his card and gets a jacket. I just figured I'd come check on you, since you weren't at the guild hall last night. I was tired after my mission, so I came here, after buying some food, Oberon says as he finishes packing and gets his jacket. Did I miss something at the guild last night? Gildarts leans back on the bed as Oberon sits on the chair, putting on his boots. Just my glorious return from another S-class job, Took a few weeks, but I got it done. But your client called Master Makarov and thanked him for sending you over. He sounded impressed. Yeah, well, it was an easy job, Oberon says. Gildarts leans forward as Oberon is putting on the last boot and casually lifts his shirt. What? He said you took a magic gun blast to the chest that left a pretty nasty injury. Just want to make sure you were all healed up, Gildart says. That cosmic armor must really be something special for you to already be up and about. You came here to ask about that? Oberon asks. I came to see how you were doing, but I saw that spell mentioned in your adventure journal and figure it must be how you did it. Yeah, well, when I figure out how to improve it, I'll add an entry into my magic journal. Oberon says as he gets up, which is a book you're never laying a finger on. I can't let anything happen to it. Gildarts raises his hands in surrender as he gets up. Understood. No touching the books. Good. Oberon says as he leads Gildarts out of the building and down the side street, moving toward the guild hall. Why do you live in that dump? I've seen some of the job posters you've completed. You've been busy these past few weeks, so why not get an actually nice apartment? Don't need it, Oberon says. All I do there is sleep anyway, and it doesn't smell or have strange women visiting randomly. Yeah, living with Macau probably wasn't ideal, at least not long-term, Gildart says. But you'll have to move out of that dump if you want the girls to come over. Unless they're teaching me magic, I don't need them to come over, Oberon says. The place fits my things, a bed, and the lady downstairs does laundry for super cheap. Plus, I don't need a kitchen or anything since I always eat at the guild hall anyway. Gildart sighs. You'll understand as you get older, he says. Anyway, now that I know you're all right, I wanted to give you a heads up about something. Is something happening? Oberon asks as they see the guild hall in the distance. Not exactly, but the guild hall is going to be a bit more chaotic for the next few weeks, Gildart says. People will be taking jobs nonstop, so you might have trouble finding jobs that interest you before someone else takes it. Why now? Oberon asks. Is it because New Year's is next month? Nope. It's because next month Master Makarov will be announcing the participants for the S-Class promotion trials, so everyone is trying to get his attention before that. Oh, so they want to impress him, Oberon says. Well, I got enough money for now, and I have some new spells to train anyway. It may be better to do that before I start taking jobs again. Good call, Gildart says. It's always best to master the tools you have before adding more. That's actually why Master Makarov doesn't want you learning other magics yet. Really? Oh yeah, Gildart says. Most wizards never fully master their magic, much less multiple magics. Master Makarov has multiple magics because he is an incredible wizard, not the other way around. Learning them too early can seriously set you back in your journey, and considering how difficult Cosmic will be to master, you can't afford that. Yeah, Oberon says. I know that, which is why I haven't tried to learn any, but I did ask about Celestial Spirit Keys when I was out of town, but nowhere I go has any. Planning to save them up for when you become S-Class? Yeah, but I haven't even seen one yet. Well, I'll keep an eye out while I'm traveling, Gildart says. Thanks so much. Don't mention it, but it's not free, so if they cost me, you'll have to pay me back. Of course. Gildarts ruffles Oberon's hair as they begin ascending the steps to the plateau where the guild hall is. So, you excited for the S-Class trials? Gildarts asks. Oberon looks at him confused. Why? It's not like I'll be competing. What makes you so sure? Because I'm new and weak, obviously. Well, you aren't as weak as you'd think, especially considering you're already stronger than most average wizards, Gildart says. And as for being new, it really doesn't matter if you've been in Fairy Tale for a minute or a decade. Everyone is family all the same. Oberon's eyes light up, hope clear on his face. Don't get the wrong idea. You won't be involved this year, Gildarts quickly says before he gets the wrong idea. Then why do you even ask? I just wanted to see how you'd assess yourself. Understanding your weaknesses and limits, along with where you stand in the world of magic, is important to staying alive and growing stronger, Gildart says. That understanding, along with a healthy dose of fear, the kind of fear that makes you aware of reality without controlling you, that is what will keep you alive and growing. I see, so what do you think? I think you certainly understand your limits and weaknesses, but you lack experience, and you're a bit too young, Gildart says. You also need to be a bit stronger before you can compete in the S-Class trials. But all of those things will come in time. Yeah, in a few years, I'll join the trials. Then I'll be S-Class just like you and get to learn more magics, Oberon says. I don't doubt that, Gildart says as they arrive at the guild hall. But one question, he says while placing a hand on the massive doors, not opening them yet. What is it? That magic ring. Are you trying to learn caster magic? Gildarts asks. Oh no, it's actually just a basic water lacrima. Just enough so I don't get stranded with no water. Oberon pours some magic energy into it, causing a small drinking fountain-like stream to shoot out of it. Smart choice then. I'm sure Master Makarov will agree, Gildart says as he pushes open the doors. They step inside to see over a dozen people sitting at tables or lying on the floor, completely asleep from partying last night. Inno was already clearing behind the bar, while Laxus and Macau were at the counter having breakfast with Master Makarov. Damn, looks like I missed one hell of a party, but I was just so tired after the long trip back, Gildart says. So many hung-over people. Oberon smirks mischievously, looking up at Gildarts, who nods. Then they both cup their mouths with their hands and take a deep breath. Good morning, everyone, they both yell at once, causing most of the people to jolt awake with immense headaches. A few curses are sent their way, while Laxus and Master only laugh as Inno and Macau shake their heads. Oberon immediately begins floating, following Gildarts over to the bar where Inno hands the man a cup of coffee. So you ditched your own party last night, Makarov says to Gildarts. Was she pretty? They were beautiful, Gildart says. Nice, Macau says, and Inno loudly scoffs, rolling her eyes as she moves to clear the other end of the bar. Macau face-bombs, realizing how much progress he'd just undone in an instant. And you, Master Makarov looks at Oberon. Finished a job and didn't celebrate. I was tired. That job took everything I had, Oberon says. Right now, I just want to head to the library and work on my new spell. Not until you eat breakfast, Inno says, glaring at Oberon. Okay, Oberon says, not meeting her gaze. Inno sighs. I swear it's like you think all you need in life is magic, she mutters while moving to prepare his breakfast, scrambled eggs and toast. Well, magic energy is closely tied to life force, so Oberon's explanation immediately dies as she spins around to glare at him. Never mind. Inno disappears into the kitchen, and Oberon breathes a sigh of relief. If you think that's bad, you should have seen the looks my ex-wife used to give me. Gildart chuckles sadly. I always deserved it, though. The life of a wizard is complicated as is, but love is a challenge very few can say they conquer, Master Makarov says. Enough with that useless stuff, Laxus says. Hey, Oberon, guess what I'm doing today? Another job? Yeah, but not just any job. Macau and Wakaba are taking me on a job in Crocus. Laxus says, What, I want to go to the capital too, he turns to Macau. Take me with you. Sorry, no can do, Macau says. We already sent the client our names and everything, and he's not the type of person we can have sudden changes in plan with. Ugh, can you at least check the magic shop for celestial spirit keys? I need to collect some so I can use them after becoming S-Class. If we got the time, we'll pass by, Macau says. But the job isn't happening in Crocus. The client just lives there, so no promises. Thanks either way, Oberon says. It's probably better this way anyway. I need to figure out my new spell. It's pretty awesome. How awesome? Laxus asks. Well, I was thinking about it on the train, and when I was in bed, Oberon says, looking to Master Makarov. Since I can't actually sense magic, I can't react as quickly to spells or even regular attacks, right? Yes, you're at a great disadvantage, Makarov says. But other people also can't sense you, or your spells, not with magic at least. Which is why I came up with my cosmic armor, Oberon says. It's like this super cool invisible armor around my body. I had to come up with that because the person I was fighting could curve her attacks to hit me from different angles. Makarov rubs his chin. That does make sense, but it sounds exhausting. November 30th, X769, 9 p.m., sitting on the second floor railing, Makarov Dreyer enjoys the sight of his guild members enjoying the night on the first floor. Many people were drinking, some were being extra rowdy while playing cards in the far corner of the guild hall. And at the bar, Oberon and Laxus were celebrating their successful mission with a late dinner. One of the wizards was using his magic to fill the guild hall with a soft, merry tune as he played his violin, and in the corner, Macau and Inno were at a table enjoying drinks and a quiet conversation, while some of the other guild members ran the bar. Seeing this, Makarov sighs, recalling the letter he received today regarding the results of the meeting he attended days ago. I hope this happiness will last, he thinks. If we can make it through the nonsense next year will throw at us, then Fairy Tale can survive anything. He takes a sip of his beer and sees Gildarts groan before leaving the cards table, sliding his jewels into the pot and setting down his cards. The man accepts his defeat, yet again, at the cards table and walks over to the bar, getting a drink as he strikes up a conversation with their youngest wizards. For the next few minutes, Makarov observes his children until lightning magic begins sparking in the guild hall. Watch! Laxus yells at Gildarts. I can totally fly, you'll see. Gildarts chuckles as yellow lightning magic begins arcing across Laxus's body, and the people nearby take their drinks and give the boy some space. Careful now, don't want you to hurt yourself. Gildarts chuckles as he sees Laxus's frustrated face. You look like you're about to crap your pants. I can do it. Laxus yells as his body begins floating off the floor, now completely shrouded in his yellow lightning. The guild hall falls silent as the boy hovers above the ground for a few seconds. Then almost everyone erupts in a laughter as he becomes a bolt of lightning for a fraction of a second and flickers into the floor. Gildarts wipes the tear from his eye as he catches his breath, giving Laxus time to get back up. Damn, you almost had it. Hope your underwear is still clean at least. Makarov sees the frustration on Laxus's face, and as he's about to go give the boy some advice, Oberon floats off his bar stool and hovers above Laxus, lying in the air. You're trying too hard, Oberon says as Laxus looks up at him. What? Laxus asks. You're trying too hard, Oberon says again. Lightning is all about power and intent, about focus, but if you want to fly, you need to relax and be free. Laxus looks at him for a moment. How am I supposed to do that? Like this, Oberon says as he lifts Laxus off the floor to hover beside him. Makarov expected the boy to immediately get motion sickness, but to his surprise, Laxus was fine, talking like he normally would on the ground. Over the past few missions together, Oberon had figured out that, instead of trying to control Laxus's orientation by creating artificial gravity around him, he could simply alternate gravity quickly to keep him floating. He would keep the sensation of falling on Laxus, even while he was hovering in place. Makarov sees them talk for a moment, drawing some attention from other guild members, before Laxus cloaks himself in yellow lightning again. And, as Oberon stops holding him with his gravity magic, Laxus moves about on his own for almost a minute before he has to land, trying to catch his breath. The entire guild hall erupts into cheers, until one of their members asks Oberon to make him float next. Suddenly, everyone was excitedly hounding him to make them float. Makarov sees a mischievous look on Oberon's face, one that he's seen before. Anything the boy thinks of something new to do with his magic, something that would possibly cause his guild master to get a headache. All right, everyone get ready. Oberon yells, drawing the attention of the entire guild hall as he flies up to the middle of the building. He closes his eyes and clasps his hands together. Then as he opens his eyes, gravity within the main hall is reduced to almost zero, allowing everyone and everything to float and eventually return to the ground below. Some women, like Inno, hold their dresses and skirts as they grab onto something to remain grounded, while most of the other members excitedly begin swimming the air. Makarov used his flight magic to remain in place on the railing, but looked at his drink just in time to see his beer floating out of the mug. He quickly recaptures it, and looks over at Gildarts to see the man drinking his beer from the air after it had escaped his mug. Makarov just shakes his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips. No matter how old or powerful they are, they're still just a bunch of kids. After a few more minutes, everyone is back on the ground, aside from Oberon, who is still floating in the air while talking to Wakaba and Laxus. Gildarts moved to a table at the far end of the guild hall to quietly enjoy his drink and observe the chaos, taking it all in, until a voice rang out in his mind, "Meet me in my office." Gildarts doesn't react in any obvious way. He simply gets up and begins walking upstairs to Master Makarov's office. "So, what's going on?" Gildarts asks as he enters the office, seeing the man sitting on one of the couches with a letter on the coffee table between them. "May I?" He gestures to the couch opposite Makarov. "Of course," Makarov says. "I think it's time we discuss the S-Class promotion trials. It's almost December, so the announcement will be soon." Gildarts rubs the back of his head. "Sad to say my opinion hasn't changed since last year, Master." "Well, let's start from the beginning anyway. We should do this properly after all," Makarov says as he elongates his arm and collects the official guild member list from atop his desk. "We'll start from the top." Gildarts sits up as they begin going over every single fairy tale wizard one by one, discussing the number of missions they've completed since last year's trial, their notable achievements or issues, and their personal strengths and weaknesses. And of course, their raw power and capabilities. After almost 2 hours pass, they come up with a list of only 6 names. "This year's trial will be just like the last 13 years, Gildarts says. "You sure you don't want to include the kids?" "Laxus isn't powerful or mature enough," Makarov says. "And I don't want to place the kind of pressure Ishgar's S-Class mages are about to endure onto them." "Well, the closest things to passable S-Class wizards are Macau and Wakaba," Gildarts says. "We can include them, sure, we've done so before. But we sure as hell can't let them pass." "Obviously not. As in the previous years, this year none of the candidates shall pass, but at least they will experience the challenge and have an opportunity to grow as wizards and people." Gildarts leans back and slumps his shoulders. "You know, I always thought Macau and Wakaba would join me, would be adventurers, but they were more interested in the fame and fortune side of my life, when all I really cared about was the adventure side. They actually remind me quite a bit of you, before Cornelia finally got you to settle down for a while," Makarov says. "Maybe Inno will have that effect on Macau." Gildarts chuckles. "Then we definitely can't let him pass the trials. He won't want to take any big S-Class missions. Being away for that long never goes over well with the wife." "That I can testify to," Makarov says. "But honestly, even if they were ready to become S-Class, I don't know if I'd allow it." This gets Gildarts' attention. "What do you mean?" "Ever since Ivan's betrayal, that damned son of mine. Not only did he risk Laxus' life, he also got info on Fairy Heart, somehow." Gildarts' eyes wide. "That's impossible," he says. "We don't keep any written record of that outside of the chamber. And the only other person besides us who knows is Dash." "No, that's impossible. Master Prek spent his life protecting our first master. He'd never reveal such a thing to anyone," Makarov says. "And that's assuming that by some miracle he's alive and not a fossil in the dirt." "Warrod is still alive," Gildarts says. "He is a god of Ishgar, which is an entirely different league of magic compared to the other 6 wizard saints," Makarov says. "But regardless, my sources confirmed that Ivan mentioned Fairy Heart while he was traveling east." "How far east?" "Maybe I can." "He was entering Bellum," Makarov says. "Shit, no way anyone will be able to find him. Even the Magic Council would be useless in looking for him," Gildarts says. "But at least we know he's not lurking around Fiore. Likely because he had a heads up about what will be happening next year," Makarov says. "The reason I would be hesitant even if they were worthy of being S-Class. Something big is happening, huh? Something that will make a lot of swords get drawn against our S-Class wizards, right?" Makarov pinches the bridge of his nose. "Ever since I became guildmaster, Fairy Tale has taken steps away from simply researching magic and more toward becoming a family. Because of that, our S-Class mages must have a certain status, along with their power and reputation. They must also be trusted to protect our secrets, to protect Fairy Heart if everyone else falls," Makarov says. "But starting next year, they will also be targeted." "Did someone send you a threat?" Gildarts asks. "Not yet, but there will be many," Makarov says. The Magic Council of Ishgard is moving forward with banning char magic and assassination jobs. Crap, half the wizard guilds will hate that, and most of them are from the stronger half too. Yes, and since wizard saints obviously had a say in this decision, all guilds with wizards saints will be targeted for revenge. I see, and the S-class mages will be the next best target, Gildart says. Yeah, this will definitely get messy. Aside from you, Phantom Lord's Guild Master Jose is the only other wizard saint that belongs to a guild. All the others are solo acts. Avon is part of a monastic order, Makarov says, but they're so isolated that I doubt anyone will even target them. So that just leaves us and Phantom Lord, which is why I don't want you going on any decade or century quests until this is settled, Makarov says. Inwardly, Gildarts is a bit annoyed, but he understands, nodding in agreement. Fiore leads Ishgard. We have the most access to magic and mages, much more than anywhere else on the continent. I fear that this decision will cause our nation to become a war zone. If it comes to that, I'm sure we'll be fine, Gildart says. After all, we've got you as our guild master. December 5th, X769, 8 a.m. I hope you don't mind the cold. I'm afraid it will only get worse. Oberon hears as he enters the small home, dusting the snow off his clothes. It actually reminds me of home, Oberon says as he looks around. He sees the old woman already moving to sit beside the fireplace. He hears people moving in the other room, but he pays it no mind. Would you like some tea? The woman asks as she sits on one of the chairs by the fire. No, I'm fine, but thank you. Oberon hangs up his coat to reveal his long-sleeved blue t-shirt and matching pants below. As he's about to take his boots off, the woman waves, signaling him to leave them on if he'd like, which he does. So, is there anything you can tell me about him? Oberon asks, ruffling his hair to get the show away. He passed through just over a week ago, the woman says as Oberon sits opposite her. He took some meat and firewood, then moved up to the cave at the top of the mountain. Did he hurt anyone? Oberon asks. No, he was nice enough, didn't know he was so dangerous until we got word from the Rune Knights. They sent some of their people up there, but only a few came back down, which is when they must have called you. Oberon relaxes in his seat, enjoying the warmth of the fire. So, is the path to the cave clear? Yes, but the blizzard is only getting worse. It's best to wait a few days before you go up there. I'll be fine, Oberon says. Is there anything else you can tell me? The woman thinks for a moment before she nods. He was carrying a box, not sure what was in it, but when he passed through here and bought supplies, he never let go of it. I see. And the cave, does it lead anywhere? No, but from it, you can see the eastern border of Fiore. The view would be excellent, if not for this blizzard. Well, he must be waiting for someone to pick him up, or heading to the border to get out of Fiore, Oberon says. If I wait for the blizzard to pass, he'll be long gone. Well, if you need anything, be sure to let us know, she says as Oberon gets up. Thanks for everything. If 2 days pass and you don't see me, tell them I'm probably dead, Oberon says as he begins walking to the door. As he puts his coat on and is about to open the door, he turns back to the woman. You know, usually people are surprised that a kid is taking this kind of job. The woman laughs for a moment before smiling at him. Age isn't always an indicator of power in this world. After all, I used to be a guild wizard too, but even after all these decades, it takes everything I have just to start this fire. She gestures to the fireplace as a match flame dances across her fingers. Oh, I can't wait to learn that, Oberon says before stepping back into the heavy snowfall. Oberon takes a deep breath, feeling somewhat comforted by the cold air, memories of his village atop the snow-capped mountains flooding back. Then he pushes them all away. It's still morning. If I wrap this up before lunch, I can get back to Magnolia by tonight, he says while walking toward the edge of the village. He quickly gets to the clearly marked trail leading up the mountain, pulling his coat tighter as he begins his trek. After a few minutes of walking, the snow reaches his knees, causing him to use his gravity magic to walk atop the fresh snow. Well, at least it's not a desert, Oberon mutters. There must be some kind of magic to deal with extreme temperatures. That'll be a good investment. Or maybe some kind of magic clothes like a belt. Yeah, a belt that keeps me warm or cool, depending on what I need. After almost an hour of walking, Just as Oberon's face was beginning to go numb from all the harsh winds, he sees a flickering firelight through the snow. That must be the cave. He quickly makes his way over to the cave and carefully peeks around the entrance. The cave itself was small, but he could see there were multiple levels, with the highest level hosting the small fire and a man's shadow being cast along the wall. If he's distracted by the fire, maybe I can. Are you coming in? The man's voice fills the cave as the shadow turns toward the entrance. Or do you plan to freeze out there? Oberon takes a deep breath, then enters the cave and carefully makes his way up to where the man is sitting by the fire. The man was wearing heavy winter clothes and had a great sword resting beside him. He glances at Oberon for a moment, then scoffs and goes back to looking at the fire. I heard your voice, knew you were young, but a kid, really? Since when do you have a problem with killing kids? Oberon asks. Yeah, I've done that before, but those were always for a job. Nothing more, the man says. Oberon carefully eyes the man. This isn't what I expected. I get that a lot. What did they tell you? That I'm some bloodthirsty monster? Something like that. The man looks over at Oberon before leaning back against the wall. Hair like a void, filled with stars. You must be Oberon. So fairy tale sent a wizard after me, huh? You know me? Your master has a big mouth. He got drunk a few days ago at a guildmaster's conference and couldn't stop bragging about you. His new talented wizard, the man says. Oberon smiles. Wow, he really said that. While he was drinking with all those damn traitors, the man says bitterly. You know, I did a lot of work for a lot of people, wizards, guilds, powerful businessmen, and nobles, even some of the people sitting on the Magic Council today. Why would they hire an assassin? People need to die for others to rise up, the man says. And now, after all the years I spent killing for them, they turn around and start talking about making assassination jobs illegal. TCH, fucking traitors. After I spilled so much blood to help them achieve their ambitions, they want to ruin my way of life, to make all that I am illegal. What a fucking joke. So now you feel betrayed, killed one of your former clients, and plan to leave Fiore. Oberon says. Is that it? Pretty much, the man sighs. And now they're sending people after me, but I'll give you a chance to walk away, unless you want to end up like the last 3 wizards. Oberon narrows his eyes at the man. Why not just take regular jobs instead of assassination jobs? Why not just become an entirely different person because the world wants you to? The man sees Oberon scowl. Yeah, exactly. Well, at least I know you'll understand that I can't just walk away, even if I did care about that sob story. Yeah, I get it. This is a business after all. The man looks over at Oberon, then back into the fire. Don't take this personally. The sound of steel shattering echoes through the cave as the man in front of Oberon disappears in a flash of light, the illusion dispelled. Oberon quickly turns around to see the man behind him, holding the greatsword that was broken in 2, hands trembling as he winces in pain. What the hell? What are you made of? The man asks while groaning in pain. Oberon just gives him an annoyed look. Did you just try to stab me in the back? No. The man says as he swings the sword again. I tried to cut your head off. This time, Oberon casually raises a hand to block the blade, shocking the man yet again. The man tries to leap away, but Oberon grabs the blade with his fingers, locking the weapon in place. Strong, the man grumbles. But you're dead either way. The blade is coated in a magic poison, he says while still failing to pull the blade away from Oberon. That's fine, Oberon says while pressing down on the blade, and the man raises a gloved hand to support the back of it, preventing it from crushing him. What the hell? The man groans in pain as a sudden immense weight crashes down on him, forcing him to kneel as he strains to push against Oberon's one hand. The poison. You should be dying right now. Oberon, now at eye level with the taller man, just gives him a bored look. Yeah, if it was actually touching me. What are you? Oberon leans back before slamming his head into the man's face, breaking his nose and knocking him out instantly. Oberon then drops the shattered blade and begins looking around, rummaging through the man's items, and helping himself to the jewels his captive was planning to flee with. After packing up, he glances at the man. I really wish I had sleep magic so I wouldn't have to worry about him trying to escape, or maybe some kind of binding magic like Wayne has. With a wave of his hand, he makes the man almost weightless and picks him up after wrapping him in some blankets. I need to work on cosmic armor more. If that guy kept talking for another 10 minutes, I would have had to drop it for a moment to rest. And if he attacked then, I would have definitely died. Oberon thinks as he rushes down the mountain. December 7th, X769, 10 a.m. You look stupid, Oberon says as Laxus walks into the fairy tale library, wrapped in a fluffy pink blanket and holding a cup of tea. Shut up, Laxus says as he wipes his nose. This was the warmest one Enno could find, he mutters while walking over to one of the bookshelves and leaning against it, sitting on the floor. Didn't think dragons could get sick, Oberon says while taking notes in his magic journal. Some piece of trash, snow magic moron froze me. Laxus grumbles as he sips his warm tea. But I broke his leg, so we're even. Well, no food in here, so you should go sleep in Master Makarov's office, Oberon says. He's in there with Gildarts. They've been there all morning, Laxus says. And I can't go back home since I be alone. Just let me sleep in here. Everywhere else in this place is too loud. Tisish, you'd better not mess up the books, Oberon grumbles. Seriously, I'm sick and you care more about your books. Thanks a lot, jerk. And be quiet, Oberon hisses out, and Laxus just silently sips his tea and tries to recover. 3 hours later, I still think this is kind of silly, Oberon says as he looks down at the large lacrima in his hand. A few meters away, Laxus was standing in the light snowfall with the lake at his back. The Guildhall was over a mile away as they'd moved away from the town for this training. Just trust me on this, Laxus says. Grandpa said dragon slayers can eat their element and convert it into magic energy. Just put some magic energy into that lacrima and throw it at me, and I'll do the rest. And if this hurts you, Oberon asks, I'm a lightning dragon slayer. Lightning magic can't hurt me. Remember, I'm immune to it. Laxus sticks his tongue out. And what about the shockwave from the explosion? Idiot. It's a discharge type, not explosive type. I'm not stupid, you know. Well, you also think you can eat lightning, so we'll see about that. Now get ready, Oberon says as he prepares to throw the lightning lacrima. All right, I'm ready. Okay, eat up. Oberon pours a drop of magic energy into the lacrima to activate it before he throws it at Laxus. As the lacrima is within a few feet of Laxus, it erupts into a storm of blue lightning magic, spreading out in all directions. Oberon squints as the flashing light shines through this area and instinctively raises a hand, his cosmic armor long since raised before even throwing the lacrima. As the lightning magic spreads out, before it reaches Oberon, Laxus seemingly grabs it and begins greedily shoveling it into his mouth. Wow, Oberon mutters as he stares in horror, while Laxus slurps up the last few bolts of lightning magic like pasta. Told you I could do it, Laxus gloats, while Oberon just looks at him with disgust. You're such a freak. Eating lightning? Seriously? It actually tastes pretty good, kinda spicy. Honestly, tangy, Laxus says. Then, with a wave of his hand, he releases a large bolt of lightning magic into the lake. That feels way better. I think I can actually get overloaded. Like a bomb. No, it felt more like Laxus thinks about it for a moment. Like all my Dragon Slayer traits were on overdrive. It was pretty cool, but distracting. I should use a big attack whenever I get like that, at least until I can keep my focus after eating that much lightning magic. Still freaky. Anyway, did poor Lyusica say anything about your magic? Laxus shrugs. Before I left, she just said my organs and skin are getting tougher, makes it harder to get sick and stuff. I mean, I should be dead after that snow magic attack, but all I got was a cold, and it was gone after a few hours. Well, that must be nice, Oberon mutters. Says the guy who healed a magic rifle blast to the chest. Laxus says as he walks over to Oberon. But she also said my sensory organs are developing a bit weird, like they're overlapping. Overlapping. Oberon gives him a strange look. What, like you've got two noses? More like my Dragon Slayer senses and my human senses are working at the same time, giving me two different sets of feelings. Which is why you get motion sickness, Oberon says. Yeah, so I think it's a permanent thing, Laxus mutters. Unless you just get rid of the human senses entirely. That would solve it, Oberon says. But since it's due to your magic then, I don't even know how you do that. Transformation magic, maybe. What, like transforming the inside of my body into something else? Can magic even do that? People can transform into creatures or people smaller and larger than themselves. Magic energy compensates for changes in mass and stuff. And some people can even take certain traits. Like Master Makarov told me that Wolfheim, one of the top 4 wizard saints, the guys they call the 4 gods of Ishgard, he only uses transformation magic. Seriously? Laxus asks, how the heck does that even work? He uses the strongest traits from all his transformations and fuses them into something he calls the ultimate beast of the apocalypse. So if he can do that, maybe you can figure out how to not get sick on a train. Laxus groans, but that means I'd have to learn a 3rd magic. I've already got lightning magic and lightning dragon slayer magic to master, so I should focus on those first. Do you plan to learn any more after those? Laxus thinks about it for a moment, then nods. Well, I'll need telepathy magic like Gramps has. That's too useful for a guild master not to have. Then lightning enchantment magic. That could let you make lightning appear from anywhere you magic energy can reach, not just on your body, and it gives you more options on how to use it, Oberon says. What about cloud magic? Cloud magic? Why the heck would I want that? Well, you could make storm clouds for bigger attacks. You'd be like a storm god, Oberon says. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, why settle for just lightning when you can have the whole sky? Laxus thinks about it for a moment. Storm god Laxus, it does sound pretty good. You will have to hold off on that for a while. Makarov announces as he steps out of the treeline and approaches the boys. Powerful wizards have multiple magics because they are powerful. They are not powerful because they have multiple magics. Yeah, Grandpa, Laxus says as Makarov reaches them. And you two have quite a journey ahead of you. There isn't much anyone can do to help you learn Lightning Dragon Slayer magic or cosmic magic, but I'm quite relieved to see that you're helping each other. What about God Serena? Laxus asks. I mean, he's the most powerful wizard on Ishgard, the strongest wizard saint, and he's a dragon slayer too, with a lacrima just like me. Maybe you could ask him. Laxus, you know, the less people that know about this, the better. After all, dragon lacrima are quite rare, and many mages would kill to get their hands on one, Makarov says. Besides, God Serena is not someone who can be trusted. That man only cares to follow the winds of magic, as he says, whatever the hell that means. But he's powerful, right? Oberon asks. He is beyond powerful, Makarov says. In this world, there are no true gods. Even beings called gods who are worshipped have always been proven to simply be beings with immense magic power. God Serena is among the very few wizards in this world to have such otherworldly power that to even regular guild wizards, he is divine. Laxus swallows nervously. Do you think that, if he knew about my lacrima? There's a chance, yes, Makarov says. That man is famous for being the hybrid theory, because not only does he have a dragon slayer lacrima in him, he has 8. 8. Laxus takes a step back, shocked. But you said that even using one was a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Yes, Makarov says. That is because some of the dragon's will is within the lacrima, so it must approve of the host. And as you'd imagine, dragons aren't fond of sharing host. So the chances get worse each time. And he did it 7 times, Oberon says. But why? For power? Yes, God Serena is driven by ego, arrogance, and a strange curiosity, Makarov says. In fact, the only reason he is a wizard saint is because the Magic Council promised him access to the same information I brought to Laxus for him to understand Dragon Slayer magic. 8 lacrimas, Laxus mutters. I can't even master one. And he has 8. Yes, but don't let his reputation deceive you into believing that he simply throws around immense magic power, Makarov says. He was an alchemist on another continent for a time during his travels, which proves his intelligence, and, as a wizard, he has done the impossible many times, such as performing unison raids. Unison raid? Laxus asks. Makarov looks to Oberon and gestures for him to speak. It's not something most mages would know about because of how rare it is, Oberon says. When 2 wizards can perfectly synchronize their spells, they can create something more powerful than the sum of both spells. Magic energy resonates with itself in a special way that's almost impossible to train for. It's a natural phenomenon that must happen naturally, but after it happens, it can be replicated with enough training. Yes, monks within Wizard St. Avon's order have spent their entire life trying to perform it with each other to no avail, Makarov says. But Wizard Saints Avon and Ines are able to perform unison raids with each other. But those two have been friends long before they became Wizard Saints, so that's not much of a surprise. Spellbook magic and fire magic working together. That could mean anything, Oberon says. That sounds awesome to me. Laxus says, spellbook magic is so cool. Yeah. Too bad casting a spell from it uses over 4 times as much magic energy as if you had the type of magic, Oberon says. But being able to capture in spells that are fired at you into a spellbook and cast it is pretty cool. Too bad it's a holder-type magic, so unless he has a second spellbook that nobody has ever found, you can't learn it. Ugh, don't remind me, Oberon says. You know, the coolest thing about holder magic is that anyone can buy it in a magic shop. One-of-a-kind magic artifacts totally ruins that. Perhaps, Makarov says. But there are geniuses in all types of magics, so it's no surprise that a fine craftsman could spend his entire life working on one item before passing away. I guess you're right, and it's not like I can use any magic items like that anyway, Oberon says. I still need to work on controlling my magic energy before I can set up my communication lacrima. Laxus immediately begins laughing. You're going to be just like Gildarts, always breaking his lacrimas on jobs. No way. I'm not clumsy. I just need to learn to release less power at once and not let it diffuse into the environment as much and control it so it doesn't spread as far. Sounds like you'll be just like Gildarts to me. Laxus laughs as Oberon scowls at him. Speaking of being like Gildarts, Makarov says, getting both of their attention. I was going to call you both to the guild hall over an hour ago, but when I sensed your training, I thought against it. You missed the big announcement. The S-Class promotion trial. Laxus asks, yes, and both Mikau and Wakaba will be participating, Makarov says. They were quite excited. They ran off to get some training done while the party was still going on. Wow, they must really be serious, Oberon says. What are the trails anyway? Is it like who kills a monster first wins? Or something else? It changes every year, Makarov says. Usually the first round is somewhere like MT Hakob. The final round is always on Tenrajima Island. Where? It's our private island, Laxus says. Fairy Tail bought it a while ago, and now a magic barrier protects it from anyone who isn't invited or doesn't have our guild mark. Oh, that's what he meant when he said our guild emblem is more than just a sticker, Oberon says. Yes, that's exactly it, Makarov says. Our sacred island is our most valuable treasure, he lies. So, is becoming S-Class the only way to get there? Yes, after you become S-Class, you will have access to the island, Makarov says. But until you get to the final round of the S-Class trails, you will never be setting foot there. I've been there once, Laxus says smugly. Seriously? What's it like? It has a giant tree, like miles tall in the middle of it, covering the whole island, Laxus says excitedly. But the place is really hot because it has no wind. None at all. It also doesn't have any current in the ocean. Part of the barrier? Oberon asks Makarov. You've read more about defense magic than I expected. Yes, that is part of the protection, Makarov says. Those creatures on the island can also be quite dangerous for regular people, but wizards should be fine there. Yeah, and there's a really old village there, broken buildings and stuff, Laxus says. That's where our first guild master was born. Oh, so that's why the island is so important. She was also buried there, Makarov says. That is also what makes it our holy ground. Wow, Oberon mutters. Mavis Vermilion is buried there. I really wish I could have met her. Makarov feels his guild mark on his chest radiating warmth, and smiles, and neither Laxus or Oberon notice that Oberon's guild mark on his inner forearm also glows. I have a feeling you are everything she expected from a member of Fairy Tail, Makarov says. Now, how about we go enjoy the party? Sorry, Grandpa. Laxus says. Oberon is about to teach me how to fight like him in the air, which means we'll be back at the guild hall pretty soon. Oberon chuckles. Laxus still gets tired super fast from flying. Laxus punches him lightly in the arm. I'm getting better. Oberon begins floating above the ground. By the time you figure it out, I'll be able to fly for days at a time. I'll show you, Laxus says as he shrouds himself with lightning and flies into the air, chasing Oberon. Makarov smiles as he watches the boys play and train, proud of what Fairy Tail is becoming. First Master, please watch over them. Makarov feels his guild mark radiate warmth again. And stop that. I can't have him asking too many questions before they become S-Class. He hears behind him, turning around to see no one there. No need to be all pouty about it, Makarov thinks as he makes his way back to the guild hall. December 12th, X769, 9 a.m. Drinking a cup of coffee, Macau sits shirtless in the snow while looking at the small lake at the base of the mountain, far in the distance. Focusing on the warmth of his drink, he ignores the light snowfall around him, then takes out a communication lacrima from his bag beside him. The beautiful Inno, just the woman I was hoping to see, Macau says as Inno appears in the lacrima. Macau, this lacrima is for official Fairy Tail use only, not for flirting, Inno says. I know, which is why I'm calling, Macau says. How are things back there? Any changes in the schedule? Inno sighs. No, the S-Class promotion trial is still scheduled to start in 5 days. Will the two of you make it back in time? Where are you anyway? We're in the mountains up north, and you'll be back with time to spare. We got here pretty late last night, and he's not much of a morning person, so I've been up training solo for a while. I see. The other 5 candidates are away training too, Inno says. Are you excited about finally getting a chance to compete? Excited, sure. That's one way to put it. Macau sighs and sips his coffee. I've dreamt about it, about being like guild arts, but being one step from it really puts into perspective how much pressure it is, having the entire guild looking up to you. It's a lot. Well, you can always drop out, Inno says. Knowing when to back off to fight another day is important for a wizard. Tisich, I can't do that. Macau smiles at her. Not with those beautiful eyes of yours watching me. Inno rolls her eyes. Just make sure to take care of him. All right now. Is there anything else you need? Customers are coming in now. Nope. That's all. I'll call before we start heading back. Good. Inno hesitates for a moment, then smiles at him. Don't overwork yourself. I'd rather you not be hurt or tired before the challenges even start, all right? Macau smiles. Just for you. I'll be sure to take care of myself. Ugh. She immediately ends a call. Macau laughs as he puts the lacrima away. Yeah, I'm definitely going to marry that woman, he says before turning around and looking back at the cave behind him. In it, he sees Oberon comfortably asleep beside a small campfire, curled up in his sleeping bag. Seriously, I know he likes to sleep in, but come on, kid, you agreed to come to help me train. After another 20 minutes of training, using his internal magic energy to warm himself against the cold weather dash, Macau hears movement behind him. Have you been up long? Oberon asks. Man, I love this weather. Just a few hours. You really hate mornings, huh? It's nice being able to wake up on my own time for a change, Oberon says. Freedom is like air to a wizard. At least in Fairy Tail, breakfast is by the fire. We can start when you're ready, Macau says. I'm just doing a little exercise right now. After a few minutes, Oberon walks beside Macau, wearing his boots, long pants, and a long-sleeve sweater. So, what are you even doing? Oberon asks. Fire magic circulation, Macau says. Fire wizards can control their internal temperature, at least when it comes to warming ourselves. Yeah, that's why I want to learn some basic fire and ice magics, especially since the less clothes I'm wearing, the more comfortable my fighting style is. Macau opens his eyes to give Oberon a strange look. You aren't going to be some kind of fighting nudist, are you? That's just stupid, Oberon says. It's because cosmic armor originates from my body, so the fewer layers of clothes it needs to cover, the easier it is. So you can wear spandex. That doesn't sound comfortable, Oberon says. But there's a reason I'm not wearing my jacket when fighting a fire wizard today. I wouldn't always be able to protect every part of it. Yeah, well, if you ever start wearing spandex bodysuits or leather pants, I won't be able to walk through Magnolia with you anymore, I got a reputation to uphold. What reputation? Oberon asks. TCH, I miss when you were new and nice to everyone. I still am, which is why I agreed to be your sparring partner. Oberon says. Now, you ready? Let's get started. Macau says as he gets up and walks to the opposite side of the clearing. As he turns around, he sees Oberon across from him, standing atop the snow while he is ankle-deep in it. So he's already flying. He's even more subtle than I realized, Macau thinks. You plan to keep staring, or are we starting? Oberon asks. Let's go. Macau keeps both hands at his side, flexing his fingers as purple flames dance across his skin. Purple flare bullet. Macau quick draws his hand as if it were a gun and fires a single condensed bullet of purple fire from his fingertips. The projectile is fast, too fast for many wizards, but Oberon quickly reacts. Macau tries to understand what he just saw after Oberon grabbed the bullet out of the air, causing it to dissipate in his hand. What the hell was that? Macau asks. Oberon shrugs. I caught the bullet. Seriously, so that a thing now? Macau asks. And I thought you couldn't sense magic energy. How do you even react to that? I could see it. All right. Macau raises both his hands, fingers pointed at Oberon like guns. Try this, rapid fire. He launches a volley of bullets at Oberon, and instead of trying to grab them, the boy just stands there, unflinching as they crash against his cosmic armor. Macau sighs. I was kind of hoping for target practice against a moving target. Then make me move. Macau narrows his eyes at Oberon, considering his options. If I keep up the ranged attacks, I'll probably run out of steam before he does. And if I use a big attack to punch through that cosmic armor, he'll just fly and dodge it, which means I wasted a lot of magic energy. Best to use my close combat experience. Macau smiles and shakes his head. Seriously, kids these days are so strong that I got to use my brain against them. How ridiculous. Try catching this. Macau says as he launches another attack, this time like a whip of purple fire. Oberon raises a brow as he catches it with his left hand. Gotcha. Macau says as the flame snakes its way around his left hand and forearm, having already changed the properties of the fire to restrain instead of burn, making it much less draining on his magic energy, and act like a rope. A rope which he pulls in, intending to yank Oberon over to him within striking range. But Oberon just grabs onto the flame tether and anchors himself in place with his cosmic armor. Macau grunts as he stumbles forward, failing to move Oberon with his pull. Seriously? I'm heavier than I look, Oberon says jokingly. Yeah, well, I'm faster than I look, Macau says as he reels in the flame tether connecting them, quickly pulling himself toward Oberon. Oberon's eyes widen as he barely ducks, avoiding a knee to his face. Made you dodge, Macau yells as he lands and pivots into a flurry of close-range blows. Didn't expect that, Oberon says as he tries to dodge or parry Macau's strikes, failing to do so for most of them. But all the blows that land are unable to breach his cosmic armor. I found your weak spot now, Macau says as he keeps pushing Oberon back. You can't handle close combat or spells you can't see because you can't sense magic, so you react slower, Macau says between attacks. Yeah, but Oberon kicks Macau in the shin, making the man wince and flinch. Neither can you. He uppercuts Macau into the air, sending him a few feet off the ground as he grabs the flame tether and pulls it back down. Macau grunts as he opens his eyes, just in time to see Oberon's fist rapidly blocking his vision. Oberon's fist connects with his face, knocking him back, and then the boy grabs the tether again to pull him in for more. You normal wizards are too reliant on that magic sense guiding you, Oberon says as he pulls a Macau and grabs him by the shoulder, throwing him. In the air, Macau uses his purple flame magic to form small thrusters below his boots and lands on his feet, skating through the snow for a few feet while holding the tether. Holy crap, Macau says as he barely stops himself from dropping to one knee. Feels like I got run over by a wagon. This is training, you know. Oberon looks at him, genuinely confused. But this is how I train with Laxus and Guildarts and Master Makarov. Yeah, well, guess that means I just need to step up my game, Macau says. And I just found a chink in your armor. After saying that, he stands tall and grabs the flame tether with both hands, pouring more magic energy into the spell. The flames wrapped around Oberon's left hand grow and snake their way around much of his body, tightening around him to lock him in place. HNGH. Oberon grunts as he has to pour more magic energy into his cosmic armor so he can keep moving. In response, Macau grits his teeth and increases the binding strength of his magic, seeing the boy struggling to move anymore. Now I've got you, Macau says as he rushes in, rearing back with a fist aimed at Oberon, who's still held in place. HNN. Oberon struggles to move his limbs, feeling that each time he tries to do anything, his cosmic armor weakens and the now burning flames get closer to his body, threatening to burn him. Damn it, gotcha, Macau says as he arrives directly in front of Oberon. The boy opens his mouth, releasing a concussive beam of golden light magic directly into Macau's gut and knocking him a dozen meters away, pushing him through the snow and dirt. The purple flare's spell dissipates immediately as Macau barely remains conscious. Oh my God! Macau groans in pain as he lays in the cold snow. Are you all right? Oberon asks as he flies over to him. Yeah, I just need to think here for a while, thinking about how washed up I must be to get beaten like that by a kid, Macau says. Well, you can do that out of the cold, Oberon says as he levitates Macau into the cave and rests him beside the fire. Are you sure you'll be all right? Yeah, but I thought you couldn't do another spell while using cosmic armor. When did that change? Just now, Oberon says. Magic blooms under pressure, right? TCH, you're right, Macau says. You've got talent, kid. Now I need 20 minutes before we can get started again. Sure thing, I'll try to get some reading done before that, Oberon says. Hey, I can teach you some fire magic while we're up here. I'm sure you learn fast. Sorry, can't learn any other magics until I become S-class. But it is tempting, Oberon says. Yeah, that's probably for the best, Macau says as he looks over at Oberon. Hey, if it takes me a few years and we meet each other in the S-class trials, promise to go easy on me. Oberon chuckles. When it's my time in the trials, I'll crush you and everyone else. December 16th, X769, 8 a.m. I assumed you would be brimming with energy and excitement, Macau, Master Makarov says as he enters the guild hall. Only Macau and Inno were in the guild hall this early, with the man silently eating his breakfast, bag packed beside him, while she prepared the bar for today's customers. Macau doesn't even look at Master Makarov, simply lifting his cup of coffee for a moment before putting it back down. Oh, is something wrong? Makarov asks as he walks over and hops onto the counter, taking a seat. How did your training go? TCH. Macau just keeps eating as his scowl deepens. Oh, did you not make any progress? Makarov asks as Inno brings him a cup of coffee. Macau sighs and relaxes for a moment. Master, have you ever felt like life picks its favorites? What do you mean by that exactly? What I mean is, yeah, I made progress, but the entire time it was nothing in comparison to how much stronger Oberon got while we were there, Macau says. Not like I could even beat him when we began, but now I don't even think he'd notice if I attacked him. So you're dejected by the realization of his innate talent, Makarov says. Well, I'm not surprised he could have such an effect on people, but remember, while he is still competition within the guild, he is a member of Fairy Tail, so the stronger he gets, the stronger we all get. Yeah, I know that. Still feels like crap all the same, though, Macau says. I just need to get S-class before he and Laxus start competing. There's no way I'll be able to beat them in a few years. Well, I wish you the best of luck since things will only get harder from here, Makarov says before taking a long sip of his coffee. It won't be long before this era ends. New magic is always a sign of that. A sign that the stagnation of the past is about to end, and the world is about to move forward. So, I was born at the end of the old era, Macau mutters sadly. But, that means I get to witness both eras, the changing of the guard and all that. And that itself sounds incredible. Why do you think I've lived this long? Makarov chuckles. That's my dream, to see the new era of Fairy Tail, to raise and guide the better versions of myself, in these very halls. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me, Macau says with a peaceful smile on his face. Over the next hour, the guild hall fills up and Wakaba walks in, a travel pack slung over his shoulder. Well, look who it is, Wakaba says as he sits beside Macau at the bar. You know, maybe you should save yourself some time and embarrassment and drop out now. I've learned some new tricks these last few days. No way you're beating me. You're right. I'll be S-class before you, Macau says. And that's a damn fact. More like a delusion, a dream. Save yourself some headache now and just accept that I'll get promoted before you. Never. Well, I'll show you. Oh yeah, bring it. Consider it brung. Both men immediately activate their magics. Macau's purple flare magic creates a small fireball in his hand, while Wakaba's smoke magic creates a fist from the smoke of his pipe. Enough! Makarov roars as he gets everyone's attention. Save it for the trial, which starts right now. All 6 of the participants walk over to the small stage within the guild hall where Master Makarov was standing. Good, now, the first part of the trial is actually quite simple. At the summit of Mt. Ever is a fairy tale emblem made of bronze. Whoever brings it to me within 24 hours will get to the second part. That's all, Makarov says. Good luck. The guild hall immediately gets tense as the 6 participants look at each other, then all rush toward the guild hall entrance at once. Oberon barely jumps upward in time to avoid being trampled as they stampede out the door. What was that about? Oberon asks as he floats over to the bar, where Master Makarov is already enjoying a beer, while Eno takes bets on who will get to the second stage of the trial. Oh, they're just excited about the first part of the trial, Master Makarov says. They just have to get a little trinket from the top of Mt. Ever. Shouldn't take them too long. Mt. Ever? Oberon asks, giving Master Makarov a curious look. In the middle of winter? Doesn't sound that easy for them at least. Well, would you like to place a bet? Eno asks, gesturing to the board where she's listing the current favorites. I don't know them well enough to do that. Besides, I'm sure Master Makarov has some kind of sneaky trap on the route or something, like a big hole with an illusion of grass over it. As if I'd sew something so childish, Makarov says. I simply told Guildarts to wear the trinket and not let them touch it. Half the guild hall choked on their food and drinks, glaring at the betting board. All bets are final, Eno yells as she quickly scoops their money off the counter. As they grumble, already mourning their lost jewels, Oberon looks over at Eno. What's the betting limit? Up to 50,000 jewel, Eno says. Okay, I'll bet on none of them passing this challenge, Oberon says before laughing maniacally. Now that sounds like a safe bet, Eno says as she writes his bet into a small notebook. After a few minutes of enjoying breakfast, Oberon is done eating and ready to head into the library when Laxus barges into the guild hall. Oberon! Laxus yells out, getting everyone's attention. We got a job to do. Oberon turns around, giving him a curious look. What? Check it. Laxus walks over and takes out a job poster. I had Grandpa save this one for us. Look at the reward. With a wave of his hand, the job poster floats away from Laxus and hovers in front of Oberon. He reads it for a moment, then his eyes widen. Let's go, Oberon says as he rushes toward the door. I'll call the client and tell them to expect. Makarov stops talking as they're already out the door, running to the train station. Well, at least they're keeping busy. What could get them that excited? Eno asks as she leans flirtatiously against the bar. Makarov shrugs. Some client posted a job. Terrible pay, but the bonus is a silver gate key. Wow, that explains it, Eno says. Do you really think Oberon will be able to resist using it until he becomes S-class? If he wants access to my journals as much as I think he does, then yes, it should be quite easy for him, Makarov says. Hours later, sitting on a train heading toward a city in the southwest region of Fiore, Oberon is excitedly fiddling with a light magic rod between his fingers as he watches the landscape rush by. My first celestial spirit key. I wonder which one it is, he thinks before glancing at Laxus, who is sitting across from him with his eyes closed, try to focus on his music. I'm lucky he got to that job poster before the others, or else I wouldn't have known about it. You look like an idiot, Laxus mutters as he opens one eye. With that stupid look on your face. What look? Your face, Laxus says. especially when you're thinking about new magics. I bet there's a book about the different gate keys, Oberon mutters. Laxus rolls his eyes, then tries to focus back on his music. Such a nerd, just like Grandpa. Meanwhile, at the peak of MT Ever, sitting on a pile of unconscious wizards, Gildarts takes a sip from a flask and sighs, enjoying the light snowfall as the night grows darker. This is bullshit, Macau mutters as he lies on the floor, a few feet from the Gildarts and his unconscious cushions. Hey, Wakaba, you got any more? Gildarts asks as he looks over to see Wakaba sitting on the floor. What the hell, man? Wakaba asks, holding his aching shoulder. First you beat me up, then you emptied my flask. That rum was vintage. No wonder it was so smooth, Gildart says. But I'm freezing my toes off at the top of the mountain. You could have at least brought more. Stop acting so relaxed, Macau says as he forces himself to stand, eyes locked onto the pendant of Gildarts' shiny new chain. I'm not giving up. Just because of some broken ribs, he winces as he drops to one knee. Sorry about that. Really, I didn't mean to hit you that hard, Gildart says. You guys just swarmed me, and I reacted. Reflexes, you know how it is, right? Hate to break it to you, but we're normal, Wakaba says as he gets up and sparks up his pipe. Have you ever considered that? Maybe that's the problem, Gildart says. What the hell are you talking about? Macau says as he creates a small purple fireball in his right hand, then forces himself to stand. Why do you even want to be S-Class? Gildarts asks, suddenly speaking in a serious tone. Have you ever even considered that? Money, fame, women, respect. Gildart sighs and tosses the flask over to Wakaba, who catches it. What lame answers? And do you really think those things are worth putting your life on the line? Macau and Wakaba share a concerned look, then both deactivate their magics. Yeah, I figured as much, Gildart says as he removes the necklace, holding it by the pendant. This little thing, you hand this to Master Makarov, and suddenly all the big bag dark wizards are gunning for you. He walks over to Macau, ignoring the groaning from his seat, and dangles the pendant in front of him. Fairy Tail is famous for having the highest standards for S-Class wizards, so killing one of us is the easiest way to prove you're tough. Not to mention if Master Makarov puts you on the emergency request list, you'll get all the most dangerous stuff on the continent. He holds the pendant out, then grabs Macau's hand and raises it to almost hold the pendant. So, is fame, money, women, and adoration really worth all that? Macau looks at the pendant, then looks into Gildarts' eyes, and puts his hand down. Gildart smiles and stands up, looking over to Wakaba, who heard everything, and shamefully looks away. Seeing this, Gildarts nods. I'm proud of you, both of you. They both look up at him, surprised. But we gave up, Wakaba says. No, you didn't give up. You chose to live, Gildart says. In our world, people think if they stop growing and pushing forward as a wizard, then they've fallen behind. But in truth, this world is too dangerous to think like that. The most difficult choice is often figuring out when you've had enough, when you've achieved enough. I'm proud to call anyone with the sense to back off and live another day, my friend. Just as I'm proud of you young men for understanding what you value most out of life. To understand how much you want to risk and how much you have to discover about yourself before you make such a big decision. As he's done talking, Macau and Wakaba are silently crying, realizing how lost they've been, following the path of strength for the sake of debauchery. Not normal, Macau mutters, then looks up at Gildarts with teary eyes. What do you mean by that? Well, people willing to become S-Class wizards in our guild, they need to be a bit crazy to have something they value more than their own life pushing them forward, Gildart says. For me, just the idea of there being places I've never been is enough to get my blood flowing and my magic energy raging. My thirst for adventure is all I need. Being S-Class was just a means to an end. When you find a goal that big, then I'll gladly welcome you to the ranks of S-Class. Wakaba wipes his tears and walks over, helping Macau to stand up. Come on, man. Let's head back to the guild. We've got a lot of thinking to do. Before that, Gildarts points at the pile of unconscious wizards. Look at these guys and gals down the mountain. December 17th, X769, 9 a.m. At the foot of a rocky mountain, Oberon and Laxus are walking behind a man in his early 20s. Ignoring the chilly winter winds, Oberon looks around to see that some of the cliffs on the mountainside have collapsed, causing a mess of rubble and earth. The trail she used to climb was right here, the man says, pointing at the rubble. So, she went up and hasn't been down in 2 days? Laxus asks. I assumed it was an item retrieval mission from the job poster. You said this was about a necklace. No, she's been gone for about a week, but I only posted the job 2 days ago. Really, it's about a necklace, my grandmother's necklace, the man says. My girlfriend is part of a treasure hunter guild, so she climbs this mountain to practice her magic in case she needs it on a job. Magic? Oberon asks. Athletics magic, it lets her run fast and on angled surfaces like walls and stuff, the man says. Anyway, she always does this crap, running off to sulk whenever she loses out on some treasure, and I'm sick of it. Just get my necklace back from her. You can leave her up there to sulk for all I care. So, you want us to break up with her for you? Laxus asks. I'd do it myself, but I'm moving to Crocus, and she's wasting my time. I can't leave without that necklace. Once you've got the gate key, I'll get it back, Oberon says. In response, the man casually takes out a large ornate silver key with a square head and a green gem at the other end. One necklace. Coming up, Oberon says as he marches off toward the trail. Laxus does a small jog to catch up to Oberon, who is already moving the rubble out of the way with gravity magic. What are you doing? Laxus asks. Maybe she's under the rubble. Oberon says. Do you want to go up the mountain and start searching while I move this stuff? Laxus takes a big whiff of the air. She's not under the rubble. I don't smell any blood. But I did catch the scent of a person that must come here a lot, up the side of the mountain. Oberon immediately stops moving the rubble. Right, forgot you've got the nose of a bloodhound. Dragon, Laxus mutters as he begins leading them up the mountain. Let's get this done before my toes freeze. Want to fly us up there? Oberon asks. It'll be a lot faster. You're just excited to get that key, which you can't even use until you become S-Class. Yeah, but I want to start a collection, Oberon says. Laxus stops, considering it. Can you stay focused on not making me sick the entire time? Hell yeah, I've been training a lot these last few days, plus if you're sick you can't follow the trail, so we have to stop anyway. Okay, anything to get me out of this snow faster, Laxus says. Begin hit with snow magic is not something I want to experience again. Oberon laughs as he lifts himself and Laxus a foot above the ground and quickly takes them along the trail. A few minutes later, while ascending a sheer cliffside, Laxus is focused on the scent, while Oberon is busy keeping them stable. So what if she's dead or something? Oberon asks. Don't be silly. She's a wizard. She's probably just being moody, Laxus says as he smells the source of the scent. Actually, I smell blood up ahead. Crap, how far? Just around that corner, and I don't sense any magic energy, Laxus says as Oberon sets them down on a plateau. Oberon turns around, seeing the snow-covered forest below and the mountains on the horizon. Well, at least she had a great view, he mutters. Ark, Laxus groans as he backpedals from whatever he sees around the corner. What, is it that bad? Ugh. Laxus walks over to the edge of the cliff while Oberon makes his way around the corner. Oberon rounds the cover to see the woman half crushed beneath a boulder that broke free from the next wall she'd usually climb. Her lower body was completely crushed, and her face was frozen in terror and shock. Oh man, that's messed up, Oberon says as he uses gravity magic to move the boulder. Holding his breath, he walks over to her and quickly pockets the necklace before storing her inside one of his cards. Glad that worked, he says while finally breathing. Hey Laxus, I'm done. What do you mean done? Laxus asks as Oberon walks over to the edge with him. Got the necklace. Put her body in a card. Let's head back. What? Laxus takes a step away from Oberon. What do you mean you put her in a card? Oberon shrugs. Well, I didn't want to deal with the smell all the way down the mountain. But don't you think that's a bit messed up? Laxus asks. I mean, she's a person. Oberon rubs the back of his head. I guess I may have gotten a bit too focused on getting that gate key, but it's already done, so let's just go. Race to the bottom? Laxus asks while shrouding himself with lightning magic. If you think you can keep up, Oberon says as they both rush down the mountain. Laxus flying while cloaked in lightning and occasionally transforming into lightning, and Oberon simply flying with gravity magic. After only a few minutes, Oberon is standing at the base of the mountain, just beyond the tree line with the village at his back. Leaning against a tree, he impatiently taps his foot, and a few minutes later Laxus arrives as a bolt of yellow lightning, down on one knee, trying to catch his breath. Any longer and I would have started reading my books, Oberon says jokingly. Did you get lost? Laxus barely catches his breath before he glares at Oberon. Some of us have to take breaks. Excuses, excuses. All I heard is that you need to work on your endurance, Oberon says. Why do you think I'm always flying at the guild hall? To be obnoxious, Laxus says as they begin walking into the village. Because you're a show-off, things like that. Maybe a little bit, Oberon giggles. But honestly, once you've felt the ultimate freedom, being free from gravity itself, you never want to be held by it again. Yeah, well, I bet laying on a cloud will feel better, Laxus says before he turns away and mutters. After I get cloud magic in a few years. Clouds are water, idiot, you'll get all wet. Oberon sticks his tongue out at Laxus. I know that, Laxus lies. But I'll use magic to make it like a big fluffy pillow. I'll figure out, you'll see. Oh man, that sounds awesome, Oberon says as he looks at the clouds above. Taking a nap on the clouds, if you figure that out, I want to try it. Every time I fall asleep, my gravity magic shuts off and I fall. Laxus looks at him as if he were an idiot. Did you seriously try to sleep while flying? What, you wouldn't try it? Well, I never said that, Laxus says as they arrive at the village and begin walking over to the client's house. But I'm not the idiot who did try it. Tisich, whatever, Oberon mutters as he knocks on the door. We're back. We got the necklace. After a few moments, the man opens the door, stepping outside to greet them. You're back already. That was fast, the man says. Did you get the necklace? Yes, but Oberon hesitates for a moment. She had an accident. A rock fell on her. I'm sorry. The man silently nods. I brought you the body to bury. Where should I put it? Oberon asks. The man's eyes widen in surprise. The body? Oberon nods, and Laxus eyes the man wearily. You can just get rid of it, I suppose. The necklace is my main concern, the man says, and both Laxus and Oberon share a cautious glance. Sure, we just need the reward, especially the key, Laxus says, holding out his hand. The man glances between both the innocent-looking young boys, not seeing any weapons on them, and flashes a sinister smile. Yeah, the thing is, I already have plans to sell that key when I get to Midi, he says while creating a red flame in his right hand. So just give me the necklace. Then you can run back to your guild and cry about how you were ripped off, without the burns. Laxus gives Oberon a cautious glance, seeing that he's beyond pissed at being robbed of his gate key. The gate key is important to him, Laxus says, looking at the man. So it won't be in his house. Don't overdo it. Gotcha, Oberon says as he furrows his brows at the man, causing immense gravity magic to bring him to his knees. What the hell? The man barely places his hands on the ground in time to stop his face from smashing into the dirt. Laxus immediately zaps him with lightning magic, temporarily paralyzing him before he fishes through the man's pockets and takes the key. Got it, he says while stepping away. Now, let's get out of here. Not yet. There is also 50,000 jewels as the reward, Oberon says as he walks forward and grabs the man by his short hair. And I'm getting paid, in full. She increases the gravity magic and smashes the man's face into the dirt, breaking his nose and teeth. Laxus winces as Oberon steps over the man, then turns around to withdraw the body onto the unconscious man. Ugh! Laxus blocks his nose and looks away from the corpse as Oberon kicks in the front door and begins rummaging through the house. Okay, so he definitely hates liars. Not that I can blame him, Laxus thinks as he stands guard outside. Glancing down at the man, he shakes his head. This guy probably thought he'd be out of the country by the time we got back to Magnolia, and he made the reward super low, so no strong wizards would accept it. He just got unlucky since we accepted it instead. Still, We'll definitely report this to Grandpa, and he'll have the Magic Council blacklist this man from posting any jobs in official guilds. He'll also struggle to join any official guild with that on his record. What an idiot. Laxus sees a few people noticing the commotion and gathering a crowd. Okay, let's go, Oberon says as he walks out the door, not sparing anyone a glance as he begins walking toward the trail out of this mountain range. 3 hours later, sitting on the train, Laxus looks down at his communication lacrima, which is currently showing Makarov Dreyer's annoyed face. Seriously, he thought he could rip off our guild? Makarov screams as he waves his mug about, spilling some beer. I'm proud of you boys for teaching that trash a lesson. I'll call Yaji and have him blacklist that scoundrel immediately. Thanks, Grandpa, Laxus says. We didn't really explain anything to the other villagers, though, so they may think we just robbed that man. Who cares what they think? Makarov grumbles something inaudible and very impolite into his mug. I want you boys back in Magnolia until I handle this. Just enjoy some time to relax until it's handled. Got in, Grandpa, Laxus says. We just got onto the train, so we'll be there at around 7 tonight. All right, I'll see you then. As Makarov is about to end the call, Laxus stops him. Wait, how did the trials go? Oh, nobody got past the first stage, Makarov shrugs. Guildarts was a bit too much, it seems, so I think I'll change things up next time. Wow, Laxus nods in agreement. Do you really expect every S-class to beat Guildarts? Not at all. They simply have to show him that they can handle a minimum S-class threat, Makarov says. Anyway, I need to call Yaji. I'll see you boys tonight. All right, Grandpa. Sorry about this mess. It's not your fault, son. Sometimes scoundrels just insist on bothering good people, Makarov says before ending the call. Raise, Oberon yells as he slides a stack of jewels into the middle of the table. Across from him, Guildarts glares at the cards in his hand. To his right, Wakaba winces as he counts his remaining jewels, and to his left, Macau takes a large mouthful of his rum before sliding his jewels forward. Matched, Macau says. Guildarts eyes Macau wearily, then focuses on Oberon, who still has a stone-cold facade on display. All right, let's see what you've got. Guildarts takes out another stack of jewels and places it on the table, then slides it all forward into the pot. That's the limit for the pot, Wakaba says. Yeah, I'm out. I've got rent to pay. If you win, you won't have to worry about rent. Come on. Huh, no way. I'm taking my Morgana to Akane Resort this weekend. It's her birthday, Wakaba says. You'd understand if you ever managed to get a girlfriend. Now, that was just mean, Macau says as he slides more jewels into the pot, parting with his last stack of cash. You guys ready? Guildarts asks. All around them, guild members were anxiously waiting to see who'd win this game, holding their breaths in anticipation. Shown, Oberon says as he drops his cards on the table, revealing 3 shining gold stars and a blue heart. Fuck, Guildarts yells as he holds his head, looking at his 3 skulls and a blue heart. Macau doesn't make a sound, just drops his cards and walks over to the bar, allowing everyone to see his pink skull, blue star, rainbow, and pirate ship cards. What can I say? The cards and magic both love me. Oberon gloats as he takes out one of his storage cards and collects his winnings. Clearly, Guildarts groans, and the crowd stops their cheering and returns to their usual seats. 1 in what? 40,000? 1 in 53,000 chances, actually, Oberon says. Your hand wasn't that bad, just not as good as mine. If you ever want an easy life, quit being a wizard and just be a professional gambler. Clearly you were born for it. Quit being such a baby. Let me buy you a drink, Oberon says. And Macau and Wakaba. Across the bar, both men raise a glass to Oberon. You could have covered our tabs for tonight. Would have been a better gesture, Guildarts says. All the money I have couldn't do that, especially not with the way you drink. Oberon laughs at the man's annoyed look. Honestly, not sure what's more impressive, your magic energy or your liver. Honestly, you should use some of that cash and invest in an apartment that isn't complete trash, Guildarts says. Seriously, how'd you even survive in there during winter? I grew up in a snow-covered mountain village, Oberon says. But honestly, I do need more space. Oh, for what? Magicycle, Oberon says. You aren't old enough to drive one of those yet. You need to be 14, Anything else? Library. Oberon says. I bought a lot of books since I got my gate key. Even managed to figure out which key it is, seal 'em. The chisel, he's some kind of cannon sword thing. Wow, that sounds awesome. Hurry up and become S-class, so I can see it. Tisish, I'm trying to do that, obviously. As for the library space, does the Guildhall Library not work for you? Have you ever been in there? Oberon asks. Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. Actually, now that you mention it, I've never been in there. It's one room with more books than shelf space, Oberon says. Plus the Guildhall closes at 10, and I prefer to read at night. Gildarts thinks about it for a moment. You know, there's this nice place down by the river. More space than that closet you live in, cheap rent, and you'll have enough space for your books. No place for a magicycle, though, but that won't be a problem for a few years. Stupid license nonsense, Oberon mutters. Anyway, can you introduce me to the landlady you mentioned? I kind of ordered some new books from Gran and don't have any space for them. So, I've actually been keeping them in Master Makarov's office. Wait, those are yours? Gildarts asks. Some of those look like pretty advanced stuff, and some of them are really gross too. You're into some weird stuff, kid. Oberon rolls his eyes at the older man. Understanding how the human body works will help me understand why my magic works the way it does. Normally, yeah, but you're kind of freak, so I doubt your body is normal like the ones in those books. Oberon snaps his fingers. You're right. I should order more books on magic creatures. 2 tables away, Master Makarov chokes on his drink while playing a friendly game of checkers with Laxus. Oh, please no. I barely have any space in my office for me because of how many books he keeps buying. Makarov thinks, I definitely need to help that boy get a bigger apartment. After a few more minutes of talking to Gildarts and buying him, Macau, and Wakaba a bottle of wine each, Oberon quietly slips out of the main hall and into the library. Magic creatures. Honestly, I should have thought of that myself, he says while floating up to the higher shelves, carefully reading the titles of monster encyclopedias. After a minute of searching, he finds the exact book he's looking for. The Lizardman Bestiary and Research Findings. Oberon reads the title as he unconsciously sits on the ceiling, reading the book. After a few minutes of reading and taking notes, Oberon is lying on the ceiling reading about the intricacies of lizardman's biology. Hypermetabolization of organic matter into magic energy via ether nanoconversion, followed by circulation across the body. He closes his eyes and focuses on the magic energy flowing through his body. He feels his energy flowing, then focuses on his stomach, and just barely feels his dinner affecting the flow of magic energy. I see. So the same way wizards can use their life force to amplify or even replace their magic energy, food sustains us, so it acts as part of that entire process. But for lizardmen, they can make it happen a lot faster with more obvious results. I see. It really isn't as complicated as you're making it sound, Master Makarov says as he draws Oberon's attention away from the book, down to the man who's just entered the library. Food becomes energy, right? Oberon asks as he floats down to the man. But I'm more concerned about the finer details. Those are the things people often overlook, the things books usually don't have. Yes, I suppose that is more beneficial to you, Makarov says. But there is something rather important I need to discuss with you. I just got done talking to Gildarts. He agreed to help me get a bigger apartment, so I'll be able to get my books out of the Guildhall. You don't have to worry about it for much longer. Well, that is a relief, Makarov says. I was mostly talking about the fact that today is your birthday. Oberon flattens his lips and slumps his shoulders. The first birthday without them. I can't imagine how difficult that must be, Makarov says. But if you ever need to talk about it, or anything for that matter, we're always here for you. Yeah, it just feels wrong, Oberon says. Mom would always make a cake. Dad would give me a new book to keep studying magic, and now you have all the cake and books you could want, but it all feels empty without them, yes? Makarov asks. Yeah, is it wrong that I give it all up to have one more dinner with him? Not at all. That's perfectly normal, Makarov pats his shoulder. The ones we truly love can never be replaced, and that is certainly not what fairy tale is meant to do. But the heart can grow, to love more and to accept more love. That is what fairy tale is for. Yeah, Oberon mutters. I like it here, and I know they'd be happy to know I'm here now, doing what I've always dreamed about. But, Oberon sighs, but I don't think birthdays will ever be the same without them. That's quite all right, Makarov says. I'm just glad to know you aren't even tempted by the darkness such unfortunate events can leave on a person. Yeah, well, Oberon creates a small glowing mote of light in his hand. Darkness really isn't our thing, right? Makarov smiles. My feelings exactly now. I'll let you get back to your research. Thank you, Master. As Master Makarov is about to open the door, he turns back to look at Oberon, who is already lying on the ceiling reading another book. Whatever apartment you're getting, I recommend getting one with a few more rooms. At the rate you're going, you'll need a second house just for your books. Oberon casually waves away Master Makarov's words as the man leaves the library. January 10th, X770, 2 p.m. Wow, this is perfect, Oberon says as he walks through the door of his new apartment. Stepping into the small two-story building on Strawberry Street, Magnolia, just beside the river that winds through the city, he sees a room filled with bookshelves. As he steps inside, his new landlady walks in behind him, her portly figure wrapped in a skin-tight purple dress, wearing pearls around her neck, and holding a fancy purse. Normally, I wouldn't do this, but you paid an entire year's rent in advance, so I made an exception, she says. But it was a strange request, removing most of the furniture to add bookshelves. Oberon looks around what was the living room of the apartment to see bookshelves from floor to ceiling covering the walls and a few standing shelves in the middle of the room. It's perfect. Hopefully this lasts me a year. Otherwise, I'll have to go back to storing books in Master Makarov's office. You say it's perfect, but haven't even seen the bedroom yet, the woman says. There's a bedroom? She gives him a strange look, then leads him through the room to a door, then opens it to show the small attached bedroom with its own bathroom. You're one strange kid, she says as Oberon walks into the bedroom. I assumed you didn't want bookshelves in your bedroom, but seems I may have been wrong to assume a fairy tale wizard was sane. It's okay. I need space to store other things anyway, Oberon says as he activates one of his storage cards and withdraws the trunk with all of his clothes in it. I should hurry and become S-Class so I can buy a place to store all my books. Kid, you may have a problem. She gives him a genuinely concerned look. If you need space before you move out of here, there is another apartment opposite yours. She gestures to the front door. Oh, is it just like this one? Oberon asks. Same price too, she says. But I was mostly kidding. Perfect. I'll take it, and the bedroom of that can be book space too. Thanks a lot. The woman's eyes widen. Then she just sighs. Well, your money is good, so sure. I'll have it ready before the end of this week. Thanks. Now I need to get out of here. I'm heading out of town for a job. Just don't forget this. She hands him a pair of keys. And remember, no loud music, no parties, and no disturbing the other tenants. Not that I think a little bookworm like you would do things like that. No problem. Thanks for everything, Oberon says as he rushes out the door. The woman sighs and looks around at all the empty shelves. Well, at least he's not one of the rowdy wizards. Minutes later, Oberon walks into the Magnolia Magic Shop and makes his way over to the counter, where a middle-aged man is reading this week's edition of Sorcerer Weekly, a magazine published in Fiore, detailing new trends, drama, gossip, events, and magic items from across the continent. The man looks up from his magazine, which has Wizard St. Jose Porla on the cover, and smiles at Oberon. Here for your order? The man asks, already reaching below the counter for something. Yeah, is Gran busy today? Oberon asks as the man places a small box on the counter. No, she's on a trip with my daughter, the man says as he takes out a black and white pen from the bag, followed by a book and a card sleeved much like Oberon and Laxus each have. Is this everything? Oberon asks. Nope. This is the dictation pen, the greater magic creature bestiary, and the 4 new storage cards you ordered, the man says. The other books aren't here yet, and the spell Circle Grimoire will take a week or 2 after those. Damn, I was hoping to read those on the train, Oberon says. Okay, I'll finish paying for there now, and I'll come by after my job. I should be back in a few days. Great, the man says as he fishes behind the counter and takes out a small ring. Also, I got this. Figured you'd be interested. Magic ring. Yeah, but it was actually designed to be a toy more than anything else. Check it. The man holds the ring and pours a drop of magic energy into it, and a small image of a girl around Oberon's age with Caucasian skin and green hair is projected above the ring. So it shows you people. It's a smaller form of an illusion spell, the man says. Figured you'd think it's neat. They don't go on sale until next week, but since you've been such a good customer, this one is on the house. Wow, thanks, Oberon says as the man hands over the ring. I can definitely study how this works and apply it to my light constructs. I haven't been able to figure out how to change their color from golden yet. Well, I'm always happy to help a loyal customer, the man says. Oberon then takes out one of his storage cards, showing the card sleeve almost filled with storage cards. Aside from the two super high-end storage cards Master Makarov got him, the others are still expensive but offer less storage space and security features. Almost a full deck in there, the man says. Will you be needing any more? Our enchanter friend who makes those is always happy to sell them to us. Fragile things like that don't really sell as much as you'd think, especially to wizards. If I need more space, I'll let you know, Oberon says as he holds one card out above the counter and withdraws a sack, the size of a backpack. On the side of the sack is 4M, which the man sees and is quite impressed by. This was meant to be for all the items I ordered, but I'm not really in the mood to count money right now, so let's just say I'm paying for the others in advance. Happy to hear it, the man says as he quickly places the bag down his feet while Oberon stores away his new items, not even bothering to count the money. After all, Oberon is their most recent cash cow, and if there was ever a problem, Master Makarov is very trusted and one lacrima call away. Okay, I need to get to the train station. I'll see you when I get back. Good luck on your job, and stay safe, the man says as Oberon rushes out of the store. As the boy leaves, the man sighs, damn, wish I had that kind of cash when I was his age, he mutters while going back to reading his magazine. But I suppose that's the reward for fighting monsters and an assassin. He leans forward, double-checking what he is reading. Fairy Tale's rookie wizard, Oberon, is making quite a name for himself, was the title of the small article a few pages into the magazine. There was no picture, and the only information was what they gathered from the Rune Knights and Royal Knights about his recent missions, some of which sounded quite dangerous. The man nods and turns to the next page. Never mind, being safe in the shop is way better than fighting monsters and psychos. 1 hour later, sitting in an almost empty train car, Oberon takes out his journal and his communication lacrima. With a thought, the magic journal hovers in front of him, and he takes out his new dictation pen and opens the cover. The tip of the pen has a square lacrima crystal, finely carved and glowing white. He calms his mind and focuses on his magic energy, pouring a drop of it into the pen, feeling it connect to him. Opening myself up to 4 magic energy is always so weird, Oberon thinks as he feels as if his magic energy is leaking out of him. Thankfully, over the past few weeks, he's learned how to use magic items without overwhelming the people around him with magic energy. However, he still dislikes the fact that it leaves him open to being affected by others, especially since they tested this by having him open himself up to invasive magics, which allowed Master Makarov to speak to him with telepathy magic. But the moment Oberon focused on containing his magic energy, once more the connection was impossible to make or maintain. As he looks around nervously, only seeing a young couple at the front of the train car laughing and joking with each other, he relaxes. With much focus, he begins thinking, envisioning his thoughts becoming words, becoming writing in his magic journal. And the dictation pen moves on its own, passing the square lacrima crystal tip across the pages and leaving behind perfectly printed words and diagrams from Oberon's mind. I need to learn that magic, he thinks, and the pen ruins the passage he'd been focused on by writing those words instead. He immediately stops and uses the secondary function, the ability to perfectly erase anything written by this specific pen to undo his mistake. Then continues practicing. After a few minutes, his communication lacrima begins blinking, exactly when he expected it to. Oberon gently taps it, accepting the transmission. How did it go? He asks as Laxus's bruised face appears on the communication lacrima. Well, It could have gone better, but I got all the wild boars to leave, so it worked out, Laxus says. I'm in my hotel room now. I need some sleep before I have to ride a damn train. Oberon chuckles. Yeah, just remember to sleep on your left side. Very funny. Laxus rolls his eyes while gently touching the bruise on the right side of his face. I swear that tree wasn't there when I jumped, he mutters. Sure it wasn't. Whatever, what about you? Laxus asks. I thought you were supposed to be in Magnolia right now. Didn't you get back this morning? I did, but there was this juicy job on the board, and I just had to take it. Oh, show me. Oberon takes out the job poster and shows it to him. What the hell? Laxus screams. 4.5 million jewels for taking out a swamp wyvern. That's way too much. There must be some kind of trick. Master Makarov says the client wants it dealt with in a particular way. Apparently that makes it more difficult. Oberon shrugs. But honestly, I've got a lot of books I need to buy, and they're starting to put a real dent in my wallet, so I couldn't pass this up. Seriously? I figured since you're almost always on a job, you'd be loaded by now. I am, but if I see a nice grimoire I want, I'd like to have the money for it. Plus, Wakaba agreed to take me to an auction in Crocus in a few months, so I'm saving up for that. Oh, those things can get really expensive. You planning to get a gate key? If I can afford it, but nobles will be there, so I might have to meet them after the auction and work out some kind of trade. That might actually work, Laxus says. Do you want me to come help you on your job? Nah, you need to get back to Magnolia, Oberon says. Master Makarov says he has a special job for you when you get back. Yes, I bet it's a monster he needs me to beat up. Why would he send you when Guildarts is still there? Plus, I'm stronger. Hey, you're not that much stronger. You've never beaten me, or even come close to it, Oberon says. Not everything is about winning, you know. That's just what losers say to feel better about being losers, Oberon says. Life is competition. If you stop competing, you're dead. Whatever. Laxus pouts and looks away. I'm more surprised Guildarts is still there. Usually after the New Year's party in Picture, he takes one of the longer jobs. He's almost never in Magnolia this time of year. Maybe he's taking a little break from S-Class mission. Nah, he doesn't do that, Laxus says. Must be something else. I'll ask him when I get back. Yeah, but you should call Master Makarov. Maybe what he wants you to do is in that area. Good point. I'll do that now. Call me if you need any help. Sure thing, Oberon says as he ends a call, only to look at his magic journal and see everything he and Laxus said printed on the pages. I'm such an idiot. I forgot about the pen. Well, I guess this is the place, Oberon says as he sees a few large tents set up ahead. There were a few caravans parked nearby, and people walking about with tools and fabrics, along with some men wearing full-plate armor, holding spears. Looking around, he sees some men sitting in trees with crossbows, eyeing him wearily, but not aiming at him just yet. He waves to one of the armored men while approaching, and they share an uneasy look before signaling him to stop. What are you doing out here? I'm from Fairy Tale, Oberon says. Guild Mark. Oberon shows them the black Fairy Tale emblem on his inner right forearm. Follow me, the man says before walking into the camp. Walking past the few large tents, he sees people smithing metals and stitching fabric together, working busily but still happy about whatever they were doing. Wow. Oberon can't help but gasp as he sees the view ahead of them. Just at the edge of the camp is a steep cliff with a forested valley below. The canopy was so thick that they couldn't see the valley floor from this high above, and looking around he saw that these cliffs completely circled the valley, making it into a massive bowl of mystery. Quite the sight, isn't it? A muscular man wearing a leather apron over some thick work clothes says as he approaches. Are you Henry? No, I'm Oberon. The man smiles. Ah, so you're the person Wizard St. Makarov Dreyer sent. Just had to make sure, since our prize is quite valuable to us. Your prize? Oberon asks. The wyvern. The man nods for the armored man to head back to the front of the camp as he gestures to the valley below. It's in there, somewhere angry, beautiful, and full of the most heinous acid I've ever caught a whiff of. Right? Oberon takes a deep breath of the fresh air as he walks to the edge, noticing the man didn't join him there. So, the job, you want me to hunt it for you? Something like that, the man says. Tell me, swamp wyverns, How do wizards normally handle them? Puncture the acid sac on the left side of its belly, acid and blood mix, and it melts itself from the inside out, Oberon says. Aye. Every wizard worth a damn knows that. But you need me to take it down in a less destructive way, right? Oberon asks, gesturing back at the camp. Ironworking, stitching, and you're dressed like a smith. You need it whole for armor? Good eye. He did say you were a sharp one, the man says. I need its hide, scales, claws, teeth, heart, and acid pouch fully intact. That doesn't leave many options, Oberon says, which is why the reward is so high, the man says. And I'm willing to add a small bonus if I'm really impressed with how you handle this. But no poisons. These things heal so quickly that the poison would spread to parts one need before we can harvest it. And I don't know when I'll see another swamp wyvern again. Oberon sighs and rubs the back of his neck, taking a step off the edge. The man feels his heart skip a beat, stumbling forward slightly to instinctively pull the child back onto the ground, until he realizes Oberon is walking in the air. Oberon turns around to see the man holding his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Damn near made my heart stop. Oh, sorry, guess I should have warned you. No shit, the man mutters as he catches his breath. Mind if I ask something? Feel free not to answer. What do you want to know? The armor your soldiers have, and your accents, they aren't from Fiori, at least not that I've seen or heard before. The man smiles. We're from the Pergrande Kingdom. Huh. So you traveled hundreds of thousands of miles from Ishgar's east coast, all the way to the western coast to hunt monsters? The man shrugs. Your country has wizard guilds. We have knights. Fine or exotic armor, and swords is good money, and the farther you go to get it, the more they pay. That's good business, Oberon says. Always wonders what it would be like to be a knight. Well, knights mostly use holder magic, swords, shields, armors, capes, lances, and I've never seen one fly. No flying? Oberon chuckles. Then I'd rather be me. The man lowers his voice, leaning forward slightly. Just between us, unless they're one of the top-ranking knights, or a noble, they'd rather be you two. Ah, I see. Oberon turns to look at the valley below. So, where should I start? Its territory is the entire valley, so it could be anywhere down there, the man says. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. Oberon sighs. It's fine, I just kind of wish I brought my bloodhound now. Hunting a swamp wyvern with a dog doesn't seem very good to the dog, the man says with clear concern in his voice. It's not an actual dog. That was a joke. Oberon turns to look back at the man. If you don't hear from me in 2 days, tell Fairy Tale. They'll know what to do next. Good luck. Thanks, Oberon says before he allows gravity to guide him to the valley below, falling hundreds of meters before he reaches the treetops. After Oberon disappears into the forest below, the man shakes his head. People in Fiori are crazy, he mutters before walking back to his tent. As Oberon lands on the grass-covered forest floor, he stops and looks around, taking note of how far apart the trees are although their canopies intertwine. He closes his eyes and listens, only hearing a few birds and not much else. Seems normal enough, he says before carefully walking through the forest. Wyverns have tough hides and scales, sharp claws and teeth, both of which are poisonous. Swamp wyverns can also spit acid, but unlike the other species, they aren't very good at flying, which explains why it chose a forest like this as their territory. Oberon looks up, seeing the trees above reaching well over 30 100 feet tall. Retreating will be difficult for either of us, so I'd best try to knock it out with shots to the face before I kill it. Cutting off its head should work, and we'll keep the claws, teeth, and most of the hide and scales intact. Might cost me the bonus, but that's fine. After a few more minutes of walking, Oberon gets to the middle of the valley where a small stream is flowing. Not deep enough to swim in, and narrow enough for him to leap across even without magic. But the water is perfectly clear and the trees give the stream a wide berth on either side. Well, it must drink water, so it probably comes here. Oberon looks to his left and right, seeing that the stream goes on for quite a distance. But if this goes the length of the valley, I can't watch all of it at once, not with the damn trees blocking me. He looks around once more, finding 2 large boulders. Well, I'll just ring the dinner bell. he says before lifting one of the boulders with his gravity magic and slamming it into the other, causing a cracking and crushing sound that echoes through the forest. The response is immediate, a feral roar coming from the west. Beyond the trees he could see, down the stream. Oberon drops the boulder and listens carefully, not hearing anything else for a moment, so he decides to sit on the boulder and wait, staring in the direction of the roar. As he waits, he clasps his hands together. Radiance formula, dash. Over the next few minutes, dozens of runes form and merge into the magic circle between his hands as he focuses his magic energy. 33. Light shot. He parts his hands to see a glowing sphere of light hovering between them. With some more focus and concentration, he molds it into a sharp spear and carefully prepares to fire as the sound of heavy footsteps grows closer. "Oh, you're a lot bigger than regular adult swamp wyverns," Oberon says as his eyes widen. From the treeline, a swamp wyvern that dwarfs those he's only read about in books steps forward. With 2 legs and wings for 4 limbs, standing 2 stories tall with a wingspan as wide as a train car is long. The swamp wyvern roars and flaps its wings, sending a gust of wind through the area while showing off its light green scales and battle scars. A row of black spikes run down both sides of its spine as it stares at Oberon, waiting for the boy to flinch so it can sink its sharp teeth into him. Like a dragon and a bird had one ugly baby, Oberon mutters as he sees its lizard tail moving excitedly at the sight of him. "Okay, let's do this." With a thought, he fires his attack directly at its neck, aiming to pierce a major artery. Much to his surprise, the creature reacts, using its wing to defend itself, causing the spell to shatter against it. The tension only grows as it tilts its head, staring at him, observing him while crouching slightly, preparing to pounce. Okay, I knew it had innate defense magic, but I didn't expect it to be this far above everything I've fought so far. Time for plan B. Concussion. Just rattle its brain until it gets dizzy, then take it out. Oberon hops off the rock, taking a fighting stance, and the wyvern immediately dashes forward. As it rushes forward, the wyvern opens its mouth and immediately spits a stream of acid at Oberon. The boy surprises the creature by rushing toward the attack, and at the last second, he jumps, using gravity magic to make himself lighter. It cranes its neck, raising the stream of acid to hit him, but he flies just ahead of it until he's above the creature's skull. With a thought, he multiplies the gravity on his fists and comes crashing down, planting both feet onto the creature's skull before slamming both his fists into it. RRRGH. The creature groans as its entire body stumbles. Its head and neck strain and almost reach the ground, but it holds itself up by placing the clawed joints of its wings on the ground. Seeing this, Oberon leaps upward, then uses gravity magic on his entire body before dropping like an anchor directly onto its skull. This time the creature's jaw slams into the dirt, causing it to wince in pain. Oberon intends to do this as many times as it takes to knock it out, but as he's about to jump yet again, the tail whips above the body and swipes at him, the barb at the end of it aimed directly at his chest. Oberon raises his hand and knocks it to the side as he leaps away from the creature, which immediately gets up and stares at him. He sees it struggle to focus, and then seconds later it rushes forward one more. As it closes in, the wyvern opens its mouth to spit acid at Oberon, and in response he reaches out with an open hand, which closes it into a fist. The creature's mouth immediately shuts, and gravity magic affecting its jaws collide. Oberon narrows his eyes at it, taking note of the fact that using gravity magic against it in this way was useful, then leaps forward to punch it in the face. Seeing him leaping forward, it rears back its head and neck and flaps its wings to get airborne for just a moment, long enough to get its clawed legs off the ground, and tries to grab him with its claws. Oberon thrusts his hands forward, using gravity magic to take advantage of its position and push it down onto its back, but while doing this, its eyes never lose him, still making to grab him with its talons, only for him to fly to the side, surprising the wyvern and dodging the grapple. As it crashes onto its back, Oberon lands with weight betraying his appearance onto its chest, and flattens his hand. Forming a blade with his hand, he quickly coats it in a layer of hard light and thrusts it at the creature's neck. But the moment he does this, he loses focus on the gravity magic keeping its mouth sealed, and it spits a stream of acid directly at him, bathing its chest and opponent in the putrid, boiling liquid. Oberon is forced to cancel his attack, dedicating everything to reinforcing his cosmic armor and using gravity magic to clear his vision of the acid, just in time to see the teeth closing in on his hand. Shit! He withdraws his hand, and the wyvern leans forward even more, trying to bite him in half, forcing him to fly backward. But while keeping his eyes on the opponent, a sudden and immense pain racks his entire body as he's sent careening into a tree, snapping its trunk in half, before continuing to tumble through the rocks and dirt on the forest floor. Oberon screams as he holds his left arm, feeling as if the bones are fractured and some of his ribs are cracked. Looking up from a spot on the floor, he sees the wyvern's tail moving happily as it gets up. Forgot the damn tail, he mutters as the creature takes a wing-assisted leap toward him, aiming to slam down onto him with all its weight. Oberon tries to stand, to roll, to move out of the way, but any movement causes his joints to ache and his chest to hurt, as if a white-hot iron rod was piercing his chest. His breath hitches as he feels a burning in his throat. With each desperate gasp, he can taste his own blood. My lungs, hard to breathe, he thinks as the creature descends. As it's about to crash into him, the wyvern sees his entire body glow with golden light, brilliant light. And in an intense flash, he temporarily blinds the creature, causing it to squeeze its eyes shut and flail about for the precious few seconds he needed. And when its eyes were open and it could finally see again, he was gone. Late at night, sitting around a small campfire, two of the armored soldiers look out over the valley. The other guards were up and alert, while these two were having dinner before resting for the night, then getting back to standing guard all day tomorrow. Look, over there, one of the men says as he points across the valley, to the far side almost directly opposite their campsite. Near the middle of the cliffside, he could see a small orange glow, the telltale sign of a campfire in the darkness. I guess the kid isn't dead yet, the other man says. How much longer do you think it'll take him? The other man scoffs, assuming he can kill the damn thing. Remember how useful our magic swords were against it. Never seen so many of them shatter before. Which means the armor they make from it will fetch a hefty price, and our bonus will be all the better for it. Don't forget we have to protect our haul all the way back across the continent, the man says. The sooner we leave Fury, the better. The wizards here are the most dangerous, and I don't want to run into some of the more hostile ones, especially if the kids can take down magical beasts like that. This is the last damn trip I'm taking this far west, at least until I learn the unarmed arts. Magic swords can only do so much against people like that. When we get promoted and learn that, then the next stop is try out to be a royal guard, but then I'd have to move to the other side of the country. What? Scared your wife won't want to move? The man laughs, scared she'll want to come with me. Both men laugh as they enjoy the peaceful night before getting some rest. Meanwhile, in a small cave on the opposite end of the valley, sitting with his legs crossed, hands out, drawing runes in the air with his light magic, Oberon is recovering from another day of fighting the swamp wyvern. A few feet away is a small campfire and his bedroll, as well as his communication lacrima and books. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, his upper body covered with acid burns that are still healing, and his right shoulder wrapped in bandages with some numbing cream to ease the pain. All injuries from today's round of battling his target. As he's drawing runes, in the corner of his eye he sees his communication lacrima blinking. With a thought, he uses gravity magic to float it over to him and gently touches it, accepting the call. Ah, so you're not dead, Master Makarov says as he appears on the lacrima. But from the looks of you, you're certainly not in great shape. These injuries will heal by morning, Oberon says as he's still working on the runs. Did something happen back at the guild? No, but it's been 4 days since you left. This type of job never takes this long for you. Is everything all right? Oberon thinks for a moment, then sighs, no, not really. What's wrong? Did you get seriously hurt? There was clear concern in Makarov's voice. It's not that. Oberon says. It's just that on the first day, I fought the swamp wyvern and I made a mistake. I got cocky, underestimated my opponent, and I had to run away. Oh, you ran away from a fight? That is unexpected. Yeah, well, punching that wall would have just broken my hand. So, I had to think of something else, Oberon says. But the last two plans I came up with didn't work, especially since it's on guard now. I see. Makarov rubs his chin deep in thought. I assume the problem is the innate defense magic the creature has. Yes? Yeah, this wyvern. It's bigger and stronger than all the ones from the books, and smarter too. Well, just as all humans are the same species but can have vastly different qualities and traits, the same goes for everything else, especially magical creatures such as this, Makarov says. And do you have a new plan for this creature? Oberon frowns. I really hate the fact that I've had to run away every time we fight, but I just don't have the tools to deal with this thing. Especially since the client wants it in perfect condition so he can harvest the parts. I'm fighting with one hand tied behind my back here. Yes, but that is the life of a wizard. We often have to overcome quite difficult challenges. Yeah, but it still feels really bad, Oberon mutters. Most of them didn't care either way since they don't belong to any guild. Jose and I were there at the meeting, and you know where we stand. Olivia didn't see such a thing worth her time, so she didn't even show up. As for Ashen and Avon, they took my side, thankfully, but Ines was with Jose. That means of the wizard saints who cared enough to show up, Ashen, Avon, and myself were in favor of outlawing such things, and Jose and Ines were against it. So the four gods of Ishgard didn't show up? Gildarts asks. I'm surprised Sir Warrod didn't have anything to say about it. I thought for sure he would have taken your side, since he is a founding member of Fairy Tale. He is retired, and for better or worse, he does not meddle in things such as this, Makarov says. Unless a full-scale war is on the horizon, or something that threatens as many lives, he will leave it to the kids, as he always says. Gildarts grumbles under his breath, which means we've got a lot of dark guilds that will appear, but Jose loves the attention and money being a wizard saint brings, so we don't have to worry about him going completely dark, at least publicly, right? Thankfully, Makarov says, Ines also won't care enough to actually push back against this change, especially since he lives out in Midi, where the Magic Council's influence is barely felt, if at all. This still leaves us with a lot of smaller guilds pointing swords at us. Yes, which is why I believe it is in our best interest to begin working more closely with our neighbors. Neighbors? Goldmine is still on tour with his band, but Bob and Uba have both formed guilds of their own here in the eastern side of Fiore. It's about time we all started working together. So, the coalition of light guilds is going to be more than just a useless non-aggression treaty, huh? Gildarts shakes his head. Most of the guilds are bitter rivals, so I can't see that going very far. The other guilds are not a major concern of mine. They should be able to handle themselves, especially if they want to call themselves a guild, Makarov says. This will mainly be about taking the fight to the dark guilds, as we are able to defend ourselves if they come here. Knocking on the door of a wizard saint. Even they aren't that dumb, Gildarts says. Say, does this mean I'll get to ride on that airship Blue Pegasus recently got? Makarov choked on his food for a moment. I'd rather you didn't. We can't afford to replace something that expensive. Only a few hours after sunrise, in a now familiar clearing rests the swamp wyvern. Laying peacefully, it sleeps beside the small stream, the clearing around it larger than days ago. Each day it was expanded, only due to how clumsy its residents are uprooting, slashing, and snapping the large trees into pieces with every conflict. Now, as the swamp wyvern sleeps peacefully, perfectly vulnerable for an ambush, Oberon floats down into the clearing. Wearing only his boots and a pair of shorts, arms crossed, body fully healed, and a determined look on his face. He takes a moment to stretch, relaxing his muscles and preparing his mind. But while most sane, sensible, intelligent people would pounce at the chance to ambush their target, instead, he claps his hands together. GRH, the swamp wyvern groans as it wakes up, taking a moment to shake the sleep off of itself, glancing at him for a moment before it turns away from him to drink some water from the stream. Oberon watches patiently, as he's done the 2 days prior, and takes a few deep breaths as he focuses his magic energy. Radiance Formula 40, Light Spear. 40 runes appear in the air and collide with each other before he crushes them between his palms. And as he opens his hands, a spear of brilliant golden light hovers in front of him. Oberon reaches out and grabs it, feeling the radiant heat from this spell like a gentle warmth, but knowing that his enemies would feel it like an inferno. Sunlight properties really do wonders for light magic, as expected since no human can compete with the sun itself. Oberon smiles at his new spell and looks at his opponent. The swamp wyvern glares at him for a moment, eyeing the new spell wearily, then growls and digs into the ground with its claws. "You ready?" Oberon asks, taking a combat stance as the spear grows to almost twice his height. In response, the creature roars and charges forward, and another of their daily duels has begun. Both combatants intending it to be the very last. Oberon rockets forward, only for the creature to immediately spit a stream of acid at him. He flies to the left, and it closes the distance, opening its wing to impale him with the claw at the joint of it. Oberon sees this and raises his spear while moving upward. The spear and the claw slam into each other, and Oberon has to pour more and more of his magic energy into his spells to keep from being crushed as the creature's overwhelming strength slams him down. His feet dig into the soft dirt and it presses him to the earth, but he holds the spear above his head, fighting against the immense force. That's right, keep pushing down and fall. With a thought, Oberon leaps backward and increases gravity on the creature tenfold, causing it to stumble and lose balance before falling to the floor. He wastes no time and charges in at its head, aiming for its relative small, beady eye. As the spear is closing it, it manages to open its mouth and spit another stream of acid at him, forcing him to fly to the right to avoid it, only for its barbed tail to rush toward him there. Oberon's eyes widen in surprise as he barely sees the tail rushing toward him. Instinctually, he flies backward, and this causes him to drop the gravity magic pinning the wyvern down, allowing it to pounce forward from its spot on the floor by using its large wings. As it descends onto him, teeth bared to shred him into ribbons, he sees his opportunity as it's clearly off balance. He rushes upward. At its face, spear held forward aimed at the eyes. And in response, the creature doesn't back down, instead opening its mouth to spit another stream of acid directly at him. Oberon sees the attack coming and fights his instincts, willing himself to send more magic energy into his cosmic armor, gravity magic, and light spear all at once, using all his magics at once, forcing them to resonate within him as once again, under pressure, magic blooms. Oberon rushes through the stream of acid as it crashes against his cosmic armor and grabs onto the creature's face. It lands on the ground and brings its wings down while he lifts his spear, and the moment its wing slams into him, he nearly loses his grip. With the stream of acid still flowing, the wing knocks him back into it, but Oberon places a foot in its mouth, with another hand holding onto its upper teeth, and locks his cosmic armor in place. The creature suddenly realizes that it can't close its mouth, and instead slams its mouth into the ground, putting Oberon's back to the earth as all its weight is pressed against him. Oberon groans as he feels the strain on his magic energy while he focuses as much of it as possible into the light spear. And after the creature raises its head once more and slams him into the earth, he thrusts his hand forward, extending the light spear even more and piercing its left eye. "Die!" he screams as he then extends the light spear even more, punching a hole directly through its brain, instantly killing it. The stream of acid stops, and Oberon flies out of the way as its body collapses, finally able to take a breath. He waves his hand, and all the acid is flung off his body, allowing him to look down to see his boots were completely dissolved, the skin beneath perfectly fine. "I guess in the heat of that fight, I forgot to wrap my clothes in the cosmic armor too," he says, noticing his pants had acid burnt holes in them. 10 minutes later, Ors, Oberon's client, the armorer from the Per Grande kingdom, is sitting at a table in his tent, inspecting a studded leather armor made by his most recent student. He carefully runs his hand over the material, feeling the magic energy flowing through its enchantments, then pours some of his magic energy into it, feeling the leather become cold to the touch. Or smiles as the Frostthorn's enchantment works exactly as he taught the girl. "Sir!" One of the guards rushes into the tent, a panicked look on his face as he looks at Ors. "What is it?" "They creature. He killed it," the guard says, as if he doubted his own words. "Then what are we still doing here? Let's go get the other and harvest it," Ors says as he quickly slings a tool belt over his shoulder and rushes out of the tent. "That's the thing, sir." The guard stops talking as he and Ors step outside, seeing the wyvern hovering in the air beside Oberon, who is now fully dressed and wearing his second pair of boots. "By the gods," Ors mutters. He looks around to see everyone else in the camp completely stunned by this sight. "Where do you want this?" Oberon asks, snapping them out of their stupor. Ors doesn't speak. He simply points to a clearing beside their camp. And as Oberon takes the corpse over to it, everyone in the camp rushes over to see this exciting sight. "This is incredible," Ors says as he approaches Oberon and the corpse. "It's in pristine condition. How did you manage it?" "Well, it took a while because of your requirements, but I figured it out," Oberon says as he gestures to the now cauterized hole in eye. Everyone from the camp gathers around. Craftsmen get into work taking it apart and inspecting it while soldiers bring carts to collect and move the pieces. Seeing this, Oberon hovers away from the organized chaos so he could talk to Ors. "You really did incredible work, more than worthy of that bonus," Ors says. "Well, I won't say I didn't have that in mind, but it was very helpful finding a training partner who could really push me," Oberon says. "The swamp wyvern?" Ors give him a strange look. He had a sense of honor. "We came to an understanding. It's too bad things had to end this way." "Well, for what it's worth, in the Per Grande Kingdom we do our best to use every piece of what we hunt. We owe it to nature." "I'm glad to hear that." "Great, now. How about we get you paid? Let's head back to my tent. You can get your money. Then tell me how the fight went over some food," Ors says as he turns around and waves for Oberon to follow him. Sometime later, after getting paid, Oberon is now sitting in Ors's tent having a meal while the man inspects some swamp wyvern scales. "Oh, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. No contest," Ors says as he carefully places a scale into a large chest with the others. "Don't let your girlfriend hear that," Oberon says, jokingly. "Wife," Ors corrects him. "But that's assuming she hasn't replaced me by the time we get back." "How long have you been gone?" Oberon asks while Ors inspects other pieces. 2 years, and we should take at least another year before we make it back home." "That's a long time to be away from her," Oberon says. Ors stops for a moment, glances at the boy, then goes back to inspecting some wyvern fangs. "What do you know about my country?" Oberon shrugs. "The Per Grande Kingdom is by far the largest nation on Ishgard, but until a few decades ago, you were completely isolationist. Now you allow trade to other nations, and even allow some of our people to leave," Ors says. "We're the first wave of magic armors to be allowed to leave and explore the continent." She didn't like it, but this isn't an opportunity one can pass up. "Do you know about our history?" "I've already told you everything I know, sorry." "Well, try this." Ors reaches into his belt and gently tosses a dagger in Oberon's direction, without even looking. After hearing Oberon's recount of his battle with the swamp wyvern, he was sure that even if they wanted to, they likely couldn't hurt this boy. Oberon uses gravity magic to set it down on the table in front of him. "That's the most beautiful dagger I've ever seen." "It was my father's," Ors says. "When you become a Per Grande Knight, you get one of those. We call it a wizard killer dagger." "That's unsettling," Oberon says. "It's symbolic, really. The thing isn't even magical," Ors says. "But a few centuries ago our nation was ruled by tyrannical wizards, people with all sorts of magics, and anyone who didn't have a magic was made a slave. Until some of those slaves got their hands on the wizard's enchanted swords and killed their masters. They led the rebellion and became the first knight. That is why we do not have many magics in our kingdom, and foreign wizards are forbidden from entering. Instead, We have the Per Grande Knights, like the men outside. They have magic swords, most of which are simple enough. Slashing and striking enchantments, simple enchanted armor as well. Some purchase or are gifted more powerful items through the government. Which you make, Oberon says. I see. So it's a country of holder-type wizards. Most people with magic don't have enough to do anything but use magic items. So making an army of them is quite easy. But those with enough magic energy are allowed to learn our nation's martial art and become royal knights. They defend the capital. They belong to the Circle of the Crown, which is like a guild, I suppose. Instead of wizard guilds, we have knight circles, but instead of jobs, they patrol and protect a certain region. The Circle of the Crown protect the capital city and the royal palace. I see. Sounds like my Fury passport won't do any good at your border, Oberon says. A wizard, especially one as powerful as you, there's no chance of you ever getting into Per Grande, at least not legally. So has no wizard ever visited your nation? Or sighs. There was one man, he said, the whims of magic guided me here. But the crown was forced to retroactively grant him a travel visa to prevent an international incident. He must have been important, a king. Worse, he is currently the most powerful wizard on the continent of Ishgar, the wizard saint God Serena. I've heard of him. Master Makarov said he's difficult. A polite way of saying he's a pretentious, selfish, arrogant, greedy, irksome piece of trash. Ors takes a deep breath to refocus on his work. But the man is overwhelmingly powerful, so nobody could stand against him. His little one-man invasion cost us a few thousand knights when they tried to arrest him, before we knew who he was, and since then it's been impossible for other wizards to get permission to enter the nation. Oberon frowns. I was hoping to go see how the knights use magic, but I guess that's impossible, huh? Ors laughs. Sorry, but between that wizard saint and our history with wizards, the last thing we want is powerful wizards within our border. But if it makes you feel any better, if I'm even in a position to recommend you for a visitor's visa, I will. Thanks. I'll be sure to be on my best behavior, I promise. Oberon says excitedly as he finishes his food. What a strange child, but I suppose powerful wizard are the farthest thing from normal. God Serena showed us that much. On 23rd, X770, 9 a.m. Walking up the steps to the plateau, where the Fairy Tale Guild Hall is located, Oberon is wearing a blue jacket with a matching shirt and a pair of long black pants, along with some new boots since he's already outgrown his most recent pair. His small pouch is at the back of his belt, carefully concealed under his jacket. All of his storage cards are safely inside. And in his right hand is a thick, golden coin, currently hovering just above his palm, spinning and flipping as it weaves between his fingers while trapped in his orbit. More of the citizens call out to him, kindly greeting him as they've grown accustomed to doing when he's in town, and he politely waves and nods in response while making his way to the guild. As he reaches the guild, with a thought the doors open for him to step inside, he sees barely a dozen wizards scattered about, with Wakaba sitting alone at the bar while a woman he doesn't recognize works the bar. Everyone glances toward the open door, seeing him, then return to their quiet conversations as he walks over to the bar. Wakaba says something to the woman, and she pours him a glass of fruit juice and sets it at the seat beside Wakaba. Thank you, Oberon says as he hops up onto the bar stool beside Wakaba. Just let me know if you need anything else, she says before moving farther down the bar. Where's Eno? Oberon asks. Wakaba takes another sip of his drink before he speaks. She finally got into one of those dance troupes. She'll be on tour with them for a few months. Well, that explains why Mikau isn't here. Yeah, he's not taking it well. And just when he got the courage to finally ask her out, and maybe my brain is playing tricks on me, but I could have sworn she was into him too. Oberon shrugs. She mentioned that working here was temporary until she gets a permanent spot in one of those shows. Does this mean she's quitting the guild? Wakaba sighs. Maybe. It is her dream after all, so we really have no right to hold her back just because we'll miss her. I just hope Mikau understands that. Yeah, me too, Oberon says as he quietly drinks his juice, and after a few moments he slides the golden coin over to Wakaba. The man sees it and casually picks it up, carefully inspecting it. So, I take it that recovering a wrecked ship from the bottom of a cover went well. Yeah, But I stayed for a few days to train. Walking a few hundred feet below the water while keeping it away from me is good training for gravity magic. Remind me never to train with you. If you think that kind of thing is fun, Wakaba says as he takes out a coin from his wallet and compares them. Jewels are traded as credit notes, paper bills, or coins, yet the jewel coin he held side by side with the large gold coin was less than half the size and weight. Damn, so I take you dredged up some treasure from the other shipwrecks and things at the bottom of the cove, and did some treasure hunting, Obeorn says. I got a lot more than that one coin, but the problem is I don't know what to do with it now. Wakaba tosses the gold coin back to Oberon, who has it float to rest in front of him. Well, Wakaba turns to face the boy. The best treasure appraisal house is in Crocus, way over in the capital. They can take the treasure, gold, gems, precious metals, artifacts, anything that rich people might want to buy and hang in their mansions, really. They pay you in jewels, which you can use anywhere in Fiori, but that may not be the best route to take. What do you mean? Oberon asks. Well, you can't go walking into a bakery and pay with gold. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be very smart. But see, banks can exchange currency, but when they do, they have to keep a record of it, to make it all official or whatever. But if you're traveling and want to stay quiet, or if you ever want to just disappear, it's better to have a chest of gold and gems you can take with you. And when you get to another country, you trade at a treasure house. If you don't mind losing out on some cash, they'll gladly ignore the paperwork for you. After all, countries control the banks, but treasure houses are usually just privately owned businesses. I see. So, if I need the cash, I should trade it. But if I don't, it'd be better to keep it as treasure, just in case I need to travel somewhere that doesn't accept jewels. Yeah, most of Ishgar is happy to take jewels, though, since it is worth more than whatever the hell they call money in their countries. I see. Then, maybe it's best if I don't go trade in my treasure just yet. But then again, what if there's something really cool that I want to buy, like a grimoire filled with ancient magics? All the money in the world, and you only think about books, huh? Wakaba mutters. You know, I happen to have an acquaintance pretty high up in the Crocus treasure house. We could go pay him a visit and maybe even get a peek at the items in the next auction. Really? You aren't busy? Nah, besides, I need to find a birthday gift for my girlfriend anyway. Maybe I'll look around Crocus and get something for her, Wakaba says. But you're paying for the train tickets. Deal. 6 hours later? Wakaba groans as Oberon gently shakes him awake. Opening his eyes to see Oberon storing his books into a card as everyone leaves the train. We're in. Let's get off the train before we end up on the west coast, Oberon says as he quickly walks toward the exit. Behind him, Wakaba runs his eyes, try to wake up and adjust to the bright sunlight. Did you read those books the entire train ride? What else would I do? Oberon asks. Take a nap, or do what Laxus does when we take him on missions, just listen to music and sleep. I'd rather spend the time learning magic. Honestly, if I could sleep less to give myself more time for magic, I would, but I tried that, and it really wasn't fun. Yeah, that's no way to live. A man needs his sleep, Wakaba says as they exit the train and are greeted by the wide cobblestone streets and 5-story buildings of this part of Crocus. Befitting its title as the flower basket of Fiori, there were flowers growing all throughout the city on every street, carefully placed for the different colors to stand out against the pastel stonework and buildings. Oberon looked ahead, toward the middle of the city, at Royal Castle Mercurius, which towers high above the surrounding city as if trying to touch the sky itself. Reaching over 1,000 meters into the air and surrounded by a wall to defend itself, the castle was in the exact center of Crocus, with 13 kilometers -8 mi of people and buildings sprawling outward in every direction around it. This was the most heavily, traditionally defended building in Fiori, and perhaps on the continent. Yeah, the king lives in a totally different world from us, Wakaba says as he lights his pipe and taps Oberon's shoulder, snapping the boy out of his daze, pulling his attention away from the castle. I bet the library is huge, Oberon mutters as they continue walking through the streets. I'm more interested in getting in the cute servants they're sure to have, Wakaba says. But visitors are only allowed into the gardens when they're in a good mood, that is. Is there a wizard guild in Crocus? Oberon asks. Nope, There isn't really any point in it since the royal army is crawling all over this place. Wakaba nods to the soldiers in blue and gold uniforms patrolling the streets. So definitely no chance of getting into the library, huh? Sorry, but you'd have to be a serious big shot and be trusted a lot just to step foot in the palace, Wakaba says. The second best library in Fiore is probably over in Gazania. That's a pretty nice city on the other side of Fiore from us, but the Great Library of Sabertooth is there. It's part of the Sabertooth Wizard Guild building. Do they allow other wizards to enter the library? Wakaba thinks about it. Well, their guild has a lot of members, but they don't seem that impressive, and their master is... I honestly don't even know. Guess he doesn't get much attention. I'll ask Master Makarov when he gets back from his trip, Oberon says. Where did he and Laxus go anyway? Wakaba shrugs. Some festival up north. I honestly wasn't paying much attention when they were talking about it. They talked for a while longer before arriving at a 5-story ornate, white and gold-colored building. There were 3 fully armored guards at the front of the building wearing the same emblem that was on the building, and even without being able to sense magic energy, Oberon could tell their armor and weapons were enchanted. This is the place, Wakaba says as he approaches the men, who eye him wearily before stopping him. Business, appraisal, and trading, Wakaba says, lifting his shirt to show the fairy tale emblem on the left side of his chest. Him too, he gestures to Oberon, who shows the guild emblem on his inner forearm. The men open the door and usher them inside, before closing the door behind them. Wow, it's like a palace, Oberon mutters as he sees the pristine main entryway of the building. There is a counter with partitions and employees talking to people, as well as an area with a few chairs, which Wakaba directed him toward. Sitting there, he sees some people going to the counter, then being directed toward the stairs or other rooms on this floor, while others simply presented small bags or chests to be traded directly over the counter. After a few moments, the man Wakaba is talking to leave his post, and after a few minutes he returns and speaks to Wakaba. Oberon sees Wakaba walking over to him, signaling him toward the stairs. Seems that my friend got a promotion since the last time I was here, Wakaba says as they begin ascending the stairs, going all the way to the 3rd floor to a private office. Wakaba gently knocks, and a gentle, feminine voice answers, "Come in." Wakaba enters and immediately turns toward the woman who is leaning back against her desk. As Oberon steps inside and closes the door behind him, he locks eyes with a beautiful young woman, slightly older than Wakaba, wearing a skirt suit with a blue button-up shirt. The top 3 buttons were completely undone to expose her white lace bra beneath, barely containing her massive breasts. The woman immediately turns around and slowly walks to the chair behind her desk as she deftly buttons up her shirt, taking her seat as if none of that just happened. "Sorry, I should have told you I had company," Wakaba says as he and Oberon approach the seats in front of her desk. "Take a seat," she says, and they comply. "So, I assume this is actually about business this time?" "Well, mostly," Wakaba says with a charming smile, to which she responds by relaxing slightly in her seat. "This is Oberon. I assume your sources have been listening out for him." "What?" Oberon asks. "Oberon Alquan," she says. "The new rising star in fairy tale." "Yes, we've been keeping up with his more public exploits." She sees the boy genuinely confused and elaborates further. "We deal in more than just treasure, artifacts, and cash. We also deal in information, the type of information that tells people who to invest in," the woman says. "Most notably, ourselves. We need to know who is capable and trustworthy to deal with jobs such as transporting materials for us. Thus far, you appear to be quickly approaching what we'd consider capable, which is quite the compliment." Thank you." Oberon nods stiffly. "It is simply what we do," she says. "Now, how can I help you too?" Oberon looks to Wakaba, who gladly takes the lead. The kid found some treasure. Gold, gems, that kind of thing. "So, a standard appraisal and trade? All right. And did you bring it with you?" she asks. "Yeah, in a storage card," Oberon says. "Storage card? Our sources say you use light magic, not car magic." "I do use light magic and gravity magic. The cards are just the regular items versions." "We must be quite confident in yourself then," she says while moving to get a small bag and placing on her desk. Most wizards don't believe those things are worth the investment because of how easily they can be stolen. And since using them screams, "Please rob me, I'm carrying precious cargo to the world." And they break easily, Wakaba grumbles. "All right, withdraw your treasure," she says while taking out appraisal tools from the bag. Everything from special lenses to inspect the quality of gems, to scales for the precious metals, and some enchanted magnifying glasses and gloves he didn't know the purpose of. Okay, Oberon complies and takes out the card, and from it, he withdraws a large bag of treasure that the three of them could fit into. Wakaba's eyes widen, and the woman smiles so intensely it looks like her face is trying to split in two. "Have you ever considered retiring and becoming a treasure hunter?" Wakaba asks as he and Oberon watch the woman place the last few gems back into the large sack. "If all I wanted was money, sure, but I need to grow as a wizard," Oberon says as the woman silently returns to her seat and writes the final appraisal. "Besides, I walked around the bottom of the ocean for days to collect all of this. How often do you think that'll happen?" Good point. Treasure hunter guilds are a lot of things, but being consistent isn't one of them. "Done," the woman says as she rips a page out of the notepad, folds it, and hands it over to Oberon. The number at the top is if you decide to cash out, if you decide to store your treasure as credit with us. The second number is what you shall have. The appraisal fee only applies if you take the cash option. Oberon opens the paper, and his jaw nearly hits the floor. He instinctively moves to show it to Wakaba, but the man looks away. "You're a wizard now, kid. Can't go showing this kind of stuff to anyone, and best to keep it to yourself. Even the people you trust can have their minds read or controlled by magic," Wakaba says. "Good point," Oberon says as he stares down at the numbers. More than enough money to double his current savings and pay for a lot of books. Speaking of spending in-house, Wakaba says, "The listed items, we'd like to see a list of those." "Oh, well, there are hundreds of items in our possession," she says. "If you have an idea of what you're looking for then, that can certainly help." After saying this, she takes out a data lacrima, which is a finely carved flat rectangular lacrima from behind her desk, and places it on the table. "Grimoires," Oberon says excitedly. "I'm interested in any and all of them, but light magic, gravity magic, and celestial spirit magic are most important. And gate keys for celestial spirits." "Oh," she raises a brow at him. "So you're a celestial wizard. That is incredibly rare. Only a few have access to that mysterious magic. I won't share that information with the public, but our in-house records will be happy to know that. Does that mean if you find any more, I'll get a call to come by them?" Oberon asks, hopeful. "No," she says. "This isn't normally how we operate here. All these items are meant to go to auction, and there could be serious repercussions for selling them in this way. However, I happen to be friends with Wakaba, and since he did an important job for us, my boss will be willing to overlook it, just this once." "Oh, I see. Thank you for this," Oberon says. "Anything for Wakaba," she says, giving the man a seductive smile. "Now, I found quite an extensive number of grimoires, along with 2 gate keys." "2? Oberon nearly leaps out of his seat. "Can you tell which ones?" The woman carefully reads the descriptions. An unidentified silver key, priced at 320,000 jewels, she says. "These prices are what we estimate they will sell at during the auction, which is why they will be so high compared to if you found them in the magic shops. After all, you are paying for the opportunity to buy first." "Yeah, that makes sense. And what about the other key?" "Ares, the ram, a gold key," the woman says. Now Oberon fails to contain his excitement and begins hovering slightly, surprising her. Wakaba grabs him and brings him back onto his seat. "Sorry about that. Happens when he's in a good mood." "Well, at all teeth, let me tell you the price," she says. "The gold key will cost you 17 million jewels." Wakaba feels his heart sink to his stomach at those words, but Oberon's excitement doesn't fade in the slightest. Instead, he closes his eyes and gently rubs his chin, considering his finances. "Can I see the prices for the grimoires?" Oberon asks. Of course, she writes them on a page and slides it over to him since she isn't allowed to give him access to the data lacrima. Oberon scans it before retreating into his mind, thinking very carefully about his next move. 17 million. That's more than I made by turning in this treasure. Plus 320,000, plus the grimoires I want. That puts me at nearly 20 million. And I've got some more books coming in within a week. I won't be able to afford them unless I take another job immediately. And if the guild doesn't have a monster-slaying job or something that pays around that much, I'll be screwed. Not that Gran will hold it against me, but I really don't want to make a habit of owing people money, damn it. Oberon sighs, making his decision. All right, I'll take both the keys and these grimoires. He begins showing her the items he'd be purchasing. Wakaba is beyond horrified at such an immense purchase, but puts on a stone-cold facade for the sake of female company. After a few minutes of discussing the finer details, and Oberon withdrawing money from his storage cards and giving her a banknote, she waits for everything to be verified with her assistant before smiling at them. Your items are being brought up as we speak. Wakaba and the woman spark up a quiet conversation, catching up since his last visit a mere 2 weeks ago, and Oberon takes out a small notebook and updates his finances. Or more accurately, his lack of finances. His borderline poverty. After a few minutes, 2 assistants, accompanied by 4 heavily armored guards, push a trolley into the room, stacked high with thick books, and one of the men carefully holds a small wooden box close to his chest. They all stand to the side, while Oberon counts the grimoires and checks their titles, ensuring these are the items he requested, and finally one of the assistants places the small box onto the desk. The woman opens it and carefully holds the gold and silver keys. The gold key has clear ram horn symmetrical designs on both ends and a ram symbol in white and red on the head. The silver key, however, didn't appear much like a key at all, as instead, it had a sharp point at one end, which became wider down the body of the key, ending with a fin at the other end. That key isn't in the book. I got to identify them, Oberon says as he gives a curious look. Well, that's part of the adventure. It takes Oberon a few minutes to store the grimoires away, and he carefully places the key onto a keyring inside the small pouch at the back of his belt. Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you, the woman says while shaking his hand. And please, if you have any more business with us, be sure to ask for me directly. I will. And are you sure you can't give me a call if you get any more gate keys? Sorry, but that just isn't possible unless my boss takes a liking to you, or you do a job for us like Wakaba, she says. But if we need anything of that nature, I'll add your name to the list of considerations. Thank you very much. Are you heading out to go shopping, or heading back to Magnolia before the train stop? Wakaba asks. I kind of just spent all my money. Oberon rubs the back of his head nervously. I'll probably just go window shopping the magic shops here before I head back tonight. I really need to take a job. Wakaba chuckles and ruffles Oberon's hair, much to the boy's annoyance. All right, well, I've still got some business to handle here, so I'll see you back at the guild. Okay, good luck, Oberon says as he leaves the office, and now only Wakaba and his friend remain. Wakaba carefully closes the door behind Oberon and then locks it, and by the time he looks back at the woman, her top is already on the floor, exposing her massive and firm breasts, pink nipples drawing his attention as she hastily tries to escape her skirt, which he is more than happy to help her with. September 19th, X770, 11 a.m. Oh wow, Oberon mutters as he looks out the train window as they roll into the station. This train station was quite small, allowing him to see the entire little mining village it overlooked, a village not much different from where he grew up. But the main difference, aside from this one being at the base of a mountain, was the gathering of tents in front of the main mine. Oberon quickly gets out of the train, along with a dozen other guild wizards who are responding to this emergency SOS job, and rushes over to the mining area. As he walks through the village, he sees distraught people, some of which look at the newcomer wizards with sadness, others who find hope as new potential saviors arrive. Oberon casts those thoughts to the back of his mind immediately, not wanting to be distracted during whatever comes next. Arriving at the mining area, he sees Mikau waving at him, accompanied by Wakaba and Redus, a tall and slender man with brown hair, holding a paintbrush in his hand as he speaks to them. Oberon quickly arrives to join his 3 fairy tale wizards at the gathering of tents. Okay, Master Makarov told me to come here. Now, can someone tell me what's going on? Oberon asks. And what's with all these people? I've never seen these many wizards from different guilds in one place, or so many royal soldiers either. He says while looking around cautiously. We'll show you, Redus says as he begins leading them toward the mine. They stop almost 100 feet 30 m from the entrance, which is on a small incline above the ground level. The entire area was cracked and broken, as if an earthquake was focused only on the area above the mine. There were royal soldiers standing guard in front of a wooden barrier, preventing anyone from walking onto the unstable ground. And Oberon could see groups of wizards discussing the situation amongst their guildmates. Did one of the explosive lacrima they use for mining go off? Good guess, but now Rita says, the mayor is saying it was some kind of strange earthquake. But the nearby towns don't recall feeling anything of the sort, Macau says. So some people are suspecting foul play here, maybe cutting corners by buying unregulated explosive lacrima, or... That's not relevant right now. Wakaba cuts him off. What is important is that there are 17 people trapped under there, and they've been in there for almost 30 hours already. So that's what emergency SOS job means, Oberon says. Wakaba nods. Yeah. And the perfect guy for this kind of thing is 2 countries away up north, so unless we've got 2 months to wait for Jura to get back, you're the best bet. Oberon turns to look at the area above the collapsed section of the mine. Emergency request jobs. Is there anything else I need to know? Not really. The Magic Council gets wind of a situation that needs an immediate response, usually with lives at risk in a moment, and then everyone rushes to help, Macau says. But honestly, a lot of these guys aren't here out of the goodness of their hearts. These are one of the few types of jobs that the entire country can't help but know about, since reporters know exactly where to aim their chimeras to get a good scoop. Oberon sighs. That's going to be annoying. I'm not doing any interviews after this. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll call the mayor over, Wakaba says. I'm ready. I want to get this done and be on the next train out of here. I was on my way to a job when Master Makarov called about this. Wakaba rushes off into the sea of tents to call the mayor. So, what kind of job were you heading to? Redus asks. Anything scenic? Mountain bandits. Oberon shrugs. I was hoping to check out the magic shops in Crocus on the way back. That's what I'm really excited about. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're confident in resolving this crisis. A tired voice draws the fairy tale wizard's attention to an older gentleman wearing a simple suit with sunken cheeks and bags under his eyes. Mr. Mayor, Fairy Tale is here to help, Macau says. This is Oberon. Oberon. The mayor looks at the boy, seeing a rather plain-looking young man with Caucasian skin, brown eyes, and a head of void black hair with singular strands of white. Like the night sky was trapped in his hair. It also didn't help that Oberon was wearing his regular job outfit, which is his blue jacket with the hood down, a matching t-shirt, and a pair of black pants and matching boots. I came as soon as I heard about this, sir, Oberon says. Well, I certainly do hope you are able to save the men trapped beneath all that material, young man, the mayor says. However, if you feel that this is too much, there is no shame in walking away. One wrong move, and those men could be crushed, and I don't want anyone to have that on their conscience. Oberon smiles at the man, not a cocky smile, but a warm smile that told him everything would be all right. Don't worry, I'll get them out of there. In that case, I can use my telepathy magic to talk to them. So what should I tell them? Oberon thinks about it for a moment. Tell them to hold on to the ground, try to hold on to it as hard as they can, to tie themselves to it if they can, and don't let go until they can see the light of the sky above. Understood, the mayor says as he closes his eyes and focuses his magic energy, sending the men Oberon's message before walking off to signal the royal soldiers to make some space. You ready? Macau asks. Oberon shrugs. My magic was made for this. Flipping gravity is as easy as snapping my fingers. I'll just have to focus on doing it slowly so they don't instantly fall upward, so this could take a while. After a few minutes, the fairy tale wizards see the royal soldiers back away, and the mayor raises a finger to the side of his head, then makes a confused face while staring at Oberon. Seeing this, Oberon chuckles, and then nods toward Macau, who the mayor then sends his telepathic message to. He says you can start now. Macau says, you know, playing messenger is really no fun. Sure you can't solve that whole invasive magic thing? Why would I want people in my head? Oberon says, shaking his head as he crouches down slightly and leaps high into the air. Seeing this, the mayor and everyone in the crowd instinctively hold their breaths as he's seemingly about to slam down onto the unstable ground. What's he doing? The mayor screams as he runs toward the barrier, only for the royal soldiers to stop him from going any farther. As Oberon is falling toward the unstable ground, just a few meters above the surface, he suddenly stops, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and getting the reporters trigger-happy with their chimeras. Yeah, he's kind of a little jerk, Macau mutters to Ritas and Wakaba, and both of them nod in agreement. At least he enjoys being born different rather than feeling bad about it. Wakaba says as more and more of the crowd approach the barrier to get a better view. After a minute of tense silence, Oberon finally moves. Taking a standing position in the air, he raises both his hands, palms upward as if lifting the air. And all around him, the entire 100 feet-30 m wide area of unsteady earth and rock begins to fall upward. Slowly, crawling toward the sky, an immense weight rises before their very eyes, slowly casting a shadow upon them all. The crowd of nearly 100 people stands with their mouths agape. This is a miracle, the mayor says as he looks up in amazement. The telekinesis magic users said it was impossible, controlling thousands of objects at once, but he's not using telekinesis, Macau says, smiling proudly as everyone listens in. He's using gravity magic, and he's really damn good at it. As nearly 200 feet-60 m of earth rises from the surface, towering above everyone, a low growling rises above the sounds of grinding rock and dirt. All the spectators back away, aside from the fairy tale wizards, who instead ready their magics. Macau creates a purple flame in his hand. Ritas takes out a notepad and prepares to paint and animate whatever he may need, and Wakaba creates a small fist smoke construct. Then they see it, attached to a large chunk of dirt, a mole creature with dark brown fur and massive claws, screeching as the sunlight bothers its eyes. The length of a train car and a clearly healthy appetite. Judging by its portly proportions, the sight of it causes the spectators to back away even more as the royal soldiers raise their spears. The other wizards prepare to attack, only for Wakaba to stop them. "Hold your fire," he yells. "If we hit the things he's moving, it could break his concentration." "Are you crazy?" one of the soldiers yells as the giant mole creature crawls along the slowly rising dirt toward Oberon, slowly moving and inspecting the nearest foreign entity to it. If it kills him, then everything falls down. "I know that, but it's not easy to make Oberon lose his focus," Macau says, but none of them take their eyes off the creature as it gets closer to Oberon. "He's not moving," Ritas whispers, already painted a net launcher, ready to use his magic and bring it off the page and into reality. "He'll be fine," Macau says as he walks closer to the barrier, watching the creature slowly close in, crawling across the moving rocks. "You got this, right, Oberon? Just give me a moment," Oberon says as the creature gets even closer. As it gets within a few meters, Macau raises his hand and condenses the purple fireball into a bullet, ready to shoot the creature, but unsure if Oberon's magic will disrupt his aim. Radiance formula, light shot. Oberon suddenly opens his mouth, and a near-instant beam of thin light is shot from his mouth through the creature's skull, leaving its corpse to float upward with the other rubble. Macau breathes a sigh of relief and dispels his magic. "Damn it, kid. Did you have to scare us like that?" It's hard to focus on slowly moving the rocks and aim a long-ranged light magic attack, so yes, I did. Oberon says a bit too gleefully for Macau's liking. "Two magics at once?" the mayor asks, causing a wave of murmurs to flow through the crowd. Ritas, Macau, and Wakaba share uneasy looks between each other. None of them knew exactly what Oberon would be comfortable with sharing, so they decided to stay silent. "Hey, can you hear us?" They suddenly hear a chorus of yelling from down in the newly made hole. The crowd immediately gets excited at hearing the trapped miners. As Oberon hears this, he breathes a sigh of relief, and with a wave of his hand, he brings the men to fall upward until they are all hovering beside him. The men look amazed, exhausted, and terrified all at once. Is anyone else in there? Or was someone that I missed? The men look at each other and do a quick head count. No, this is everyone. Finally, Oberon says as he brings them all, and himself, down toward the small wooden barrier. This was getting annoying. As he releases the men for the royal soldiers to tend to, he raises his right hand and closes his fist. And behind him, all the rubble is immediately crushed into a massive ball of dirt and earth before he drops it down into the hole. That's new, Macau says as Oberon ignores everyone else, including the people trying to thank him, and walks over to his guild mates. So can I leave now? Oberon asks. You really should talk to the reporters, Macau says. I mean, attention is important if you want to get them more high-level jobs, and they clearly want yours right now. Oberon looks at the crowd to see everyone staring at him. I'm really not in the mood for this right now. Can't you handle it for me? But they saw you cast 2 different types of magic at once, so people will want to ask you some questions. Just tell them the absolute basics, nothing more. Oberon says as he begins floating through the air. Thanks for this. Now I need to get to the next town and hopefully catch that train that brought me in, or I'll be late for my job. Before they can respond, Oberon flies off, following the train tracks to the next town, leaving them to deal with the reporters and soldiers. He's buying me a bottle when we get back, Macau mutters, earring a nod from his friends. September 26th, X770, 11 a.m. Lying on the floor of his library, which is simply the second apartment he rented. Oberon is wearing only a pair of shorts as a large grimoire hovers above him. Pages quickly turning as his new Gale Force reading glasses lets him read 120 times faster. He was wearing only a pair of short pants, surrounded by books, bookshelves, and some stacks of books that couldn't fit on the already filled shelves. Around his neck was a simple chair with his Celestial Spirit Gate keys attached. Currently, he only possesses Ares, the ram, Selim, the chisel, and what he discovered to be Dorado, the swordfish. Is this stuff seriously supposed to help me control my magic energy? Oberon mutters as he effortlessly begins floating above the floor, mirroring the poses and stretches he's currently reading about, focusing on his breathing, the movement of energy through his body. Eventually, he stands on the floor yet again, still keeping the book hovering in front of him as he moves. So they use this in another continent to train martial arts, Oberon mutters as he very slowly moves through the form as he reads. Centuries ago, they believed their internal energy was called Chi, and that the fox god gifted it to their greatest warriors. But when they encountered wizards, it flipped all of their beliefs. They learned that there appear to be no true gods, and those who call themselves God are now accepted as beings of incomprehensible magic power. Oberon stops for a moment and glances at a bookshelf at the far end of the room, and with a thought, one of the books floats over to him. He opens it and flips to the specific page in this book and rereads about some recent history, about the event that caused the people of a small nation to refer to the most powerful wizard of Ishgard as God, about the legacy of God Serena. So the name stuck because it wasn't self-proclaimed. They began to worship him after he crushed a cult of Zerif, one that had access to one of his demon books. Before that, he was called Hybrid Theory and believed to be insane and power-hungry. That makes sense. You'd have to be both of those things to implant 8 dragon lacrimas into yourself. Huh. And he's not even 20 years older than me. Incredible. Oberon says as he sends the book back to the shelf. So there are no true gods, at least none that have been proven. Only beings of immense magic power, he says as he continues the exercise. This makes sense. All the books I've read about the existence of Ether Nano and magic itself points toward Earthland being a nexus where countless other worlds and dimensions connect, and all that colliding energy is what causes our magical world to exist. I wonder if there's a way to go to those worlds. He floats his journal over and writes a few thoughts before going back to the exercise. After a few minutes of writing in his journal, Oberon hears a loud knock from beyond this door. Someone knocked on my apartment door, he mutters. Laxus, I'm in here. After a few seconds, the person knocks on his library door, telling him that it wasn't Laxus since he would have heard him. Kid, you in there? Gildarts asks from beyond the door. Yeah, I'm here, Oberon says as he quickly waves a hand, using gravity magic to open the door and make Gildarts float. Seriously, this again? Gildarts asks as he gives Oberon an annoyed look. Well, the last time you visited, you tripped, and I nearly lost a shelf of books, if not the entire building. So yeah, you don't get to touch anything. Tisich, you're always so serious about your books, Gildarts says as Oberon floats him into the room, keeping the man in the air while he continues his notes. If I didn't know you so, well, I would have thought you were boring, but I know you've got the heart of fairy tale knucklehead in there. Is there a reason you're visiting me? Well, someone's in a bad mood, Gildarts says as he takes out a copy of yesterday's Sorcerer Weekly magazine. Does that have anything to do with this? Oberon looks at the cover of the magazine scornfully, seeing the picture of him sitting on the train, focused entirely on the book floating in front of him as he absent-mindedly draws runes in the air with light magic. Gildart smiles as he sees this reaction. Yeah, being famous sucks, but if you keep your head down, in a few years people won't even remember what you look like. Especially since you'll grow up, so it'll be even harder to recognize your face. But your hair may be an issue. Gildarts looks at Oberon's hair, like the starry night sky was dyed onto his hair. Yeah, that's pretty easy to spot. Oberon sighs. I like that I get access to some more challenging and interesting jobs since people request me by name, but I don't like the fact that I can't read a book in public for more than a few minutes without someone trying to talk to me. Is that why you're still in Magnolia? Gildarts asks. Laxus said you've been here 3 days, and I can't recall the last time you spent more than a day between jobs. People are requesting me by name for everything, from a cat stuck in a tree to fighting dangerous monsters. It's been like this for months. I need a break. Do you actually go rescue cats from trees? He asks playfully. That is the kind of thing wizards your age usually do. More mundane or normal jobs, not fighting dangerous monsters like you do. Why would I do what normal kids can do? I'm trying to be a great wizard. That's about as far from normal as you can get without being some weirdo. You know, maybe it wouldn't hurt to be a normal kid for a change. I tried that for 8 years. Then Acnologia showed me how helpless normal people are. Gildarts frowns. Well, if you're taking a break, how about joining me for some fishing? I don't like fish, Oberon says flatly. You don't have to eat them. It's about the experience. The experience of sitting in one place with a fishing rod in my hand. No thanks. Part of being a man is learning to appreciate fishing. It's an important stage in the journey. All the men died when Acnologia attacked. I don't want to be a man. I want to be a great wizard, Oberon says. If you just came to make sure I'm all right, you can go now. I have to study. Gildart sighs, slumping his shoulders slightly. If I didn't know why, I'd think he was crazy to be this obsessed with becoming a great wizard. But, you know, it's kind of adorable how dedicated he is. Okay, Gildart says. I've made a decision. To go to the guild hall. To have a little spar with you. Just one round. I want to show me what you can do, Gildart says. It's been almost a month since we were both in Magnolia at once. So show me how much farther you've gone on the journey to become a great wizard. Oberon looks between Gildarts and his book a few times, then smiles. Yeah, I could use a break anyway. Learning Sylgrin is melting my brain. What? It's a language. They have some old magics I'm studying, Oberon says as he moves to get ready for their training session. 30 minutes later, a few miles away from Magnolia, along the shore of the massive lake behind the fairy tale guild hall. Well, this looks about far enough, Gildarts says as Oberon is flying beside him. You know, we would have been here in less than a minute if you let me carry you. Just between us, I really don't like that, Gildarts says. The first few times were fun, but I've spent my entire life charging toward people and creatures that wanted to crush me, so surrender control isn't really something I'm good at. Well, if you're ever in my library, I'm making you float. That's fair enough, I suppose, Gildart says as they get to their regular clearing, noticing some new scorch marks around the area. Looks like Laxus got some training in before they left. Oh, he went with Master Makarov? Yeah, Gildarts says as he takes out a few crumpled documents from his cloak. So now that we're far enough from everyone, mind taking a look at this? Oberon gives him an annoyed look. I came here to get away from studying, and you're giving me homework. We can train after, Gildart says as he finds a tree stump and sits down. But first, I need you to take a look at this. It's not the kind of thing I'd trust a communication lacrimal with. And since Master Makarov isn't here, you're the second biggest brain in Magnolia. Oberon sighs and hovers cross-legged in the air, floating the papers over to read them. These are Aderic, he says while reading them. But the dialect is old, older than any grimoires I have. Where did you get these? Someone was hired to take these to a very powerful wizard who runs a dark guild, but they ran across me as I was coming back from my last job. So now I have them. And this wizard is so dangerous you didn't want to open this around people. But why aren't we in the master's office? The runes there prevent people from spying. Gildart shrugs. Honestly, figured they were probably trapped to explode when anyone read them. Oberon looks from the paper in his hand back to Gildart's. Thanks for the warning. You're a tough kid. You'd be fine. Just give me a minute, Oberon says as he focuses on translating. After a few minutes, he takes out one of his journals and writes some notes. Anything good? I figure out what this is, but very, very not good, Oberon says. How bad? These are instructions to open a sealed tomb. It doesn't say where, but the tomb supposedly contains something called a Book of Zerif. Oberon notices the shocked expression on Gildart's face, which I'm guessing is bad, since you actually seem worried for once. Gildart frowns, stands up, then starts pacing about. Okay, now I'm getting worried, Oberon says. Good. Because this is serious, Gildart says. And I definitely made the right call, not using a communication lacrima, to ask Master Makarov about this. So what's a Book of Zerif? Oberon asks. I know Zerif is the most powerful wizard in history, the unstoppable evil, the original dark mage, but the books. Gildarts looks at Oberon, still completely serious, then retakes his seat. The Magic Council tries to keep this hush-hush, but Zerif's powers still exist in this world. It didn't all die with him, Gildart says. They don't make this public because his power corrupts and breaks the minds and wills of anyone who tries to use them, or simply cannot be controlled, so they don't want the Dark Guilds to go after them. But this guild found one. Gildarts nods. Zerif created a lot of magic items, weapons, tools, objects, even creatures. He created a variant of the demon race called Aetherius, and that's what the books of Zerif are. So, the books are demons. More like the demons are the books, Gildart says. The books contain the Aetherius, and there are linked to them, like a super advanced form of body link magic. So, if you control the book, you potentially control the demon, Gildart says. But so far nobody has ever been able to control or tame one of those. The demons usually just possess the person who opens the book or manifest in physical form and kill everything until someone like me shows up to put it down. S-Class emergency requests. Yeah, this would more than qualify for one of those, Gildart says. But the timing is also really bad, especially for our guild. Are they going to target us? Oberon asks. That doesn't make sense. Why would they want to piss off a wizard saint? Because the Magic Council and Wizard Saints are about to piss off a lot of people, Gildart says as he takes the pages and puts them away. Okay, look, this isn't the type of thing I enjoy doing. Actually, I hate that I have to do this, but there are some things I need to tell you. Oberon doesn't speak, just silently sits in the air, focusing intently on every word. As we speak, Master Makarov, the few Wizard Saints that care enough to show up, and the chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Seam, are in era to ratify the ban of assassination jobs, a few other types of destructive jobs, and charm magic. What kind of jobs? Assassination, kidnapping, corporate sabotage, that kind of thing, Gildart says. Basically, a lot of the most profitable and shady shit is suddenly going to be illegal in a few months, which means a lot of wizards and entire guilds will walk away from the Magic Council to become dark guilds and wizards. And you think they'll want revenge on the people who decided to change the laws? They will, Gildart says. If there's one thing I actually can respect about some of those people, It's that they value their freedom and way of life enough to fight the world over it. So I'd imagine a lot of them won't be against attacking us to prove a point. So things are about to be dangerous, but something tells me that's not the part you hate having to tell me. Gildarts rubs the back of his head. What is a guild? Why do they exist? Guilds are just places for people to work together to earn money or pursue a common goal. They exist for people to help each other. True, but Fairy Tail isn't exactly the same as other guilds, Gildart says. Fairy Tail exists because humans are weak. Even Master Makarov and myself, we're all weak. We all need help. We all stumble and fall. And when that happens, having friends and family to support you can mean the world. Yeah, in Fairy Tail we look out for each other, always, Oberon says, smiling at the man. Good. Then you understand that we'll all be depending on you for whatever comes next, Gildart says, ruffling the boy's hair. The fact is, after Master Makarov, I'm the strongest, but after me, there's a massive gap. Then far lower down would be people like Macau. There are about a dozen people as strong as him in the guild. Really? Oberon asks. I guess I don't really socialize much, but it makes sense since Fairy Tail has about 70 people. Yeah, but you're already far ahead of them, which is a bit depressing for some of them since you haven't even been here for a year, Gildart says. But that means, although you're only 9 years old, we'll be counting on you to help us defend everyone. Oberon's eyes widen slightly, surprised by the severity of that request. Yeah, it's a lot to put on a kid, but don't worry, Master Makarov and I will do everything in our power to prevent any problems from reaching anyone else. That I can promise you, Gildart says. But this also means you'll have to be extra careful on jobs, since you're pretty famous now. That's a lot, Oberon mutters. I know, and it's not fair to you in any way that the future is turning out this way, Gildart says. I'm sorry. Oberon sits there silently for a moment, thinking about it. About the fact that once again, his home is about to be in danger from powerful magical, evil forces. I won't be the only survivor this time, Oberon mutters, then Gildarts sees a fire lit behind his eyes. I'll protect everyone. Gildart smiles and ruffles Oberon's hair, annoying the boy. That's exactly the answer I was expecting. After all, good kings protect their people, and you're king of the fairies, he says before getting up and walking toward the middle of the clearing. Now let's get some training in. Show me what you've been learning these past few months. September 26th, X770, era, 1 p.m. Walking behind Master Makarov, who is now wearing his white and gold, fur-lined, wizard saint robe with the Magic Council symbol on the back, Laxus carefully ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor of this restaurant. Before long, they reach the top floor, and Makarov knocks before opening a door and stepping into a private dining area. To the far end of the room were 2 men, who appeared to be similar age to Makarov, and wearing wizard saint robes that perfectly fit them. Between them is a large table, stacked with untouched food, and behind them is a glass wall with a perfect view of the Magic Council headquarters plateau in the middle of the city. You kept us waiting, Maki. We almost started eating without you, one of the men says. Laxus's eyes widen at the sight of these men. He'd be a fool not to recognize 2 of the wizard saints. The one who first spoke was a tall and slender Caucasian man, with a head of long white hair reaching past his shoulders. Beneath his wizard saint robes was a fine black suit with a white flame design at the front. This man was Ashen Moyer, the Fire Master of Ishgar, keeper of the white flame magic. He is regarded as the most powerful fire magic user in the world. The power and control of his flames, along with the variety of his fire magics, surpasses even God Serena's dragon fire. Across from him was an equally tall, but more physically muscular man with tan skin and short black hair. He had a clean face and smiled gently at Laxus, which certainly made him appear friendly, especially when considering his gray and white monk robes and the prayer beads around his neck. He is Avon Edis, the spellbook wizard. He is amongst the 2 wizard saints that use holder-type magic, thus requiring a magic item to perform their magic. He is the head of the Order of Story Keepers, a monastic order which records stories of cultures and people throughout history to prevent history from being forgotten and repeated. And befitting his role, his arcane spell book allows him to store magics as pages within the book and use them once certain, extremely difficult conditions are met. He joined the Wizard Saints soon after Makarov Dreyer, after establishing his monastic order, and uses the Wizard Saint status to learn more about the world and gather knowledge of the past. "This is my grandson Laxus," Makarov says as he moves to take a seat, gesturing for Laxus to sit beside him. "Are you sure this is the kind of conversation he should be hearing?" Avon asks. This news could be disconcerting. The boy wishes to be guildmaster one day, so he should understand these things as soon as possible. Besides, I trust him, Makarov says as he immediately begins eating, and both men do the same. "Help yourself to anything you want," Ashin says, giving Laxus a gentle smile, seeing the boy almost shaking from sheer nervousness. Laxus stiffly nods and slowly, awkwardly, silently eats. "We've got 2 hours to figure out our stance," Avon says. "When the meeting starts, Jose will be against the idea of changing the law and try to weaken the changes to benefit his bottom line. Best we present a unified front. Will any other Wizard Saints be there, aside from the 4 of us?" "Ines may make an appearance," Ashin says. "But I heard he was somewhere at the southern edge of the continent tracking a new beast for his summoning magic. So who knows where he is right now?" "Well, the chairman will only be as hard as the assurances we can give him are strong," Makarov says. "Avon has monks who rarely ever leave their mountain, and you're more of a noble than a guild wizard." "True," Ashin says. "Of all the Wizard Saints, only you and Jose are guild wizards, and you're also the only 2 in Ishgard, which means if the council needs anything, it'll be Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord they call upon. What of Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus?" Avon asks. "I was led to believe these guilds were also formidable." "Well, since your boy Jura joined Lamia Scale, Uba has been bragging about how talented he is, and Blue Pegasus is the best at coordinating dark guild suppression operations, but Phantom Lord alone has over 500 members. How did that come about anyway?" Ashin asks Avon. "Jura was raised in your monastery, yet he leaves to become a guild wizard. That's strange." Avon shrugs. He wished to experience the world he read about in the stories I tasked him with protecting. To be adventurous is expected of a young wizard, which is why I recommended he go to Lamia Scale. "TSH should have sent him to Fairy Tale," Makarov says. "He didn't want to feel like I was still looking over his shoulder," Avon says. "And since we're old friends, Fairy Tale would have felt like I was doing exactly that." "Well, I suppose that makes sense," Makarov says as he raises a hand and requips a few documents from his private pocket dimension, then floats them over to his friends. "We should be careful not to push for any changes in the laws that the Magic Council and Wizard Guilds can enforce. I'm most surprised that some nations weren't immediately on board with the changes," Ashin says. "We're threatening many nobles' cash flow with these changes," Avon says. "But I'm sure when they realized that all the soon-to-be dark wizards would flood their nation if they were the only ones with assassination jobs still available, they changed their minds." After nearly an hour of discussion and many plates of food, the 3 men take a moment to relax before getting back to the discussion, and Marikov leaves to use the bathroom. Ashin sighed as he reread the documents, already picturing the waves this news would send through the continent. "I hope the prisons are big enough," he thinks, before glancing over at Laxus, who was just staring at him. "Future Guildmaster of Fairy Tale," he says, snapping Laxus back to reality. "Tell me, what do you think about what we've discussed here?" "Well, I think assassination jobs and charm magic are bad, so guilds shouldn't do them. Guilds exist to help people feel safe, not to hurt or scare them." "Well said," Avon nods. "It seems Makarov may be able to retire early with this one already benign, so wise." Ashin chuckles. "Your magic, lightning magic, yes?" "Yeah." Laxus smiles brightly as a small spark dances across his hair for a moment. "I've heard about your magics. I've read about them a lot. They're awesome." "Thank you," Ashin says. Laxus turns to Avon. "And your book, I've never heard of anything else like it, and the amount of work and focus it takes to use it. You're awesome too." "Thank you very much, and I'm sure you shall become a great wizard as well. Perhaps when your grandfather steps down, you can take his place as Wizard Saint," Avon says. "That's not a bad idea," Ashin says. "I have a question. Laxus raises his hand politely. Oh, and what may that be? Ashen asks. I've read some stories about you, about when people went to your country in the east and you defended the king, Laxus says. But you used a bunch of different fire magics, but never the sacred white flame. Why? Avon chuckles softly and then continues reading, having asked the same thing when they met all those decades ago. Well, I can tell you, if you promise to keep this between us, Ashen says. Laxus nods enthusiastically. Well, try to feel it for yourself. Ashen reaches across toward Laxus and holds a small white fireball in his hand. Laxus looks at it nervously, then remembers how Macau's flames sometimes didn't burn at all, and pokes it with one finger. Is it an illusion? He asks, not feeling anything at all, not even the warmth. Honestly, no idea. Ashen shrugs. When my ancestors moved to the Fex Kingdom, they valued this magic above all else, but it doesn't have any magical effects. It doesn't even make heat. Is it fire? Laxus asks. Not that I'm aware of. It appears to be some kind of magic energy, but it looks like fire, so we became keepers of the sacred flame. Ashen says. That's incredibly disappointing. Avon says, finishing what Laxus was thinking. What are you all talking about? Makarov asks as he walks back to his seat. Ashen's white fire, Avon says. Oh, that little party trick? Makarov laughs before taking a sip of his drink. Why they made that magic into your family treasure, we'll never understand. But more importantly, I had an idea about how to ratify the Magic Council laws with local laws across the continent. Oh, if you figure it out, that will save us weeks of meetings, Avon says. Please continue. While Laxus and his grandfather were having their meeting with two wizard saints, almost 3 hours passed before their meeting ended. Eventually, Laxus walks around the city, checking out the magic shop and some other places while the wizard saints go to the plateau for the meeting. However, while Laxus was having one of the best days of his life, he even met two of the people he'd always dreamed of speaking to. Oberon was fighting for his life. Meanwhile, in Magnolia, laying in an Oberon-shaped crater, Oberon is covered in sweat and dirt, completely exhausted with bruises across his body. Why are you such a freak? He says before groaning, feeling all his bones begging him to not so much as breathe. Kid, shut up, Gildart says as he leans over Oberon, looking down at him with a small bruise on his lip. Not my fault you're such a freak. Did you have to hit me that hard? Yeah, that part was a reflex. I wasn't mentally ready for you to actually hurt me. Gildart shrugs. I pulled back at the end there, so you should be fine in a few He suddenly stops as he remembers who he's talking to. Few minutes. Oberon smiles as he sits up, already having healed some of his injuries. So, how does it feel to know your time as our ace is limited? Gildart chuckles and helps Oberon stand up. Feels like I'll have a lot more freedom to do whatever I want. But obviously, if I take you more seriously, that would never happen. I just didn't expect you to have gotten that much stronger these past few weeks. I'm always on jobs or training. Of course I get stronger. Oberon says, then takes a pained breath as he takes a few steps forward. But yeah, if you focus more of your magic energy on defending yourself, I definitely wouldn't have been able to bruise you. But now I know it's possible. Gildart sees the smile on Oberon's face and quirks a brow at him. Kid, you're kind of creepy sometimes, he says as they begin walking to the guild hall to get some food. What do you mean? Just don't look at people the way you look at your new books, especially the girls. You'll get yourself arrested. The only girl I'd look at like that is Olivia. She's awesome. Yeah, I should have expected that, Gildarts mutters. Only woman on your mind is a wizard saint because of her magic or her staff magic is just so cool. She can do so much with it. It's awesome. You know, maybe just thinking about magic is a good thing. Keeps a lot of hearts from getting broken. Gildarts mutters to himself as Oberon keeps rambling about staff magic.